When the ominous clouds of the apocalypse descended upon the earth without warning, the world was instantly plunged into an abyss of chaos and despair. Zombies roamed the streets. Natural disasters wreaked havoc like malevolent demons, and once thriving metropolises crumbled into ruins, leaving human civilization hanging by a thread. The protagonist, previously an inconspicuous entity in a mundane world, unexpectedly received a chance at rebirth, returning to the eve of the apocalypse. This time, he would no longer be a mere pawn manipulated by fate. The harrowing experiences of his past life had opened his eyes to the harsh realities of the world, igniting an intrinsic desire for survival deep within him. Armed with foresight of the impending calamities, he resolved to seize the opportunity and construct a formidable bastion of existence for himself and those he cherished. In his reborn state, he made full use of the limited time available, embarking on a frenzied accumulation of resources. Luxury cars, opulent mansions, cutting-edge technology, anything that could prove useful in the apocalypse was eagerly gathered. Mr. Xiao, the custom-made top-tier armored off-road vehicle has been modified and is ready for your inspection. Young Master Xiao, the large underground shelter you ordered has been completed, equipped with all necessary facilities. Young Master, the warehouse filled to the brim with emergency medicines and food supplies you procured has been properly stored. An array of premium resources continuously converged upon him, endowing him with astonishing capital just as the apocalypse loomed, catapulting him into the ranks of the super-rich. In this new world, however, this affluent individual's journey through the apocalypse is anything but solitary. As the cataclysm unfolds, an array of uniquely enchanting goddesses intrudes upon his existence. There is a coldly elegant, exceptionally skilled former Special Forces instructor who stands valiantly by his side amidst the zombie onslaught, embodying the indomitable spirit of women, a gentle, kind-hearted, and remarkably talented physician who, in the face of scarcity, repeatedly wrests lives from the clutches of death with her extraordinary medical prowess, becoming a guardian angel in the eyes of many and a whimsical, brilliant young prodigy, adept in mechanics and electronics, who, with her keen insight into technology, transforms discarded apparatus into formidable defensive weapons and practical tools, significantly contributing to the safety and advancement of their sanctuary. Initially, he sought merely to survive discreetly in this desolate world, relying on his stockpiled resources to lead a stable existence. Yet, the continuous emergence of these goddesses disrupted his original plans. Confronted with their gazes of plea, collaboration, or admiration, he found himself repeatedly soft-teeny-ing, welcoming them into his protective fold. Gradually, a group of like-minded companions gathered around him, and upon the foundation of his substantial reserves, they collaborated. Ely established a warm and resilient haven amidst the apocalypse. In this world besieged by zombies and fraught with peril, the protagonists have repeatedly withstood the onslaught of the undead, employing their wisdom, courage, and unity to navigate through the crises wrought by natural disasters. Amidst their daily interactions, a sweet yet tumultuous emotional connection gradually blossoms between the main character and the various goddesses. It is the hand of fate that orchestrates their meeting in the darkness of this apocalyptic realm, as they join forces to seek out the hope of survival and pen their own legendary essay. This captivating novel intertwines elements of apocalyptic crises, rebirth and revenge, resource accumulation, fervent battles, and romantic sentiments, offering a glimpse into an extraordinary tale of a wealthy individual in a post-apocalyptic landscape. Does this synopsis of the novel meet your expectations? Should you have differing views on the protagonist's abilities or the characteristics of the goddesses, please share and Hall refine it further. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the last days, 10 days prior. Xiao Yang opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. A beautiful young lady, clad in half a flight attendant uniform, lay upon the bed. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Had he not perished in the apocalypse? He vividly recalled the cataclysmic arrival of the end times, where humanity faced annihilation. Natural disasters and zombies ravaged the earth, bringing human civilization to the brink of extinction. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired spatial powers, enabling him to survive in this desolate world for 3 long years. Yet, In the end, he too fell victim to an assault by mutated creatures. In that fleeting moment, a blinding light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by this astonishing sight. He scrutinized the young lady with great care. It seemed somewhat familiar, the allure of a uniform. Am I merely dreaming? Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, reflecting on how oppressive life had become in the apocalypse, that in his final moments, he would dream of a flight attendant. Young Master Xiao, what seems to be the matter? The young lady inquired with a dazed expression, noticing his sudden stillness. Before Xiao Yang could respond, the flight attendant turned over. Goodness, how forward! Xiao Yang's mind struggled to keep pace, yet he did not refuse. Suddenly, as he reached forward, he felt a sharp sting. A wave of pain coursed through him. Wait, I can feel pain? This isn't a dream. I'm not dead. He quickly flipped the flight attendant over and noticed her name tag had fallen off. It turned out the pin from a name tag had pricked his hand. In the flight attendant's bewildered gaze, he picked up the name tag and saw it inscribed with the name Su Xiao and her identification number. Su Xiao, what the heck? Xiao Yang suddenly recalled that this was the flight attendant he had flirted with before the apocalypse. He hastily glanced outside the oval window, where the silvery moonlight illuminated the thick clouds. Oh my, this is reminiscent of my first and last plane ride before the apocalypse. He quickly located his trousers and pulled out his phone. Oh dear, young Master Xiao. I knew you want to take a video. The flight attendant named Su Xiao quickly covered her face, feeling bashful. Xiao Yang paid her no heed and hastily unlocked his phone. Staring at the date displayed on the screen, he was struck with astonishment. The date read, June 21st, 2032, 12 a.m. Isn't it true that one has ample time to prepare for the impending apocalypse? Suddenly struck by a thought, he hastily raised his left arm for a closer inspection, yet found nothing. However, Xiao Yang was acutely aware that at the moment the end arrives, a sharp pain would pierce his brow, soon followed by a series of numbers appearing on his left arm. These numbers signified the remaining energy of a human body, displayed in the form of years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds, merely a countdown. In this cataclysmic era, every human would receive enough energy to survive for a year, yet this does not imply that one can only exist for that duration. This energy is tradable as long as two individuals clasp hands. They can mentally convey the value they wish to exchange. Once energy reaches zero, regardless of one's prowess, death is instantaneous. Conversely, the greater one's energy, the longer their lifespan, and their physical constitution becomes remarkably robust. Without the use of weapons, an individual possessing a century's worth of energy can effortlessly eliminate someone with merely a year's worth. Such is the disparity. Moreover, when a person's energy surpasses 10,000 years, conventional firearms become ineffectual against them. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, wealth is rendered trivial. This energy is the true currency of power. After all, time equates to life and strength. Nevertheless, this energy cannot be forcibly seized. It must be willingly transmitted through mental intent. If one were to kill another, their time energy would vanish entirely, an act deemed wasteful in the extreme. Of course, if one desires to seize it, there are methods to do so. The aim is to devise a method to allow the other party to be bitten to death by a zombie. Once they transform into a zombie, the residual energy will coalesce at their forehead, forming a cylindrical object reminiscent of a battery. After exterminating the zombie, one can extract this energy to replenish their own. However, this approach is fraught with peril, for once a person becomes a zombie, they are far more formidable than an ordinary individual. A moment of carelessness may lead to one's own demise. Before his rebirth, Xiao Yang had amassed energy over a millennium. Regrettably, this energy dissipated upon his rebirth. Moreover, a millennium's worth of energy is hardly substantial. If one were to categorize human physical quality levels based on temporal energy, it would be as follows. 9 years constitutes level 1. 1,099 years constitutes level 2. 100,999 years constitutes level 3. 10,009,999 years constitutes level 4. 100 million to 900 million years constitutes level 9. Yet, Xiao Yang, in his previous life, barely crossed the threshold of level 4. Thus, One could say that he was rather insignificant in the late stages of the apocalypse. This is the cost of choosing to survive in obscurity. As if struck by a sudden realization, Xiao Yang quickly closed his eyes. Moments later, he was overwhelmed with joy. His spatial abilities had not vanished. After the onset of the apocalypse, all humanity awakens to some form of supernatural ability, albeit at different times. These abilities are diverse and manifold, yet can generally be classified into categories of martial prowess, magical arts, and various unique abilities. Some individuals awaken exceedingly rare or even unparalleled abilities. For instance, Xiao Yang's spatial powers appear to be singular, as he is yet to hear of another who has awa. Can such a gift? Certainly, it is also possible for someone, like him, to wish to keep their secrets hidden. Abilities can be enhanced, yet they rely on the crystalline essence found within mutated animals. There exists a total of 9 levels of abilities, and Xiao Yang has only ascended to the 5th level. His spatial capacity has indeed expanded, now encompassing an area akin to 10 football fields, though other aspects have remained unchanged. Xiao Yang has persistently regarded his abilities as somewhat superfluous aside from the capacity to store items. They seem to serve little purpose. In a world ravaged by calamity, where resources are exceedingly scarce, what significance does ample space hold? It is akin to the discomfort felt when one's bank account is devoid of funds. Now, just before the onset of the apocalypse, he possesses the gift of spatial abilities. How utterly extraordinary! In his previous life, Xiao Yang fortuitously discovered a small supermarket, where he managed to secure all the available supplies within his spatial realm. Though the stock was modest, when complemented with some wild vegetables and game, it was sufficient to sustain him for 3 years of frugality. This has rendered him exceedingly cautious, deterred from casually forming partnerships or teams, thus opting to survive in solitude. In the harsh realities of the apocalypse, resources are the most coveted commodities. A single packet of expired instant noodles can incite fierce conflicts, even resulting in loss of life. He shudders to contemplate what thoughts might arise in others should they learn of his spatial abilities. Xiao Yang is aware that joining a team could enhance one's chances of survival in this dire world. However, unless one is a core member of the team, they risk being relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Thus, possessing a dedicated core team is of paramount importance. Since destiny has bestowed upon him the opportunity of rebirth, he must prepare himself thoroughly. He intends to utilize these 10 days to amass a sufficient stockpile of essential supplies, striving for abundance. As for assembling a team, there is no rush. He finds little value in ordinary individuals. He aims to leverage his memories to recruit formidable figures he encountered in his previous life. Such endeavors would render his rebirth worthwhile. Now, all that remains is the matter of finances. A smirk danced upon Xiao Yang's lips as he let out a cold huff. In his former life, he was deceived by his stepmother and half-brother, receiving not a single penny until the apocalypse descended. This time, would he allow them to succeed? Chapter 2. Dividing the Inheritance. 6 hours later, the plane touched down. In the private suite of first class, Xiao Yang indulged in various pleasures. "I will belong to you alone from now on." Su Xiao, helping Xiao Yang don his attire, flashed a seductive smile and whispered softly in his ear. Xiao Yang glanced at Su Xiao's name tag and the unbuttoned collar, a faint smile gracing his lips. He refrained from disclosing the impending apocalypse. To Su Xiao, she was merely a fleeting blossom amidst his many encounters. Nevertheless, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to offer her a warning on the eve of the cataclysm, a gesture of camaraderie shared between those who have Sha. Read a bed. Good luck, girl. In a villa within High City, upon Xiao Yang's arrival, he found 6 or 7 individuals seated in the living room. His stepmother, Zhang Li, and his half-brother, Xiao Run, greeted him with icy indifference, failing to extend even a salutation, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. A middle-aged man rose and greeted, and without even glancing, Xiao Yang recognized him as Wang Jian, a sworn brother of his father. Noticing Xiao Yang's disregard, Wang Jian continued, "Xiao Yang, I really shouldn't be here in such a setting, but after all, I was your father's closest companion during his lifetime. So, I have come to bear witness." Xiao Yang chose to ignore him once more and turned directly to the lawyer across from him. "Lawyer Chun, you may now disclose my father's will." Lawyer Chun stood up, casting a glance at Zhang Li and Xiao Ren. Ms. Zhang, Mr. Xiao Ren, and Mr. Xiao Yang. I am Chun Gang, the attorney entrusted by Chairman Xiao Feng prior to his disappearance. The two individuals behind me are notary officials from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, in the event of any misfortune, all his assets shall be distributed. D as follows. Mr. Xiao Yang shall inherit all shares of the group, while Ms. Zhang Li and Mr. Xiao Ren shall jointly inherit 2 villas, as well as a deposit of 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt no surprise, as he was already aware from his previous life. However, both Zhang Li and Xiao Ren were taken aback, and even Wang Jian furrowed his brow in disbelief. Impossible! Lawyer Chun, you must be mistaken. Zhang Li was the first to speak up. Lawyer Chun remained impassive as the two notary officials placed the physical will and a mobile device on the table. This serves as the textual and video evidence of the will. Mrs. Zhang is welcome to review it. Zhang Li hastily took the will, scrutinizing it multiple times before playing the video, and then sank despondently onto the sofa. Is it possible that my father left not a single share of the group, valued at 20 billion, to me? Xiao Ren could no longer contain himself, glaring at Xiao Yang with indignation, as if all of this chaos was the result of his half-brother's actions. While a deposit of 2 billion was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the allure of 200 billion in shares. Xiao Yang observed their reactions with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Enough, he declared. The will has been announced, and from now on, I, along with the personnel from the notary office, will oversee its execution. I trust that you will cooperate with us. Wait. Lawyer Chun, the transfer of shares is a matter of great importance. With Chairman Xiao no longer present, I, as the second largest shareholder of the group, believe it is imperative to inform the other board members to prevent any internal discord, interjected Wang Jian, rising swiftly to address Chen Gang. He then turned to Xiao Yang, adding, moreover, Xiao Yang has been studying abroad and is unfamiliar with the internal affairs of the group. The management has been handled by his stepmother, Zhang Li, and his brother, Xiao Ren. Therefore, we kindly request additional time to manage this matter. What do you think, Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang regarded Wang Jian, whose face was a mask of sincerity, yet he could not suppress a bitter smile within. In his past life, it was Wang Jian who, in collusion with his stepmother Zhang Li, had continuously evaded responsibility regarding his inheritance, leaving him with nothing before. The apocalypse. When disaster struck, Zhang Li and Xiao Ren had forcibly expelled him from their home, claiming that the villa and savings belonged solely to them. This had led to his forced homelessness, nearly freezing to death amidst a brutal cold snap. Xiao Yang's resentment simmered within him, yet he resolved that this time he would not allow the tragedies of his previous life to unfold anew. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhang Li suddenly transformed her worried expression into a smile and remarked, Indeed, Xiao Yang. One can only fear that your sudden takeover may stir discontent within the group. Let your stepmother pave the way for you. After all, you wouldn't want to witness any upheaval in the company your father painstakingly established, would you? Though her words appeared to express concern, they were laced with an unmistakable undertone of threat. Xiao Yang chuckled to himself, realizing that the performance was nearly at its climax, and it was now his turn to take center stage. He had no intention of squabbling over those trifling shares after all. With merely 10 days at hand, liquidating them would be futile. Moreover, they would undoubtedly create obstacles along the way. What truly belonged to him was that which he could seize immediately. Stepmother, there's really no need for such elaborate machinations. Since the group is managed by you and Xiao Ren, I shall refrain from participation. Instead, how about this? I will inherit the villa and the 2 billion in deposits, while you retain the shares of the group. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing this proposal, everyone fell silent in astonishment. Could it be that this lad was a fool? Zhang Li, suspecting some trickery, inquired cautiously, What do you mean by that? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. There's no need for you to be alarmed, stepmother. If you harbor doubts, both Lawyer Chun and the notary are present to serve as witnesses. As soon as you agree, we can sign the agreement without delay. Chen Gang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Had this young man lost his senses? That was an asset worth 20 billion. Is this statement genuine? Wang Jian, unable to contain his eagerness, rose abruptly to speak, seemingly aware of his abruptness, and quickly added with a laugh. If that's the case, then the matter becomes manageable. After all, you're all family. How you choose to divide it is entirely your affair. However, if we proceed according to Xiao Yang's suggestion, we could certainly avoid a considerable amount of hassle. Xiao Yang, indifferent to his remarks, turned his attention to Zhang Li and Xiao Run. What do you think, dear stepmother? And you, little brother? Zhang Li remained skeptical, questioning, do you have any other conditions? After all, it felt as though they were reaping an enormous advantage, which seemed somewhat unreal. Xiao Yang smiled and replied, of course, there are conditions. First, a deposit of 2 billion must be transferred to my account immediately. Second, I shall forego this villa. I only desire the one on Zijin Mountain. However, as compensation, I require an additional 500 million along with a vehicle. If you can comply, we can sign the agreement right now. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's terms, Wang Jian anxiously gestured to Zhang Li. All right, let's proceed as you suggest. Zhang Li responded, striving to calm her exhilarated emotions. Hey mom, the villa on Zijin Mountain was purchased for me. It has just been renovated, and I haven't even moved in yet. I promised my friends I would take them for a gathering soon. Xiao Ren interjected indignantly upon hearing this, rising in protest. Be quiet. Zhang Li shot a glare at her son. This unambitious child, now with shares in the company, should know that any villa can be acquired. Xiao Ren glared at Xiao Yang with resentment before turning away in silence. With the agreement reached, the subsequent matters were straightforward. In the presence of Lawyer Chun and 2 notaries, the contract was signed and took effect. The 2.5 billion was transferred into Xiao Yang's account. As he gazed at the lengthy string of figures displayed in his balance, a smile spread across Xiao Yang's face. Chapter 3. The villa on Purple Gold Mountain. Everything had been settled by noon. Indeed, when Xiao Yang willingly accepted the losses, efficiency soared. As Attorney Chen departed, he expressed with a sense of nostalgia, seeing your family in such harmony. Chairman Xiao would surely find solace in the afterlife. Xiao Yang scoffed inwardly. Was there truly harmony? When he was merely 9 years old, this stepmother had arrived with her son, driving his biological mother to her demise. For 15 long years, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards this family, and an even greater animosity towards his father. Thus, when misfortune befell his father, he felt little sorrow. In his previous life, he had not been able to exact vengeance upon this mother-son duo. In this life, would they escape unscathed? After Xiao Yang's departure, within the confines of the Xiao family villa, Xiao Run was venting his dissatisfaction. This Xiao Yang not only took away my newly acquired Brabus G800, but also claimed the villa on Purple Gold Mountain, which I had painstakingly renovated. I have yet to even spend a single night there. Furthermore, he took all my 2.5 billion in savings, leaving me in a bind for the upcoming Haitian Grand Banquet. I had boasted to my friends that I would secure this year's luxurious apocalypse-themed yacht and off-road vehicle. I cannot afford to lose face. Zhang Li frowned and reprimanded sharply, you unambitious brat. All you know is to seek pleasure. Everything I do is for your sake. Yet, I never anticipated that your deceased father would leave such a predicament. Thankfully, Xiao Yang is devoid of ambition, a mere wastrel, which prevented any disruption to my plans. Otherwise, matters could have been rather complicated. Indeed, Xiao Run, your mother is only looking out for your best interests. Once the group is stabilized, I shall leisurely deal with that insolent brat, Xiao Yang. Seated beside him, Wang Jian offered counsel to Xiao Run. I care not. What belongs to me, Xiao Run, shall not be taken by anyone. Xiaoang, you have never bested me since childhood, and this time shall be no different. What I allow you to taste, you shall regurgitate entirely. With a fierce declaration, Xiao Ren stormed upstairs. Zhang Li watched her son's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Turning to Wang Jian, she whispered, how are matters progressing on your end? Wang Jian glanced towards the staircase where Xiao Ren had vanished, ensuring he was out of sight before rising to stand behind Zhang Li. His hands naturally rested on her fair shoulders, gently caressing them. Sister-in-law, fret not, we've received news. Once we secure the shares, we can proceed with the acquisition. Once the funds are in our hands, we shall immigrate. Zhang Li glanced around cautiously, her voice laced with urgency. Remove your hands. Be careful not to let Xiao Ren see. Wang Jian grinned lewdly, boldly slipping his hand inside the collar of Zhang Li's blouse, unperturbed. Sooner or later, he must know. After all, he is my offspring. Xiao sped along in his black Brabus G800 towards the Zijin Mountain Villa. The vehicle, reminiscent of the Mercedes G63 in appearance, boasted an interior and powertrain several levels superior. This car represents the ultimate dream for many men. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, it was merely a means of transportation in the face of an impending apocalypse. Its utility would be negligible. Upon arriving at the villa situated at the pinnacle of the Zijin mountain estate, Xiao Yang found it to be 2 p.m. The villa boasts 3 floors above ground and 2 subterranean levels, furnished with every conceivable amenity. The garden features an expansive swimming pool. Notably, the master bedroom on the 3rd floor is graced with oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view that encompasses the entire villa district and even the university town nestled at the foot of the mountains. The basement has been thoughtfully designed to include a private cinema, providing an exceptional visual and auditory experience. While Xiao Yang finds much to appreciate, there remains a considerable list of renovations needed. Foremost among these is the installation of an independent heating system. Although it is currently summer and everyone is dressed in short sleeves, Xiao Yang is acutely aware that in just 10 days, an Arctic blast will descend, plunging temperatures to a chilling -50 degrees overnight. Those sheltering at home without sufficient thick blankets or warm clothing will find it exceedingly difficult to endure. This severe cold spell will last for 10 days, during which venturing outside will be impossible. Even if one survives the cold, the risk of starvation looms large. In his previous life, it was on the night the cold front arrived that he was driven out of this very villa by a mother and her child. He can never forget the bone-chilling cold. Had he not fortuitously discovered a small tree hollow that could shelter one person, he would have perished in the wilderness. Thus, the heating system must be prioritized. The most practical solution is a coal-fired boiler for heating, known for its stability and reliability. Additionally, the walls must be reinforced for better insulation, and all the windows should be replaced with multi-layer insulated glass. Next on the agenda is the installation of an independent power supply system. In a post-apocalyptic world, power outages are permanent, and as night falls, the entire world is engulfed in darkness. Only a fortunate few manage to acquire generators, but these too require fuel. Without oil, they become mere scrap metal. Thus, an independent power generation system is of paramount importance. The swimming pool in the yard can also be utilized as a water reservoir, albeit requiring some modifications to prevent it from freezing and ceasing to function. Furthermore, the perimeter wall must be raised and reinforced with barbed wire. The gate, too, necessitates replacement with a sturdier, impact-resistant version. It appears that the workload is considerable and time is of the essence. Hence, it is imperative to promptly seek a construction and renovation company to address these matters. Noticing that time is still on his side, Xiao Yang swiftly searched online for a relatively large renovation company. Upon making a call, he was informed that personnel would be dispatched shortly. Anticipating a delay before their arrival, he decided to visit the tree hollow that had once saved his life. In his previous life, although he had survived 10 days sheltered within, he had narrowly avoided starvation. Fortunately, he discovered a large bird's nest containing several decaying chicks, and a rabbit had later taken refuge inside, thereby sparing him from the brink of starvation. Reflecting on those deceased chicks, he realized they had indirectly saved his life in his former existence. Now that he had been reborn, he felt compelled to revisit the site. Perhaps the chicks had not perished after all. If they had survived, he would not mind nurturing a few birds as a gesture of gratitude. The journey was roughly 2 kilometers, and as he approached, he caught sight of the magnificent tree from a distance. This tree, he estimated, had stood for several centuries, its girth such that it would take 7 or 8 adults to encircle it. Adorning its trunk were several pieces of bright red cloth. Xiao Yang recalled that in his previous life, he had torn down those very strips to wrap himself. Though thin, he remembered not feeling excessively cold while hiding there. The reason behind this phenomenon remained a mystery. At the base of the trunk lies a fissure large enough for a person to crawl inside. Within the hollow of the tree rests a thick layer of straw, upon which a sizable bird's nest has been constructed. Xiao Yang ventured inside, peering into the nest. There were a total of 7 chicks, most of which had already succumbed to stillness. Only one, upon hearing the commotion, managed to weakly lift its head and desperately opened its beak, calling out feebly to Xiao Yang. Chapter 4. Constructing a sanctuary in the apocalypse. Xiao Yang conducted a careful examination, confirming that the other 6 had indeed perished. He let out a sigh. Even had he arrived a moment earlier, it would have made no difference. It seemed likely that the adult bird had met with misfortune, for it would not have abandoned its brood otherwise. Yet, there was solace in the fact that one chick remained alive, making his journey worthwhile. He buried the lifeless 6 on the spot and carried the nest away with him. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Yang found a room to place the nest and its occupant. He then ventured into the grass to catch a few insects to feed the famished chick. After it was adequately nourished, the little bird settled down contentedly and drifted off to sleep. Xiao Yang harbored hopes for its survival. He felt a profound loneliness, and nurturing a bird seemed a delightful diversion. While others faced the apocalypse accompanied by dogs, he pondered the prospect of embarking on this journey with a bird instead. 2 hours later, representatives from the construction and renovation company arrived. A man emerged from a Land Rover. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall and robust. Standing before him, Xiao Yang, who measured 180 centimeters, felt dwarfed. "Hello, Mr. Xiao," the man greeted. "I am Mu Guang from Guangyuan Company. Here is my business card." Xiao Yang accepted the card and noted the name, Mu Guang, General Manager. Well, it seemed that the esteemed leader had personally come to discuss the matter, indicating the importance he placed on this business deal. Xiao Yang, without any unnecessary chatter, led Mu Guang into the villa and meticulously conveyed his thoughts. Throughout the entire process, Mu Guang was rendered speechless, momentarily contemplating whether the villa truly belonged to Xiao Yang or if, perhaps, Xiao Yang was of unsound mind. "Ahem, Mr. Xiao. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the transformation as you've described?" "You must be jesting." Mu Guang felt compelled to seek further confirmation. Xiao Yang shot him a glance, as if to say, "Do you think I am here merely to amuse you?" Noticing that Xiao Yang had dismissed him, Mu Guang chuckled awkwardly. "Why do I have the impression that you intend to convert this villa into an apocalyptic shelter? Haha." Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Precisely, an apocalyptic shelter." Realizing that Xiao Yang was not jesting, Mu Guang began to believe him. "Mr. Xiao, please hold on. I believe my sister might be of assistance to you," he said, as a young woman dressed in a flowing gown emerged from the back seat. When she approached Xiao Yang, he was taken aback by her presence. She was stunningly beautiful and exuded an air of aloofness, leaving him at a loss for words. Her allure was on par with that of top-tier actresses, with both her physique and beauty being impeccable, truly perfect. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yang pondered the reason Mu Guang had brought his sister to meet him. Was it an attempt to seduce him for the sake of securing this business deal? It was indeed a challenge to refuse. Just as Xiao Yang's thoughts wandered, he heard Mu Guang introduce, "Mr. Xiao, this is my sister, Mu Wanqing. She is an exceptional student in the design program at Haiqing Art Academy, and you might consider sharing your ideas with her." Mu Wanqing offered a gentle smile. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I have heard from my brother that you wish to transform the villa into an apocalyptic shelter." The once aloof Mu Wanqing, at this moment, radiated a particularly sweet charm as she smiled, infused with the essence of youth. This evoked a sense of déjà vu in Xiao Yang, as if he had encountered her before, yet he could not quite place where. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these musings to focus on the pressing matter of establishing a sanctuary. With a warm demeanor, he said, "Miss Mu, you may simply call me Xiao Yang. Yes, I aspire to create an apocalyptic refuge. Could you elaborate on your vision, Mr. Xiao?" Mu Wanqing, astute and perceptive, refrained from addressing him by his first name. "Certainly. Please follow me." After an engaging exchange, Xiao Yang found himself filled with exhilaration. He felt he had discovered a true talent. "Miss Mu, it appears you possess considerable knowledge about constructing shelters. Have you designed one before?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. With a bashful smile, Mu Wanqing replied, "Not exactly. I am merely an ardent enthusiast of apocalyptic themes, often indulging in whimsical thoughts and sketching ideas for doomsday castles. Haha." Xiao Yang nodded in understanding. "Brother Mu Guang, I find Miss Mu's ideas to be exceedingly agreeable. Would it be possible for you to expedite a comprehensive construction plan and provide me with a quotation? If it meets our expectations, we shall commence work immediately." He was so pleased that he began to refer to Mu Guang as brother. "Certainly, Mr. Xiao. I will summon a few others to assist with the measurements. You and my sister can discuss the details further. I will ensure she prepares a construction plan and design overnight, and we will have a quotation for you by tomorrow." Xiao Yang, of course, could not have wished for anything more. Several individuals toiled until after 9 o'clock at night, neglecting to take a meal break, yet Xiao Yang, displaying great thoughtfulness, ordered a sumptuous takeout for everyone. He consistently urged Mu Wanqing to treat the villa as her own home, emphasizing the necessity of utilizing only the finest materials without concern for expenses. On their way home, Mu Guang inquired of his sister Mu Wanqing, "Wanqing, what do you think of President Xiao? Surely he isn't toying with us?" After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanqing shook her head and replied, "My intuition suggests he is not deceitful. However, someone who can envision the construction of an apocalyptic sanctuary must either be extravagantly wealthy or excessively lost in fantasy. Mu Guang pressed further. Which category do you believe President Xiao falls into? Mu Wanqing chuckled. I believe he belongs to the former. Perhaps he is indeed extravagantly wealthy. Throughout the entire renovation project, Xiao Yang entrusted her with full authority, encouraging her to express any ideas without reservation, as if she were constructing for herself. Rather than asserting that Xiao Yang was building an apocalyptic sanctuary, it would be more accurate to say that he was financially enabling her dream of creating such a refuge. In that moment, Mu Wanqing felt that Xiao Yang was quite a commendable person. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang reclined comfortably on the expansive bed in the master suite on the 3rd floor. In the corner, a bird's nest cradled a few chicks. Deeply asleep after being fed by him, the day had swiftly passed. If all went well tomorrow, he could leave the villa in the capable hands of Mu Guang and his team. His next undertaking would be to amass supplies. A substantial endeavor requiring extensive resources and time was of the essence. Were it not for Mu Wanqing today, he would have expended an immeasurable amount of energy. Once the arrangements are solidified tomorrow, he must first procure several cold storage units and warehouses to receive the supplies. Enough of this. He has not enjoyed a peaceful slumber in ages. The perils of the apocalyptic world have rendered him physically and mentally exhausted, living in a constant state of trepidation. At present, all he yearns for is a good night's rest. The following morning at 7 a.m., Xiao Yang was awakened by the cacophonous chirping of birds. The fledgling was once again clamoring for sustenance, its cries noticeably louder than the previous day, indicating a promising recovery. After gathering some insects to feed it, Mu Guang arrived with Mu Wanqing in tow. With dark circles under her eyes, Mu Wanqing handed the blueprints and quotes to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao, a preliminary estimate suggests that 3 million will suffice to realize Wanqing's design proposal, Mu Guang stated. Indeed, the price is acceptable, Xiao Yang remarked after inspecting the blueprints. Clearly pleased, it was evident that Mu Wanqing had truly invested her efforts. How long until the modifications are complete? Well, the quickest would be 15 days. Some materials and equipment need to be custom-made, Mu Guang replied. What? 15 days? That is unacceptable. The timeline is far too lengthy. Xiao Yang was taken aback, realizing that the apocalypse was less than 9 days away. Such a delay would be catastrophic. I can give you a maximum of 8 days. Is that feasible? Upon hearing this, Mu Guang was dismayed, exclaiming, Mr. Xiao, that may well be impossible. I am willing to increase the budget. How does 40 million sound? Mr. Xiao, this is not merely a matter of finances. It's 50 million. Very well, I shall do my utmost. What I require is a certainty, not merely an effort. All right, Mr. Xiao, it's a deal. I assure you that the work will be completed on time. Mu Guang was taken aback, having never encountered such a brazen individual who regarded wealth with utter disdain. Xiao Yang promptly transferred the funds to Mu Guang, leaving him no room for complacency as he hurriedly gathered his team to commence the construction. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing looked on in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The manner in which Mr. Xiao spent his money was as if it were found treasure. Noticing Mu Wanqing's weary appearance, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of concern. Although her intentions were driven by profit, her sincerity was palpable, and for that, he felt a sense of gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Wanqing considered that Xiao Yang might indeed have something significant to discuss, thus she acquiesced. Wait a moment, I shall fetch something and be right down. Before long. To the astonishment of the Mu siblings, Xiao Yang descended, cradling a bird's nest. You, at your age, still collecting bird nests? Mu Wanqing exclaimed incredulously. Oh, no. I happened upon a nest of fledglings, and the others perished. Only this one survived, so I rescued it. Look, how adorable, Xiao Yang explained, presenting the nest to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing it, Mu Wanqing's heart swelled with compassion as she gently stroked the little creature, exclaiming, It's truly pitiful. What kind of bird is this? This is a crow chick, which I often spotted at the construction site, Xiao Yang replied. Mr. Xiao, keeping such a creature is inauspicious. You should dispose of it. Mu Guang interjected, peering over to offer his advice. Hearing her brother's words, Mu Wanqing retorted angrily. How can you be so heartless? It's so tiny. Throwing it away would mean its death. Xiao Yang chuckled softly, replying, It's all right. Once it grows stronger, I shall return it to the wild. He remained indifferent to matters of fortune. Did he truly believe that without such trifles, the apocalypse would not arrive? Perhaps it was simply a reflection of Mr. Zhao's benevolent nature. Mu Wanqing praised. Splendid. Mu Wanqing requested Mr. Xiao to escort her to school, the Haiqing Academy of Arts, nestled at the foot of Zijing Mountain. It was then that Mr. Xiao discovered that Mu Wanqing had yet to graduate. She was merely interning at her brother's company. The imposing Brabus G800 came to a halt at the school entrance, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students. Mr. Xiao, regarding the apocalypse supply list. I will ponder it carefully and send it to you tonight, Mu Wanqing remarked. All right, thank you. Upon stepping out of the car, a wave of excitement ensued. Hey, what kind of car is that? Did BYD release a new model? Simpleton, that's the Brabus emblem. One could purchase 100 BYDs with that. Is that so? Indeed. The campus belle is beyond the reach of us academic underachievers. Lying on her dormitory bed, Mu Wanqing found sleep elusive. This Mr. Xiao had the audacity to enlist her assistance in contemplating what supplies to prepare for the apocalypse. He was indeed deeply engrossed in this notion, as if the end of the world were imminent. Nevertheless, the thought was rather amusing. She decided to indulge him in this whimsical endeavor. With her drowsiness dissipated, Mu Wanqing picked up pen and paper and began to write earnestly. Mr. Xiao drove directly to the largest storage facility in Haiqing. It boasted hundreds of warehouses and cold storage units. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storage units, designated for the storage of daily necessities and perishable goods. In truth, Mr. Xiao did not intend to stockpile supplies here. Rather, it was merely a ruse to mislead others. One cannot simply gather these supplies into the spatial realm under the watchful gaze of the public. Such an act would surely incite terror among the onlookers. Thus, he hastened to the largest wholesale vegetable market, intent on acquiring a diverse array of produce. Upon his arrival, the entire marketplace erupted in a frenzy. For news of a wealthy patron had spread like wildfire. Scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, and a plethora of leafy greens, dozens of varieties in total, were summoned forth. Whatever Xiao Yang laid his eyes upon, he procured in quantities of 100 tons each. Ultimately, the grand total amounted to 100 million. A deposit was made, with all goods to be delivered in batches to the cold storage within 7 days. With the balance settled thereafter, the proprietor had no choice but to source supplies from across the nation. Next, he ventured to the condiments section, acquiring oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, barbecue seasonings, hot pot ingredients, and more. While these quantities were not extensive, they still totaled 50 million upon final reckoning. Again, deliveries would be made in installments. He then proceeded to the grain section, where he ordered 10,000 tons of rice at wholesale prices, culminating in another 50 million. The owner assured him that all goods would be ready for Xiao Yang within a maximum of 8 days. Subsequently, he made his way to the adjacent fruit wholesale market, which was similarly thrown into a state of excitement. He ordered 100 tons of various fruits, resulting in a final total of 100 million. A deposit was made again, with the balance to be settled upon delivery. With the fruits and vegetables secured, the most crucial task remained: stockpiling meat. Xiao Yang directly approached the headquarters of the largest chain of fresh meat stores in the city. The quality of meat from such establishments was beyond reproach. Without preamble, he inquired about the prices per ton for pork, lamb, beef, and chicken. The manager responded, "Sir, how many tons do you require?" Xiao Yang, 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of lamb, beef, and chicken, along with 2,000 tons each of sheep and beef offal. Upon hearing this, the manager was so startled that he nearly dropped his ledger. Could this be a ploy to provoke? The manager hastily summoned the general manager's son, Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou instructed the manager to first calculate the price to gauge the other party's reaction. If Xiao Yang dared to play tricks, he intended to make him regret it. Ultimately, the total came to 700 million. Xiao Yang didn't even blink, promptly paying the deposit and leaving his address, departing with a nonchalant air under Xiao Zhou's astonished gaze. At his final stop, Xiao Yang ventured to the seafood wholesale market. As always, he surveyed a myriad of seafood delicacies. Various marine fish, freshwater fish, Australian lobsters, king crabs, an assortment of shellfish, abalone, and notably, sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are excellent. Even the men's football team consumes them, attributing their robust health to it. After the final tally, the total reached 200 million. Xiao Yang specifically insisted that all live seafood be killed and frozen, as his storage could not accommodate living creatures. In the end, Xiao Yang calculated that he had placed orders amounting to 1,200 million just for today. Adding to that, there were 50 million for renovation and warehouse rental. which consumed more than half of his funds. Yet, it was still insufficient. Such resources were merely a drop in the bucket. However, Xiao Yang was genuinely fatigued from his shopping spree. He decided to procure the remainder online, grateful for the power of the internet. He knew that anything could be acquired with sufficient funds. Opening a certain online marketplace, Xiao Yang embarked on a delightful shopping spree. Chapter 6. Cape Restaurant. Once he began shopping online, it was nearly impossible to halt. Men and women alike. Xiao Yang felt that everything could be of use. After 3 hours of relentless effort, Xiao Yang procured the following supplies: liquor, beer, red wine, spring water in barrels, beverages, spicy strips, canned goods, self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, bread, a tent, sleeping bag, cooking utensils, lighters, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars, water purification tablets, a portable solar power panel, a portable diesel and gasoline generator, outdoor power supplies, solar-powered lights, outdoor backpacks, first aid kits, and a projector preloaded with countless films. Notably, he purchased the greatest quantities of food and drink. More was better. This endeavor cost him another 100 million. Among these items, alcohol made up the bulk. In a post-apocalyptic world, such commodities were in high demand. The oppressive atmosphere necessitated some form of release. As for cigarettes, they were unattainable online, requiring alternative solutions. After completing these acquisitions, Xiao Yang felt utterly exhausted. For the first time, he realized that spending money could be so draining. At that moment, Mu Wanqing also messaged him with a list of supplies she had prepared. Feeling too fatigued to even glance at it, he noted that it was mealtime. Upon discovering that Mu Wanqing had not eaten either, he decided to express his gratitude by driving her out for dinner. "Miss Mu, feel free to say what you would like to eat. Don't hold back." Xiao Yang beamed at her from the driver's seat. "Anything is fine," Mu Wanqing replied, a bit shy, since he was treating. It seemed courteous to let him take the lead. Xiao Yang feigned seriousness, saying, "Hey, a woman shouldn't say anything goes, and a man shouldn't say no way. Don't you know that?" Mu Wanqing chuckled. "All right then, how about we go to the Cape Restaurant? The food is superb and quite affordable. Is it feasible, CEO Xiao?" The last statement clearly carries another meaning. "Certainly. Lead the way. How could we possibly decline?" The Haiju restaurant, though not located by the sea, is bustling with patrons. Thriving in business. When Xiao Yang and his companions arrived, it was precisely mealtime, necessitating a wait for a table. Such popularity must indicate its worth. Xiao Yang mused that a place capable of drawing countless individuals to queue must surely offer a dining experience worth the wait. Indeed, this is the acclaimed culinary hotspot of our university town, Mu Wanqing declared with a hint of pride. After nearly an hour of waiting, Xiao Yang, nearly famished, finally reached the front of the line. "All right, Miss Mu, please take the lead in ordering. You are more familiar with the menu than I." As it was his first visit, he was uncertain of what to choose and decided to entrust the ordering to Mu Wanqing, allowing him to focus solely on the enjoyment of the meal. Mu Wanqing, recognizing that allowing Xiao Yang to select the dishes would be a waste of precious time, readily relayed her choices to the waiter: 1 serving of braised prawns, 1 portion of mapo tofu, 1 dish of spicy pig trotters, and the restaurant's specialty, a crab meat casserole. Perfect, for dishes are just right. Any more would be too much. Having efficiently placed the order, the waiter smiled and remarked, "Lucky lady. You have just ordered the last serving of crab meat casserole for today. Wishing you a delightful dining experience." Once the waiter departed, Xiao Yang, astonished, inquired, "Are the dishes here limited in availability?" Observing Xiao Yang's naive expression, Mu Wanqing chuckled and replied, "Of course. The crab meat casserole is one of the few specialties personally prepared by the owner. Only 100 servings are made each day, and sometimes, if you do not reserve in advance, you may not even have the opportunity to enjoy it. Today, fortune smiles upon you. Consider yourself fortunate." Xiao Yang uttered a sound of acknowledgement, chuckling, a clever marketing ploy. Soon, the other 3 dishes graced the table, with the crab meat casserole on the verge of being served. Just as the waiter approached with the delectable dish, a flamboyantly dressed young woman in a short black skirt intercepted him. "Which table does this crab meat casserole belong to?" she inquired coldly. "The 69th table," the waiter replied. "Could you possibly allow us to have it?" The young woman pressed. "I'm afraid that's beyond our authority. You must consult the patrons at table 69, the waiter responded. The young woman promptly followed the waiter to Xiao Yang's table. Upon recognizing Mu Wanqing, she expressed her surprise. "Oh, Mu Wanqing, what a coincidence." Mu Wanqing glanced up and recognized her as Wang Min, the belle of their dance department. What a delightful surprise, Wang Min. Are you also dining here? Indeed, Wang Min replied casually, her gaze swiftly fixating on Xiao Yang. Upon seeing him, she noted his commendable appearance, stirring a twinge of jealousy towards Mu Wanqing. However, upon observing Xiao Yang's ordinary attire, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her and remarked sarcastically, "How rare it is that our department's most beautiful flower is dining alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing shot a glance at Xiao Yang and quickly waved her hand. "Oh no, he's just a friend." "Well, you see, Mu Wanqing, I intended to invite my boyfriend to sample the crab meat casserole today, but I arrived too late, and the last serving was taken by your table. As you know, my boyfriend is the son of the owner of a chain of fresh meat stores in Haicheng. He had grown weary of dining in five-star hotels every day, so I decided to introduce him to a change of palate. Could you do me a favor and concede this to me? Consider it as a personal favor. In the future, should my boyfriend require any renovations, I will gladly recommend you to my brother." The girl in black stockings cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yang when mentioning her boyfriend, clearly implying that he was out of her league and that he should recognize his place. Xiao Yang remained silent, awaiting Mu Wanqing's response. After pondering for a moment, Mu Wanqing chose to decline, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Wang Min. It is my friend's first time here as well, and I would like him to savor this dish. You might want to consult my friend's opinion." Mu Wanqing was astute. After all, Xiao Yang was a significant client of her brother's, and she could not afford to offend him. Wang Min, upon hearing this, glanced at Xiao Yang, her eyes filled with disdain. There was no way she would plead on behalf of someone so ordinary. "How about this? The dish costs over 100 yuan. I will purchase it for 5 times the price. What do you say? That should cover your meal and leave you with a surplus. What a bargain." Xiao Yang was contemplating whether to accommodate Mu Wanqing by allowing her classmate to have the dish, as he was on the brink of starvation and could no longer delay. However, upon hearing her words, his anger surged. Who does she think she is looking down on? "Waiter, bring the crab meat casserole to our table. Today, I shall indulge in this dish." As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, the waiter hurriedly placed the crab meat casserole on the table. "Waiter, we are ready to dine. Please ensure there are no flies around." The waiter, taken aback, responded, "Sir, you are putting me in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, Wang Min was instantly enraged. "What did you say? How utterly audacious. Today, I shall ensure that you, a mere commoner, remember the consequences of offending those in higher echelons." Wang Min's voice boomed, attracting the attention of diners in the hall. At that moment, a young man rushed over from behind Xiao Yang, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong, Xiao Min? Who has angered you?" Chapter 7. The female boss seeing her ally arrive, Wang Min felt emboldened. She pointed a finger at Xiao Yang, berating him. "This penniless wretch dares to insult me as a fly. I won't rest until I shatter his insolent mouth today. You are being outrageous, Wang Min. I will not permit you to demean my friend." Mu Wanqing was genuinely furious. To insult her friend in her presence was a direct affront to her dignity. Wang Min, upon hearing this, shot a venomous glare at Mu Wanqing and retorted, "Me, outrageous? You filthy wench, do you truly consider yourself the campus belle? What use is beauty if you are merely dating a pauper? Despicable. You." Mu Wanqing was rendered speechless with rage. The young man, having rushed over, found his gaze locked on Mu Wanqing, utterly captivated. "Wow, she's stunning." Although Wang Min was also quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Mu Wanqing. Like a common hen beside a phoenix, an immense disparity. Today, he intended to display his prowess, hoping to impress this beautiful lady. Perhaps she would be swayed to his side. "You step forward. Let me show you." As the young man approached Xiao Yang, intending to confront him, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yang's face and was rendered speechless. "No way. President Xiao." Xiao Yang, observing the scene, chuckled softly. "Indeed, Hail City is remarkably small." "Ah, what a coincidence, Mr. Xiao." The young man was indeed the general manager Zhou from the company where Xiao Yang had purchased cold fresh meat today. General Manager Zhou's expression was as grim as it could be. "Mr. Xiao, what brings you to such a place for a meal?" Xiao Yang glanced at the stunned Wang Min and sneered. "Heh, a poor wretch like me, with a life so humble, can only dine here." Upon hearing this, General Manager Zhou awkwardly remarked, "Mr. Xiao, surely there must be some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Wang Min interjected, her voice laced with indignation. "Today, my classmate insisted on purchasing our crab pot, and when we refused, she insulted me and my friend. Do you think that constitutes a misunderstanding?" Before Xiao Yang could respond, Mu Wanqing stood up, visibly irate. General Manager Zhou finally grasped the situation. This woman was truly adept at creating trouble for herself. He swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Min's face. "You insolent wretch, causing trouble even while dining and offending my major client. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Apologize to Mr. Xiao and this lady at once, then get lost." Wang Min, tears welling in her eyes, covered her face in disbelief. "You hit me?" Seeing her reaction only fueled General Manager Zhou's anger. "Hit you? That would be too lenient. Do you really consider yourself so important? Hurry and apologize, or do you believe I want to send you to the Haitian Xinyan to serve as a plaything?" The mere mention of being sent to Haitian Xinyan as a tool sent a shiver down Wang Min's spine. Suddenly, she sank to her knees and pleaded with Xiao Yang. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. It was my folly to look down on you. Please forgive me." Xiao Yang did not even spare her a glance, coldly stating, "I believe you owe my friend an apology." Wang Min suddenly knelt and turned to Mu Wanqing, pleading, "Classmate Wanqing, I am truly sorry for my disgraceful behavior. I beg you, for the sake of our camaraderie as classmates, please forgive me this once." Mu Wanqing, with her soft heart, felt a twinge of compassion. After all, they were classmates. Since the other party had apologized, she deemed it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Noticing that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing had ceased their conversation, Xiao Shou, visibly disdainful, looked at Wang Min and said, "Hurry up and leave. I never want to see you again." Wang Min, as if granted a pardon, promptly got up and left the restaurant in a flustered state. Xiao Yang took a seat and observed Xiao Zhou, who stood hesitatingly, and remarked, "Xiao Zhou, why not join us for a meal?" Xiao Zhou quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I wouldn't want to intrude. By the way, Mr. Xiao, you can simply call me Shou Fei from now on, and let me treat you to this meal. I'll settle the bill." Having said that, Zhou Fei turned to leave, but was halted by Xiao Yang. "Today, I am treating my friend, so please do not overshadow my gesture." Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing and instantly understood. Just as he was about to take his leave, he heard Xiao Yang inquire, "By the way, what is this Haitian Xinyan you mentioned? And what does game tool person mean?" Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in astonishment, realizing that Mr. Xiao was unaware of such matters. Xiao Yang shook his head, explaining, "I have been abroad for the past few years." So Zhou Fei then understood the situation, exclaiming, "No wonder." The Haitian Grand Feast is a recent event that has emerged in Haicheng over the past 2 years, organized collaboratively by several luxury brands as a trading exhibition, specifically inviting members of high society to attend. With merely 7 days left until this year's Haitian Grand Feast, Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing across the table. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer to Xiao Yang and whispered, "It's not very convenient to discuss this here. Let me add you on WeChat, and we can chat privately." Xiao Yang was taken aback, realizing there was something amiss. "I understand." After adding Xiao Yang on WeChat, Zhou Fei took his leave. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were already on the verge of hunger, and after the recent commotion, their enthusiasm for conversation had dissipated. They channeled their energy into indulging in the exquisite cuisine. To Xiao Yang's astonishment, the flavors of the dishes were simply extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that these were the most delectable dishes he had ever tasted throughout his life. If this banquet were to be presented in a post-apocalyptic scenario, it could potentially incite a large-scale conflict. The delightful sensations on his palate dispersed the earlier unpleasantness. Even Mu Wanqing, witnessing Xiao Yang devour the food with great fervor, felt a sense of accomplishment. How could the place I chose be anything less than perfect? The duo resolutely participated in the clean plate initiative, nearly resorting to licking the plates. After wiping his mouth, Xiao Yang, thoroughly satisfied, gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up and said, "Miss Mu, thank you for bringing me here." Feeling a bit shy, Mu Wanqing replied, "Oh no, it is you, Mr. Xiao, who deserves my gratitude for your generous invitation." Their eyes met, and they burst into hearty laughter, banishing any lingering discontent. Mu Wanqing then excused herself to the restroom. As Xiao Yang approached the cashier to settle his bill, his attention was captivated by the accolades displayed on the wall: National Culinary Competition Gold Medal, Special Chef for Foreign Affairs in Haicheng, recipient of the International Food God Cup, and Top 10 Outstanding Young Women of Haicheng. Young women? Could the owner be a woman? Instantly, an image formed in Xiao Yang's mind. A rotund woman energetically tossing a wok. Alas, why do I always think of such things? As long as the dishes are delicious, who cares about her figure? After all, one does not consume the chef. However, the enchanting young woman seated at the cashier did pique Xiao Yang's appetite. "Hello, May I meet your esteemed boss? The captivating woman smiled slightly, a bewitching sight. Handsome, what is it that you desire? I wish to meet the culinary deity who has conquered my palate. The alluring woman responded with a flirtatious smile. I cannot claim the title of deity, but I appreciate your recognition. Chapter 8. The Sea and Sky Banquet. Xiao Yang was quite taken aback. This stunning woman was the head chef? The owner of the restaurant? Shouldn't she be more rotund? Has the culinary industry become so fiercely competitive? Initially, he had been curious about the master chef capable of crafting such exquisite dishes. If it were you, dear sister, it would indeed make sense. Xiao Yang's expression of enlightenment instantly piqued the owner's interest. Oh, handsome, what makes you say that? Xiao Yang chuckled. Because I believe that all things beautiful in this world must be created by beautiful people. One must possess either external beauty or inner beauty, and you, dear sister, undoubtedly embody the former. Upon hearing this, the enchanting young mistress of the establishment erupted into delightful laughter. This charming young man not only possessed striking looks, but his sweet words were equally captivating. Handsome fellow, with such eloquence, I must grant you a discount, she exclaimed, handing Xiao Yang a business card. Here, take my card. In the future, whenever you mention my name, you will receive an 8% discount. Xiao Yang glanced at the card and noted the name, Lu Yu. Thank you, Sister Yu, he replied. His initial intention in meeting the proprietor was merely to establish a familiar rapport. After all, should he encounter her in the post-apocalyptic world, it would be advantageous to have her close by as his cook. However, this Lu Yu was not only an exceptional chef, but also possessed an allure reminiscent of a seductress. With her around, who would have the heart to focus on dining? He soon realized that Mu Guang was leading workers through a night shift in order to meet deadlines. To expedite the process, Mu Guang had employed double the workforce, dividing them into 2 shifts. This reassured Xiao Yang. After catching some insects to feed the hungry, squawking crows, he resolved to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay overnight, as he needed to receive goods early the next morning. En route, he passed a large gas station to refuel and suddenly remembered that he had yet to prepare diesel and gasoline. Without fuel, how could the generator function? He required 1,000 tons of diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline. He asked the proprietor to assist him in contacting his friend who sold coal, requesting 1,000 tons of smokeless coal as well. Later, in his hotel room, Xiao Yang took out his phone and reviewed the supply list sent to him by Mu Wanqing. He promptly ordered everything he had overlooked online. Sanitary napkins, various cleansing products, seasonal clothing, shoes, socks, undergarments, sports bras, yoga attire, black stockings, and flesh-colored tights. Xiao Yang found himself captivated by the seller's showcase photographs, unable to extricate himself from the allure. After purchasing these items, he turned his attention to defensive equipment, stab-resistant vests, riot shields, batons, military knives, and Dao swords, among others. To be frank, these items are only useful in the initial stages. As time progresses, the abilities of survivors will evolve, rendering such armor and weapons nearly ineffective. Firearms might prove somewhat advantageous, yet they are currently unattainable. By the time he completed his shopping, the clock had struck midnight. At that moment, Xiao Yang received a message from Zhou Fei, detailing an event known as the Ocean Sky Banquet. Upon delving into the particulars, his excitement grew exponentially. This year's Ocean Sky Banquet was a one-day affair themed around the apocalypse, showcasing an array of high-end outdoor camping products. From off-road campers and luxury yachts to makeshift shelters and even small aircraft, the selection was extensive. However, the true essence of the Ocean Sky Banquet lay in the evening's revelry. Zhou Fei elaborated on the concept of game tools, leaving Xiao Yang in awe, exclaiming how astonishingly extravagant it was. Zhou Fei had one electronic ticket remaining, which he generously forwarded to Xiao Yang, arranging to attend together. Xiao Yang gladly accepted, as he had long desired to acquire a suitable means of transportation for the impending apocalypse, with an off-road camper being the epitome of his aspirations. Additionally, he aspired to procure a yacht, especially given the impending cataclysmic floods that would submerge nearly all land. Survivors would be forced to construct floating platforms from bundled rafts, living under exceedingly rudimentary conditions. If one could acquire a luxurious yacht, would that not be akin to living a life of imperial grandeur? The mere thought ignites a thrill within me. Thus, I must attend this grand maritime feast. As for that peculiar game, I hold no interest whatsoever. A group of individuals taking turns washing dishes is utterly repugnant. At this juncture, I have procured most of the essential supplies. and the coming days will be dedicated to receiving the shipments. Furthermore, I have ordered a plethora of delectable delicacies through a food delivery app: fried chicken, roast duck, cold noodles, tofu pudding, meat stuffed buns, rice noodles, stinky tofu, snail noodles, and more. I have also ordered several carts of ice cream. Virtually everything that can be delivered has been arranged for daily indulgence, which has cost me a considerable sum. Time has flown by in the ensuing days. I toiled from dawn until dusk, and it was not until the early hours of the 9th day that I managed to receive all the goods. After a night of labor, I stored all the supplies within my space. As this space exists in a timeless state, I need not worry about spoilage or decay. A cup of hot water placed inside remains warm, regardless of when it is retrieved. This feature delights me immensely. With all the supplies organized, I finally feel a sense of relief. It is time to prepare for the grand maritime feast. Checking my bank balance reveals over 1 billion remaining, sufficient funds for my extravagant pursuits. At 8 in the morning, I fed the little crow. Over the past few days, it has grown a coat of glossy black feathers, resembling coal. Consequently, I have affectionately named it Coal Ball. A large wooden cage was specially purchased for it, creating a cozy little abode. Once the Coal Ball was settled, Xiao Yang directly met up with Zhou Fei and headed towards the venue of the Haitian Shengyan event. The location of this grand gathering was a yacht harbor by the sea. The venue was lavishly adorned, and the atmosphere was filled with an abundance of stunning women. Due to the sweltering heat, these ladies adhered to the principle that less is more, favoring shorter attire over longer, and leaving no part of their figures concealed that ought to be displayed, transforming the venue into a mesmerizing moving landscape. Black stockings and bikinis vied for attention, with bare backs and thighs engaging in a silent competition, while the allure of chests and posteriors each had their own charm. The exhibition area was filled with an array of small aircraft, sports cars, RVs, and various outdoor equipment. The harbor was lined with rows of brand-new yachts of various sizes. Besides some outdoor gear and luxury items, every aircraft, yacht, and RV was uniquely crafted, truly one of a kind in the world, to showcase exclusivity and prestige. These bespoke items were not marked with prices but rather sold through a bidding system, where the most powerful would claim their desired possessions. It resembled an auction house, and this tactic proved highly effective. Some affluent individuals would not hesitate to spend several times the actual value of an item to assert their status. Thus, the organizers reaped substantial profits from each event. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Haitian Shengyan officially commenced. All bespoke products were auctioned in order, with the highest bidder winning. By noon, a post-apocalyptic version of an off-road RV caught Xiao Yang's keen interest. This rugged RV was crafted from a Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck, featuring 8 wheels and 8-wheel drive. The 8 tires are meticulously crafted, designed to be explosion-proof and resistant to wear. The vehicle measures 12 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and reaches a height of 8 meters, undeniably a colossal machine. The body is entirely constructed from specialized steel, ensuring excellent insulation and the ability to withstand bullet penetration. Even the windows are fortified against bullets. The roof can be elevated, transforming it into a sunroom when raised. Each side and the rear of the vehicle features an expansion mechanism, which, when deployed, significantly enhances the internal space of the RV. The roof is equipped with a 5,000-watt solar panel, complemented by an 8,000-watt silent diesel generator, and it houses a lithium iron phosphate battery equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours. The entire vehicle is fitted with a 1,000-liter insulated freshwater tank, sufficient for several days of use when fully filled. Additionally, a 500-liter gray water tank and a 200-liter black water tank can also sustain usage for several days before requiring emptying. Inside the RV, the rear expansion reveals a luxurious super king-sized bed, while the dual-side extensions create an expansive living room, complete with a deployable hammock overhead. The vehicle is fully equipped with a bathroom, shower room, and kitchen, as well as amenities including a refrigerator, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, microwave, and a television and audio-visual system. For winter heating, there is a diesel-powered hot air and water heating unit, while summer comfort is provided by an onboard air conditioning system. Xiao Yang was thoroughly impressed with these features. Particularly notable are the 8-wheel drive capabilities and the 7 differential locks, which are essential in apocalyptic conditions. This vehicle is nothing short of perfection, although it weighs a hefty 25 tons and consumes fuel voraciously. However, that is of little concern to Xiao Yang. This Doomsday Edition heavy-duty off-road RV, codenamed Conqueror, has an opening bid of 30 million. Xiao Yang resolved to acquire this vehicle at all costs. I offer 30 million. He declared, addressing his friends. Please refrain from competing with me, Xiao Ren. Before Xiao Yang could utter another word, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. None other than his half-brother, Xiao Ren. Surrounding him was a crowd of both men and women, drawing considerable attention. Upon realizing that it was the second young master of the Xiao family, the onlookers tactfully refrained from entering the bidding war. Especially since the specifications of this off-road luxury vehicle were rather extravagant. Who would genuinely take it out for a joyride daily? Seeing no one contesting him, Xiao Ren nodded in satisfaction and clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Just as he was about to proceed with the payment, Xiao Yang interjected. I bid 40 million. An immediate hush fell over the crowd as they glanced around, seeking the source of this audacious challenge against the Xiao family's second young master. Upon spotting Xiao Yang stepping forward, some recognized him. Isn't that the eldest son of the Xiao family? What is happening between these two? Indeed, it was widely known that they had a contentious relationship, and it seemed to be true. Laughter rippled through the crowd, anticipating the unfolding drama. Who do you think will ultimately secure this vehicle? Surely it will be the second young master of the Xiao family. I hear he has recently inherited a substantial stake in the company and is not short on funds. Xiao Ren was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yang. What is this useless sibling doing in such an upscale setting? And now he dares to compete with me? I haven't yet found the chance to settle the matter of the villa, and now he chooses to stir trouble again. Determined to succeed today, Xiao Ran had borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang to participate in this event, thinking to himself, do you dare to spend as extravagantly as I do? Moreover, he had long since dispatched individuals to clandestinely monitor Xiao Yang, fully aware that the latter had expended considerable sums hoarding a plethora of supplies. This fool, even when bestowed with money, would never squander it. With merely a few billion remaining, could he truly afford such extravagance? Xiao Ren let out a derisive laugh and promptly raised the bid to 50 million. After calling out his offer, he did not forget to cast a provocative glance at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, however, was disinterested in engaging him. His focus was solely on the off-road vehicle, which he was determined to acquire. Thus, he eschewed lengthy negotiations and stated, I'll bid 100 million outright. Upon uttering these words, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. This young master of the Xiao family certainly exhibited a certain boldness, albeit somewhat foolishly, spending 100 million on such a toy, which seemed utterly unworthy. Xiao Ren was nearly seething with rage. Surely, this elder brother must be deranged, for that vehicle was not worth such an exorbitant price. Indeed, a typical nouveau riche mentality, naive and flush with cash. Nevertheless, Xiao Ren could not swallow his pride and contemplated increasing his offer, but was dissuaded by his companions. Brother Ren, there is no need to compete with him. If you truly desire such a thing, simply approach the manufacturer for a custom order. They could have it ready in 2 months. Why bother engaging in this rivalry? Yes, Brother Ren, we have no desire to venture into the wilderness. We wish to explore the deep sea. Let us instead consider a yacht, urged the heavily made-up girls surrounding him, adorned with scant fabric. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ren seized the opportunity to gracefully retreat. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Since you all fancy the ocean, I shall undoubtedly procure that Apocalypse Edition yacht for you. Haha. With a menacing glare directed at Xiao Yang, Xiao Ren departed with his entourage. Xiao Yang successfully acquired the off-road motorhome, promptly settling the payment and arranging for the staff to deliver it to his villa in Zijin Mountain after the event's conclusion. Following this, a series of auctions for luxury cars and aircraft, which held little interest for him, transpired. However, in the afternoon, a doomsday-themed luxury yacht captured Xiao Yang's attention. This yacht was not only opulent, but also boasted impressive specifications, spanning an impressive 80 meters and featuring 4 levels. Its lavish interior was complemented by a full array of entertainment and living amenities, including a seawater purification system. What truly set this vessel apart was its robust hull. Constructed from high-strength special steel and designed with a semi-submersible structure, coupled with a powerful independent intelligent control system. This yacht could withstand winds of up to force 10 and waves reaching 10 meters, ensuring exceptional safety, truly a one-of-a-kind creation. The entire vessel was equipped with wind, solar, diesel, and hydroelectric power generation systems, guaranteeing a worry-free supply of electricity. Xiao Yang was thoroughly pleased. However, he harbored concerns regarding the sufficiency of his funds, as such a grand vessel was certain to command a significant price. Indeed, the starting bid for this luxurious yacht was set at 400 million. Yet, Xiao Yang was resolute in his determination not to relinquish this opportunity. He must possess this yacht. Should his finances fall short, well, he contemplated. Alternative means would have to be employed. 450 million. I shall run claim it. As long as no one contests me. I shall treat everyone to an excursion in the deep sea another day, with all expenses covered by me. Upon hearing Xiao Ren's declaration, several eager young scions of wealthy families reconsidered their intentions to bid against him, relishing the prospect of a complimentary adventure while saving their funds for a smaller vessel. As the crowd expressed their admiration, Xiao Ren, brimming with pride, prepared to settle the bill. Hold on, I bid 500 million. With Xiao Yang's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the eldest son of the Xiao family deliberately challenging the second son? Regardless, one could not deny his wealth, which seemed to flow in like a tempest. Yet, no matter how affluent he was, he could not surpass the second son, who possessed shares worth 20 billion in a conglomerate. Surely, he would not be concerned with such a trifling sum. Who could say for certain? Let us continue to observe. Chapter 10. The completion of the sanctuary. Upon overhearing the bustling discussions around him, Xiao Ren felt a sting of embarrassment. Xiao Yang, are you trying to outbid me? I wonder what you plan to use to compete. Gritting his teeth, he declared with all his might, I offer 700 million. I am determined to secure this yacht. At this point, money had become secondary to him. Maintaining his dignity was paramount. 700 million was the limit of his bidding. Yet he surmised that Xiao Yang's funds must be dwindling, and he felt confident he would prevail. Indeed, after Xiao Ren's bid, Xiao Yang did not immediately counter. The onlookers had even begun to congratulate Xiao Ren. Just as the host was about to finalize the deal, Xiao Yang's voice rang out unexpectedly, I bid 1 billion. I shall also claim this yacht today. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they turned to Xiao Yang, questioning his sanity. Was he truly frivolous with his wealth? Xiao Ren, in a fit of rage, erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, you merely shout out a price. But do you truly possess such riches? Do not cause chaos here. Xiao Yang smiled, acknowledging his financial limitations. I may not possess such immense wealth, but I can initially provide an 800 million deposit. And I shall settle the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. The organizers have not objected to this arrangement, have they? The organizer replied. It is not entirely out of the question. They were not foolish. With the price having soared to 1 billion. They were indifferent to whether the payment was made today or the day after tomorrow. However, someone from Xiao Ren's side raised a concern. What if you change your mind? Wouldn't that hinder our brother Ren's desire to purchase and his plans to venture abroad? The organizer pondered this and realized a contract was necessary. As for the terms, they could easily be arranged. Let us draft a contract. If I fail to pay the remaining 200 million by the day after tomorrow, then my 800 million deposit shall be forfeited to the organizers. What do you think? A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Such audacity was astonishing. To simply relinquish 800 million was a bold statement. It seemed that the young master Xiao held considerable confidence. Xiao Ren suddenly frowned, contemplating whether Xiao Yang had a hidden strategy. Was he planning to liquidate his stockpiled goods merely to acquire a yacht? Regardless, he could not afford to raise his bid any further. 700 million was already his limit. The organizers readily accepted Xiao Yang's terms, eager to engage in such a lucrative deal. Ultimately, Xiao Yang achieved his desire. The yacht was, in name, already his. Numerous beautiful women, captivated by Xiao Yang's extravagant display, began to gravitate toward him, utilizing every part of their bodies to brush against him as a gesture of intimacy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ren seethed with frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. Today, he had been thoroughly bested by Xiao Yang's two strong maneuvers, and he could no longer endure the indignity. Humph, since you wish to seize everything from me, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall ensure your demise is most tragic. Xiao Ren cast a venomous glance at Xiao Yang and stormed off in indignation. In contrast, Xiao Yang, having acquired what he desired, was utterly elated. Subsequently, during his browsing, he ordered 100 amphibious wandering pods. Each pod measures 10 meters in length, featuring a rounded, capsule-like design. Inside, it is equipped with various living amenities akin to those found within an RV. However, each wandering pod accommodates 4 space capsule sleeping quarters, reminiscent of a university dormitory. The crucial aspect is its ability to withstand tsunamis, and each pod can connect freely with others in all directions. This feature captivated Xiao Yang. If all the pods were linked together and positioned on the water's surface, it would constitute a veritable floating base. Moreover, when placed on land, it could serve as a dwelling, truly perfect. As the wandering pods were procured in bulk, they would not be subject to auction. Xiao Yang paid a deposit and arranged for the delivery of the 100 pods to the warehouse the following day, planning to settle the remaining balance alongside a yacht 2 days hence. During this time, Zhou Fei introduced him to several wealthy heirs, including the sons of a tobacco company executive and a major pharmaceutical enterprise. As Xiao Yang pondered how to stockpile these goods, he seized the opportunity to utilize these connections, purchasing the remaining tens of millions worth of tobacco and pharmaceuticals, much to the delight of the two young gentlemen. Zhou Fei and his companions invited Xiao Yang to join them in an evening of thrilling games, but he declined. As he stated, he could wash dishes, but he had no inclination for the collective chore of washing them together. Such a peculiar pastime did not amuse him. As Xiao Yang drove to pick up Mei Wangqing from school, he received a call from Mu Guang, informing him that the villa had been renovated as requested and inviting him to inspect the results. Eagerly, Xiao Yang took Mei Wangqing and rushed to behold his masterpiece. Of course, a significant portion of this achievement was attributable to Mei Wangqing's efforts. Upon arriving at the Zijin Mountain Villa, Xiao Yang was awestruck by the transformed residence. The swimming pool had been sealed off and converted into a water reservoir, now brimming with pristine water. Above it, a conservatory had been constructed to mitigate noise from the large diesel generators installed on either side. A heating system had also been integrated, ensuring functionality even in the harshest cold. The villa's outer walls had been re-insulated. Mu Guang assured him that it could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees without concern. The roof was adorned with solar panels, providing an alternative power source. All doors and windows had been replaced with insulated, soundproof versions of exceptional strength, rendering forced entry nearly impossible unless one were to employ artillery. The basement featured a sizable coal boiler, with radiators installed in every room and corner. While somewhat unsightly, they were undeniably practical. The villa's perimeter wall had been elevated to 4 meters and reinforced with barbed wire, while the entrance had been replaced with a robust steel gate. Mu Guang remarked that unless faced with a tank, it would be futile to attempt a breach. Xiao Yang was exceedingly satisfied with such fortifications. He no longer feared the impending apocalypse. Not only was he safe, but he could also luxuriate in the warmth of his villa, relishing moments of bliss. Delightful. Mu Guang thoughtfully arranged for cleaning services, ensuring that the villa was impeccably tidy, allowing Xiao Yang to move in without delay. Satisfied, Xiao Yang decided to treat the siblings to a splendid meal at the Cape restaurant. As anticipated, there was no need to queue upon arrival. The dishes were selected by Mu Wangqing. I shall return the remaining 10 million to you. In my business dealings, I adhere to a principle. I only take what is rightfully mine. I refuse to accept even a penny that does not belong to me. Xiao Yang was genuinely astonished. So much so that he momentarily forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. Mu Guang's integrity was remarkable, yet despite Xiao Yang's insistence, he remained steadfast in his decision. Xiao Yang sighed, reflecting on how rare such individuals were in this day and age. After the meal, moved by compassion, Xiao Yang discreetly retrieved 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-proof vests, military knives, and flashlights from his space, placing them in 2 bags for Mu Guang and Mu Wangqing. The siblings were taken aback. After all, it was the height of summer, and he presented them with down jackets, as if suggesting they were not warm enough. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Resolutions of Grievances. Part 1. Both Mu Wangqing and her brother felt that Xiao Yang might be slightly unhinged, though they could not voice their thoughts outright. They could only manage a forced smile as they accepted his gifts. Xiao Yang was aware that they likely perceived him as somewhat eccentric, but he nonetheless advised, "These items must be kept close. When the clock strikes midnight tomorrow, you may choose how to handle them." He had done all he could. The rest was left to fate. Watching the siblings depart, Xiao Yang murmured, "I hope that when we meet again, we can be friends. Miss you. How many private rooms are there upstairs?" 10 rooms. What happened? Tomorrow, I will reserve all the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Prepare 10 tables of your finest dishes for me. The banquet will commence at 9 in the evening. So late? Yes. My friends are all occupied. I have paid in advance. Only then can Xiao Yang feel at ease to depart. That night, Xiao Yang sent a message via WeChat to Su Xiao, whom he hadn't contacted in a while, urging her to take a leave of absence tomorrow and refrain from any flights. He attempted to call her, but the phone was turned off. Never mind. He had already informed her. The outcome now rested in her hands. If he could do this much, he was not entirely heartless. The next morning, staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road vehicle to the villa, after Xiao Yang and the others left. He promptly stored the vehicle in his space. He then went to the warehouse to collect supplies, including cigarettes, pharmaceuticals, and a makeshift shelter. However, he noticed signs of tampering on the doors of the 10 warehouses and cold storage. Had someone been watching him? Fortunately, his caution had paid off, as he had long secured the supplies in his space. Otherwise, trouble would have ensued. Humph. You wish to deceive me. Your demise is imminent. By evening, Xiao Yang ignited the boiler, fearing he might run out of time that night. The diesel generator was filled to the brim, sufficient for 10 days to half a month. Once these tasks were completed, he ensured the small coal stove was well fed before setting out. There was much to accomplish that night. The city of Haicheng was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. In the square, the elderly women danced enthusiastically, their fervor palpable. If all remained as usual, they would rise early the next morning to compete with the younger crowd for the bus, eagerly queuing at the distant supermarket for discounted eggs. In the wooded expanse of the park, college couples whispered sweet nothings to one another, perhaps contemplating their future and how to craft their own little haven. Yet, after this night, many lives would be extinguished, and all that once was shall fade into oblivion. Within the confines of Xiao Ren's villa, news arrived. Young master, we dispatched someone to the warehouse last night, only to find it entirely empty. It seems Xiao Yang has disposed of all the goods. Xiao Ren's teeth clenched in frustration at the revelation. However, we have discovered that he has been quite close to a female student from Haicheng Art College named Mu Wanqing, possibly in a romantic relationship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ren's eyes gleamed with a sudden spark. Is it possible to lure this female student? Fortuitously, a former acquaintance of mine, a student from the same institution, has indicated she could arrange a meeting. A sinister twist crossed Xiao Ren's visage as he maliciously declared, Xiao Yang, await your reckoning. Tonight, I shall make you taste the bitterness of losing something dear. As the clock struck 9, Xiao Yang arrived punctually at Haijia restaurant. When Liu observed that he was alone, she inquired in surprise, is it just you? Where are your friends? Xiao Yang sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, let us not dwell on that. Let the dishes be served. Once all the dishes for the 10 private rooms were presented, Xiao Yang instructed Lu Yu, Sister Yu, please send everyone away. Unless I summon them, no one is permitted to enter. Lu Yu gazed at Xiao Yang with pity. I understand, she replied. The friends he had invited had all made excuses, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Yet, one could not help but wonder about his rather poor character. After everyone had descended the stairs, Xiao Yang stealthily approached each room, preparing to collect the dishes into his spatial realm. Finding it tedious to gather each dish individually, he decided to simply take the entire table along with the dishes. However, Xiao Yang only collected 9 tables, leaving one behind. Having completed this task, he descended once more and handed Lu Yu 10,000 yuan, saying, Sister Yu, please do not clear the tables. My friends will arrive shortly. Consider this as your overtime pay. Without waiting for Lu Yu's response, he departed. Lu Yu remarked, little brother, why put on such a brave front? Without delay, Xiao Yang hurried to the yacht harbor. The staff on duty naturally recognized him. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here at this hour? Xiao Yang replied, I need to settle the final payment tomorrow, so I wanted to come and take a look tonight. The staff, having no reason to suspect him, promptly led him to the yacht. The yacht had been thoroughly cleaned, and Xiao Yang was quite pleased. I wish to be alone for a while. You all may attend to your duties, he instructed. The staff, reassured, left him to his solitude, believing that such a large yacht could hardly be stolen. Once the staff had distanced themselves, Xiao Yang extended his hand and summoned the yacht into his spatial realm. Due to its considerable size, the endeavor drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. As he was departing, the staff called out, Young Master Xiao, see you tomorrow. Xiao Yang replied, Goodbye. Until we meet again. With all matters now settled, only the final confrontation remained. It was 11 o'clock, and 1 hour was ample time. Just as Xiao Yang was about to drive to the villa of Xiao Ren and his mother, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiao Ren. As he answered, a sinister chuckle echoed through the line. Xiao Yang, if you wish to prevent your girlfriend Mu Wanqing from suffering harm, you had better hurry to the Zijin Mountain Villa. Xiao Yang was taken aback. How had Mu Wanqing become involved in this? Nevertheless, since he had delivered himself right to his doorstep, it spared Xiao Yang the trouble of searching for him. Neither of them could escape this predicament. Upon arriving at the villa, he noticed a business van and a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Mu Wanqing was bound with tape over her mouth, her hands tied behind her back, and was being dragged out of the vehicle, followed closely by Wang Min, a classmate he had encountered at the Haijia restaurant. Discussion inside? Xiao Yang gestured towards the villa. Damn it, Of course, we are discussing inside. Look at how you have turned this place into a prison. I must see what you have reduced it to. Xiao Yan retorted angrily. As soon as Xiao Yang entered the villa, he was seized from behind. His entire body was searched thoroughly before he was finally released. Once it was confirmed he bore no weapons. Look at the mess you've made of my villa. It resembles a shelter for the apocalypse. Are you intending to play survivalist? Xiao Yan exclaimed in exasperation, surveying the disarray that had overtaken the villa. Xiao Yang paid him no heed and merely pointed at Mu Wanqing, saying coolly, "Release her. I have no connection with her. Using her to threaten me is futile." What do you mean no connection? From what I see, you two are in a romantic relationship. Whether coming or going, you are always together, even dining together. The speaker is Wang Min, who, having found an opportunity to avenge the previous insult, certainly would not let it slip away easily. Chapter 12, The Arrival of the Apocalypse, The Resolution of Grudges, Part 2, Silence. The man commanded. Women should not interject. Step aside. Xiao Yan shouted at Wang Min, who instinctively recoiled and retreated, fearing to utter a word. Xiao Yang, since you have no connection with her. This makes things even simpler. Such a pure and beautiful girl has caught my interest. I intend to enjoy myself tonight. You wouldn't mind, would you? Aha. As he spoke, Xiao Yan began to unfasten the buttons of his collar, remarking on the stifling heat in the room. Why not strip right now? How about a live performance for you, Xiao Yang? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Mu Wanqing emitted a few sounds of protest. However, she remained relatively calm, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yan, wishing she could devour him whole. Xiao Yang could not help but marvel at the girl. She usually appeared so gentle and quiet. Yet in the face of danger, she was undeniably fierce, daring to confront him with her gaze. Xiao Yang maintained his composure, replying mildly, Xiao Yan, let her go. Why not bind me instead? Our grievances can be settled between us. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Very well. Then you should kneel and beg me. Xiao Yang, feeling helpless, retorted. Is it truly manly of you to bully a woman? Instantly, Xiao Yan leered at Mu Wanqing and asked, Am I not a man? Just watch my performance. With that, he reached out to tear at Mu Wanqing's clothing. You dare? I truly am granting you too much face. Xiao Yang exclaimed, and without hesitation, he struck, aiming for the throats of the two men behind him. As both individuals instinctively shielded their throats from pain, Xiao Yang seized the moment to strike one of them directly in the solar plexus. The two crumpled to the ground like shrimp, utterly incapacitated. Xiao Yang chuckled coldly, wondering if his 10 years of survival in this apocalyptic world had been for naught. Though he had lived cautiously when faced with a threat to his life, he was merciless and ruthless. The combined strength of everyone in the room would hardly match his own. He was confident in his ability to rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiao Yan's clutches. Before they could react, Xiao Yang dashed towards Xiao Yan, intent on subduing him swiftly. However, just as he approached, Xiao Yan had already regained his composure. He suddenly drew a dark revolver from his waist, aiming it at Mu Wanqing. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill her. Xiao Yan bellowed at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang abruptly halted, taken aback that this brat actually possessed a firearm, which was somewhat unexpected. Although he could not ascertain the authenticity of the weapon, he was unwilling to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life, since she had been delivered to him. It would be far better to rescue her and add some excitement to his bleak existence. All right, I want to move. Just stay calm, Xiao Yang replied, cautiously taking a step back. At that moment of standoff, two individuals entered the villa, Zhang Li and Wang Jian. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned. Weren't we just here to talk? What on earth is happening? And her son is brandishing a gun. He has no idea of the consequences. Possessing a firearm is illegal. Xiao Yan, put the gun down. Dealing with a worthless individual like Xiao Yang, is it truly necessary to take such considerable risks? Zhang Li admonished her son. To speak candidly, Zhang Li's affections were solely for wealth. She had no desire to see her plans thwarted by her son's momentary impulsiveness. Xiao Yan cast a glance at his mother and replied, Mother, this matter is not for you to meddle in. He then turned to Xiao Yang and declared, Xiao Yang, resolving today's predicament is quite simple. Return everything you possess, including the villa, and bow to me in apology. As for that woman, I shall indulge for a night and then return her to you. I want you to experience the bitterness of love being forcibly taken from you. Zhang Li observed that her son was not jesting and felt uncertain on how to guide him. At that moment, Wang Jian interjected, Xiao Yang, why do you hesitate to comply? Must it come to the point of taking a life before you find satisfaction? Hurry, agreed Xiao Yan, lest he lose his temper and inflict harm upon you. You would then be condemned to a life of crawling. Hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhang Li chimed in, indeed. And regarding this girl, a single encounter will not diminish her worth. I promise you, tomorrow I shall provide you with 1 million. Take this young lady and vanish far away, as a final gesture of goodwill from this stepmother. Indeed, Mu Wanqing, you brazen hussy. If Master Xiao Ren wishes to spend a night with you, I advise you to comply without resistance, lest you forfeit your life. Wang Min seized the opportunity to flatter further. Xiao Yang observed their banter, angered yet amused by their audacity. A minor misstep on his part had inadvertently granted them such a significant role in this drama. He glanced at the clock. It was 11:59 p.m. Oh, the moment had arrived. Everything was about to reach its conclusion. As the clock struck midnight, an acute pain surged through the heads of everyone in the room. Accompanied by a ringing in their ears, Xiao Yang was no exception. However, having faced such experiences before, he was mentally prepared. The others, on the other hand, were caught off guard by the sudden discomfort, instinctively clutching their heads and crouching down in agony. This was the opportunity Xiao Yang had been waiting for. In a swift motion, he produced a baton, taking advantage of their distraction to knock the gun from Xiao Ren's grasp. Without hesitation, he seized the firearm for himself and, to verify its authenticity, aimed directly at Xiao Ren's leg and fired. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the room, accompanied by Xiao Ren's anguished scream, startling everyone present. Ah! My leg! Ah! Xiao Ren cried out, clutching his injured limb. Xiao Yang, how dare you? You're finished. Zhang Li screamed frantically, struggling against her own headache. The weapon was indeed real, and Xiao Yang was pleased. The subsequent actions would be much simpler. He glanced at his left forearm, which displayed the time, 00:50 on the 364th day of the year. Remarkably, his previous maneuvers had taken merely 10 seconds. Pulling Mu Wanqing behind him, he untied her restraints, then pressed the gun against Xiao Ren's head and addressed the others in the room. Have you seen the time on your left forearm? Instinctively, everyone glanced at their arms, their expressions turning to shock. If you wish to avoid my gunfire, you will do as I instruct. With a cold demeanor, Xiao Yang grasped Xiao Ren's left hand firmly and stated, transmit your thoughts to me. Transfer this time, leaving yourself only 10 minutes. Xiao Ren was struck by a bullet in his leg, and fear had long since taken hold of him. Though he believed that complying with the demands would serve no benefit to himself, the terror of death loomed ominously in his mind. He hastily complied, realizing that he had merely 10 minutes left. Satisfied with the increased time displayed, Xiao Yang pressed his gun firmly against Xiao Ren's head and addressed the others. You too. If you wish for Xiao Ren to survive, adhere to my previous instructions without delay. All right. Do not act impulsively, Xiao Yang. Do not harm Xiao Ren. We shall comply. Wang Jian hurriedly stepped forward to placate him. Observing Wang Jian's anxious demeanor, which seemed to surpass even that of Zhang Li's concern for Xiao Ren, Xiao Yang skeptically inquired, why are you so invested? Could it be that Xiao Ren is your son? Wang Jian and Zhang Li's expressions turned somewhat awkward at Xiao Yang's pointed remark. Chapter 13, The Advent of the Apocalypse, Resolutions of Grievances, Part 2, Seeing Their Reactions. Xiao Yang suddenly understood. Oh my, Xiao Feng, you have been cuckolded, haha. No wonder Wang Jian's shadow seems to follow everywhere. Indeed, he is the neighborly old Wang. So hard to evade. Very well, today I, Xiao Yang, shall cleanse your doorstep and repay your debts of procreation. You truly are a pair of shameless lovers. I wondered why Xiao Ren bore a pig-like visage. It seems he has inherited that from Wang Jian. Oh, no, wait, it's Wang Ren. Xiao Yang mocked. Wang Jian, though furious, dared not voice his anger and could only endure. Enough of this banter. Hurry and transmit the time to me. You know well that I am fully capable of ending his life in an instant. Xiao Yang pressed the gun against Xiao Ren's head. Wang Jian urged, quickly, hurry. Following his instructions, I will reward each of you with 1 million tomorrow. The crowd understood that Xiao Yang was not jesting. Although they were apprehensive about the potential repercussions of this time passing, they observed that Xiao Ren had complied without any apparent consequences. Besides, the allure of 1 million was irresistible, and thus they all followed suit. Xiao Yang beamed with delight, observing the temporal energy transmitted from the 11 individuals upon his arm. You may leave now, he declared, kicking Xiao Ren to the opposite side. I truly loathe the blood of this wild spawn tarnishing my villa. In truth, Xiao Yang could have simply eliminated them, yet granting them hope only to plunge them into despair was far more satisfying. Moreover, it spared him the burden of disposing of their remains. Zhang Li and Wang Jian hurriedly assisted the gravely injured Xiao Ren, with Wang Jian glaring menacingly at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, regardless of your confidence, Just based on that shot you fired, you can expect to rot in prison. With that, he quickly rallied others to carry Xiao round to the hospital. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Yang was distracted, Wang Min attempted to make her escape but was intercepted by Mu Wanqing, who swiftly blocked her path. Halt! With a series of resounding slaps. 3 strikes landed on Wang Min's face, causing blood to trickle from her lips. I do not instigate trouble, but that does not imply I am easily bullied. From this day forth, every time I see you, I shall strike you. Wang Min gazed into Mu Wanqing's icy stare, suddenly feeling as if she were confronting a completely different person. Was this truly the pure and sweet campus belle of their academy? She felt a surge of fear. Wang Min, terrified, fled in disarray, not daring to utter a sound. Ultimately, she found no vehicle awaiting her, having been long forgotten. In the warm and spring-like villa, Xiao Yang stared blankly at Mu Wanqing, who seemed transformed, a pang of guilt stirring within him. Miss Mu, I am truly sorry. Today, I have caused you trouble. Rest assured Before Xiao Yang could finish his sentence, Mu Wanqing burst into tears, turning to embrace him. The softness enveloped him, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, leaving Xiao Yang momentarily dazed. He could only pat her back gently, offering comfort. Gradually, he understood that this young woman had been tense and fearful all along, merely holding on until now. Upon seeing the danger dissipate, she could no longer maintain her composure. Nevertheless, her psychological fortitude left Xiao Yang in awe. At the same time, Mu Wanqing's emotions were quite complex. She had been terrified since being deceived by Wang Min and forced into the car. However, upon seeing Xiao Yang after exiting the vehicle, and realizing that these individuals had kidnapped her to threaten him, her fear dissipated inexplicably. There was no particular reason, just an instinct, perhaps a woman's intuition. She firmly believed that as long as Xiao Yang was by her side, everything would be all right. After embracing for a while, as her emotions gradually settled, she reluctantly released her grip on him. Suddenly noticing the time displayed on her left arm, she curiously asked, Mr. Xiao, what is this? You seem to understand it well. Feeling a sense of emptiness as the beautiful woman withdrew from his embrace, Xiao Yang pondered whether it would have been better to hold on a little longer. This is something I cannot explain in a moment, but remember this. Never allow the time to reach 0, for it could mean death, he stated with utmost seriousness. Mu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. If what Xiao Yang said was true, then those people had less than 10 minutes left. Could it be? She dared not contemplate it. Although she harbored a deep-seated hatred for them, she had never entertained the thought of taking their lives. Was Xiao Yang being excessively ruthless? Moreover, the manner in which he fired his weapon, without hesitation and with an air of calm composure, suggested either an extraordinary mental fortitude or a history of having killed before. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing found Xiao Yang somewhat unfamiliar, and a flicker of fear crept into her heart. She yearned to escape this place swiftly. You cannot leave, Xiao Yang remarked indifferently. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Mu Wanqing's heart. What did he mean by that? What was he planning to do to her? As her mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, she heard Xiao Yang continue. The temperature outside has likely plunged to -30 degrees. You would freeze to death if you stepped out. Mu Wanqing found this absurd. How could one freeze to death in the middle of summer? She opened the door, and a biting gust of wind rushed in, chilling her to the bone. Mu Wanqing stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, in a speeding car along the winding road of Purple Gold Mountain, Xiaoren shouted frantically, Mom, Uncle Wang, hurry, get someone to kill Xiao Yang for me. Rest assured, my son, I will avenge you. I shall ensure that Xiao Yang meets a most dreadful fate. Zhang Li replied through gritted teeth. Fear not. I will secure the necessary connections tomorrow to have Xiao Yang apprehended, and then I shall discreetly see to it that he meets his end. Wang Jian's laughter was chilling and sinister. Mom, it's so cold, and there are only 10 seconds left on the timer on my arm. Why do I have this ominous feeling? What on earth is happening? Xiaoren gazed at the timer on his arm, a look of terror etched across his face. Suddenly, time reset to 0. Xiaoren remained motionless, locked in his previous position, his eyes unblinking. Son, what is wrong with you? Zhang Li and Wang Jian shouted in unison. Hurry, drive faster. Wang Jian yelled at the driver. The hearts of Wang Jian and Zhang Li felt as though they were shattering. Just moments ago, their son was well. How could he suddenly be in such a dire state? Their hearts plunged into an abyss of despair. Xiao Yang, if anything happens to Xiaoren, I swear I will make you wish you had never been born, Zhang Li exclaimed, her eyes reddened, gritting her teeth. However, all sounds abruptly ceased as the car lost control, careening off the road and tumbling down the mountainside. Not far from the villa area, Wang Min trembled uncontrollably. She could not fathom how the scorching day had transformed into a biting chill. The relentless passage of time displayed on her arm filled her with dread. Mu Wanqing, how dare you threaten me? You will not remain arrogant for long. The moment I seize an opportunity, I will make you kneel and beg like a dog. She laughed, her voice trembling, the blood at her lips crystallizing into icy clots, rendering her smile grotesque. Yet in the next instant, she collapsed to the ground, still wearing that twisted grin. Chapter 14. Outside, the biting wind howled, while the villa remained a haven of warmth. What has happened to this world? Why has it suddenly turned so frigid? Why does time manifest upon my arm? How can I make sense of these anomalies? Yet, there is one person who could provide answers. Mu Wanqing gazed at Xiao Yang, who was feeding the small coal balls. And as she recalled the events of the past few days, she became increasingly convinced that there was something amiss with Xiao Yang. It seems as though he had foreseen everything in advance. Initially, she thought he might be deranged or mentally unbalanced, but now it appears he possesses the gift of prophecy. Who exactly is he? She approached Xiao Yang, seeking an answer. Mr. Xiao, it seems you knew all of this was going to happen. Why? Why? How could Xiao Yang reveal that he was reborn? Even if he did, she would hardly believe it. I had a dream. Would you believe that? Xiao Yang said with a smile, looking at Mu Wanqing. After pondering for a moment, Mu Wanqing nodded, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Moreover, in the dream, this was merely the beginning. After the cold wave, half of the world's population would perish from freezing and starvation. But that was not the end. The global temperature would remain below freezing for 2 whole months. During this time, earthquakes and blizzards would ensue, the deceased would rise as zombies, and animals would undergo mutations, harvesting the lives of the survivors. Following that, the weather would warm, unleashing torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods, ultimately submerging the entire land. Xiao Yang narrated calmly, while Mu Wanqing's mouth fell agape in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Observing her incredulous expression, Xiao Yang chuckled lightly and continued. But do you think that is the conclusion? The weather will only grow hotter. The water will gradually evaporate, volcanoes will erupt, and people will slowly be roasted to death or perish from thirst. Ultimately, annihilation awaits. Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. This was too tragic. If it were truly like this, what was the point of living? She gazed intently into Xiao Yang's eyes, searching for any hint of jest. However, his eyes reflected an unruffled calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. Indeed, the cold wave had truly occurred, serving as undeniable evidence. Would many lives be lost? She suddenly thought of her brother, Mu Guang, and could not help but worry for him. She wished to call Mu Guang, but her phone had long been confiscated by that group of people earlier. Can you help me call my brother? I'm worried about him, Mu Wanqing pleaded. Of course, Xiao Yang replied, pulling out his phone and noting that there was still signal. He searched for Mu Guang's number and dialed, but it indicated that the phone was switched off. Tears of anxiety brimmed in Mu Wanqing's eyes. What should I do? Has something happened to my brother? Don't panic. Perhaps your brother is simply asleep at home, comfortably nestled under the covers, unable to charge his phone, Xiao Yang reassured her. Xiao Yang was taken aback by his own thoughts. Mu Guang, you've taken on my renovation work. Yet you didn't invite me to stay at the bathhouse overnight? I was somewhat concerned for you, but now, well, you might just freeze to death at the bathhouse. Though he harbored such thoughts, he continued to comfort her. Don't worry. The bathhouse has hot water and heating. Perhaps they even have someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be fine. Mu Wanqing was unconvinced. How could there be someone to warm the bed? They are all big men. Wouldn't that be utterly disgusting? Nevertheless, knowing there would be hot water and heating eased her worries considerably. Xiao Yang sighed. You were still so innocent. Noticing Mu Wanqing's thin attire, he said, wait here for a moment. I will fetch you a thicker nightgown. You can take a shower and change into it shortly. In these past few days, you should remain here patiently, waiting for the cold wave to pass, and then we shall venture out together to find your brother. Does that sound agreeable? Mu Wanqing understood that being anxious now was futile. She could only accept the situation as it was. Xiao Yang hurried down to the basement level, replenishing the boiler with ample carbon. He then retrieved a lady's nightgown from his space for Mu Wanqing, suggesting she take a shower first. Fortunately, the villa had undergone extensive renovations. Otherwise, even bathing would have been a challenge. While Mu Wanqing was in the shower, Xiao Yang took the opportunity to bring forth an array of vegetables and meats from his space, placing them in the refrigerator. He also arranged a selection of snacks, beverages, fruits, as well as beer and wine on the dining table. It looked quite cozy, Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that a few candles would enhance the ambience even further. However, the sudden presence of Mu Wanqing disrupted his solitary plans in the villa. Nonetheless, this was rather pleasant. The company of a beautiful woman added a touch of charm to the otherwise quiet environment. And of course, there was my adorable little coal ball. Xiao Yang gazed at the curious little crow, coal ball, who was happily munching in its cage, instantly smitten by its cuteness. This little coal ball had long regarded him as its mother, displaying an endearing clinginess. During the day, if Xiao Yang was out of sight for even a moment, it would call out incessantly, only quieting down upon seeing him. Ah, this little bundle of affection. Just as Xiao Yang was engrossed in amusing coal ball, Mu Wanqing emerged from her shower, now clad in the nightgown. Upon turning to look, Xiao Yang was taken aback. My goodness, the woman, freshly bathed, looked utterly enchanting. What was it called again? Ah, yes, like a lotus emerging from the water. Indeed, she resembled a water lily. Her damp hair cascaded loosely, exuding an air of languid elegance, perfectly complemented by her stunning features, which left Xiao Yang momentarily entranced. Dressed in an elegant black nightgown, Mu Wanqing's grace and exquisite figure were accentuated beautifully. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the favoritism of fate. Why should such an abundance of beauty be bestowed upon a single individual? Feeling somewhat self-conscious under Xiao Yang's gaze, Mu Wanqing adjusted her hair and attire, inquiring, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Xiao Yang smiled broadly, yet Mu Wanqing sensed a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Oh, by the way, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table, and if you're still peckish, the fridge holds some ingredients. However, you'll have to prepare them yourself, as I am not particularly skilled in the culinary arts." Following the direction of Xiao Yang's finger, Mu Wanqing was pleasantly surprised to discover a table laden with an assortment of snacks, fruits, and beverages. Was he truly so thoughtful as to prepare provisions just after the villa's renovation? Some of the snacks were her favorites. Had he actually taken the time to procure items from her doomsday supply list? Her admiration for Xiao Yang grew. This man undoubtedly harbored many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Snapping back to reality, she noticed bloodstains on Xiao Yang's clothing and suggested, "Perhaps you should wash up and change your clothes?" Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Seeing the unrestrained eagerness in his expression, Mu Wanqing hurriedly clarified, "I meant no offense. I simply thought a shower would be more refreshing." Chapter 15, The Apocalypse Revelry, Part 1. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. "All right. I won't tease you any longer. I'm off to shower. Feel free to eat if you're hungry and drink if you're thirsty. Just consider this place your home." As I stepped into the bathroom, still damp from the recent bath that Mu Wanqing had taken, a flutter of excitement stirred within Xiao Yang's heart. After indulging in a soothing hot shower, he retrieved a set of pajamas from his space, deliberately selecting a piece that closely resembled Mu Wanqing's attire, creating an illusion of couples' outfits. Upon entering the living room, Xiao Yang discovered Mu Wanqing gazing thoughtfully out of the window. Hearing his movements, she turned around and was momentarily taken aback by his outfit. Was this intentional? Why did he choose something so similar to what I'm wearing? Yet, he wore it rather well. Standing at 6 feet tall, Xiao Yang, though lacking in muscularity, possessed a well-proportioned figure and a visage akin to that of a star, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes radiating a sunny charm. Such a countenance undoubtedly aligned with Mu Wanqing's aesthetic preferences. This was one of the reasons she had consented to dine with him. Had he been an oily middle-aged man, even being her brother's esteemed client would not have swayed her. "What were you thinking about just now? You seemed so absorbed," Xiao Yang inquired. "Nothing much. Just feeling quite fortunate," Mu Wanqing replied earnestly. "It's freezing outside, yet I find myself blessed, spared from the cold and hunger of the night." A smile spread across Xiao Yang's face as he pulled out a dining chair, gesturing for her to join him. "Then don't just stand there. Come and have a bite." Mu Wanqing smiled gently, taking her seat with a playful remark. "Then I must thank you, President Xiao, for your generous hospitality." "Hiki. Ah. Could we refrain from calling me President Xiao in the future? It sounds rather distant," Xiao Yang suggested. Mu Wanqing blinked, pondering. "Then what should I call you?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about calling me Brother Xiao?" Mu Wanqing considered briefly and nodded. "All right. After all, you are older than me." Xiao Yang beamed with joy and continued, "Then what shall I call you? How about Sister Qing?" Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "That sounds a bit inappropriate. Why not just call me Wanqing?" "Very well, Wanqing," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. He then uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring 2 glasses and handing one to Mu Wanqing. "Here's to you, Wanqing. Let us raise a toast." Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately accepted the glass. I'm not very experienced with alcohol, but I shall drink this one tonight. She lifted her glass and clinked it against Xiao Yang's, declaring, "This toast is for you." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Xiao Yang quickly advised, "If you're not used to drinking, please take it easy. Just sip slowly and keep me company for a while." Mu Wanqing shyly smiled, "All right." Following his suggestion, she took a small sip, while Xiao Yang tilted his head back, finishing his glass in one go. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, causing the windows to rattle, a stark contrast to the warmth within the villa. The entire villa complex was aglow with lights, likely awakened by the sudden chill. In the university town below, dormitories echoed with chaos and screams. The city experienced a multitude of accidents, triggered by the initial wave of pain, followed closely by the onslaught of cold, transforming an already frantic environment into utter disarray. All emergency lines were inundated with calls, yet to no avail. All those wandering outside, aside from those fortunate enough to find a suitable refuge, succumbed to the merciless chill, with many freezing to death. Even those who sought shelter within their vehicles. Gradually, the city descended into an eerie silence until it was utterly hushed. Yet, for the entire world, this night proved to be one of restless wakefulness. For instance, within the confines of the Zijin Mountain Villa, neither Xiao Yang nor Mu Wanqing felt the slightest hint of drowsiness. Mu Wanqing had replaced wine with soft drinks. Yet she continued to engage in lively toasts with Xiao Yang. As their conversation flowed, they gradually became more acquainted, fostering a harmonious rapport. Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had lost both parents at a young age, and it was her elder brother, Mu Guang, who had raised her. The siblings relied on one another. Mu Guang had forsaken his education early on to toil and provide for his sister's schooling. Their journey together had been fraught with challenges, and thus, they both strove relentlessly to alter their destinies. Mu Guang worked tirelessly to accumulate wealth, remaining unmarried to this day, while Mu Wanqing devoted herself to her studies. Having never experienced romance, despite being pursued by numerous admirers within the academy and even from other institutions, she had never entertained their advances. In turn, Mu Wanqing became aware of Xiao Yang's familial grievances. Bound by shared hardships, their hearts seemed to draw closer. They conversed until the first light of dawn. Only then, feeling the weight of fatigue, "Let us retire for the night," Xiao Yang proposed as he rose to his feet. A flutter of anxiety coursed through Mu Wanqing's heart. It sounded as though he intended for them to sleep together. "Where will I sleep?" she stammered. Xiao Yang chuckled. "With so many rooms available, you may choose whichever you desire. However, I suggest you sleep on the third floor, where the view is splendid and we are in close proximity. Should you require anything, feel free to call me directly." Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed, for Xiao Yang's words often led to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, feeling that this arrangement would offer her greater security. Xiao Yang then descended to the second basement level, replenishing the boiler with coal. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already past 5 in the morning. Yet there was still signal. Seizing the opportunity, he accessed a certain map application and downloaded the 3D maps of the entire Haicheng and a mountainous city in the southwest of Longhua. After completing these tasks, he finally nestled into bed, drifting off to a peaceful slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yang was jolted awake by a series of knocks. "Xiaogu, are you awake?" Upon recognizing Mu Wanqing's voice, he checked the time and realized it was already noon. He hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. "What is the matter, Wanqing?" "Xiaogu, I've cooked a pot of noodles. If you're hungry, come down and eat." Hearing this, Xiao Yang was pleasantly surprised and inquired, "You can cook?" Mu Wanqing shyly replied, "I can only manage instant noodles. I'm not very skilled at anything else." Xiao Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted that he too lacked culinary skills. However, he had ample supplies, self-heating pots, hot pot ingredients, and more. "Wanqing, yes? Would you like to have hot pot?" Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she responded, "I notice there are plenty of vegetables and meat in the fridge. Do you have hot pot ingredients?" Xiao Yang chuckled, "Of course I do. On such a chilly day, enjoying hot pot will surely be delightful. Let us divide our tasks. You shall prepare the soup and seasonings, while I shall arrange the ingredients, shall we?" Hot pot is undoubtedly Mu Wanqing's favorite. She would certainly welcome such an opportunity. Splendid. The two descended the stairs with fervor and in a whirlwind of activity. They laid out a sumptuous hot pot feast upon the dining table. Xiao Yang retrieved some beer, while Mu Wanqing picked up a beverage. To the hot pot, cheers. Chapter 16, The Revelry of the Apocalypse, Part 2. Outside, the world was gripped by a biting chill, with countless souls teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing luxuriated in the warmth of their villa, indulging in food and drink. On the third night of the frigid wave, the power went out. The sudden encroachment of darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was seated on the bedroom sofa, lost in music. She glanced out the window to find the entire villa community cloaked in shadow. In a flurry, she rose, steadying herself against the wall as she made her way to the door, instinctively seeking Xiao Yang. Just then, she heard him emerge from his room. Has the power gone out? Yes, but fret not. I shall activate the generator at once. As Xiao Yang prepared to leave, Mu Wanqing reached out. Wait. Are you dressed warmly enough? It's quite cold outside. However, upon feeling the bundled up Xiao Yang, resembling a ball of warmth, she chuckled. He truly had thought of everything. Xiao Yang paused, enveloped by a sense of warmth. Since his mother's passing, no one had shown such considerate care for him. Suddenly, he grasped Mu Wanqing's hand, soft and warm. Though visibly flustered, she did not pull away. He descended the stairs and opened the small side door of the villa. A gust of frigid wind rushing in to greet him. Indeed, it was cold. The chill bit at his face as if it were being cut by a knife. I truly cannot fathom how those without heating or electricity managed to survive. I hurriedly dashed into the generator room, which was relatively warm. After considerable effort, I finally managed to start the generator, and a wave of relief washed over me. Thankfully, there were no issues. The lights in the villa flickered back to life. Are you all right? Are you cold anywhere? Mu Wanqing scrutinized Xiao Yang from head to toe. Yes, my hands are frozen. Xiao Yang feigned discomfort to tease her. Oh, let me see. Mu Wanqing, believing him, quickly grasped his hand and examined it closely. Observing her earnest demeanor, Xiao Yang chuckled. Well, with your touch. The pain has suddenly vanished. As Mu Wanqing turned to face him, her expression shifted to one of annoyance, pulling her hand away. You trickster. I'm not talking to you anymore, she declared, turning to leave. Xiao Yang playfully grabbed her back, grinning. Oh, come on, don't be mad. I was just joking, otherwise every day would be so dull. Mu Wanqing continued to ignore him. Are you feeling tired? How about we watch a movie together? Xiao Yang persisted. Indeed. Mu Wanqing's interest was piqued. A movie? But there's no internet now. How can we watch? Ah, what challenge could possibly thwart me? Xiao Yang waved his hand dramatically, revealing a USB drive that had magically appeared. Here, I bought this online. It contains 1,000 high-definition films for your viewing pleasure. Instantly, Mu Wanqing's mood brightened. She had been feeling quite bored, and the prospect of a movie was simply delightful. Let us go. To celebrate that we still have electricity, let's enjoy a film. The two individuals joyfully rushed towards the private cinema on the basement level. In the subsequent days, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing indulged in a simple routine of feasting and slumber, awakening only to enjoy films. When they grew weary of the movies, they would playfully engage with their little crow, Coal Ball. The crow had learned to fly and was no longer content to remain in its cage. It loved to perch upon Xiao Yang's shoulder. Its curious little eyes would often gaze intently at him. At times, it would even alight upon Mu Wanqing's head, assisting her in tidying her hair, much to her delight and laughter. After spending considerable time together, it seemed the little crow had come to regard them as its parents. In this cozy villa, the trio, 2 humans and 1 bird, thrived in their joyful existence. By the 9th day, the winds outside had ceased, yet the sun remained elusive. Following nearly 10 days of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing found themselves growing closer, for the combination of handsome suitor and beautiful maiden, coupled with their shared environment, naturally fostered affection. Moreover, Xiao Yang possessed not only ample provisions but also an appealing appearance. However, the two began to fret over their meals. With an unvarying diet of hot pot, instant food, and snacks, they were quickly losing their appetite. Mu Wanqing reminisced, I recall the dishes from the Cape restaurant. How long for them? She swallowed hard, resting her chin on her hand, and added, Heh. If someone were to serve me a few plates from the Cape restaurant right now, I would undoubtedly marry him. Though Mu Wanqing had intended her remark as a jest. Xiao Yang perked up at her words. Wait, is she saying this to me? Is she hinting something? He recalled that he indeed had dishes from the Cape restaurant in his space. 9 tables, untouched. Even the tables were included. This is a splendid opportunity to pursue romance. Aside from the encounter with Su Xiao on the plane, Xiao Yang had not been involved with a woman for quite some time. During the apocalypse, he had once resorted to trading a sausage, yet the woman had eyes only for the sausage, eagerly devouring it mid-exchange, leaving Xiao Yang utterly speechless. After that hasty affair, he had not sought her out again. However, now, with a stunning beauty constantly gracing his presence, he found it increasingly difficult to resist. resolute in his intentions. He decided to seize the moment, and, while Mu Wanqing indulged in her bath, he conjured a feast from the Sea Corner restaurant. As for how to explain this to Mu Wanqing, he would defer that conversation until she was truly his. The dishes remained warm, exuding an irresistible aroma, just as they had when first served. He hastily produced 2 bottles of red wine, pouring a glass for both himself and Mu Wanqing. It would be even more delightful with a couple of candles. With everything prepared, he awaited the chance to surprise Mu Wanqing. Indeed, as Mu Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Rushing into the living room, she beheld a table laden with dishes, all signature creations from the Sea Corner, personally crafted by Boss Lu. Still in disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and approached for a closer look. Confirming the reality before her, she gazed at Xiao Yang in astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! Where did you acquire this? It's still warm. Goodness, even the plates are from the restaurant. Brother Xiao, how did you manage this? Where have you been hiding it? I never noticed." Xiao Yang smiled as he observed the overly excited Mu Wanqing, and with a gentle cough, remarked, "Wanqing, it seems that this is not the focal point of your attention." Mu Wanqing suddenly froze, gazing at Xiao Yang in disbelief, and, feeling a bit anxious, replied, "You. Do you mean?" "Yes, that is precisely what I mean." Xiao Yang refrained from being explicit, choosing instead to watch how she would respond. Mu Wanqing appeared somewhat dazed. Her heart raced with excitement, as she had long harbored feelings for Xiao Yang. Yet, she feared that she was unworthy of him. He was not only handsome but also affluent, and he treated her with such care, while she felt she offered him nothing in return. Chapter 17. The blossoming of Mu Wanqing's heart, however, Xiao Yang had already gone to such lengths. Should she continue to be coy? Among the multitude of suitors at the university, she had never accepted any, for she had yet to encounter her dream prince. But the moment she laid eyes on Xiao Yang, she realized her heart had been captivated. Subsequently, she found herself inadvertently trapped in his villa. This, she mused, must be destiny. Thus, she resolved to be more proactive and win Xiao Yang's heart. With this determination, Mu Wanqing earnestly declared, "Xiao Yang, may I be your girlfriend?" Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiao Yang finally smiled. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Absolutely." Seeing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, Xiao Yang lifted her chin, intending to steal a kiss in that very moment. As her eyes fluttered shut in shyness, Mu Wanqing seemed to sense what was about to unfold. As Xiao Yang was taking action, the screech of the little crow coalball echoed through the air, startling both individuals. "Be quiet," he exclaimed, his annoyance palpable. The flirtatious atmosphere was shattered, much to Xiao Yang's chagrin. This little creature had ruined his moment. The little coalball screeched a couple more times, clearly displeased with Xiao Yang's demeanor. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged awkward smiles, realizing that continuing in such a manner was impossible. With a bountiful dinner laid out before them, they decided to indulge in the meal first. What followed was a delightful dinner, during which the two gradually adapted to their new roles, shedding their initial awkwardness. Xiao Yang indulged in glass after glass of red wine, while Mu Wanqing surprisingly refrained from switching drinks, quietly sipping along with him. It seemed that a visit to the seaside restaurant was in order at some point. He wondered if Liu was indeed trapped there. When he had left, he had tossed Liu 10,000 yuan, instructing the restaurant to delay closing, intending to confine her within. The place was splendid, with ample food and drink, ensuring she wouldn't starve, thus facilitating his search for her. If he could bring Liu Yu to the villa, he would no longer need to worry about meals. In this apocalyptic world, to savor such delectable cuisine was undoubtedly a luxury. After a satisfying meal, Mu Wanqing tidied up the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and without a word, rushed upstairs. Xiao Yang paid her no mind. After all, where could she possibly flee within the confines of the villa? After meticulously washing himself and brushing his teeth twice, Xiao Yang ascended the stairs with contentment. Noticing that Mu Wanqing's door was closed, he knocked gently. "Wanqing, are you asleep?" I'm already asleep." "You should also get some rest," came her muffled reply. From within, an awkward voice emerged from Mu Wanqing. Xiao Yang chuckled, thinking, planning to hide? Not a chance. Mu Wanqing covered her head with the quilt, declaring, "I don't believe you." Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. Why does the wall walk while I don't?" Xiao Yang continued to feign drunkenness outside the door. Mu Wanqing lifted the quilt, revealing her head, and anxiously inquired, "Are you really that drunk?" Xiao Yang secretly smiled, responding, "When have I ever deceived you? Oh dear, I suppose I shall sleep in the corridor." Concerned that he might genuinely be intoxicated, and could freeze if left in the corridor, Mu Wanqing thought. Well, I might as well help him. What harm could it do? She hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door, finding Xiao Yang leaning against the wall with bleary eyes fixed on her. It seems you are truly drunk. Let me assist you into the room, and I shall quickly exit. Make sure to cover yourself with the quilt. All right, Xiao Yang exclaimed, pulling Mu Wanqing closer to his shoulder as they ambled toward his spacious bedroom. This gesture was rather intimate, causing Mu Wanqing's cheeks to flush. Yet she felt unable to withdraw, forcing herself to endure the moment. Upon entering the bedroom and arriving at the expansive double bed, Mu Wanqing intended to help Xiao Yang lie down. However, unexpectedly, he exerted force, pinning the taken-aback Mu Wanqing beneath him. A wave of fragrance enveloped him as Xiao Yang inhaled deeply. Mu Wanqing, flustered and bewildered, attempted to rise but found herself utterly immobilized. Heart racing, she stammered, Xiao Yang. You to say, before she could finish her thought, Xiao Yang silenced her with a kiss. In that instant, her mind blanked, realizing her first kiss was slipping away. The night stretched long, yet dreams were fleeting. It wasn't until the following afternoon that Xiao Yang slowly stirred from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Mu Wanqing gazing at him with tender affection. As she noticed him awake, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, You liar. Xiao Yang chuckled heartily. What have I deceived you about? Pray tell. Mu Wanqing, tickled by Xiao Yang's playful teasing, giggled. You tricked me, Yet, she ultimately found herself too shy to articulate her thoughts. After a brief respite, the two finally began to rise. Following a soothing hot shower, Xiao Yang thoughtfully presented Mu Wanqing with a fresh meal, encouraging her to nourish herself. As she regarded the still-warm food, she hesitated repeatedly, caught in contemplation. Xiao Yang was aware of her unspoken questions, yet he pondered how he might convey the truth. After all, Mu Wanqing was now his, and they would share a roof henceforth. He could not perpetually evade her inquiries. I have awakened my spatial abilities. I have stored some supplies within, Xiao Yang proclaimed. And with a flourish akin to magic, a down jacket appeared in his hands. Mu Wanqing gazed at Xiao Yang in astonishment, struggling to comprehend such a miraculous phenomenon. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang refrained from revealing the entirety of his stored supplies. Some matters would be disclosed when he had sufficiently fortified himself. As Mu Wanqing gathered her thoughts, a spark of realization illuminated her face, and she joyfully inquired, So, did you manage to secure the items from the list I provided? Yes, I have stored a few. Xiao Yang replied. Looking at him with admiration, Mu Wanqing softly remarked, You truly continue to surprise me. Just because of a dream, you have accomplished so much. Do you not fear that this dream might be a mere illusion? Mu Wanqing's confusion was evident, and Xiao Yang merely rubbed his nose in silence. Some matters are best left unspoken. Beautiful lies are harmless. This dream feels so vivid. Ultimately, what I am doing is right, I assent it. Mu Wanqing reflected on this, pondering the reason behind it all. What truly matters is the outcome, even if Xiao Yang harbors some secrets. Perhaps they are his alone to keep, and she has no right to inquire. When will I awaken my extraordinary abilities? Mu Wanqing eagerly inquired. Xiao Yang contemplated. In his previous life, he had awakened his powers after a cold wave. While he was uncertain if everyone awakened on the same day, it likely wouldn't differ by more than a few days. Do not rush. It should be within these few days. Xiao Yang, too, was curious about what abilities Mu Wanqing would manifest with a robust off-road vehicle at his disposal. He was untroubled by the temperature. Presently, two tasks beckoned. One was to assist Mu Wanqing in locating her brother, and the other was to visit the Cape restaurant to see if Lu Yu was present. Of course, even if she were there, if luck were not on his side, she might merely be a cold corpse. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang wished to tempt fate. Chapter 18. A half-full bucket for 20 days of energy. The following morning, Xiao Yang promptly retrieved the Conqueror off-road vehicle from his space, starting the engine early and activating the air conditioning to ensure warmth upon departure. He also retrieved the revolver he had taken from Xiao Run, which contained 5 bullets. Firearms proved quite useful in the early stages. They were efficient for taking lives, albeit with a slight shortage of ammunition. Such firearms are commonly issued to officers within the police station. Therefore, the next course of action to procure additional ammunition might involve a stroke of luck at the precinct. Awakening the fatigued Mu Wanqing, the two began to don their attire. Xiao Yang initially preferred that Mu Wanqing remain at the villa to rest, as it was undeniably a safe haven. However, Mu Wanqing insisted on accompanying him, yearning for the chance to see her brother should he be at home. Primarily, it was the sense of security she felt only in Xiao Yang's presence that compelled her. Xiao Yang retrieved 2 tang knives from his storage, offering one to Mu Wanqing for self-defense. In the event of danger, you understand, he remarked, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Mu Wanqing accepted the knife, nodding solemnly. With their preparations complete, they boarded the RV and set off. Xiao Yang found himself unaccustomed to driving such a large vehicle, holding merely a Class C license, and had never maneuvered anything of this size before. Nonetheless, the road was devoid of traffic and pedestrians, alleviating his concerns. He cautiously steered the vehicle out of the villa, noticing the absence of any human presence along the way. Given the current temperature, venturing outside without adequate thermal protection was unfeasible. Yet, he was aware that the considerable noise generated by the vehicle would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous survivors residing in the nearby villas. As they navigated the winding mountain road downward, a frozen corpse in the middle of the path caught Mu Wanqing's eye. That appears to be Wang Min, she exclaimed. The vivid memories from 10 days prior flooded her mind, yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Min had transformed into a lifeless body. Mu Wanqing sighed, pondering the harshness of fate. With a grateful glance at the focused driver, Xiao Yang, she mused that had it not been for his shelter, she might have met a similar fate. Sensing Mu Wanqing's gaze upon him, Xiao Yang offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he pressed the accelerator and drove over the lifeless body beneath them. The RV surged forward, leaving behind a gruesome smear. In the university district beneath Purple Gold Mountain, numerous vehicles were haphazardly parked along the streets. Scattered along the roadside were several corpses, and many more lay within the vehicles. In the biting cold, hiding inside a car provided little solace. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang, guided by Mu Wanqing, navigated to the residential complex where Mu Guang resided. The neighborhood was not far from the university town. Xiao Yang forcefully breached the gate and drove inside. Arriving at the building where Mu Guang lived, he ascended to the appropriate floor, and Mu Wanqing eagerly rapped on the door to ascertain that Mu Guang had not succumbed to the cold within his home. Xiao Yang retrieved a crowbar from his storage and pried the door open. The interior was desolate and unoccupied. Mu Wanqing felt a mix of joy and concern. She was relieved that her brother had not frozen to death at home, but worried that he might have perished at a bathhouse. The city of High City boasted numerous bathhouses, and it would be impractical for Xiao Yang to search each one, not to mention the inherent dangers involved. Aware of this reality, Mu Wanqing did not press the matter further. Just as they prepared to leave, the door of the opposite apartment creaked open. A disheveled woman, enveloped in a quilt, stood in the doorway. Hello, are you here for rescue? She stammered, trembling from the cold. No, Xiao Yang replied. The woman, upon hearing this, felt a profound disappointment but continued to inquire, Do you have any water? If you do, could you spare me a bit? My child is simply parched. Upon hearing her plea, Mu Wanqing recalled that there was still half a barrel of pure water untouched in her brother's room, though it was frozen. It could be thawed by placing it under the covers. Xiao Yang, looking at the woman, replied nonchalantly, We have water, but it is not free. You must exchange something for it. The woman was taken aback and quickly responded, I truly have nothing to offer. My phone is dead, and I cannot transfer any money. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. No need for items or cash. We can trade for the time from your arm. The woman, astonished, asked, Is that something I can exchange? How would that work? Xiao Yang took the water from Mu Wanqing's hands and asked, What is your monthly salary? He continued, In this situation, how much would you be willing to pay for this half barrel of water? He lifted the barrel to make it more visible to her. The woman licked her lips, pondering, I could offer 1,000. No, I could manage 2,000. Xiao Yang replied, That amounts to 20 days of your salary. Very well. If you transmit 20 days of time from your arm to us, this half barrel of water will belong to you. The woman extended her left arm from the blanket and observed that she still had over 354 days remaining. Although she was unsure of the nature of this transaction, she felt that exchanging 20 days for half a barrel of water was a worthy trade, ensuring that neither she nor her child would suffer from thirst. All right. Under Xiao Yang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, and in return, she was satisfied to receive the half barrel of water. As she was about to leave, the woman suddenly inquired, Could you enlighten me on the significance of this time? The woman stood there, momentarily stunned. In the RV, Xiao Yang observed Mu Wanqing's hesitance and remarked with a smile, Are you pondering why we shouldn't offer them assistance without expecting anything in return? Mu Wanqing nodded, realizing that it was merely a trivial act for them. Xiao Yang's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. Wanqing, remember this. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To acquire what one desires, one must pay the necessary price. To survive, we must grow stronger. The only path to strength is through the acquisition of more time energy. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing contemplated Xiao Yang's words, grasping his intent. If, as Xiao Yang had previously stated, this world was on the brink of utter destruction, then surviving was the only chance to seek a way out. Feeling pity for strangers would be an immense irresponsibility toward oneself. Moreover, without Xiao Yang, perhaps that half-hearted effort would be more urgently needed by her. Chapter 19. The encounter of Lu Yu inside the Cape Hotel. Lu Yu found herself trapped in a small room on the second floor with a female attendant. This was a solitary space Lu Yu had reserved for her own respite, furnished with a bed and sofa. However, there was only a single blanket within. Lu Yu wrapped the blanket around the attendant while pulling the mattress from the bed around herself, as they nestled side by side on the sofa. After Xiao Yang's departure that night, she indeed did not allow anyone else to ascend to the second floor. At that moment, a table of diners downstairs was still engrossed in their drinking, showing no intention of leaving. As the clock struck midnight, the inebriated patrons settled their bills and prepared to exit, when suddenly, an inexplicable wave of headache swept over everyone. Once the pain subsided, they all became acutely aware of the changes occurring within their bodies. Just as confusion gripped their faces, a chilling gust of wind surged in. The heat of the day had left them scantily clad, and the sudden cold left them shivering uncontrollably. Though the cause of the disturbance was unclear, Liu kindly invited the table of diners to seek refuge inside the restaurant and promptly closed the door. She hoped that the discomfort would soon pass. Yet to her dismay, the temperature continued to plummet, becoming increasingly frigid. Fortunately, the power remained intact, allowing Lu Yu to adjust the air conditioning to warm air, though its efficacy was minimal. With no other options, Lu Yu and her two female servers retreated to the second-floor lounge, while the diners took shelter in a storage room downstairs. Despite the chill, the restaurant was not lacking in provisions. They could warm themselves with some white liquor. As Lu Yu inspected the private rooms on the second floor, she found all 9 were utterly vacant, devoid even of tables, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, she had little time to ponder, for in the last remaining room, a table laden with untouched dishes awaited. This bounty proved invaluable, sustaining them for several days. Everything seemed to be in relative peace until the power outage, which caused a rapid and severe drop in temperature, plunging it to levels unbearable for human survival. The 5 diners who had remained downstairs were evidently of ill intent. Having finished their white liquor, they drunkenly ascended, insisting on crowding into the same room with them. Lu Yu understood that they wished to enter the room, but their intentions were far from innocent. After firmly refusing their advances, the 5 remained undeterred. Seizing the opportunity when a female server stepped away to the restroom, they forcibly dragged her away and subjected her to violence. Tragically, the young woman succumbed to her injuries after being exposed to the air for too long and sweating profusely. Following this horrifying incident, the 5 became increasingly brazen, setting their sights on another server. However, this second server was gravely ill with a fever and nearly at death's door, emboldening them to prepare to turn their aggression towards Lu Yu. Their initial hesitation to confront her stemmed from her connections in the city of Hai, leading them to fear the repercussions of crossing her. These 5 men were local bullies, accustomed to wielding power and instilling fear, emboldened further by their daily indulgence in alcohol, which rendered them capable of any atrocity. Fortunately, Lu Yu had taken precautions. The door was sturdy enough to thwart their attempts. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of kicking echoed through the space. Startled, Lu Yu trembled, hastily retrieving an empty wine bottle to defend herself as she peered towards the entrance. Hurry up. Open the door, you wretched woman. Let us vent our frustrations. I assure you, it will be quite pleasurable for you, shouted a drunken man from outside. Right, you're just a woman, yet you act as if you're a precious maiden. What are you pretending to be so innocent for? Let me tell you, in this area, we are the kings. What can't we handle? Treat us well, and we'll ensure your establishment is protected. Hurry up. Do you hear me? If we break down the door, we want to be so courteous. Do you know how that waitress, the little girl, met her demise? Lu Yu listened from within the room, trembling with anger. She exclaimed, You beasts! I took you in out of kindness, and yet you repay my generosity with malice. Mark my words, none of you shall escape. Retribution will surely come. Retribution? It has been several days, and we have yet to witness any such consequence. The phone lines are dead, and not a single soul can be seen. Stop wasting breath on her. Let us force the door open. The moment I hear her voice, I can scarcely endure it. The group outside ceased their idle chatter and began to batter the door with fervor. With each successive impact, the door began to crumble, the debris cascading down ominously. Sensing the imminent breach, Lu Yu's expression hardened. She grasped a wine bottle and smashed it against the ground, shattering it, leaving her with a jagged shard. She was resolute. If escape were impossible, she would fight to the bitter end. Even in death, she would take a few down with her. With a resounding crash, the door could withstand no more and collapsed. The figures outside, faces contorted with malice, eagerly surged into the room. The first to leap toward Lu Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He cried out, stumbling back, glancing down to find a gash torn open in his belly. Whoever approaches shall meet their end, Lu Yu declared with fierce determination, her teeth clenched. You vile witch. How dare you harm my brother? Just wait and see how I will torment you. One of the assailants exchanged glances with the remaining three, and they flanked Lu Yu, encircling her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lu Yu resolved that she would never submit to such humiliation. Even in death, she would thwart their intentions. She raised the shattered bottle in her hand, poised to drive it into her own neck. Suddenly, a man surged forward and seized it from her grasp. Humph, wanna die? It won't be that easy. We shall indulge ourselves before you meet your end. With that, the two of them forcibly pinned Lu Yu onto the sofa. Elder brother, you go first. The one referred to as elder brother wore a lecherous grin. Very well. I shall not hold back. Meanwhile, another bystander, idly watching, lifted the blanket from a female attendant and remarked, This one is still alive, warm to the touch. I shall relieve my urges with her first. Bro, could you perhaps bandage my wounds first? Pleaded the injured man, sitting helplessly on the ground. Wait. Your minor injuries won't be fatal. We can't wait any longer. Just as they began to tear Lu Yu's clothing and perpetrate their assault, two sharp honks pierced the air outside the restaurant. The sudden noise startled them. Fifth, go check the window and see what is happening. The man about to commit violence expressed his displeasure as he rose to approach the window. Damn it, let us see who is ruining my fun. Chapter 20. The rescue of Lu Yu. Xiao Yang drove directly to the entrance of Haijiao restaurant, honking twice in an attempt to elicit a response from within. However, after a while, there was no sign of movement. Could they not be in the restaurant? Or perhaps they had succumbed within. No, after such a long journey, it would be prudent to disembark and investigate. One must see the living, and if dead, the body. If indeed she had perished, it would finally put his thoughts to rest. Xiao Yang alighted from the vehicle, and Mu Wanqing followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, she began to pound on the door while calling out, Sister Yu, are you inside? Sister Yu, can you hear me? Behind her trailed another woman. The leading man, upon hearing that they were searching for Lu Yu, noted the presence of only two individuals and a woman. The critical detail was the heavy-duty RV parked nearby. It would surely serve its purpose if a hasty retreat was necessary. How ironic it seemed that help arrived just when it was most needed. Air and sand, he commanded. Muffle this woman's voice and ensure she remains silent. Conceal yourselves in this room and do not emerge. See, take a seat aside. We cannot let them see you immediately. Wu, descend and open the door, drawing those two inside. I shall hide in the opposite booth. Upon hearing my signal, we will launch our assault and subdue them. At this moment, Lu Yu, having momentarily evaded danger, felt a pang of curiosity about who would seek her out at such an hour. Yet, regardless of the identity of her visitors, this could be her only chance to escape from the clutches of peril. She resolutely vowed not to let these individuals succeed. Failure would mean utter ruin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang stood at the restaurant's entrance, growing impatient with the silence within, contemplating using a crowbar to force the door open. Just then, the roll-up door of the establishment suddenly lifted, revealing a scruffy-looking man inside. Taken aback, Xiao Yang wondered how there was yet another man present. The man bore an intimidating demeanor and reeked of alcohol. He hardly resembled a member of the staff. Who are you? Where is Sister Yu? Xiao Yang inquired, his tone laced with caution. Oh, I am a friend of Sister Yu, fortuitously trapped here myself. She is unwell and cannot come down from upstairs. She has instructed me to guide you to her. The speaker, known as Lao Wu, endeavored to maintain a smile, though it appeared more grotesque than a frown. Xiao Yang contemplated for a moment and declared, All right, lead the way. He dismissed Lao Wu entirely, noting that the man bore no weapon, thus posing no threat to him. As the two entered the restaurant, Lao Wu's eyes gleamed upon beholding Mu Wanqing's beauty. Such a strikingly young woman. Today is a stroke of luck. Sensing his lecherous gaze, Mu Wanqing shot him a disdainful glare. This only heightened Lao Wu's excitement. What a spirited one. I like that, he thought to himself. Upon their entrance, Lao Wu hastily drew the roller shutter closed, plunging the interior into shadow. Why are you closing the door? Mu Wanqing inquired, her voice laced with suspicion. Isn't it a bit chilly? Come on, let's head upstairs. Your friend Yu is waiting for you. Lao Wu rubbed his hands together, eagerly urging them onward. As he turned towards the staircase, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and whispered, I sense something is off about this man. He doesn't seem trustworthy. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine, Xiao Yang reassured her. He too sensed the man's dubious nature. Yet he pondered that if Lao Wu was indeed a friend of Ru Yu, any aggressive action might jeopardize their relationship. Suddenly, as they approached the staircase, the sound of a shattering glass echoed from above. The three halted in unison. Lao Wu, momentarily taken aback, turned to the two with a grin and said, Your friend you may have accidentally knocked over a cup. Let us hurry up and see. Mu Wanqing fixed her gaze intently on Lao Wu. Just moments ago, she had experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, during which Lao Wu's voice had inexplicably echoed in her mind. After uttering that particular phrase, he had fallen silent, leaving her to ponder the origin of that voice. Not daring to take it lightly, she leaned closer to Xiao Yang and whispered, Be cautious. There are others upstairs. He is not Boss Lu's friend. Xiao Yang cast a puzzled glance her way and replied in a hushed tone, How do you know that? Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow, at a loss for a suitable explanation, and simply murmured, I'm not entirely sure. It's best to be careful regardless. Xiao Yang scrutinized Lao Wu for a moment, and with a huff, he thought to himself that if Lao Wu were indeed a friend of Lu Yu, it would be one matter. However, if not, and he dared to act against him, Xiao Yang would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Wanqing, wait for me downstairs. I'll go check on Sister Yu. Given the potential danger, he deemed it unwise to allow Mu Wanqing to accompany him. Should an unexpected situation arise, her presence might only serve as an impediment. Understanding his intent, Mu Wanqing took several steps back and replied, All right. As she opted not to ascend, Lao Wu grew somewhat anxious. However, contemplating that Xiao Yang was alone and unarmed, he concluded that subduing him would be a matter of mere moments. Once Xiao Yang was under control, there would be no way for the girl to escape. Xiao Yang followed Lao Wu upstairs, discreetly retrieving a military knife from his spatial pocket and clutching it firmly. When he arrived at the door of Lu Yu's room, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the booth. Attack! Lao Wu pivoted abruptly, lunging at Xiao Yang. Anticipating the move, Xiao Yang swiftly drew his knife and struck at the figure behind him. The leader of the group, taken aback by the unexpected presence of a weapon in Xiao Yang's possession, was struck in the thigh and let out a pained howl as he stumbled backward. Witnessing this, the fifth member, paralyzed by fear, attempted to retreat, but before he could react, Xiao Yang delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise. Be careful, he has a knife. The injured leader shouted urgently towards the interior of the building. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang advanced and plunged his blade into the leader's other leg. A piercing scream escaped the leader's lips. Everyone come out, Xiao Yang commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Instantly, chaos erupted within, followed by two men dragging a woman to the doorway. The woman was Lu Yu, her neck held precariously against a shard of broken glass by a man known as the second in command. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could he possibly be here? Your sister Yu is in our grasp. Drop your knife, or I will take her life. The second in command threatened vehemently. Xiao Yang, however, was not one to be intimidated. With a cold smirk, he replied, It seems you have miscalculated. It is you who must release Sister Yu, or I shall end his life. He pressed the blade against the leader's throat. The second and third members were momentarily stunned. How could they be on the receiving end of a counter-threat? Do not presume we lack the resolve to act. The second man retorted, exerting pressure on the glass shard, which punctured Lu Yu's neck, hoping to coerce Xiao Yang into submission. This provoked Xiao Yang further. He swiftly struck the leader's leg once more, proclaiming, Do not push me. I am not gentle in my actions. Chapter 21. Lu Yu joins the fray. The leader, now in excruciating pain from the wound, gritted his teeth and directed his fury towards the second and third men. Do you wish for my demise? Release that woman immediately. In a state of helplessness, The second brother could only plead, "Release this woman, and I shall request the release of my elder brother." Xiao Yang shook his head, remaining silent, and raised his military knife, poised to strike at the elder brother's leg once more. All right, enough. The second and third brothers, alarmed, realized the ruthlessness of this young man. A single misstep in conversation could lead to deadly consequences. You hurry downstairs. This matter is mine to handle. Xiao Yang called out to Lu Yu. Lu Yu gazed deeply at Xiao Yang, puzzled as to why he had come to her rescue, having only met twice before. Yet, this did not diminish her profound gratitude towards him. Had it not been for his intervention, she could only imagine the dire fate that awaited her. Shivering in her tattered clothing, she could only tremble as she approached Xiao Yang. At that moment, Mu Wanqing hurriedly ascended the stairs, brandishing a tang knife. "Wanqing, keep a close watch on Boss Lu and wrap her in a coat," Xiao Yang instructed, noticing the expanse of Lu Yu's exposed, pale skin. Mu Wanqing promptly removed her outer coat and draped it over Lu Yu, relieved that her own attire was sufficiently thick, making the loss of a coat inconsequential. "Now that we have released her, you will free our elder brother, won't you?" the second brother inquired. Xiao Yang smiled. "No need to rush. I still have a few things to procure from you." With that, he grasped the elder brother's left hand firmly. "Do you see the marking on your arm? Now, allocate yourself half an hour and transmit the remainder to me with your thoughts." The others were left in confusion, instinctively glancing at their own arms, still unable to comprehend the nature of this peculiar request. What is this?" the boss stammered, perplexed. "Do not ask so many questions, just comply," Xiao Yang replied with evident impatience. The boss, albeit reluctantly, felt an inkling of significance surrounding this moment, suspecting that it must hold great importance. Otherwise, this young man would not have insisted on it so fervently. "You untrustworthy brat, don't push us too far, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate," Old 3 bellowed as he observed Xiao Yang's refusal to release his grip. In response, Xiao Yang swiftly drew his firearm, aiming at the legs of Old 2 and Old 3, firing a shot at each. Their anguished cries echoed as they collapsed to the ground. Everyone, save for Mu Wanqing, was momentarily paralyzed by the sound of gunfire. Old 2 and Old 3 lamented their plight. "If you had the gun, why not produce it sooner? We could have transmitted the time earlier. Is this acceptable now?" Xiao Yang replied coldly. The boss, realizing the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, proceeding with alacrity. Subsequently, Xiao Yang dismissed him and approached the fallen figures of Old 2 and Old 3, extending his left hand. The two, choosing silence over further protest, endured their pain and transmitted the time to Xiao Yang. Next, he moved to the unconscious Old 5, giving him a kick while exclaiming, "Stop pretending. I know you are awake, so hurry up and comply." Earlier, during the gunfire, Xiao Yang had noticed Old 5 quivering on the ground, yet he persisted in feigning unconsciousness. After collecting Old 5's time energy, Xiao Yang entered the room to discover an injured man seated in the corner, while a half-naked female attendant lay on the sofa. Approaching the man, Xiao Yang observed that, due to excessive blood loss compounded by the cold, he had succumbed to his injuries. Xiao Yang lamented the situation as he approached the female attendant, checking for any signs of life. Alas, she had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Shaking his head, he stepped outside. "Sister Yu, the female attendant inside has passed away." Lu Yu sighed, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand. Thank you for saving me." Xiao Yang smiled lightly. "It was but a trifling effort. Shall we proceed?" "Wait." Lu Yu suddenly interjected, casting her gaze upon the groaning thugs sprawled on the ground. Her eyes brimmed with vengeance. "Grant me the opportunity to personally eliminate these beasts. Otherwise, my heart shall remain restless." Xiao Yang contemplated informing her that their time was also limited. However, sensing her fervent desire for retribution, he resolved to support her. He handed over the tang knife from Mu Wanqing to Lu Yu, who then advanced with the blade in hand, while Xiao Yang followed closely behind, firearm at the ready. "Boss Lu, please spare me. I realize my mistakes," the ringleader pleaded, but Lu Yu did not afford him the chance to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, she severed half of his head in an instant. Stunned, she marveled at the knife's swiftness. Xiao Yang was taken aback. This woman was truly ruthless. The remaining 3 thugs, witnessing the gruesome scene, scrambled away in fright, incessantly pleading for mercy. Yet Lu Yu remained unmoved. These individuals had nearly tarnished her, and had even taken the lives of her 2 attendants. She would not rest until her thirst for vengeance was sated. With a swift stroke of the blade, several individuals met their untimely demise. Even the lifeless body of the fourth man could not escape Lu Yu's wrath, his lower half brutally mutilated. Lu Yu took a blanket and draped it over the corpse of the female attendant, then retrieved another covering to conceal a body in the restroom downstairs. It was only then that Xiao Yang realized there was yet another corpse on the first floor. Lu Yu certainly had her share of misfortune, having encountered such a band of ruffians. Once she had completed these grim tasks, Lu Yu returned the knife to Xiao Yang, expressing her gratitude. Though I am a woman, I understand that a life-saving grace must be repaid with loyalty. You are my savior, and from this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Naturally, all the remaining liquor in the establishment was transported onto the RV by Xiao Yang, for such treasures must not go to waste. Inside the RV, Lu Yu had changed into a thick outfit, concealing her fair, elongated legs. She gazed pensively out the window at the chaotic street, where abandoned cars lay strewn about, uncleared, and the sight of frozen corpses was all too common. The reality was far graver than she had anticipated. Xiao Yang felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have offered her clothing sooner, as the RV was equipped with heating and would have kept her warm, though they had met only recently. She had yet to inquire about his name. You may call me Xiao Yang, he replied. Lu Yu acknowledged this with a soft "oh," but felt a tinge of embarrassment at addressing him directly, fearing it might come off as disrespectful to her benefactor. Sensing her hesitation, Xiao Yang smiled and said, Sister Yu, you must be older than I. Henceforth, you may call me little brother to ease the formality. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu found it agreeable. Yes, I am 35 years old. Certainly older than you by a considerable margin. From now on, I shall address you as Brother Xiao. Naturally, Xiao Yang was more than pleased. This was the best option. Mu Wanqing, taken aback, exclaimed, Sister Yu, you truly bear no shame in your age. What is your secret to such remarkable maintenance? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have assumed you were merely 28. Lu Yu chuckled. Miss Wanqing, you truly possess a way with words. Mu Wanqing, slightly startled, inquired. How did you know my name is Wanqing? Lu Yu replied. Earlier at the restaurant, did not Brother Xiao refer to you in that manner? I heard it. Chapter 22. The extraordinary abilities of Mu Wanqing. The entire villa district remained eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Xiao Yang understood that once this snow had passed, another catastrophe would befall them. However, this was not the most perilous threat. The most lethal aspect was the resurrection of the deceased. A certain virus within the bodies of the departed would be activated, capable of commandeering the nervous systems of the dead, transforming them into zombies. These zombies lack any self-awareness. They will attack all surviving humans and animals, spreading the virus and turning the bitten into their kind. Although these zombies may not exhibit the agility of the living, they are far from easy to eliminate. They feel no pain, and no matter how much one assaults them, they remain undaunted. To annihilate them completely, one must strike directly at their forehead, where a crystalline entity resides. This crystal contains the residual energy of the time left before a person's demise. Acquiring it can replenish one's own energy. Of course, if a person dies due to the depletion of their time energy, they shall not become a zombie. Without the sustenance of the crystal, the virus cannot survive. Xiao Yang lamented that after this catastrophic zombie apocalypse, humanity was truly on the brink of extinction. He parked the car in the courtyard and, along with his companions, entered the villa. Lu Yu was awestruck by the layers of protection surrounding the villa. Was this a premeditated arrangement? Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped in warmth. Did this villa actually have heating? Mu Wanqing turned on the lights in the living room, leaving Lu Yu in a daze. The power had not been cut off. Oh dear, this wretched bird. Xiao Yang dodged playfully, saying, I'll add some coal to the boiler. Wanqing, please take Sister Yu to have a hot shower. Lu Yu felt numb. Compared to her own restaurant, this villa was akin to paradise. Not only was there electricity and heating, but also hot water, which was a sheer blessing for Lu Yu, who hadn't tea-bathed in 10 days. Moreover, it was astonishing that these two seemed so leisurely, even keeping a bird. How unsightly it was, so dark and uninviting. After leading Lu Yu to the bathing area, Mu Wanqing kindly placed a nightgown at the bathroom door. Once Xiao Yang added the coal and returned upstairs, he happened upon Lu Yu emerging from her bath. TSK. Xiao Yang couldn't help but admire the allure of a mature woman. Lu Yu, inherently captivating with her voluptuous figure, looked exquisite in the form-fitting nightgown, provoking a flurry of thoughts. Noticing Xiao Yang's gaze, Lu Yu smiled coyly and, with a graceful demeanor, asked, "So, how do I look in this, Brother Xiao?" At her age, she had experienced much and was certainly not the type to shy away like a young girl under his scrutiny. Upon hearing Lu Yu's remarks, Xiao Yang's enthusiasm intensified. How delightful. Ah, the allure of a mature woman is indeed captivating. Oh, by the way, Yu Jie, you must be hungry. Let us indulge in some food first. After observing for a while, Xiao Yang decided to shift the conversation. Gurgle. Prompted by Xiao Yang's suggestion, Lu Yu's stomach audibly protested. With an embarrassed smile, she admitted her hunger, relieved that the banquet he had ordered remained untouched. Otherwise, here, Lu Yu suddenly paused. As if a thought struck her. Perplexed, she inquired, "By the way, you ordered 10 tables worth of dishes. What happened to the other 9? I thought I was imagining things when I saw the empty tables." Xiao Yang chuckled softly, remaining silent as he waved his hand. Suddenly, in the living room, an additional table appeared, laden with an array of dishes. Lu Yu stared in astonishment. What sorcery was this? Moreover, these dishes were the signature offerings from her own restaurant. Goodness! Even the table was from her establishment. With her mouth agape in disbelief, she gazed at Xiao Yang and exclaimed, "Xiao Laodi, are you performing magic?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu inhaled the fragrant aroma of the dishes, touched the plates, and marveled, "My heavens, the food is still warm." She could not fathom how Xiao Yang managed to orchestrate such wonders. "Come, Yu Jie, welcome to our family. Let this meal serve as a warm reception for you." Xiao Yang invited Lu Yu to take a seat, producing several bottles of wine and calling down Mu Wanqing from upstairs, ready to commence their feast. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for everyone and raised his cup, saying, "Let us toast to Yu Jie. From now on, we shall be like family." Lu Yu promptly raised her glass, replying, "No, this toast should be mine in gratitude to you all. Without your rescue, how could I sit here and savor such delightful moments?" Upon finishing her words, Lu Yu, in a gesture of respect, downed her glass of red wine in one go. Observing her boldness, Xiao Yang followed suit. Although Mu Wanqing had a low tolerance for alcohol, she managed to take a hearty sip. However, after setting down her glass, a cloud of worry loomed over her. Xiao Yang, concerned, inquired, "Wanqing, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought." "I was reflecting on the events at the seaside restaurant today. I distinctly remember hearing that person's voice. Indeed, there were others upstairs." Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow. Upon mentioning this, Xiao Yang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You almost made me forget. Let me explain. At that moment, we were led by that man, preparing to go upstairs to find you. Upon hearing the sound of breaking glass, we became quite cautious. Then, it seemed you heard that person's voice. Realizing there were others upstairs, even managing to control you. However, I know he did not speak." Xiao Yang interjected, "Yes, I thought it might have been a figment of my imagination, but the situation upstairs was indeed as I perceived it. It's utterly perplexing." Mu Wanqing shook her head in confusion. Lu Yu, intrigued, remarked, "Could it be that you possess some extraordinary ability?" Xiao Yang's eyes brightened at this notion. "Indeed, it must be that Wanqing has awakened some latent powers. However, this particular ability is unfamiliar to me, so I hesitate to draw any conclusions. To ascertain the truth, we must undertake a verification. Wanqing, if I am not mistaken, you have awakened your extraordinary abilities. Let us confirm this." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? I possess extraordinary abilities now. How shall we verify it?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "I suspect that what you heard earlier was the thoughts of that individual. Thus, focus intently on me while I contemplate a notion and see if you can discern it." "All right." Mu Wanqing responded eagerly. Xiao Yang gazed at the array of dishes before him, his mind racing with the thought, "The dishes prepared by Sister Yu are truly delectable." Mu Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, and suddenly, his voice resonated within her mind. "The dishes prepared by Sister Yu are truly delectable." Mu Wanqing was once again astonished by the clarity of the voice that had manifested in her consciousness. She was acutely aware that Xiao Yang had not uttered a word. "What you just thought was the dishes prepared by Sister Yu are truly delectable, correct?" Mu Wanqing sought confirmation. "Wow, impressive." Xiao Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up, affirming her correctness. "Congratulations. Wanqing, you have awakened your extraordinary abilities, and they are indeed unique." Xiao Yang had encountered numerous extraordinary abilities, most of which fell into the categories of physical strength and sorcery. For instance, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many strength-based survivors would master techniques in swordsmanship and martial arts, which belong to the realm of physical prowess. These awakened individuals often rely heavily on weapons. While their combat capabilities are formidable, the reliance on weaponry plays a significant role. Conversely, those who can conjure lightning and fireballs are classified within the realm of sorcery. Moreover, the spatial ability possessed by Xiao Yang belongs to a category of extraordinary powers which are exceedingly rare. Similarly, Mu Wanqing's abilities are also classified as a form of the extraordinary. Their remarkable strength lies in the capacity to perceive the innermost thoughts of others, rendering privacy non-existent in her presence. Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement, as he had fortuitously stumbled upon such an extraordinary individual as Mu Wanqing, a serendipitous gain indeed. With her assistance, he would be able to discern the hearts of others when establishing his own team in the future. Fantastic. Wait, are you two conspiring to play a trick on me? Do such abilities truly exist? Lu Yu expressed skepticism, being entirely unaware of the existence of such powers. Sister Yu, if you doubt it, you may also try. Let Wanqing listen to your thoughts, Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. All right. Lu Yu could no longer contain her curiosity and was eager to give it a try. Mu Wanqing once again focused her attention on Lu Yu, and after a brief moment, Lu Yu's voice resonated in her mind. However, Mu Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Intrigued, Xiao Yang wondered what Mu Wanqing had heard that caused her to blush. What is Sister Yu thinking? Seeing that Mu Wanqing remained silent, Lu Yu grew anxious. So, Wanqing, did you hear my thoughts? Please share them to confirm. With a hint of shyness, Mu Wanqing replied, Sister Yu, you were thinking, Xiao Laodi is truly fortunate to have captured the affection of such a beautiful girl as Wanqing, weren't you? Wow! Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. That's incredible. Not a word was amiss. She then turned to Xiao Yang and asked, Brother, was that magic-like transformation also a manifestation of your abilities? Xiao Yang felt it unnecessary to conceal anything from Lu Yu, so he recounted everything candidly, though he refrained from disclosing the exact amount of resources within the space. He fabricated a tale, presenting his experiences from his previous life as merely a dream and shared it with Lu Yu. She listened, gasping in astonishment. Xiao, if what you say is true, I almost regret being saved by you. Living on will certainly be a trial. Lu Yu expressed her apprehensions about the future. Xiao Yang chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Fear not, Sister Yu. With me by your side, you shall live in utmost comfort. Trust me. Gazing into Xiao Yang's steadfast eyes, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of trust, as if his presence alone provided her with safety. The warmth of the spring-like villa and the sumptuous feast before them were luxuries that ordinary individuals could not offer. Lu Yu raised her glass, addressing Xiao Yang. Here's to you, Brother Xiao. From now on, I shall entrust everything to you. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, as it sounded like she was implying that she would be his. He pondered whether Lu Yu was being deliberate in her wording. Entrust to me? Worry not, he replied, lifting his glass with a hint of deeper meaning. Oh, by the way, Sister Yu, I must trouble you with one more thing. After downing his drink and setting the glass down, Xiao Yang continued. What is it? Lu Yu asked straightforwardly. Neither Wanqing nor I possess culinary skills, so we would like to entrust the cooking to you. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu laughed heartily. Is that all? Brother Xiao, I cannot claim much, but cooking is indeed my forte. Since you saved my life, it is only right that I take on this responsibility. Sister assures you that she will undoubtedly nurture both of you to plumpness. Of course, you must guarantee an ample supply of ingredients. Haha. Xiao Yang, feeling quite satisfied, mimicked Lu Yu's demeanor and patted his chest, saying, Rest assured, Sister Yu, there will be more than enough ingredients. The snow continued to fall heavily, transforming into a flurry of goose feathers. The dining experience within the villa had concluded, and Mu Wanqing, having utilized her abilities several times, felt mentally drained and ascended to her room to rest early. Alas, her temporal energy was currently insufficient, and her physical condition was rather frail, unable to withstand the mental toll of her powers. She hoped that in the future, when her temporal energy increased, things would improve. This temporal energy was akin to levels in a video game. Could a level 1 compete with a level 100? Certainly not. Thus, the next step for Xiao Yang was to prepare to acquire more temporal energy. The impending outbreak of the zombie virus presented an opportunity, did it not? Liu opted to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor, although Xiao Yang initially intended for her to use Mu Wanqing's former room on the third floor. However, Liu declined, citing the convenience of preparing breakfast in the morning. Xiao Yang did not press the matter further. He provided her with a brand new set of bedding and stocked the refrigerator with a variety of ingredients before heading upstairs. Inside her room, Liu tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and the sudden transition to such a comfortable dwelling left her restless. Perhaps it was due to her own experiences, having taken a life. Or perhaps it was the apocalyptic scenarios that Xiao Yang had shared with her. In any case, sleep eluded her. She rose unsteadily and made her way to the living room, gazing vacantly at the heavy snowfall outside. Suddenly, indistinct sounds emanated from the upper floor. Liu was momentarily taken aback, but soon her lips curled into a charming smile. Young people truly possess an endless reservoir of energy, tirelessly exerting themselves even after a long day. She mused to herself. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. Liu was utterly bewildered. Was this young man, Xiao Yang, truly so extraordinary? Her throat felt parched, yet she could not resist the urge to listen. After an hour and a half, the commotion above gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Liu downstairs felt her cheeks flush. Having experienced several romances and endured a failed marriage, she considered herself somewhat worldly when it came to men. However, she had never encountered anyone like Xiao Yang for such an extended period. After her divorce, she had devoted herself entirely to her career, refraining from any romantic entanglements. The sounds from above seemed to awaken a dormant desire within her, eliciting a physiological response. Images of Xiao Yang's handsome visage invaded her mind, stirring unexpected longings. What am I thinking? How can I betray Miss Wanqing like this? Liu hastily quelled her burgeoning desires, attempting to steady her rapid breathing as she made her way to her bedroom. As fate would have it, she encountered Xiao Yang descending the stairs, bare-chested and heading to stoke the boiler. Xiao Yang paused upon seeing Liu, puzzled. Why are you standing here in the dark? Sister Yu? Why aren't you asleep? Liu's heart raced, and she quickly fabricated an excuse. I just need to use the restroom. Chapter 24. Liu's extraordinary abilities the following morning. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming sense of clarity and vigor. Glancing at the temporal energy coursing through his arms, he realized that it had accumulated for over 15 years. The changes within his body were indeed substantial. Prior to his rebirth, he had possessed over a millennium of temporal energy, rendering ordinary weapons utterly ineffective against him. He had witnessed those with 10,000 years of temporal energy. For them, bullets felt merely like a light tickle. Therefore, enhancing his own power necessitated the acquisition of temporal energy. This would be his primary focus moving forward. It was not solely for himself. He also aimed to strengthen Mu Wanqing and Liu. However, the priority was to first bolster his own capabilities. He cast a glance at Mu Wanqing, who lay beside him, still in slumber. Outside, snow continued to fall, cloaking the earth in a shimmering white blanket. Xiao Yang placed a gentle kiss upon Mu Wanqing's cheek, tucked her under the covers, and made his way downstairs. As he reached the first-floor living room, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Upon entering, he found the dining table adorned with 2 dishes, stir-fried kidney and okra drizzled with oil. The chef of these delightful dishes was still busy in the kitchen. Yujia, is it really necessary to prepare such a lavish meal so early in the morning? Xiao Yang inquired, somewhat puzzled. Liu poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling as she replied, it's merely 2 dishes, not overly extravagant. Young people need to replenish their strength. I also have a health porridge that will be ready shortly. What do you mean, Yujia? Is it really necessary to supplement with both kidney and okra? Regardless, I am grateful for the delicious food. After washing up, Xiao Yang emerged just in time to see Liu bringing the porridge to the table. Where's Wanqing? Please call her down for breakfast. Xiao Yang touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, she is a bit tired. Let her sleep a little longer. Liu cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Yang and sighed. Young people are so impulsive, lacking the sensitivity to cherish delicate things. Once she awakens, I shall prepare her meal. Let us eat first. All right. The dishes were quickly devoured by Xiao Yang, who feasted with great enthusiasm, leaving little for Liu. With a contented burp, he exclaimed, Sister Yu, with you around, life feels truly complete. Liu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, and busied herself with the dishes. Xiao Yang promptly stood up, saying, allow me to assist, Sister Yu. However, Liu firmly pushed him away, asserting, what is a man doing with such tasks? Leave it to me. You should attend to your own matters. And don't forget to tend to your little bird, which has been calling out all morning. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the blessing of having a woman at home who not only cooked but also willingly took on household chores. During the subsequent hours, He idly entertained the little crow, Xiao, who was becoming increasingly intelligent, capable of understanding many of Xiao Yang's words and exhibiting much improved behavior. Crows are remarkably clever creatures. They are known to use tools, as evidenced by their method of drinking water. Xiao Yang resolved to raise Xiao, keeping it close by, and if well trained, it would make a splendid pet. The morning slipped by in this manner, and by noon, Mu Wanqing finally rose and descended the stairs. "Oh, Wanqing is up. Quickly freshen up. I shall prepare your meal," Lu Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Yu." Mu Wanqing headed to the washing area. While Lu Yu busied herself in the kitchen, the sound of clanging utensils filling the air. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa across from the kitchen, observing Lu Yu's diligent silhouette. It must be said that Lu Yu possessed a remarkable figure, curvaceous and well-proportioned. They say chefs are typically round and ample. Yet Lu Yu only epitomized the ample aspect. However, her waist was inexplicably slender. From this angle, she resembled a ripe peach, enticing and mouth-watering. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a shriek, interrupting Xiao Yang's reverie. He hurried into the kitchen to investigate. Mu Wanqing also rushed out from the washing area, asking, "What happened, Yojia?" Lu Yu appeared visibly flustered, having cast aside her spoon in alarm. She gazed at it, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "I just was holding the spoon," and it emitted an intense electric current. Mu Wanqing quickly took Lu Yu's hand, concern etched on her face. "Did you get electrocuted? Are you all right, Yojia?" I don't feel anything. It's just that the current was so powerful, it truly startled me," Lu Yu replied, still shaken. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang appeared deep in thought. He approached the stove, inspecting the frying pan, which was now charred and burnt. Disconnecting the induction cooker, he touched the edge of the pan, and a crackling sound of electricity resonated, causing a tingling sensation in his hand. He picked up the spoon again, discovering it too held an electric charge. "Yojia," he said, gesturing with the spoon, "are you saying that while you were cooking, this current surged from the spoon and struck the pan, causing the food to burn?" "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Lu Yu's head nodded incessantly. Xiao Yang chuckled. He grasped the situation. "Sister Yu, congratulations. You have awakened your extraordinary abilities." Is it true that I possess such powers?" Lu Yu's expression was one of disbelief. "Yes, if my deductions are accurate, you have awakened the ability of electricity. The surge of energy you just emitted was entirely your own doing." Xiao Yang, having witnessed electric ability users in his previous life, recognized that the electricity released by those of lower levels resembled what Lu Yu had manifested. In contrast, those of higher levels could unleash electric orbs with explosive force rivaling that of conventional weaponry. It was indeed a surprising revelation for Xiao Yang that Lu Yu, a beautiful chef, had awakened a spell-casting electric ability. This electricity emanates from your hand, not from the spoon. You should attempt to release the current once more. Xiao Yang guided Lu Yu on how to harness her power. Focusing intently, Lu Yu gently struck the air towards the frying pan with an open palm. Zzzzzt. A visible current, akin to the thickness of chopsticks, shot forth from Lu Yu's hand, striking the frying pan a meter away. The pan was instantly flipped over, crashing to the ground. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. The prowess of this electric ability was astonishing. Even at this initial level, it seemed capable of rendering an adult unconscious with ease. One could only imagine the sheer force it would possess at the 9th level. Lu Yu trembled in fear, contemplating the potential dangers of such an ability. She examined her palm repeatedly, utterly bewildered by how the electricity was conjured. It was simply marvelous. "You have awakened this extraordinary ability, and henceforth, no one will dare to bully you. Should anyone be foolish enough to provoke you, a mere demonstration of your power will ensure they become quite unpalatable," Xiao Yang remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased for Lu Yu. This newfound strength not only bolstered Lu Yu, but also enhanced their collective capabilities. With this ability, she would surely be able to protect herself in critical moments. Once she mastered her lightning techniques and elevated her skills, she would undoubtedly become an indispensable asset in the future. Lu Yu was filled with joy. She had finally awakened her powers and would no longer be a burden to Xiao Yang. "I shall not only conquer the kitchen, but also the battlefield." Chapter 25. The zombie virus. Lu Yu remained in a state of exhilaration and attempted to unleash her lightning powers twice more, each attempt weaker than the last. It was only when she felt utterly drained that she ceased her efforts. The original frying pan was rendered unusable, prompting Xiao Yang to procure a new set for her. Their midday meal consisted of the previous night's leftovers, and Lu Yu took the extra step of preparing a bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. As soon as the food touched his palate, Xiao Yang was taken aback. It felt as if he had consumed popping candy, crackling and fizzing delightfully. He glanced at Lu Yu, who was equally mesmerized, staring blankly at the top of his head. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang inquired, puzzled. Your hair is standing straight up," Lu Yu exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at his head. Xiao Yang quickly felt his hair, and with a pop, he discovered a static charge. "Wow, it's true." Mu Wanqing giggled, lifting her bowl to sip her chicken soup, only to suddenly freeze in her expression. Lu Yu cautiously inquired, "What is wrong, Wanqing? Is it not to your liking?" She expressed her disbelief. "Really? I didn't notice anything amiss just now." Xiao Yang extended his hand, placing it atop Mu Wanqing's head. And to his astonishment, her flowing locks seemed to cling to his palm. "Goodness, the static electricity is quite formidable," he remarked with a wry smile. "Sister Yu, did you inadvertently generate some electricity while cooking?" Caught off guard, Liu felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she sheepishly replied, Hee. I must have lost focus while cooking and didn't pay attention." Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged exasperated glances, thinking, "Sister, please show some restraint next time. That meal nearly overwhelmed us." Embarrassment flooded Lu Yu's face as she promised, "I will certainly be more careful next time." Suddenly, a mournful caw of a crow pierced the air. The trio quickly turned their gaze towards the small coal ball, which lay sprawled on the ground. Its tiny claws raised to the sky. Xiao Yang hurried over to inspect it, noticing its beady black eyes spinning in circles, accompanied by a fresh mess behind it. He reached down to pick it up, feeling a jolt of static electricity, and glanced back at Lu Yu. In a fluster, she exclaimed, I saw it had no water, so I poured some for it." Just as everyone was secretly relieved that the calamity was coming to an end, a greater misfortune struck. From beneath a thick layer of snow blanketing the street, a frozen hand emerged, its hue a chilling blue. Gradually, a body began to rise from the snowdrift, moving as if performing a mechanical dance. The body still clad in summer attire, it should have succumbed to the cold days ago, yet here it stands, resurrected. Its gaze is vacant, movement stiff, save for a faint glimmer of white light emanating from its forehead. It remains there, swaying listlessly, oblivious to its direction. Within a modest hotel room adjacent to the street, a female university student trembles beneath the covers, shivering uncontrollably. Beneath her bed lies a cold corpse, her university boyfriend. They had just checked into the room to explore the depths of life together when a sudden chill enveloped them. During their fervent discussion, the temperature plummeted dramatically, and her boyfriend, having broken into a sweat, caught a cold. The outcome was inevitable. He did not survive beyond 3 days, his life abruptly extinguished. Overcome with fear and despair, she feels utterly powerless. Fortunately, the room contains instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water, sparing her from starvation. A raspy sound emerges from her throat. Nervously, she pulls back a corner of the blanket and is met with the sight of her boyfriend standing in an eerie posture. Bewildered, she wonders, isn't he dead? Fear grips her, yet she yearns for a miracle, softly calling out, "Darling?" Suddenly, her boyfriend turns, his hollow gaze and ashen visage devoid of any expression. A scream escapes her lips in terror, as if responding to an unspoken summons. He pauses momentarily before lunging towards her, sinking his teeth into her throat. Unbeknownst to her, the surrounding streets have become densely populated with these grotesque figures, akin to walking corpses, who, upon hearing her scream, rush madly towards the source of the sound. In every corner of the world, scenes such as these unfold, transforming the realm of humanity into a veritable inferno at this very moment. The zombie virus has officially erupted. Within the confines of Xiao Yang's villa, the first action undertaken by the little coal ball upon awakening was to call out to Lu Yu with a fervent cry. "What have you done to me?" the coal ball exclaimed. Lu Yu rolled her eyes, realizing that this little creature still held a grudge, though it was never her intention. The little coal ball stood on its perch, glaring at her with indignation. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside the villa, leaving the 3 momentarily stunned. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, Xiao Yang quickly rose and said, "Let us ascend to the upper floor. It seems the zombie virus has begun to spread." Mu Wanqing hastily followed suit, while Liu hesitated for a moment before joining them. Upon reaching Xiao Yang's master bedroom, they were greeted by a sprawling floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire villa district. At that moment, the area was enveloped in chaos, filled with anguished cries. Some individuals, disregarding the frigid air, emerged wrapped in blankets, only to be pursued by zombies that lunged ravenously at them. Those who ran slowly or stumbled were swiftly overtaken, bitten savagely by the undead, leaving the snow stained with patches of blood. Xiao Yang observed this grim spectacle with a detached demeanor, akin to a mere spectator relishing a dramatic performance. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were stricken with pallor, trembling uncontrollably at the sight before them. Although they had heard Xiao Yang recount tales of the zombie outbreak, witnessing such horror firsthand was an overwhelming visual assault. Xiao Yang turned to comfort Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, gently patting their shoulders as he reassured them. This was destined to occur. With time, you shall adapt. We must prepare ourselves. Tomorrow we shall commence the harvest of energy. Good heavens, Xiao Yang was indeed correct. Is this what a zombie looks like? Lu Yu exclaimed with a quivering voice. Mu Wanqing stared blankly at the scene before her, sorrowfully remarking, "They are filled with despair, yet we are powerless to assist." Lu Yu sighed. My curiosity about Xiao Yang grows stronger. Without him, I might have found myself as prey, ultimately becoming a mere morsel in the jaws of a zombie. Indeed, I might have even turned into one of those pursuing others. Mu Wanqing replied with a bittersweet smile. The two of them quietly observed their surroundings, both relieved that they were not among those unfortunate souls. In their hearts, they expressed gratitude to Xiao Yang for providing them with a warm and secure refuge. Chapter 26. Clearing the zombie-infested villa district within the confines of his space, Xiao Yang retrieved numerous sets of winter training attire, military boots, and gloves. These garments were thick and, under ordinary circumstances, would withstand the grasp and bite of a zombie. He then produced 3 Dao swords, 3 military knives, and the only revolver he possessed, which still contained 3 bullets. The Dao sword is the finest weapon for slaying zombies, with its length and exceptional sharpness. When wielded skillfully, one stroke can sever a zombie's head from its body. Having completed these preparations, he called down Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who were still lost in contemplation on the 3rd floor, and addressed them earnestly. You both need to try on the gear. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to eliminate zombies. What? Are we really going? The two were taken aback, their anxiety palpable. Xiao Yang replied sternly, Of course you must join. We will face it sooner or later. This is for your own good. This villa community comprises a mere 100 villas, housing an estimated population of around 700, which represents a remarkably low population density. Such sparse density implies a relative dispersion of zombies, making this the ideal training ground for the two of you. However, Mu Wanqing hesitated, her words unspoken before Xiao Yang coldly interrupted her. There are no buts in this apocalyptic world. Only by continually strengthening oneself can one hope to survive. I do not wish to see you perish before my eyes. As Mu Wanqing met Xiao Yang's frigid gaze, a sudden apprehension washed over her. This man was perpetually so brutal in his actions. Was he not gentle before they became acquainted? Lu Yu, observing Xiao Yang's demeanor, contemplated before resolutely declaring, My life was saved by you. For your sake, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Yang regarded her, shaking his head as he corrected her. Remember, it is not for me, but for us. Lu Yu cast a deep glance at Xiao Yang, nodding in agreement. Yes, it is for us. In the time that followed, the three of them tested their equipment and weapons. Xiao Yang elucidated the techniques for dispatching zombies and repeatedly cautioned them not to scream, as that would attract even more of the undead. That evening, after their meal, the trio retired early for the night. At dawn the next day, Lu Yu arose early to prepare a lavish breakfast, ensuring that everyone was well fed to muster enough strength for the impending confrontation with the zombies. After a hearty meal, the three donned their attire and gathered their weapons in preparation to venture forth. Remember, as we step outside, I will lead, Wanqing will follow in the middle, and sister you will bring up the rear. As we traversed from one villa to another, I instructed you to remain still if we encountered any zombies, allowing me to demonstrate how to eliminate them. Only when we came across a solitary zombie within the villa should you engage in practice. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu promptly nodded in agreement. Upon stepping outside the villa's entrance, Xiao Yang surveyed the pristine snow covering the path, untrodden. It attested to the absence of zombies in the vicinity. He resolved to commence the cleansing from the villa directly ahead, proceeding sequentially thereafter. Arriving at the entrance of the first villa, he found the door securely shut. However, such barriers were no match for him. With a crowbar in hand, he gently pried it open. Suddenly, a zombie, perhaps alerted by the noise, lunged towards the doorway. Xiao Yang remained unfazed, swiftly drawing his tang knife and plunging it into the creature's forehead. The zombie halted its aggressive advance, and with a swift motion, he withdrew the blade, causing the undead to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Yang then approached, deftly prying open its skull and extracting a white, cylindrical crystal from its brow. He turned to display the crystal to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, only to find them covering their mouths, their faces pale with astonishment. Confounded, he wondered if women tended to cover their mouths when nervous. Had they not comprehended the situation? He insisted, "It is imperative to retrieve this object," and waved the crystal before them. As they beheld the glistening object swaying before their eyes, they could no longer contain themselves. The sight overwhelmed them, and they promptly retched. Xiao Yang, bewildered, thought to himself that their stomachs were rather fragile. Upon reflecting on her past life, she realized she had once endured similar circumstances and chose to remain silent. Fortunately, both individuals managed to suppress their movements, thus avoiding attracting the zombies. Once they had expelled the contents of their stomachs, he hastily beckoned them to enter the villa. The door inside stood ajar, and Xiao Yang led them through the rooms. Discovering two zombies, a large female and a smaller one, who appeared to be a mother and daughter duo. It seemed that this family of three had not escaped their fate, as the male zombie he had dispatched earlier at the entrance confirmed. Xiao Yang effortlessly dealt with the zombie mother, then brandished a baton, pinning the smaller zombie against the wall, rendering it immobile. Yu Jie, go ahead and eliminate it. Follow my method, he commanded Lu Yu, acknowledging her experience with a knife. But she is still a child. Lu Yu's hands trembled as she gripped the knife. Struggling to bring herself to act, Xiao Yang admonished her, "Remember, they are no longer human. They are mere shells of their former selves. Hurry." With no alternative, Lu Yu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and swung the knife at the clawing small zombie. The blade sliced through, cleaving the small zombie's head in two. Xiao Yang, satisfied, noted the difference that experience makes. Her strength was commendable. He sheathed the baton as the small zombie collapsed. "Well done, Yu Jie. But you must never close your eyes again. Such actions are perilous." Xiao Yang encouraged and cautioned her. Lu Yu appeared dazed, distractedly responding with an acknowledgement. "Wanqing, please extract the crystals from the foreheads of the two zombies." Xiao Yang turned to look at the terrified Mu Wanqing behind him, pointing at the two corpses on the ground. "Me?" Mu Wanqing asked, a hint of panic in her voice. "Yes, hurry," Xiao Yang urged. Although Mu Wanqing felt a deep reluctance, she understood that Xiao Yang was aiding her in overcoming her disgust. She had no choice but to slowly approach the corpse, drawing out her military knife. After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to plunge the blade into the zombie's head. With a twist, she extracted a shard of white crystal. Then she moved towards the other corpse, tilting her head as she awkwardly retrieved another crystal. After completing the task, Mu Wanqing felt on the verge of fainting. It was utterly revolting. Xiao Yang observed quietly, satisfied with her performance. "Well done. However, next time, be more efficient and precise. Also, this crystal is of paramount importance. Once extracted, it must be stored immediately, for it is our lifeline." Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement, refraining from arguing, and hastily grasped the two crystals in her hands. Noticing that the two women were still adjusting to the situation, Xiao Yang allowed them to rest for a while. After all, women are different from men. They need a bit more time. Chapter 27. Absorbing crystal energy after resting for a full half-hour. Xiao Yang felt it was time to proceed, and began leading Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to clear the next villa. The entrance to this villa remained closed, and Xiao Yang skillfully pried it open before entering. Inside, they discovered a total of 5 zombies, 2 elderly and 3 young. None of the zombies bore any wounds, indicating that they had perished prior to the outbreak of the virus. This was once a happy family, but alas, they too had succumbed to despair. Xiao Yang eliminated 4 of the undead, leaving one small one for Mu Wanqing to practice on. Gathering her courage, Mu Wanqing emulated Xiao Yang's stance and aimed for the zombie's head, yet her strike landed upon its neck, splattering blood across her face. Startled, she dropped the tang knife and hastily retreated. "Pick it up. One must remain composed at all times. A missed strike can be followed by another. But never abandon your weapon. Had you faced the zombie alone, you would likely be torn to shreds by now," Xiao Yang admonished sternly. With tears welling in her eyes, Mu Wanqing reluctantly retrieved the knife from the ground. She raised it once more, focusing on the zombie's brow, and with steely resolve, plunged it into the target. The sound of shattering bone resonated as the zombie collapsed, lifeless. Mu Wanqing stared at her handiwork, momentarily lost in thought. This was a true milestone for her. You go retrieve the crystal from its brow." Li did not hesitate, stepping forward to extract all the crystals. Though she felt a wave of nausea, she managed commendably. Let us move to the next building. Xiao Yang wasted no time, leading them swiftly to the next villa. Thus, following the same methodical approach, the trio had cleared 10 villas by noon. Within those walls, every usable resource was gathered into Xiao Yang's spatial storage. During this process, he deliberately left 2 smaller zombies for Mu Wanqing and Liu to dispatch independently, refraining from intervening and merely observing. This posed a significant challenge for them. In a moment of panic, Liu swung her knife and missed, merely severing one of the zombies' arms. However, this did not deter the relentless onslaught of the zombies. Unfortunately, the strength of the small zombie was not particularly formidable. With a swift motion, Liu severed its head with her second strike. Conversely, Mu Wanqing's performance surprised Xiao Yang. When a zombie lunged at her, she deftly struck it between the eyes, dispatching it with remarkable efficiency. In total, they had vanquished 50 zombies across the 10 villas, and Xiao Yang felt they had accomplished their objective for the day. Fearing that further efforts might overwhelm Mu Wanqing and Liu, he decided it was time to return home. Upon arriving at the villa, Mu Wanqing and Liu eagerly removed their outer garments and headed to the bathing area to cleanse themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang meticulously washed all the crystals. And once the two had finished their baths, they proceeded with the distribution. Mu Wanqing had previously acquired 20 days' worth of energy, leaving her with just over a year remaining. In contrast, Liu had been consuming her energy, now possessing only a little over 350 days, less than a year. Xiao Yang, however, boasted over 15 years, nearly 16, making him the most endowed among the trio. Wanqing, 10 for you. Youjie, 10 for you, and 30 for me, Xiao Yang announced as he allocated the crystals. Upon seeing the generous portion allocated to her, Liu quickly declined, exclaiming, I cannot accept this. It is all your merit, Xiao Laodi. I have merely been a burden. Xiao Yang shook his head and pressed the crystals into their hands, saying, remember, from now on, we are all in this together. You are advised to elevate your temporal energy to a span exceeding 10 years, thereby rendering the eradication of the undead considerably more effortless and alleviating the burden you impose upon me. Observing the reluctance of the two, Xiao Yang swiftly gestured for silence, stating, enough, let us not dwell on this further. We shall proceed as I instruct. He then proceeded to demonstrate the method of absorbing the crystal's energy. Lifting a crystal, he pointed to the numerical display, saying, behold, this indicates the remaining temporal energy. The sole distinction between this crystal and the time upon our arms is that the time contained within this crystal remains static. Extending his left arm, he drew a comparison. To convert the entirety of the temporal energy within the crystal to your own, you must first commit the time displayed upon it to memory. For instance, this particular one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Memorize this time. Grasp the crystal firmly with your left hand, and then direct your will to absorb the temporal energy. Xiao Yang demonstrated, releasing his grip, causing the time within the crystal to diminish to 0 as the energy flowed entirely into his being. However, it is imperative to remember this. The time must be precisely recalled. Should you overestimate, the transfer will falter due to insufficient energy. Conversely, if you underestimate, you will need to transfer the remainder once more. Do you comprehend? Mu Wanqing and Liu, astounded, nodded in unison. Very well, now endeavor to absorb the crystals yourselves. Upon concluding, Xiao Yang swiftly consumed the remaining 30 crystals, his temporal energy now registering over 45 years. Stretching his limbs, he noted an evident enhancement in his physical prowess compared to before. The enhancement of such physical attributes is comprehensive. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit will all experience significant fortification. Naturally, intelligence remains unchanged. Those who are foolish will remain so. Mu Wanqing and Liu, both novices in this endeavor, proceeded at a leisurely pace, taking a full 5 minutes to absorb their respective 10 crystals. Nevertheless, the transformation in their physical condition was markedly apparent. After all, progressing from 1 to 10 represents a considerable advancement. Liu stood up, stretched her limbs, and remarked, this phenomenon is truly remarkable. I feel as though I could lift a pot weighing 20 pounds with one hand. Xiao Yang chuckled, noting how the chef could hardly stray from her culinary roots. Mu Wanqing also rose, her spirits high as she exclaimed, I feel so much lighter and invigorated. I could easily handle 3 bowls of rice. Sister Yu, let us cook a little extra today. Absolutely no problem. Liu responded with a smile. By the way, have you noticed these crystals that have absorbed energy? They can be reused, functioning much like a storage card. You can channel energy back into them if you wish to trade energy without direct contact. These can serve as a substitute. Xiao Yang pointed to a pile of used crystals on the table. Oh, I see. They replied in unison. All right, Sister Yu. Go prepare the meal. After we eat, let us take the time to rest and review today's battle experiences. End of Sister Yu. Try using your lightning abilities against the zombies tomorrow. That will be your trump card. Certainly, Xiao, my energetic younger brother. Liu exclaimed as she eagerly dashed towards the kitchen. After Liu departed, Mu Wanqing, with misty eyes, bashfully gazed at Xiao Yang and said, Xiao Yang, did I perform poorly today? Am I particularly foolish? Xiao Yang's heart softened as he embraced her tightly, gently stroking her hair, and reassured her, no, you did wonderfully. It is I who was too anxious, but it was all for your sake. Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply into Xiao Yang's embrace and murmured, I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Yang recalled something and leaned down to whisper in her ear, did you not mention that you absorbed energy and felt invigorated? Shall I test it for you tonight? Chapter 28. Besieged by zombie dogs, Mu Wanqing blushed fiercely from Xiao Yang's breath against her ear, playfully punching his chest as she exclaimed, you scoundrel, always teasing me. Humph. Xiao Yang laughed heartily, delighted to tease her. While the two exchanged playful banter, Liu had prepared the meal. After the three shared their dinner, the sky had yet to darken, and Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing retired to bed early. Meanwhile, downstairs, Liu endured another challenging auditory feast. The following morning, the trio rose early, and after breakfast, they prepared for their expedition. Liu took a moment to observe Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing. Noticing their vibrant complexions and abundant energy, which led her to reflect, youth truly has its advantages. This time, their cleansing operation progressed significantly faster than the previous day. Firstly, both Liu and Mu Wanqing had experienced considerable enhancements in their physical abilities. Secondly, they had successfully overcome psychological barriers, making their resilience increasingly robust. As time progressed, the collaboration among the three individuals grew increasingly harmonious, rendering it a trivial matter to confront three zombies simultaneously. Liu seized the opportunity to unleash her lightning abilities. Although her power was still at a nascent level and could not obliterate the zombies in one fell swoop, it was sufficient to stun or topple them, thereby allowing for an effortless finishing blow. The struck areas invariably charred, occasionally wafting a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh. Goodness, do you smell that? Is it the scent of grilled meat? Xiao Yang jested. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from being so revolting? Mu Wanqing retorted with a glare, clearly unamused. They continued their cleansing efforts until they reached the 48th villa, at which point they finally paused. After a rough tally, they estimated that they had dispatched approximately 300 zombies that day, a commendable achievement indeed. With no other options, Mu Wanqing and Liu steeled themselves and ventured into a nearby villa. Upon entering the threshold, they encountered an unexpected sight, a teddy bear, which was ordinarily an adorable creature, now appeared quite menacing. Its body bore numerous wounds, and its lower lip was torn, exposing a ghastly set of teeth. It was evident that this teddy bear had succumbed to the zombie affliction. Upon noticing the two women, it emitted a low growl, baring its decayed maw and lunging toward them. Liu, fully aware of the urgency, understood that dogs differed from humans. Their agility remained intact even in zombified form. Shielding Mu Wanqing behind her, Liu swiftly thrust her weapon, impaling the oncoming teddy bear zombie. Yet, lacking a decisive strike, the creature resorted to its living instincts. Emitting a cacophony of piercing howls. Curse this wretched creature, Mu Wanqing muttered under her breath, raising her tang knife and plunging it into the creature's forehead with precision. Teddy finally settled down. However, the earlier commotion had attracted the attention of nearby zombies. At this moment, Xiao Yang heard the noise and rushed over. But he was already aware of numerous rapid footsteps converging upon their location. This does not bode well. We must retreat. Xiao Yang sensed the urgency of the situation and shouted to Mu Wanqing and Liu. Yet it was too late. A pack of dogs was sprinting toward them from the front, while another group had them cornered from behind. Xiao Yang cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of their predicament. After clearing so many villas, he had yet to encounter a single pet zombie, only to discover that they had all ventured out in packs. Observing the hordes of dogs, he noted golden retrievers, teddy bears, Pomeranians, Labradors, border collies, Alaskans, Huskies, Akitas, Corgis, German Shepherds, Mutts, and even a small Pekingese. It was a veritable mobilization of zombie dogs. Some had their eyeballs hanging out. Others had gaping holes where their noses once were, and some had patches of skin torn away, exposing raw flesh beneath. Intestines trailed behind certain creatures, creating a truly horrific sight. Yet, Xiao Yang had no time to sympathize with them. If such a multitude of zombie dogs were to launch a simultaneous attack, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would surely perish. Suddenly, as if sensing their owners, the two packs of zombie dogs lunged frantically toward Xiao Yang and the individuals within the villa. Quickly, close the door. Xiao Yang shouted urgently to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. However, the villa's main entrance was already damaged, leaving Lu Yu to block the door. Attempting to fend off the oncoming horde of zombie dogs, Xiao Yang swiftly retrieved a blast shield from his spatial storage to fend off the approaching zombie dogs. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade and severed half of the border collie's head that was charging at him. The shield resonated with each impact, while Xiao Yang expertly harvested the zombie dogs with precise strikes. Suddenly, he noticed a German shepherd leaping over Lu Yu's head and entering the villa, startling both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. "You, unleash lightning upon it," Xiao Yang shouted urgently. With a crackle and a pop, the current struck the German shepherd's head, causing it to collapse to the ground. Mu Wanqing quickly followed up with a decisive blow. The sound of the electric discharge seemed to incite the zombie dogs outside, provoking them to surge even more fiercely towards the entrance. Lu Yu hastily retreated and struck a leaping Akita with a bolt of lightning. But she felt herself growing increasingly faint. "I can't go on, brother. I have no strength left," Lu Yu exclaimed weakly. Xiao Yang thrust his blade into the forehead of a corgi, declaring, "Sister Yu, fall back. Wanqing, step forward. I will be there shortly." Mu Wanqing, undeterred, advanced and severed the head of a Siberian husky that had just poked its head through. However, in quick succession, a golden retriever and a Labrador bounded into the villa, causing even Xiao Yang to feel a sense of urgency. Soon after, an Alaska jumped inside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yang saw that Lu Yu was already drained, leaving Mu Wanqing to face the onslaught alone while he himself was encircled by the zombie dogs, unable to extricate himself. With a mighty swing of his blade, he dispatched two of the zombie canines before recklessly charging towards the villa. At this critical moment, a melodious sound of instruments suddenly echoed through the air. The pack of dogs, which had been snarling and poised to attack, seemed to be enchanted, turning their heads in unison and racing towards the source of the music. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback and looked up to see that the sound emanated from the windows of a nearby villa. There, a woman was standing, playing the flute. Xiao Yang's first instinct was to recognize her as a survivor. As for why these zombie dogs were drawn to her flute melody, he could only speculate. The woman withdrew the flute from her lips and urged Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, "Run. I can only distract them for a short while." Realizing that this woman had intervened at a crucial moment to aid him, Xiao Yang cupped his fist in gratitude and hurriedly led Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu towards his villa. Once they had safely escaped, the flutist sighed in relief, patting her chest. Chapter 29. The crystals within animals today had been exceedingly perilous. His personal chef, Lu Yu, had narrowly escaped with her life. Had it not been for the intervention of that flutist, the consequences would have been dire. It was clear that he could not afford to be complacent in the future. He needed to bolster his defenses and rapidly enhance his strength. Contemplating the figure of the flutist, Xiao Yang found himself puzzled by her mysterious power that could lure away the zombies. She must have awakened some extraordinary ability. He resolved to visit her villa the following day to learn more about her. If possible, he hoped to recruit her, for her unique abilities would be invaluable to him. After the three had taken their baths, noticing that Lu Yu was feeling a bit weak, Xiao Yang decided against having her cook. Instead, he retrieved an assortment of instant foods from his storage, self-heating pots, ham sausages, spicy strips, and more, laying them all out on the table. He poured some wine for each of them, suggesting they sip a little to calm their nerves. As they enjoyed their drinks, he took out the crystals they had acquired that day, counting them meticulously, exactly 300. "Here, each of you takes 10. Make sure to absorb them right after we finish eating," he instructed, handing out the divided crystals. This time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu did not hesitate. They understood Xiao Yang's decisiveness and simply followed his lead. With this arrangement, all three would surpass the 20-year threshold of time energy, enhancing their abilities significantly. When they next encountered those zombie dogs, dispatching them would become considerably easier. Of course, they still needed to avoid being overwhelmed. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known they could absorb the energy immediately, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a precarious situation. It was important to note that individuals with 100 years of time energy were virtually non-existent, as many had yet to communicate with one another and were entirely unaware of how to transmit this energy, even if they managed to slay zombies and discover crystals. they would not know how to utilize them. Xiao Yang recalled that in his previous life, it took a full month before he learned about the function and usage of time energy from others. The identity of the first person to uncover this knowledge remained a mystery. Therefore, he resolved to seize the current opportunity. This was a matter of informational disparity, and he intended to make the most of it. After their meal, the three of them absorbed all the crystals. At the moment when the temporal energy transcended the century mark, the bodies of the three individuals trembled as they sensed a profound transformation within themselves. They felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through their veins, their skin becoming notably smoother, and their senses heightened. Ultimately, Xiao Yang's time was fixed at over 325 years, while Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were both at 20 years. Very well. Let us retire early today. Tomorrow we shall visit the villa of the flute-playing lady at dawn. She assisted us today, and we ought to express our gratitude. If she is willing, it would be splendid for her to join us. Xiao Yang conveyed his thoughts to the others. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. That night was exceptionally tranquil. The following morning, the trio was invigorated. Lu Yu prepared 3 fried chicken legs and a pot of sea cucumber soup. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, they donned their gear and set out towards the villa of the flute-playing lady. As they passed by the villa where they had fought the previous day, Xiao Yang extracted the crystal from the forehead of the slain zombie dog. The crystals of animals differ from those of humans. They are spherical in shape and entirely black, which Xiao Yang referred to as crystal cores. Although these crystal cores cannot convert temporal energy, they do enhance human abilities. These cores are categorized into 9 levels, distinguished by the presence of golden stars upon them. 1 star signifies level 1, 2 stars signify level 2, and so forth. However, it is worth noting that typical animal zombies do not possess stars, unless they are of a mutated variety. In a previous life, Xiao Yang fortuitously acquired a 6-star crystal nucleus, which elevated his spatial abilities to the pinnacle of level 5, tantalizingly close to advancement to level 6. The reason he did not attain level 6 was due to a slight imperfection in the crystal nucleus. Unlike the cumbersome crystals found within humans, the crystal nuclei within animals are consumable and can be ingested directly. Curiously, despite their formidable hardness, these nuclei are particularly susceptible to saliva and gastric acid, slowly dissolving upon entry, much like sugar. However, it is inconceivable for Xiao Yang to consume the crystals he currently possesses, as they bear no relevance to his abilities without a corresponding star rating. 10 1-star crystal nuclei can elevate one's powers from level 1 to level 2, while 10 2-star nuclei can advance one to level 3. Notably, one could also achieve the same progression from level 2 to level 3 with 100 1-star nuclei. Presently, Xiao Yang's spatial abilities are at an impressive 99. 9 completion of level 5, merely a step away from the next echelon. It is estimated that a single 4-star crystal nucleus would facilitate his ascent to level 6. However, such nuclei are invariably possessed by 4-star mutated beings, and given Xiao Yang's current strength, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with them. At the very least, he would need to amass a temporal energy of over 1,000 years to possess the capability to confront a 4-star mutated entity. Gazing at the crystal nucleus in his hand, Xiao Yang decided to reserve it for the little coal ball, as it serves as an excellent sustenance for animals, promoting growth and enhancing abilities. After storing the nucleus, he proceeded with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa where the flute-playing woman resided. The villa's entrance stood wide open, and the snow-laden ground bore a chaotic array of paw prints, evidently the handiwork of the pack of zombie dogs from the previous day. Xiao Yang and his companions stealthily entered the courtyard, where they encountered 2 zombie dogs, a small mutt and a Pekingese. Observing the diminutive Pekingese, which was no larger than his military boot, Xiao Yang felt a surge of indignation. "You little creature, dare to bully me?" Enraged at the sight of them, he unsheathed his tang knife and swiftly dispatched both with a couple of decisive strokes. After surveying the courtyard and finding no trace of the other dogs, they confirmed the area was secure and proceeded into the villa. Within the villa, neither the first floor nor the basement harbored any zombies, prompting Xiao Yang to ascend directly to the second floor. He recalled that the woman who played the flute had been on this level yesterday. Among the rooms on the second floor, only one was closed, and outside it wandered a zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang approached and eliminated them, while Lu Yoli deftly extracted the crystals and nuclei. Ensuring the area was clear of any remaining threats, Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" he inquired tentatively. "Who is it?" came a wary voice from within, unmistakably that of the woman from the previous day. We are the ones who were besieged by the zombie dogs yesterday, and we've come to express our gratitude, Xiao Yang replied earnestly. After a brief moment, the door opened a crack, revealing a disheveled woman who peeked out. Upon seeing Xiao Yang accompanied by two other women, she fully opened the door. Xiao Yang scrutinized the woman across from him. She was wrapped in a blanket, holding a flute in her left hand. Though her complexion was haggard, her inherent elegance and beauty were unmistakable. The flute-playing woman's eyes lit up with recognition upon seeing Mu Wanqing, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Wanqing." Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback when called out, and upon scrutinizing the figure before her, she exclaimed in delight, "Sure." Chapter 30. Lin Sure Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were equally astonished. What are the odds of bumping into someone familiar? Lin Sure joyfully exclaimed. I am so thrilled to see you, Mu Wanqing. Hastily, Mu Wanqing stepped forward and embraced Lin Sure, exclaiming, You are alive. This is simply wonderful. The Mu Wanqing was dressed in thick clothing and Lin Sure was wrapped in blankets. Their embrace was somewhat awkward, preventing their heads from aligning. Xiao Yang found the scene rather amusing. Wanqing, who is she? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Mu Wanqing quickly released Lin Sure and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, Oh, let me introduce you. This is my university roommate and dear friend, Lin Sure. Xiao Yang and Liu promptly greeted Lin Sure. Hello, Miss Sure. Liu said with a smile. Greetings, Miss Sure. I am grateful for your assistance yesterday. Xiao Yang added cheerfully. Lin Sure glanced at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu before asking Mu Wanqing, Who are these two? Oh, allow me to introduce them. This is Xiao Yang, and he is my boyfriend. Mu Wanqing said shyly while introducing Xiao Yang, feeling a bit bashful since their relationship was still new and not widely known. Lin Sure's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Xiao Yang from head to toe. Goodness, Mu Wanqing, when did you start dating? How come I was unaware of this? Mu Wanqing, feeling embarrassed, replied, It's only been a few days. I will tell you all about it later. After a brief conversation, the topic was swiftly changed as Lu Yu was introduced. This is Lu Yu, whom we affectionately call Sister Yu, the owner of the Haijia restaurant. Do you remember? Lin Sure's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Lu Yu. No wonder you looked familiar. You are the esteemed owner, she exclaimed. Lu boss, I absolutely adore your dishes. Liu beamed with delight at the praise and gently patted Lin Sure on the shoulder. Sure, since you are a dear friend of Wanqing. You are my friend as well. Just call me Sister Yu. Lin Sure obediently nodded. All right, Sister Yu. You may express any needs you have. Sure. We will undoubtedly fulfill them. Xiao Yang interjected. I don't need much. Just a few steamed buns and some instant noodles will suffice. I am utterly famished, she replied, nearly on the verge of tears at the end of her sentence. Xiao Yang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the simplicity of her request. Observing their silence, Lin Sure assumed that they were also low on supplies and said apologetically, I understand that your food must be scarce as well. Lin Sure looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in astonishment. Do you eat a lot? As she passed the middle-aged male zombie that Xiao Yang had slain, she cast a sorrowful glance at it, her heart heavy with grief. Yet, she did not linger and followed Mu Wanqing outside. Do you reside in this villa area as well? Lin Sure inquired. Yes, we live in the house at the very top, Xiao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Sure couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yang again, recognizing not only his handsome features, but also his evident wealth. Such youth, and yet she possesses a villa. Furthermore, just yesterday, she witnessed Xiao Yang valiantly slaying zombies, akin to a true warrior, displaying remarkable prowess in battle. Wanqing is indeed fortunate to have found a boyfriend who is not only handsome but also wealthy and capable. She feels immense joy for Mu Wanqing in securing such a perfect partner. With these towering walls and formidable iron gates, it seems unlikely that anyone, be it human or zombie, could breach this sanctuary. Upon entering the villa, Lin Sure was utterly stunned. There was heating, electricity, and running water. Everything was as it had been before the calamity. For her, this place was nothing short of paradise. Xiao Yang made his way to a room, retrieving a set of pajamas and an array of food from his space, which he then brought into the living room. At that moment, Lin Sure had removed the thick quilt that enveloped her, revealing the exquisite qipao she wore underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in delight. What a sight! This qipao suited her beautifully, particularly for a girl with Lin Sure's figure. The design accentuated the feminine silhouette in a most captivating manner. The slits on either side extended up to her thighs, igniting a certain desire in a man, evoking an irresistible urge to explore further. At this moment, Lin Shirshir held her flute, and at first glance, she resembled an ethereal fairy. Xiao Yang found himself momentarily entranced. Xiao Yang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and bring the food. Mu Wanqing called out urgently upon noticing Xiao Yang's immobility. Eat. Indulge yourselves. Lin Shirshir gazed at the abundant assortment of food in her hands, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Nearly moved to tears. Thank you so much. However, I cannot consume so much. I shall take just a few. Lin Shirshir felt a surge of emotion, suspecting that this might be the entirety of the rations for Xiao Yang and his companions, but she was too shy to indulge fully. Miss Shirshir, please eat freely. There is an abundance of food. This is merely to tide you over until our grand feast tonight. Xiao Yang encouraged her with a warm smile upon noticing her hesitation. Really? A grand feast tonight? Lin Shirshir's mouth formed an astonished OAS disbelief washed over her. Yes, do eat. Mu Wanqing chimed in eagerly. Encouraged by the confident gazes of Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, Lin Shirshir felt reassured and ultimately devoured the food voraciously. Her hunger was overwhelming. Wanqing, once Miss Shirshir has finished her meal, please take her to bathe and help her change clothes, Xiao Yang instructed as he handed a set of pajamas to Mu Wanqing. He added, I'll be stepping out with Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing harbored concerns about their safety, but considering that Xiao Yang had been harnessing energy for over 3 centuries, she surmised that the zombies would pose little threat to them. Moreover, Sister Yu's combat prowess surpassed her own, alleviating her worries, and she acquiesced to Xiao Yang's arrangements. As Xiao Yang prepared to depart, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Shirshir's Cheongsam, particularly at her curvaceous figure accentuated by the garment. Swallowing hard before reluctantly exiting the villa. Chapter 31. The duo team Xiao Yang and Lu Yu continued their efforts from the previous day, embarking on the task of clearing the remaining 50 villas. With Mu Wanqing absent, it was imperative for the two to cultivate their synergy and become proficient partners for one another. They sometimes moved in tandem, at other times side by side, and occasionally back to back, alternating their rotations and taking turns to attack. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Ru Yu was already perspiring profusely, and both she and Xiao Yang, feeling the heat, had no choice but to remove their outer garments. To their astonishment, 5 zombies and a zombie cat had congregated in this particular villa. Habitually, Ryu and Xiao Yang positioned themselves back to back to prevent the zombie cat from launching a surprise assault from behind. With their backs pressed closely together, Xiao Yang could feel the softness and elasticity of Ryu's curves, an exhilarating sensation that stirred his senses each time. Together, they successfully dispatched 4 zombies. But just as Ryu struck down the last one with a bolt of lightning, the zombie cat suddenly attacked her from the side. This feline was inherently more agile than a dog and moved with remarkable speed. Ryu had just unleashed her powers, leaving her unable to react in time to defend herself. Having just eliminated another zombie, Xiao Yang, upon witnessing the cat's assault on Ryu, acted instinctively. He swiftly turned and enveloped her from behind, pressing her to the ground to shield her with his body. With his knife hand, he swung sideways, landing a precise strike on the cat's head. The zombie cat let out a piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. That was a close call. The cat's attack was exceedingly cunning, Xiao Yang remarked as he lay on Ryu's back, feeling the weight of Xiao Yang upon her. Ryu found the situation rather too intimate, and with his warm breath close to her ear, she felt her cheeks flush. Brother, could you please get up first? I can hardly breathe, she gasped under his weight. Oh right. Xiao Yang also felt that the action was rather unbecoming, and hastily rose to his feet, simultaneously helping the prone Lu Yu back up. Upon noticing a faint blush gracing her cheeks, he was momentarily taken aback. The sight of this woman, shy yet alluring, was undeniably enchanting, particularly after their recent contact. Despite the barrier of fabric, he could distinctly sense her allure. Lu Yu, now in her 30s, possessed a physique devoid of the youthful angularity, instead embodying a more voluptuous form, one that was perfectly balanced. A bit more flesh would be excessive, while a bit less would be insufficient. It was just right. Lu Yu dared not meet Xiao Yang's gaze, feeling an unfamiliar flutter of anxiety. It was the first time in many years that she experienced such a sensation. She instinctively retrieved the crystals and cores from the zombie, turning to exit the villa. Xiao Yang contemplated the remaining 10 villas, deciding it would be prudent to clear them tomorrow. After all, 2 lovely ladies awaited him at home. The mere thought of Lin Shirshir in her qipao spurred a sense of urgency within him. Ahem. Primarily, he was intrigued by her extraordinary abilities. Thus, He trailed closely behind Lu Yu as they made their way toward his villa. In the Zijin Mountain Villa district, the 10 villas that Xiao Yang had yet to clear were situated right at the entrance of the entire complex. The property management office was also located here. Inside one of the storage rooms, more than 20 individuals, both men and women, were seated along the walls. This room had only a small window, rendering it particularly dim when night fell, yet it remained relatively warm. No more crowding in. Do you hear me? A man shouted in exasperation. Don't push. Can't you hear our captain speaking? Another echoed. Indeed, it is quite bothersome. Had I known earlier, I would not have taken you in. Another person spoke of compassion. I apologize. It's just that it's far too cold by the door, and I wish to move a bit further inside, a woman explained timidly. Cold? Who isn't cold? Your incessant crowding is disturbing our captain's rest. Who will venture out to find you food tomorrow? One individual retorted sharply. We also participated in seeking food. It's not solely the merit of your security team. Another countered. Upon hearing this, the first person became irate, exclaiming, You think you contributed? Who was it that trembled in fear when those monsters approached? Were it not for our captain, you would have been devoured by now. I understand. And we are very grateful to you. Once help arrives, we shall express our gratitude properly. The woman at the door replied cautiously. Help? What assistance are you speaking of? There's no signal on the phones. The outside is teeming with those monstrous beings. Have you seen any other living souls in the entire villa area besides us? The captain of the security team scoffed. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the woman at the door, causing her to instinctively shield her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, yet she appeared relatively youthful. Wrapped in a banner, the captain leered at her and said, You claim to be cold? Then come closer to me. Upon hearing this, the woman turned pale with fear and quickly waved her hands, saying, No need. I can endure a little longer. The captain, however, was unfazed, instructing the two individuals beside him, Bring her over to me. Two burly men clad in security uniforms rose and approached the woman, effortlessly lifting her and dragging her to the security captain. The captain tore away the banner from the woman and scrutinized her closely, lifting her chin with his hand and saying, Aren't you supposed to express your gratitude? There's no need to wait for the rescue. Let's do it now. Suddenly, the flashlight extinguished and a terrified voice escaped the woman. What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let me go. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air. No, please, I beg you. Yet, the security captain did not relent. Soon, the room was filled with indescribable sounds. The others in the room could only seethe in silence. Powerless, for their survival depended on the security team. They had witnessed the team of 5 eliminate a creature that had threatened them. Most of these individuals were homeowners from the nearby villas, who had once bowed and scraped before the security personnel. But now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to curry favor with the guards. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the moans within the room continued unabated. All chose silence, hoping the security team would venture out the following day to seek provisions or eliminate the dozen zombies lurking at the entrance of the villa area, allowing them to descend the mountain in search of rescue. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Lu Yu had completed their ablutions, thoroughly cleaning the crystals and cores they had acquired, stacking them neatly on the coffee table. Lu Yu appeared fatigued, and Xiao Yang, feeling a pang of compassion, refrained from asking her to prepare a meal. Instead, taking advantage of Lin Shishir's absence from the living room, a sumptuous feast was laid out. Wine and beverages were prepared in abundance. Upon Lin Shishir's arrival in the living room, her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the lavish spread before her, and she could barely contain her drool. My goodness, to indulge in such exquisite dishes, I would have no regrets even if I were to perish. Chapter 32. Unyielding, unwavering. Unbetrayed come, Miss Shishir. This banquet is prepared in your honor. Please, indulge. Xiao Yang said with a smile as he pulled out a chair for Lin Shishir, inviting her to sit. Taken aback by the lavish display, Lin Shishir exclaimed, Why do I deserve such extravagant treatment? Surely, you have reserved the finest delicacies just for me. Xiao Yang chuckled, glancing at Mu Wanqing, who seemed to have refrained from divulging her spatial abilities to Lin Shishir. He poured a glass of wine for no one in particular, then raised his cup towards Lin Shishir, saying, Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Allow me to toast in your honor. Xiao Yang downed his drink in one swift motion, followed suit by Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who also raised their glasses in acknowledgement. Lin Shishir, adept in the art of drinking, lifted her glass with a sense of honor, her cheeks flushed, and finished her drink. You truly needn't go to such lengths. I feel quite bashful, she said, slightly embarrassed as she set her glass down. Very well, let us enjoy our meal, Xiao Yang declared. Throughout the dining experience, the majority of the time was spent observing Lin Shishir as she savored her food. During their conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shishir was a student at the Haiqing Academy of Arts, majoring in flute performance, and was not only Mu Wanqing's roommate, but also a dear friend. The villa where she found herself was her aunt's residence. On the night when the cold wave struck, she happened to visit and became trapped there. To her horror, she discovered her uncle, transformed into a monstrous figure, ferociously biting her aunt at the foot of the stairs. This shocking scene left her utterly terrified, prompting an involuntary scream that shifted her uncle's ravenous attention towards her. Outside, the zombified uncle showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly battering the door as it appeared on the verge of giving way. In a moment of instinct, she grasped her flute and began to play, seeking solace from her overwhelming fear. Miraculously, the moment the notes filled the air, the frenzied assault from outside ceased abruptly. Uncertain of the reason behind this phenomenon, she remained inside, too frightened to venture out. On one occasion, she accidentally knocked over the bedside lamp, and the noise incited the zombie outside to resume its violent assault on the door. Terrified, she once again lifted her flute to her lips, and true to form, the relentless pounding outside fell silent once more. It was then that she began to discern a peculiar connection. Her flute seemed to possess the power to pacify the undead. Until yesterday, when she heard the distressing sounds of survivors battling against a horde of zombie dogs outside her window, curiosity compelled her to lean closer and observe. To her astonishment, she witnessed the scene of Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, along with Lu Yu, besieged by the ravenous creatures. Struck by Xiao Yang's prowess and valor, she summoned her courage at a critical moment, opening the window in an attempt to assist them. Indeed, the moment her flute's melody reached the ears of the zombie dogs, they fell eerily silent and dispersed, racing towards her direction. After calling out to Xiao Yang and the others, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Knowing they had safely retreated, the zombie dogs congregated beneath her window, silent and obediently gazing up at her. In a hurry, she shut the window, and shortly thereafter, she heard the zombie dogs below begin to growl and disperse. A few individuals stood in a daze, realizing that Lin Shishir had awakened her unique ability, one that could even confuse the zombies. Miss Shishir, I presume Wanqing has briefed you on the current circumstances? Xiao Yang inquired. Yes. Is this world truly destined to become as you described? Lin Shishir responded, still somewhat skeptical, yet unable to refute the chaos unleashed by the zombies outside. Indeed, it will be far worse than you can fathom. Fortunately, you have awakened your powers, Xiao Yang stated with utmost seriousness. Powers? What are my abilities? Is it this flute? Upon hearing the word powers, Lin Shishir quickly produced the flute for inspection. Not the flute. Yours is a form of psychic ability. With this power, your music will wield influence. Xiao Yang explained. Miss Shishir, the world is perilous at present. You would be wise to join our family. I, Xiao Yang, can assure you that you will be shielded from harm and hunger, and you shall enjoy delightful meals. What say you? Xiao Yang directly invited Lin Shishir to join them. Lin Shishir glanced at Mu Wanqing, then turned to Xiao Yang, saying, Well, Wanqing has already mentioned this to me. I have no relatives in Haiqing. My parents are in distant cities, and I have no knowledge of their well-being. You all seem exceedingly kind, especially with Wanqing here. I am willing to join you. Excellent. Xiao Yang felt a profound sense of joy with the addition of Lin Shishir to their ranks. Their endeavors to eliminate zombies and procure resources would undoubtedly become more secure. However, he did not allow his excitement to manifest overtly. Instead, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, I must inform you that joining this family is not akin to a leisurely game in a time of peace. We are a community bound by fate, and we must shoulder our respective responsibilities and obligations. Our principles are unwavering. We shall neither abandon nor betray one another. Furthermore, you must adhere to my command. Are you able to accept this? As Xiao Yang articulated these sentiments, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu listened intently, both of them wholeheartedly endorsing his perspective. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised her right hand and declared, Xiao Yang, I, Lu Yu, shall forever heed your command. This life of mine belongs to you, and I shall never betray you. Lu Yu was not foolish. She understood the importance of making her stance known first, thus presenting a sense of formality. Moreover, she was entirely reliant on Xiao Yang for sustenance and support, and his profound understanding of the apocalypse surpassed her own novice knowledge. She was more than willing to pledge her loyalty. Witnessing Lu Yu's declaration, Mu Wanqing also raised her hand, stating, as Xiao Yang's girlfriend, I shall undoubtedly stand by him unconditionally. Those whom Xiao Yang considers family shall also be my family. Lin Shishir observed the solemnity with which Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu expressed their commitment, recognizing the pivotal role Xiao Yang held in their hearts. This also subtly attested to Xiao Yang's remarkable capabilities. Reflecting on her current surroundings, warm as spring, with ample water and electricity, an abundance of delectable food, and cherished friends nearby, she realized that her situation had transformed dramatically since encountering Xiao Yang and the others. It was as if she had ascended from the depths to the heavens. Then, what is there to hold on to? She imitated the two and raised her hand, declaring, I, Lin Shishir, vow to join this family and obey Xiao Yang's command. I shall neither abandon nor betray. Should I violate this oath, may I meet a dire fate. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, as this was the effect he desired. Although this vow held little weight in the apocalypse, attitude was still essential. Very well, from now on. We are all family. In prosperity and in adversity, we shall share together. Now, let us raise our glasses to welcome Miss Lin Shishir into our midst. Xiao Yang proposed, and the four of them lifted their cups and drank in unison. Chapter 33, A Wealthy Man, a connection with all after a satisfying meal. Xiao Yang gathered everyone around the coffee table in the living room, gesturing towards a large pile of crystals. Come, today, Sister Yu and I have collectively acquired 320 crystals. Let us divide them. Lin Shishir gazed in astonishment at the multitude of crystals before her. Earlier that day, Mu Wanqing had informed her of their significance, as well as the implications of time energy. Thus, she understood what this collection of crystals represented. Brother, I have a suggestion, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu with curiosity. Oh? What do you suggest, Sister Yu? I believe you should absorb these crystals yourself. It cannot be the case that you distribute them to us every time. I feel that with this more than 20 years worth of time energy, you would have more than enough to handle those zombies. However, as our cornerstone, you ought to swiftly enhance your own strength. Did you not mention that reaching a time energy level of over 1,000 would result in a qualitative leap in your physical capabilities? I suggest that you distribute the surplus crystals to us only after your temporal energy reaches over 1,000 years. What are your thoughts on this? After listening to Lu Yu, Xiao Yang fell into contemplation. Indeed, achieving a temporal energy surpassing 1,000 years would signify a significant leap in one's physical constitution. Conventional weaponry would no longer inflict harm on the body. At that point, unless confronted by high-level mutated entities or individuals with even greater temporal energy, or perhaps faced with powerful firearms and superhuman abilities, he would face no threats. While enhancing the physical capacities of team members is undoubtedly beneficial, the essence remains within oneself. With his presence, their safety is assured. Moreover, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu currently possess over 20 years of temporal energy, placing them in a realm that is truly unparalleled in terms of physical prowess. Very well. Do you both have any objections? Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Mu Wanqing shook her head, indicating her agreement. Lin Shishir added, I haven't contributed a single ounce of effort, so I certainly won't take any. Xiao Yang chuckled and, noticing that Lin Shishir's temporal energy was still under 350 days, he handed her 20 crystals, insisting, You must accept these. It would be unwise not to. With these 20, you will absorb enough energy to gain over 20 years of temporal energy, significantly enhancing your physical constitution. When we venture out, you won't be a burden. But, how can this be acceptable? Lin Shishir hesitated to accept, feeling unworthy of such generosity. You should take them. Xiao Yang is right, Mu Wanqing encouraged. Indeed, Shishir. Only by enhancing your physique can you accompany us in our quest to vanquish the undead. Otherwise, with your delicate frame, you would be unable to keep pace. Lu Yu chuckled, gently patting Lin Shishir's shoulder. Well, very well then. In the future, when we have more crystals, do share them with me. Lin Shishir, seeing the others agreeing, no longer declined. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu took Lin Shishir under their wing, instructing her on how to absorb the crystals. Xiao Yang glanced at the small crow, Cobalt, nestled in its cage, and retrieved over 30 unstarred crystal cores from his pocket. This little crow had grown wary of Lu Yu. As long as she was present, it would not venture near Xiao Yang. Come here, Cobalt. See what delectable treat I have brought for you. Xiao Yang spread his palm, placing the crystal cores before Cobalt. The previously listless Cobalt suddenly brightened upon seeing the crystal cores, its spirits lifted. Perhaps it was instinctive. It seemed to recognize that these crystals were treasures, and it promptly swallowed one whole. After consuming the crystal, Cobalt stretched its glossy black feathers in delight. It quickly devoured another, but soon found itself unable to eat more. It is worth noting that the sizes of these animal crystal cores varied. The two Cobalt had consumed were the smallest among them. They were likely from the tiny Pekingese and cats, no larger than peanuts. The remaining ones were akin in size to the marbles children play with. Far too large for it to swallow. After collecting the remaining crystal cores and teasing Cobalt for a while, Lin Shishir, under the guidance of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, successfully absorbed the crystals. Xiao Yang observed with satisfaction. Indeed, the difference was remarkable. Presently, Lin Shishir's complexion is rosy, her skin smooth, and her fairness increasing by the day. Her skin seemingly capable of yielding moisture at a mere touch. Standing alongside Mu Wanqing, they are of similar height, resembling sisters. Though she is currently clad in sleepwear. How splendid would she appear in a qipao. Indeed, strength holds great significance. Without this villa and its resources, would I have had the fortune to share such a bond with them? The answer is undoubtedly negative. In my past life, I encountered none like them. This aptly reflects the saying, when a man possesses wealth, he finds connections with all. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources equate to money, no matter how formidable one may be. Sustenance remains essential, and I, Xiao Yang, possess all of this. Having absorbed all the crystals, my temporal energy has now reached an astounding 620 years. My physical constitution has nearly doubled from before. I now radiate vitality, exuding vigor and charm, my physique more harmonious than ever, coupled with my handsome visage. I leave the three women opposite me momentarily entranced. The hour is still early. Let us together indulge in a film. I am quite pleased by their starry-eyed expressions and, in a moment of spontaneity, make the suggestion. Lin Shishir, realizing that the villa boasts a cinema, is instantly thrilled. Great. I haven't scrolled through short videos on my phone for over 10 days. Watching a movie would be delightful. Lu Yu also agrees. Acknowledging the weariness of the day and welcoming the opportunity to unwind with a film, the four of us descend to the private cinema on the basement level, where Xiao Yang thoughtfully prepares fruits, snacks, and beverages while he himself brings forth a bottle of red wine and a box of cigarettes. In the realm of cinematic selection, a number of individuals gravitated towards apocalyptic-themed films. They believed that, given the current global context, immersing themselves in a post-apocalyptic narrative would evoke a deeper sense of connection. Xiao Yang proceeded to screen I Am Legend for them, relishing a glass of red wine and a cigarette amidst their intermittent shrieks of excitement, savoring the delightful moment. As the film concluded, the women, still yearning for more, turned their gaze toward Xiao Yang. Considering that only 10 villas remained in the estate and that the following day's workload was light, he decided to indulge them further by presenting Waterworld. This film served as a poignant reminder of the harsher calamities that the future might hold. The three women watched intently, their hearts laden with apprehensions about what lay ahead. Yet, observing Xiao Yang's nonchalant demeanor and evident enjoyment, they found solace in the thought that this man would undoubtedly find a way. At the very least. On this frigid night, beset by the threat of zombies, they were comfortably ensconced in the warmth of a private cinema. Leisurely watching a film, a luxury afforded to them by Xiao Yang. Chapter 34, Call Me Daddy-ah. Xiao Laodi, come down quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Yang was roused by Lu Yu's voice from downstairs. He got up and hurried down, inquiring, What is it, Yujie? Upon encountering Xiao Yang, Lu Yu, in a state of utter disarray, pointed toward the corner of the living room where the birdcage resided, exclaiming, Brother, look, your bird has grown. Following Lu Yu's gesture, Xiao Yang turned to behold the sight before him and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Oh my goodness! The tiny crow, which had appeared no larger than a palm just yesterday, had now expanded to more than double its size, resembling that of a fully grown raven. Could this truly be Cobalt? Xiao Yang found it hard to believe, and tentatively called out the crow's name. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's voice, Cobalt excitedly soared toward him, landing on his shoulder. Relieved, Xiao Yang confirmed it was indeed Cobalt. He had initially worried that an improperly secured window might have allowed another raven to occupy Cobalt's nest. However, the rapid growth rate of Cobalt was astonishing. Was it perhaps the crystal core he had fed it the previous night? Undoubtedly so. Otherwise, it was truly inexplicable. Noticing Xiao Yang's stillness, Cobalt tilted its head, gazing at his face. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Xiao Yang's star-like eyes, it became animated, stretching its neck as if to peck at his eyeball. Fortunately, Xiao Yang's quick reflexes saved him as he swiftly swatted the bird away. Get away. Those are my eyes, not a crystal core. Where do you think you're going? He scolded Cobalt in exasperation. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yang's irritation, Cold Ball attempted to appease him by grooming his hair, which elicited a chuckle from Xiao Yang as he felt an itch on his scalp. All right. Here, have a crystal core. Xiao Yang's mood brightened as he retrieved 2 crystal core-sized glass orbs to feed to Cold Ball. Without hesitation, Cold Ball gulped them down, and after finishing, it fixated its gaze on Xiao Yang, signaling its desire for more. Xiao Yang, with a stern expression, declared, "You can only have 2. Any more than that would be beyond your capacity to digest. Be obedient." Astonished, both Xiao Yang and Liu stood frozen in place. "Sister Yu, can crows talk?" Xiao Yang inquired. Liu shook her head. "No, I don't know." Puzzled, Xiao Yang reflected on the fact that he had heard of magpies and parrots mimicking human speech, but had never encountered a talking crow. Had he perhaps acquired a counterfeit crow? At that moment, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, drawn by the commotion, descended the stairs hand in hand. "What has transpired, Xiao Yang?" Mu Wanqing asked with curiosity. Xiao Yang pointed towards the coal ball hanging from the rod, prompting Lin Shishir to exclaim, "How did your bird grow so large overnight? Not only has it grown, but it can also speak." Xiao Yang replied, addressing the coal ball, "Come, say daddy." The coal ball tilted its head, its eyes swiveling, and it called out, "Daddy, daddy." Xiao Yang's expression instantly darkened. Once Lu Yu had prepared breakfast, Xiao Yang and the others concluded their delightful bird interaction. After breakfast, Xiao Yang remarked, "There are still 10 villas left in the residential area that need clearing. They are perfect for Shishir to practice." He handed Lin Shishir a set of gear, urging her to change into it. Determined to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, she resolved not to lag behind. Once they donned their equipment, the group made their way to the last 10 villas. Under the careful guidance and practical demonstrations from Xiao Yang and the others, Lin Shishir swiftly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully eliminated her first zombie. In order to expedite her self-improvement, Lin Shishir undertook the task of cleaning the remaining villas alone, while Xiao Yang and the others trailed cautiously behind her, ready to intervene if necessary. By noon, all 10 villas had been thoroughly cleaned, as they observed a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa complex. Xiao Yang refrained from allowing Lin Shishir to approach. Instead, he instructed her to utilize her supernatural abilities to play a melody on her flute, enticing the zombies to converge towards her. Indeed, upon the first note, the zombies, as if responding to an ethereal call, began to gravitate towards Lin Shishir. However, their approach was eerily silent, devoid of any intent to pounce upon her. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden assault from the undead. Curiously, the zombies halted a few meters from Lin Shishir, and, swayed by the lively melody, they began to dance. This bewildered everyone present. Were zombies not devoid of consciousness? How could they sway to the rhythm of music? Yet, this peculiar state was short-lived, as the zombies abruptly launched an attack on Lin Shishir and Xiao Yang. Fortunately, their preparedness allowed them to swiftly eliminate the threat. Xiao Yang surmised that Lin Shishir's powers had awakened the primal instincts of the zombies from their former lives, prompting them to dance. However, due to the relatively low level of her abilities, the effect was fleeting, allowing the zombies to revert to their aggressive nature. Nonetheless, this was an impressive display. During this critical moment, the brief respite afforded them a safe opportunity to retreat. After collecting the crystal cores from the defeated zombies, Xiao Yang discovered an office building for property management nearby, which he had overlooked previously. Upon bringing the 3 individuals to the entrance of the property management office building, they stumbled upon a grotesquely mutilated zombie sprawled on the ground. Could there still be survivors? Xiao Yang, with a swift motion, extracted a crystal from the creature's forehead, revealing that these survivors were oblivious to the secret of the crystal. At that moment, the security team, hidden away in the storage room of the property office, was leading other survivors in search of provisions. They happened to witness Xiao Yang retrieving an object from the zombie's head and placing it in his pocket. When the members of the security team caught sight of the 3 beautiful women accompanying Xiao Yang, their eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. "Goodness, Captain, look at those beauties. They are truly stunning, resembling stars from the television screen. Their figures must be equally impressive. Look, there is only one man with them, and he looks like a pretty boy. Captain, why don't we take him out and claim those 3 ladies for ourselves?" "Absolutely, boss. Here I am, still a bachelor. Being able to sleep with such enchanting women would be worth my life." The security captain, flanked by 4 chatterbox guards, found himself captivated by the stunning women before him. They were leagues above the woman he had entertained the previous day. "Let us go," he beckoned. leading the 4 guards and a throng of men and women out of the property office. "You, what did you just take from that creature? Hand it over. We 5 are responsible for killing it." The security captain looked down at Xiao Yang with an air of authority, clearly unaware that the creature was known as a zombie. Chapter 35. The security squad's onslaught. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of individuals charging towards them, Mu Wanqing and her companions immediately adopted a vigilant stance, brandishing their tang swords with determination. The security personnel, observing the presence of blades, swiftly raised their makeshift weapons, which included steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches. The foremost 5 security guards wielded more formidable implements such as cleavers, riot sticks, and rubber rollers, while the team leader surprisingly brandished an electric baton. "Captain, they are armed with knives," one of the guards whispered anxiously. "Fear not, mere trinkets. I wager they are not even sharpened," the captain retorted with disdain, casting a scornful glance at his subordinates. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Xiao Yang regarded the standoff with a countenance of ease and derision. He chuckled as he retrieved a crystal from his pocket, declaring, "Is this what you refer to?" The captain, upon seeing the crystal, scoffed dismissively. "What is this nonsense? It is neither edible nor useful." He feigned outrage, asserting, "I distinctly saw you pick up a pack of ham sausages. You cannot fool me with this." With a subtle gesture, he signaled several of his men, instructing them to search the women for hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was taken aback, thinking, "How reckless! They dare to extort me." As 3 guards approached Mu Wanqing and her companions with predatory gazes, the women hesitated, uncertain whether to act. After all, the act of slaying zombies was a far cry from taking human lives. Although Luyu had committed murder before, it was always against her enemies. These individuals bore no significant grudge in her eyes. She patiently awaited Xiao Yang's command. Xiao Yang swiftly executed a decisive strike, severing the head of the security guard, which rolled lifelessly to the ground, while the body remained upright, blood gushing forth from the neck like a fountain. This horrifying spectacle rendered everyone speechless. Lin Shirsher gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Even Mu Wanqing and Luyu, who had witnessed Xiao Yang's prowess before, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a clean and efficient display of skill from him, without uttering a single word. The headless body of the security guard collapsed with a resounding thud, awakening everyone from their stupor. "Captain, his knife is unsheathed," one of the guards stammered. "I'm not blind. You don't need to point that out," the captain retorted disdainfully, shoving the guard aside. Squinting at Xiao Yang and his companions, he said, "You all, very well. How about joining forces with me? I assure you, you will not be treated poorly, and I shall overlook the matter of you killing my subordinate." The captain's audacity stemmed from the fact that after venting his frustrations on a woman the previous night, he had suddenly noticed an enhancement in his agility and speed. Although he could not comprehend the reason behind this transformation, he felt confident that he could now vanquish a zombie single-handedly. However, he kept this information to himself, aiming to showcase his newfound abilities during today's supply run, to astonish everyone and instill greater fear in his subordinates, thereby solidifying his leadership role. Little did he know that before he could even exit the property building, he would encounter a headstrong individual like Xiao Yang. Nonetheless, he was certain that he could deliver a lethal blow when Xiao Yang let his guard down. As for the remaining 3 women, a mere prod from an electric baton would render them powerless in his grasp. Xiao Yang was amused. It took 5 individuals to vanquish a single zombie, and yet he was being asked to join them? Mu Wanqing discreetly employed her ability to eavesdrop on the security captain's thoughts. "These 3 women are exquisite. I shall savor them fully. As for this pretty boy, humph, I shall ensure no man more handsome than I survives." Upon hearing the security captain's thoughts, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of disgust and warned Xiao Yang. "He harbors ill intentions. Be cautious." The security captain, upon hearing Mu Wanqing's warning, smirked with disdain before suddenly raising his electric baton and lunging towards Xiao Yang with astonishing speed. Indeed, his swiftness surpassed that of the average person. However, it was utterly inadequate in the face of Xiao Yang's prowess. Initially, he had assumed the opponent had awakened some extraordinary ability, but it became evident that it was merely a standard speed-based power. Such abilities belong to the category of combat prowess, emphasizing victory through speed. In the later stages of development, when paired with a formidable weapon, such power could not be underestimated. However, in the early stages, one must tread carefully, lest they fall victim to their own recklessness. Just as the electric baton was mere centimeters from Xiao Yang, he swiftly retaliated with a decisive strike. A cry of agony erupted as the security captain's arm, wielding the baton, was severed. He gazed at Xiao Yang in terror, astonished that his opponent's speed eclipsed his own. Xiao Yang, coldly observing the retreating security captain, remarked, "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from." Without hesitation, he struck again, severing the security captain's head with a single, lethal blow. Then he turned to glance at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir, saying, "You must remember. If anyone harbors hostility towards you, your sole recourse is to eliminate them before they strike. Do not show mercy, otherwise it is likely that you will be the ones who perish." Xiao Yang was quite displeased. After he had dispatched a security guard moments ago, Mu Wanqing and the others had failed to take action. If the adversary were formidable, they would undoubtedly suffer. There are still 3 security guards remaining. You shall deal with them. Xiao Yang gestured toward the 3 guards, who were paralyzed with fear on the ground. Lu Yu, without hesitation, drew her Tang sword and swiftly incapacitated one of the guards, who had no opportunity to retaliate. For her, taking a life now felt as effortless as chopping a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir hesitated, but Xiao Yang's suddenly stern expression broke the silence. "Have you forgotten that they intended to harm you? Pardon. Spare us. We were wrong. It was the captain of the security team who compelled us." The remaining 2 guards, trembling in terror, pleaded for mercy. "Go now," Xiao Yang urged. Understanding Xiao Yang's noble intentions, Mu Wanqing steeled herself, disregarding the guards' cries, and with a single stroke, silenced one of them. The last remaining guard, sensing his fate was sealed, suddenly lost his mind and lunged at the still conflicted Lin Shishir. As he closed in, Lin Shishir instinctively raised her blade, piercing through the guard's chest. Having been infused with energy for over 20 years, such insignificant beings posed no threat to her. It was merely the mental barrier she struggled to overcome. All the security personnel had been dealt with. Xiao Yang addressed the 3 women, saying, "Remember, once the adversary harbors thoughts of murder or malice towards you, do not expect any change in their disposition. Given the slightest opportunity, they will not hesitate to eliminate you. There are 2 things in this world that are most unwise to gaze upon. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Showing leniency towards your enemies is tantamount to self-destruction." As they beheld Xiao Yang's cold, unyielding gaze, the 3 women lowered their heads in submission. Chapter 36. The capture of 2 guards. I do not initiate conflict. However, if one provokes me, I shall retaliate. This has always been Xiao Yang's guiding principle. Under ordinary circumstances, who delights in taking a life? Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, should anyone dare to covet his resources, they must face dire consequences. Observing that Mu Wanqing and the others were relatively receptive, he chose not to elaborate further. He strode directly into the property management office, where the group of survivors instantly descended into panic, raising their belongings in a defensive posture. Xiao Yang chuckled softly. Dealing with this disorganized rabble would be as effortless as slicing vegetables. However, he was not a bloodthirsty fiend. It was evident that these individuals had been coerced by the security team and had not assisted them against him. Thus, he had no intention of turning on them. "There is no need for alarm. Lower your weapons, for I shall not harm you." He sheathed his knife to alleviate their anxiety. The group had long witnessed Xiao Yang's formidable prowess and ruthlessness. If he wished to kill them, it would be a mere trifle. They were already paralyzed with fear, and upon hearing his words, they promptly discarded their makeshift weapons onto the ground, surrendering themselves to his discretion. "I have successfully eradicated all the zombies in this villa area. From this moment forth, this entire estate is under my dominion. Therefore, you cannot remain here." Xiao Yang had long contemplated this strategic location of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, which is both easily defensible and hard to assail. With so many villas available, it is most fitting to establish this as his base. This was also the reason he initially chose to acquire a villa here. "Can we descend the mountain now?" someone cautiously inquired. Many had yearned to leave, as there was no food or water in this desolate place. Descending into the city might yield some sustenance. However, the entrance was teeming with monsters, the very zombies Xiao Yang had mentioned, and they dared not act recklessly, which forced them into hiding within the property management office. Now that the zombies had been cleared, they were naturally eager to descend. "Of course, you may. However, there is a condition." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a wave of tension swept through the crowd. Such conditions were rarely favorable. "You must clear away all the zombie remains in the villa area before you leave." Xiao Yang reflected that the sight of those remains was quite repulsive. How long would it take to dispose of them by himself? With this available manpower, it would be wise to utilize it and extract some free labor first. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Contributing some effort posed no significant loss to them, especially since it was they who had eliminated the zombies. Otherwise, they would find it difficult to venture out. Very well, they all chorused in agreement. However, let me make one thing clear. I will not provide meals. You must take care of that yourselves. Seeing their enthusiastic agreement, Xiao Yang hastily added this stipulation. He had no desire to squander his provisions on these individuals. Those villas contained remnants of meals that would suffice to satiate their hunger. The crowd pondered. With so many villas around, could they not find something to eat? They unanimously agreed, with no dissenting voices. Well then, no more dawdling. Let us hasten. The sooner we finish, the sooner we descend the mountain. With a shout from Xiao Yang, everyone surged out as if invigorated. However, as time passed, regret began to settle in. The villas appeared as though they had been ransacked, leaving only frozen and spoiled vegetables and fruits. Finding a single pack of instant noodles felt like a luxury. What was even more unbearable were the remnants of the zombies, heads partially severed, entrails strewn about, sight that was truly nauseating. The meager junk food they had just consumed was promptly expelled. They endured this torment until nightfall, when they finally cleared the zombie remains from the villa area. At that moment, all gazes turned to Xiao Yang, filled with reverence. What a formidable individual he must be to vanquish so many zombies, most with a single stroke. They felt fortunate not to have opposed him. Otherwise, they might not have left with even their corpses intact. Enough. You may depart. Xiao Yang expressed his satisfaction with their efficiency. Upon hearing this, the crowd bid their farewells, leaving only 2 women behind. Why do you not leave? He inquired. This is my only home. I truly do not know where else to go, replied one of the female villa owners. I have always worked in property management, and my hometown is thousands of miles away. I, too, am at a loss as to where to go. Another woman spoke up. These 2 women were not foolish. They discerned that Xiao Yang was undeniably a person of considerable strength. Remaining in his presence was undoubtedly safer than venturing elsewhere. Have you both awakened your abilities? Xiao Yang scrutinized the 2 women. Apart from their youth, their looks were rather unremarkable, and their figures were passable, failing to capture his interest. If they had awakened any abilities, they could stay on as helpers. What are abilities? One of them inquired. Have you noticed any changes in your bodies compared to before the calamity struck? After a moment of contemplation, the 2 women concluded that apart from feeling hungrier than usual, there had been no discernible changes, and thus they both shook their heads. Xiao Yang sighed. Then there is nothing I can do. I do not harbor idleness. Just as he was about to dismiss them, the female owner suddenly pleaded, Big brother, I implore you, why not consider this? The villa area is so vast, and you have no one to guard it. How about I stand watch at the entrance for you? Yes, brother, as long as you allow me to stay, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Indeed, he was in need of a gatekeeper. He certainly couldn't have Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir standing guard. In such a large villa area, if someone were to sneak in, he wouldn't be able to remain vigilant at all times. Nodding, Xiao Yang replied, Very well, you may stay as temporary guards. You'll need to find your own clothing and bedding. I will not be responsible for provisions. As he spoke, he tossed them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find your own firewood for warmth, and in case of any situation, use the walkie-talkie to call me. Lin Shishir, upon overhearing Xiao Yang's harsh treatment of the 2 female survivors, could not help but marvel at her own fortunate circumstances. In stark contrast to their plight, her situation felt like a world apart. Ah yes, in the future, when we venture down the mountain to procure supplies, one of you may accompany us to gather some food and, in turn, enhance your own strength. Your presence here is merely temporary. If you show no improvement, I shall not retain the ineffectual. The 2 women nodded eagerly. Though the terms were somewhat stringent, the opportunity to remain was indeed a boon. They promptly scoured the villa for bedding, warm clothing, and toiletries, and gathered some firewood to establish their quarters on the 2nd floor of the guardhouse. Chapter 37. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Upon returning to the villa, the group indulged in hot showers. The coal ball hastily flew onto Xiao Yang's shoulder, eager for crystal cores. After producing 2 cores to appease the coal ball, Xiao Yang retrieved hot pot ingredients, instructing Lu Yu to prepare a feast to stave off the chill. With the assistance of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, within an hour, all the hot pot ingredients were ready. In the warm dining room, the hot pot emanated steaming vapors, and the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of spicy broth, stirring appetites with its enticing scent. As they gazed upon this cozy scene, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir fell into contemplation. They recalled the two female survivors tasked with guarding the entrance, who were now likely enduring the biting cold in the guardhouse, suffering from hunger and exposure. Meanwhile, on their side, they faced no concerns regarding food or utilities, enjoying an array of meals without repetition. All of this transpired because they had garnered Xiao Yang's recognition, being embraced as family, thus enjoying such favorable treatment. While they lamented the unfairness of fate, they also felt profound gratitude towards Xiao Yang. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and eat," Xiao Yang urged as he noticed the three of them bowing their heads in silence. He found their demeanor rather perplexing, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? No hot pot feast is complete without beer. You were hinting for beer, weren't you? Haha." With a clang, he retrieved a case of Brave the World from his space and set it down. Opening a bottle for each, Xiao Yang raised his bottle, declaring, "Come, let us bravely venture forth together. Cheers." With that, he tilted the bottle back and downed its contents in one swift motion. The three women, taken aback by Xiao Yang's misunderstanding, were nonetheless swept up by his enthusiasm, and they too raised their bottles, tilting their heads back for a hearty gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yang watched as their fair necks and throats moved rhythmically with each swallow. It was undeniably alluring. A girl who can chug a bottle possesses a certain charm. Lu Yu was the first to finish, showing the empty bottle to Xiao Yang. Given their youth, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir drank more slowly. Due to the vigorous consumption, beer occasionally spilled from the corners of their mouths, trickling down their necks into their collars. Xiao Yang could hardly contain himself, wishing to catch the droplets with his hands, lamenting the waste. After managing to finish their bottles, both of their collars were damp. Xiao Yang promptly handed them paper towels, admonishing, "If you can't manage it, then don't. Look at how wet you are. Hurry and dry off." Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir felt their cheeks flush, realizing the embarrassment of the moment. "All right, let's eat. The lamb is ready." Suddenly, Mu Wanqing noticed something peculiar in the pot, 2 kidneys. After a hearty meal, Liu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir in tidying up the dining area. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang reclined languidly on the living room sofa, leisurely absorbing the 70-odd crystals he had acquired that day. The hot pot feast had been exhilarating, with Xiao Yang consuming an entire case of beer on his own, while the three women shared another case. He noted his increasing tolerance for alcohol, likely a consequence of his enhanced physique. If his temporal energy were to reach 10,000 or even 100,000 years, he mused, he could easily consume an entire truckload of drinks in one sitting. At this rate, his stock of supplies in the space would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Resources, indeed, are of utmost importance. Seeing that the three had finished their tasks, Xiao Yang beckoned them over. "Come, I have something to discuss." He sat up, adopting a more formal demeanor. The entire villa complex had been thoroughly cleared. Henceforth, it would be our sanctuary. Each of you has gained varying degrees of training, and with your current abilities, you would undoubtedly stand out anywhere. However, we must remain vigilant, for our present strength is still a far cry from the pinnacle of power. Thus, starting tomorrow, we will descend the mountain to eliminate more zombies and acquire additional crystals to continually enhance our prowess. Additionally, we must gather supplies. We cannot simply rely on what we have. In truth, the resources within Xiao Yang's space were sufficient for the 4 of them to sustain themselves for several centuries without issue. However, Xiao Yang would never divulge this information. The principle of keeping wealth concealed was one that Xiao Yang was well aware of. Of course, Mu Wanqing and the others would unconditionally obey him. At present, Xiao Yang's words were akin to a sacred decree for them. He was their guiding light, the leader of their shared destiny. Regardless of the circumstances, they would follow Xiao Yang's lead. Observing the 3 women becoming increasingly obedient before him, Xiao Yang felt a sense of pride. Nonetheless, he adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly advised them, "I must impart one crucial piece of wisdom. There are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond our view. The outside world is vast and filled with all manner of beings. While we do not intend to be ruthless killers, we must act decisively should the situation demand it. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to leave a single threat unaddressed." Xiao Yang's gaze was sharp as it swept over Mu Wanqing and the other 2. His voice stern as he asked, "Do you understand?" Upon hearing his tone, the 3 women immediately straightened their postures and declared in unison, "We understand." "Very well. Now, rest early, for we depart at dawn." Xiao Yang, along with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, ascended to the 3rd floor, where Lin Shishir insisted on having Mu Wanqing sleep with her. Xiao Yang, feeling a surge of irritation, thought, If you insist on taking my girlfriend to sleep with you, I might just join you both. Do you believe that? Lin Shishi's face flushed red. How could he be so brazen? After all, it was a bit frightening to sleep alone. Well, sure, we're just next door. If anything arises, just call out. Mu Wanqing believed that now she had a boyfriend, she should not neglect him, prioritizing romance over friendship. Hurry and enjoy each other's company. Lin Shishi rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, huffily retreating to her room and shutting the door behind her. Xiao Yang smiled softly, quickly taking Mu Wanqing's hand and said, "Come on, Wanqing, let us hasten to bed. Having spent a night apart, I find myself missing you dearly." Mu Wanqing blushed with a smile. "How much do you miss me?" "Very much." Suddenly, Lin Shishi flung open her door, exclaiming, "Could you two refrain from flaunting your affection at my doorstep?" "Humph." With that, Lin Shishi slammed the door once again. Half an hour later, unable to find sleep as she tossed and turned in her bed, Lin Shishi heard some commotion from the next room. She perked up her ears to listen intently. Gradually, her face flushed crimson. "Oh my goodness. These two are utterly mortifying. Surely this will conclude soon? I can endure. An hour and a half later, Lin Shishi was on the brink of madness. Was Xiao Yang even human? His actions were exceedingly bold. No way. Tomorrow I must drag Mu Wanqing to sleep with me. Otherwise, I will never get any rest. But if I sleep with Mu Wanqing, would Xiao Yang truly dare to join us in bed? Good heavens. Lin Shishi could hardly bear to imagine it. Chapter 38. Let us play a square dance tune. The warm sunlight on a snowy day was simply delightful. Upon waking early, Xiao Yang felt invigorated. He gently shook Mu Wanqing, who merely emitted a soft nasal sound, turning away to present him with a perfect view of her back. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a surge of desire, but quickly suppressed his urges and got out of bed to head downstairs. Despite the fact that Mu Wanqing possesses an extraordinary physique nurtured over 2 decades, she remains susceptible to her own whims. Downstairs, the diligent Ruyu has already commenced preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Xiao Yang's descent, she turned and remarked, "Take a look at your little coal ball. It's grown larger." Xiao Yang cast his gaze toward the coal ball, exclaiming, "Goodness! Its size is nearly comparable to that of a hen." The coal ball, upon seeing Xiao Yang, joyfully bounded over, chirping, "Daddy, Daddy." Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Ruyu turned her head in disbelief. With delight, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "You've finally dropped the calling part. That wasn't easy. Come here, my good son, and receive 2 crystal cores as a reward." But wait, how can one be so sure it's a son? What if this coal ball is a little female bird? With a swift motion, Xiao Yang scooped up the coal ball, flipping it onto its back and scrutinizing it for a good while. The coal ball protested with loud cries, its slender beak incessantly pecking at Xiao Yang's hand. "Oh well, I suppose I'll just have to accept you as my son." After completing his morning routine, Xiao Yang settled onto the living room sofa, facing the kitchen, admiring Ruyu's industrious silhouette. Ah, how voluptuous, especially when she bends over. Her figure rivals that of the beautiful women often seen in short videos. Thus, he savored the view for half an hour until breakfast was ready. Upon glancing at the spread, Xiao Yang was taken aback. It featured sauteed kidney, large sausages, fried eggs, milk, and a congee of preserved egg and lean meat. He cast a knowing glance at Ruyu. How is it that every time he engages in his late-night antics, her breakfast turns out to be particularly nourishing? Could it be that she is intentionally preparing a feast to replenish him? I am astonished by her accuracy. Could it be that she has been eavesdropping? Upon noticing Xiao Yang's unwavering gaze, Liu waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What are you doing? Hurry and call them down for breakfast." It is one thing for Wanqing to sleep in, but why is Lin Shishi up so late? Xiao Yang dashed upstairs, rousing Mu Wanqing and casually knocking on Lin Shishi's door. Lin Shishi, yawning incessantly, opened the door, her dark-circled eyes casting a resentful glance towards Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing. "Tonight, I am moving to the 2nd floor," she announced. "And Wanqing, it would be a pity if you didn't join our music department's soprano class with that voice of yours." "Humph." With that, Lin Shishi stormed downstairs, leaving Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in an awkward silence. Mu Wanqing, blushing, whispered, "Is my voice really too loud?" Xiao Yang comforted her by wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Don't pay attention to her nonsense. Eavesdropping is hardly justified." Breakfast concluded amidst a rather delicate atmosphere, as the 3 women, in perfect harmony, refrained from touching the stir-fried kidney dish, which appeared to be a specially prepared nutritious meal for someone. After satisfying their hunger, they felt invigorated. Even Lin Shishi no longer felt drowsy. The 4 donned their gear, each receiving an explosion-proof shield. This shield was not only capable of warding off zombies, but also bullets. It was wise to tread cautiously on their expedition. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and glanced at the pre-downloaded 3D map of High City. The university town beneath Zijing Mountain was the nearest, nearly 10 kilometers away in a straight line. There were also numerous residential buildings in the vicinity, but the key factor was the abundance of students, making it an ideal location to acquire crystals. Surrounding the area are substantial shopping malls and supermarkets, ensuring an ample supply of resources. That's all, let us go. With a call from Xiao Yang, several individuals boarded the rugged off-road vehicle, pressing the accelerator as they sped away from the villa, the gate gradually closing behind them. The electric gate is indeed quite convenient. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa district, the two female guards, alerted by the commotion, hurried down from their post to open the gate. Xiao Yang leaned out the window, surveying the two. Which of you will accompany us today? One of the female residents replied, I just finished my shift. I will go. But let me make it clear, there will be dangers ahead. Once we arrive, stay close. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Xiao Yang warned. The woman nodded, understanding. Get in the car. Half an hour later, the rugged vehicle halted in front of a cluster of residential buildings. This locale lay on the outskirts of the university town, characterized by older residential structures, predominantly inhabited by the elderly. Xiao Yang chose this area based on his experience, anticipating a significant number of zombies here. The cold wave had taken its toll. With the elderly being the most susceptible, their frail bodies rendered them vulnerable, rendering even their attempts at square dancing futile. However, clearing this area posed a slight inconvenience. Most zombies remained indoors, necessitating a methodical approach to eliminate them one by one. A few could be seen wandering in the community garden, which Xiao Yang and his companions dispatched with ease. After clearing one building, Xiao Yang realized this method was too time-consuming. The confined spaces indoors required both resource gathering and zombie defense. What compounded the challenge was that these elderly residents often lived frugally, with minimal supplies stored in their homes. They all have a penchant for fresh food, indulging in immediate purchases and preparations. Within the household, aside from an abundance of medicine, there is little else of note. The crux of the matter is that the medications are of no use to Xiao Yang and his companions. Contemplating for a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes as he turned his gaze toward Lin Shir. Sure, bring out your flute. Play a square dance tune and see if it can lure those zombie grandmothers. The group simultaneously regarded Xiao Yang with astonishment. What a peculiar notion. What was that song called again? Ah, the most dazzling ethnic style? Yes, that one. The grandmas adore it. Come, play. Upon hearing this, Lin Shir chuckled softly. What you refer to is an antiquated square dance tune. Nowadays, the grandmothers are more inclined to listen to old dreams. Xiao Yang, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, Is that so? Haha. Then let's go with old dreams. Blow it with gusto and aim for the entire community of grandmothers to hear. I'll give it a try. Lin Shir retrieved her long flute, pressed it to her crimson lips, and the enchanting melody of old dreams resonated forth. Indeed, as the music filled the air, the entire community sprang to life. From the nearby buildings, Xiao Yang could already hear the frenzied pounding of the zombies against the doors. Before long, the small garden square was teeming with no fewer than 200 zombie grandmothers. Some even brandished the shattered remnants of door frames. The wooden doors of this old complex were no match for the havoc wreaked by their undead transformations. They encircled Lin Shir, swaying in rhythm to the music, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Clearly, square dancing had become an intrinsic part of their very essence. Chapter 39. The plunder of the mall. Xiao Yang assessed the situation and determined that the moment was ripe for action. He identified a suitable position and prepared to commence his endeavor. With a decisive push, he moved an elderly zombie that had been standing too close to the front, taking its place. Instantly, the zombie, enraged and humiliated, growled, Young man, how dare you vie for my spot? The zombie matriarch lunged at him with a menacing growl. But Xiao Yang swiftly dispatched her with a single stroke of his blade, eliminating her with ease. Alas, even in death, she clings to her pride, competing with the young for a mere position. How amusing, he mused. In less than half an hour, the horde of zombies fell before Xiao Yang and his companions as effortlessly as slicing through fruit. Satisfied, Xiao Yang nodded, impressed by their efficiency. Meanwhile, the female guard who had been trailing them was utterly astounded by the display of strength exhibited by Xiao Yang and his comrades. Their prowess surpassed her wildest expectations. She became increasingly convinced that her decision to remain in the villa district as a guard was the right one. Being in the company of such formidable individuals was far preferable to facing the dangers alone, though she perceived herself as lacking in strength and feeling somewhat useless. She resolved to strive for improvement, aspiring to become part of their ranks. In doing so, she hoped to shield herself from future bullying. Summoning her courage, she approached Xiao Yang, her voice trembling as she asked, could you lend me a knife? I wish to. Perhaps gather some supplies? Xiao Yang nodded, and the guard accepted the knife with a respectful bow before hastily making her way into the nearest building. Xiao Yang and his companions, however, had no intention of scouring each household for supplies. It would be a waste of time. It was far more practical to head directly to a supermarket or mall. Just then, they had finished collecting all the crystals. The female gatekeeper approached, producing a crystal from her pocket, and said, "Here, is this of any use to you? I noticed you were all collecting them, so I decided to take it out." Xiao Yang gazed at the crystal in her hand, somewhat taken aback. "Did you kill a zombie that slipped through?" The gatekeeper nodded. "Yes. I happened to encounter one, and I mimicked your method to slay it." Xiao Yang regarded this woman with newfound respect. It seemed she was not entirely inept. She possessed a willingness to learn and a hint of courage. "What is your name?" he inquired, as he was unaware of her identity, having previously dismissed her entirely. "Sutong." "Sutong. Very well. You may keep this crystal, shortly. I shall instruct them to teach you how to use it." "Oh, good. I'll return this knife to you." Sutong sensed that he had little regard for her crystal, so she obediently accepted it, preparing to return the knife to Xiao Yang. "Since you have the courage to kill zombies, you may hold on to it for now. When the opportunity arises, practice by slaying a few more." Sutong cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yang and expressed her thanks. Along the way, Sutong learned how to absorb the crystal. Noticing that the time on her arm had doubled, and she felt a slight improvement in her vitality. "What is the significance of this time?" she inquired with curiosity. "I will explain it to you gradually. Just remember to prevent the time from resetting to zero." Xiao Yang refrained from offering excessive explanation, as she could not yet be considered a member of his team. For now, their relationship was merely one of employment. After spending the morning, Xiao Yang and his companions meticulously cleared 3 dilapidated neighborhoods, ultimately collecting over 600 crystals. Sutong, following closely behind, eliminated 3 zombies and acquired 3 crystals. Lin Shishir, however, was experiencing significant mental fatigue, and her effectiveness was dwindling. Xiao Yang resolved to continue the cleanup the following day. In the afternoon, they planned to visit a large shopping mall to procure some supplies. At noon, they rested in the RV for a while and had a light meal, during which Xiao Yang unabashedly absorbed all the crystals they had gathered. When the number of crystals dwindled to 300, his temporal energy surpassed the monumental threshold of 1,000 years. His physical constitution underwent a remarkable transformation. He no longer feared attacks from ordinary weapons. In his previous life, it took him a decade to accumulate over 1,000 years of temporal energy. Now, having been reborn, he was on the cusp of achieving this power in just over half a month, a testament to his rapid progress. If things continued this way, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Yang would swiftly transcend the 10,000-year mark, elevating his power to an even loftier level. At that point, he would be able to navigate the city of High City with ease. This thought brought a smile to his face. Subsequently, Xiao Yang distributed the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir. After absorbing the crystals, their temporal energy also broke through the century mark, resulting in a qualitative leap in their abilities. The 3 were overjoyed. Once they had rested sufficiently, Xiao Yang drove the off-road RV towards the largest shopping mall in the university town. Due to the excessive height of the off-road heavy-duty vehicle, it could not enter the underground parking, prompting Xiao Yang to park directly at the entrance of the shopping mall. "Sutong, stay here to watch the vehicle. Use the intercom if you need anything." He handed Sutong a walkie-talkie, removed the car keys, and proceeded with Mu Wanqing and the other 2 towards the mall. The entrance was open, yet all internal areas were secured with iron gates, showing no signs of tampering. It appeared that no one had ventured inside, or those who had realized they could not gain entry. This was promising news, as it indicated that the supplies within remained untouched. The iron gates were robust, yet they posed no challenge for Xiao Yang. Utilizing a crowbar, he effortlessly pried open a section of the gate. Once inside, he made a beeline for the supermarket located on the first floor. The supermarket was spacious and well-stocked. Xiao Yang wasted no time and began to transfer all items, including the shelves, into his space. The sight astonished the three women following him. They had witnessed Xiao Yang retrieving supplies from his space before, but never had they seen him store items within it. Within less than 2 hours, the entire supermarket was emptied by Xiao Yang's efforts. The three women couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of Xiao Yang's space and its remarkable capacity. After clearing the supermarket, they proceeded to the clothing sections on the second and third floors, where Xiao Yang continued his endeavor, gathering every article of clothing into his space without hesitation. Although these are all summer garments, they will certainly prove useful in the future. Particularly, items such as bras and panties are essentials that Mu Wanqing and her companions will undoubtedly require and frequently replace. Xiao Yang has even meticulously categorized the bras by size into several tiers. This one, breathable and in black, is perfectly suited for Wanqing. This slightly smaller one would be ideal for Lin Shishir. And of course, this larger size is most appropriate for Yojia. Chapter 40. Captain Tang Ying. After gathering all the clothing, the group ascended to the 4th floor. This level housed various dining establishments, with limited supplies available, prompting them to venture onward to the 5th floor. Here, they encountered a cinema, while the remainder was occupied by gyms and clubs. Xiao Yang deemed the offerings insufficient. While Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, under Liu Yu's guidance, each procured a yoga mat. Liu Yu expressed her intention to lead Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir in yoga practice, which delighted Xiao Yang. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, he had purchased numerous yoga outfits online. Just as he envisioned this idyllic scene, the intercom crackled to life. This is Su Tong. A group of individuals is being pursued by a horde of zombies and are heading towards our RV. What should I do? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether they were being targeted or merely passing by. Regardless, it was prudent to investigate. Stay inside the vehicle and do not exit. We will arrive shortly. As they dashed out of the shopping mall, they were confronted with the alarming sight of their off-road vehicle encircled by a horde of zombies. A glance around revealed only the undead, with no sign of any living souls. Had they taken refuge inside the vehicle? Su Tong. Xiao Yang called over the radio, hoping to ascertain her status. I'm here. Our RV is surrounded by zombies. Su Tong's voice came through the radio, deliberately lowered. What about the others? Xiao Yang pressed. They're inside the vehicle. Su Tong's response was tinged with anxiety, indicating her awareness of the impropriety of allowing the others into their sanctuary. Xiao Yang felt a surge of anger. How could Su Tong, uncertain of their allegiance, have permitted them entry? He surveyed the mass of zombies surrounding the RV. There were at least 100. Never mind. Let's eliminate these zombies first, he decided. As for those people, if they have any sense, they should leave quickly. If they don't, well, they should brace themselves. A horde of 100 zombies was merely a trivial challenge for Xiao Yang and his companions. With their tang knives drawn, they unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly clearing the area of the undead. As they approached the RV, Liu Yu, standing quietly behind Xiao Yang, subtly raised her hand, ready to unleash a shock of lightning at a moment's notice should the situation take a turn for the worse. Su Tong, open the door, Xiao Yang commanded. The door of the RV creaked open, and the step extended as Su Tong descended. Upon seeing that Su Tong appeared unharmed, the group felt a measure of relief, suggesting that the others bore no ill intent. Why did you take it upon yourself to let them in? Xiao Yang's tone was stern. They are members of the public security team, and thus I was just. Before Su Tong could finish her sentence, a woman emerged from the RV. She sported a short haircut, her complexion fair and her beauty striking, with clear eyes radiating righteousness. Her mere presence exuded an extraordinary aura. Is she a police officer? Xiao Yang had encountered officers before, yet he had never seen one as beautiful and graceful as this female officer. Greetings, I am Tang Ying, the captain of the City Police Department's public security team. The two individuals behind me are my colleagues, and here is my identification. Tang Ying introduced herself and presented her credentials. Xiao Yang took the identification, glancing at it. The photograph paled in comparison to her actual appearance. However, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering the absurdity of showcasing credentials at such a time. Yet, he conceded that it still held some merit for before the apocalypse. They were indeed trustworthy individuals. Hello, Captain Tang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile. Tang Ying surveyed the group behind Xiao Yang, notably Mu Wanqing, and remarked appreciatively. You are truly remarkable. The four of you managed to effortlessly eliminate so many zombies. Had we not been injured and concerned about causing you trouble, I would have joined you in battle long ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang scrutinized Tang Ying closely and noticed that her uniform was tattered in several places. indicating that they had endured a fierce battle. Peering further into the RV, he noticed a woman tending to a man's wound. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Has anyone been bitten by a zombie? He understood all too well that if any of them had been infected, leaving them alive was not an option. The virulence of this zombie virus is exceedingly high. If one is bitten or scratched by a zombie, transformation ensues within a mere 3 hours. Tang Ying was perplexed by Xiao Yang's sudden vigilance. Was it not common to sustain injuries? Well, I accidentally injured myself while combating zombies alongside a female colleague. That male colleague was inadvertently bitten on the hand by a zombie, but it was merely a minor wound. Just a bit of blood, nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression turned icy. Captain Tang, instruct your colleague to disembark immediately. We must depart. Tang Ying was bewildered by the abrupt shift in Xiao Yang's demeanor upon learning of her colleague's bite. Could we perhaps request that you take us to the police station in the university town? We could disembark there, she tentatively suggested. Xiao Yang, however, promptly declined, stating, I can escort you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must exit the vehicle at once. Tang Ying frowned, taken aback by Xiao Yang's outright refusal. Meanwhile, her female colleague rose in indignation, exclaiming, What is wrong with you? Our captain has already stated that we need to be taken to the nearby police station. Had we not dispatched over 50 zombies today and sustained injuries, we would not trouble you. Ahem, Captain, perhaps I should get out. You and Comrade Xiao Jiang can go ahead while I walk, suggested Tang Ying's male colleague, voluntarily opting to leave the vehicle. Suddenly, a dog leapt out from the RV, barking furiously at Xiao Yang. Startled, he took a closer look and realized it was a German Shepherd police dog. Moments ago, it seemed to have taken refuge in the corner of the RV, thus Xiao Yang had not noticed it. Yang, do not call out, Tang Ying admonished sharply. Just as Xiao Yang was about to speak, he suddenly realized that the police dog obediently stood at Tang Ying's feet, dutifully silencing its barks. Goodness, the dog's name is Yang. In his childhood, Xiao Yang's biological mother used to call him Xiao Yang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang instinctively assumed it was an address to him. Who would have thought that this dog bore the same name as his childhood nickname? Cough, cough. You mean this dog is named Yang? Xiao Yang inquired, gesturing towards the police dog. Indeed, I named it, Tang Ying replied. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. How embarrassing it was to share a name with a dog. Noticing that Xiao Yang had fallen silent, Tang Ying felt that further pleading would appear rather uncouth. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, disembark. We shall proceed to the police station on foot. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude. I must thank you. Without you and this RV, we might have already perished. With that, she turned to leave with her colleagues and the police dog. Wait, Xiao Yang called out suddenly. Chapter 41. Who hasn't had their first time? Xiao Yang halted Tang Ying and her companions. May I inquire if you have any further instructions? Tang Ying turned back, her tone indifferent. I can escort you to the nearest police station, but you must keep a vigilant eye on your colleague. Once bitten by a zombie, transformation is inevitable. No one can save him. Xiao Yang's change of heart was not born from sympathy, but rather from a sudden recollection of Tang Ying's name and her identity. In his past life's memories, this Tang Ying seemed to be the renowned goddess of archery. What does it mean to be the goddess of archery? From 100 miles away, the enemy's head may be taken. This is the prowess of the goddess of archery in the apocalypse. It is said that before the world descended into chaos, this goddess was a captain of the security team. The present Tang Ying perfectly aligns with this information. If she were to be invited into their ranks, the hope for survival would undoubtedly be magnified. Therefore, it is imperative that Xiao Yang extend his assistance to her. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement to escort them to the police station, Tang Ying and her companions visibly relaxed. However, the mention of their injured colleague potentially becoming a zombie instantly rendered their expressions tense once again. With a grave demeanor, Tang Ying approached Xiao Yang and whispered, Is what you said true? Xiao Yang nodded in affirmation. Is there any way to save them? Tang Ying gazed at Xiao Yang, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Although she had previously witnessed a colleague being gruesomely disemboweled by a zombie, she still believed that if the bite were minor, there might be a chance for salvation. If one were to lose an arm immediately after being bitten, there could still be hope. But now Xiao Yang shook his head, declaring it a certain death. Tang Ying, momentarily taken aback, swiftly composed herself to appear calm. Then let us depart quickly and do our utmost not to cause you any trouble. Without hesitation, she turned and assisted her injured colleague back into the RV. Xiao Yang also hurriedly called everyone to board the vehicle, pressing the accelerator to the floor as they sped towards the police substation in the university town. Within 20 minutes, The off-road vehicle drove directly into the police station's courtyard. It was evident that this place had also suffered an onslaught from the undead, with a multitude of decapitated zombies sprawled across the ground. The glass doors of the police station were shattered, indicating that the situation inside was far from optimistic. As everyone disembarked, Tang Ying and her female colleague, Xiao Yang, each drew a dagger in preparation for whatever lay ahead. "Thank you for bringing us here. You may leave now." Tang Ying saluted Xiao Yang and the others, then turned to her colleagues, instructing Xiao Yang, "Please take Xiao Lu and find a room to wait. I will check the equipment room for any remaining ammunition." Suddenly recalling something, she approached Xiao Jiang and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Jiang listened intently, glanced at Xiao Yang, then at her colleague Xiao Lu. Before nodding earnestly, supporting Xiao Lu, Xiao Jiang led him to the nearest office and entered. Meanwhile, Tang Ying continued deeper into the police station with the police dog in search of further clues. Xiao Yang had no intention of leaving, as his objective remained unfulfilled. And he too was eager to procure some ammunition. This was an excellent opportunity, one he could not afford to miss. He addressed Mu Wanqing and the others, saying, "Stay here and keep watch. I will go in for a look." With that, he drew his tang sword and followed suit. Tang Ying was taken aback to see Xiao Yang trailing behind with a blade in hand. "Weren't you told to leave?" she questioned. "Ah, Captain Tang. We are all part of the same community. I noticed you were short-staffed, so I came to lend a hand. Once we ascertain that this area is secure, we will depart." Tang Ying scrutinized Xiao Yang with a discerning gaze, but his expression conveyed sincerity, revealing no ulterior motives. Considering Xiao Yang's combat prowess was on par with her own, she reluctantly acquiesced. The police dog, Yang Ong, cautiously sniffed the ground ahead, with Tang Ying in the middle and Xiao Yang trailing behind. As Xiao Yang observed the unfolding scene, a thought crossed his mind: with two Yang Yangs guarding you, you should feel fortunate. They pressed onward until they reached the end of the corridor, where a staircase led down to the basement. The password-protected door at the stairwell was ajar, and Xiao Yang followed Tang Ying down without hesitation. Upon entering the basement level, the absence of windows rendered the surroundings dim. Xiao Yang promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight from his belongings and illuminated the path ahead. The sudden burst of light startled Tang Ying, causing her to flinch. She shot a glare at Xiao Yang, silently conveying her discontent for not providing a prior warning before activating the flashlight. Xiao Yang offered a sheepish smile, realizing that his good intentions had inadvertently caused a misstep. Observing Tang Ying's cautious demeanor, he deemed her pace excessively slow. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder, signaling her to step back. Then, with deliberate care, he rapped on a nearby door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, resonating throughout the entire basement level. Tang Ying immediately brandished her dagger, remaining vigilant. After a brief moment of silence, with no signs of movement, Xiao Yang relaxed his guard and remarked, "Well, there are no zombies on this level. Remember, zombies are highly sensitive to sound. If there were any, they would have emerged at the first noise, so there is no need for excessive caution." Understood. Tang Ying humbly accepted Xiao Yang's guidance, though her curiosity piqued regarding his extensive experience and true identity. However, now was not the time to inquire, so they continued their search for the equipment room. Once assured of their safety, their pace quickened, and soon, they discovered the equipment room. The door to the armory was also open, eliciting mixed feelings in both Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The positive aspect was that the door was remarkably sturdy. Had it been closed, they would have faced considerable difficulty. The downside was that its open state indicated prior entry, suggesting that the ammunition within might have already been depleted. Overthinking is futile. We shall discuss it once we are inside. Tang Ying was the first to step in, closely followed by Xiao Yang. As he shone the flashlight around, he observed the disarray within. Cabinets lay ajar, and several handguns were scattered across the floor, accompanied by some ammunition atop the cabinets. Tang Ying promptly moved forward to collect the bullets, with Xiao Yang trailing behind her. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Ying was distracted, Xiao Yang discreetly utilized his spatial abilities to pilfer several boxes of ammunition and a handgun. He was uncertain if the bullets and the gun were compatible, but he decided to acquire them nonetheless. Subsequently, he gathered various useful items like handcuffs and batons, stowing them away in his spatial inventory. Tang Ying meticulously packed the bullets and filled the handgun, feeling a modicum of reassurance. Turning to Xiao Yang, who appeared dazed, she chided, "What are you standing there for? Look around for anything useful and take it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled inwardly. The equipment room was nearly emptied by his hands, yet she seemed oblivious to it. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise and picked up a handgun from the ground. Do you know how to use that? Tang Ying mocked as she saw him retrieving the firearm. Come on, who hasn't had a first time? It's just a matter of pulling the trigger. Huh, without bullets, you can't fire it either. Tang Ying teased. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, amused, and stepped closer, leaning in towards Tang Ying with a playful demeanor. Without bullets, it's still solid. If I poke you with it, would it hurt? Tang Ying felt his breath, warm against her nose, causing a slight tingling sensation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, it seemed there were layers of meaning concealed within. Casting a fleeting glance at him, she forcefully pushed him aside, raising her firearm and declaring, "Keep your distance." It could lead to an accidental discharge. The two exchanged a brief look before promptly dashing upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, they discovered Mu Wanqing and Liu gathered around the door of an office precisely where Tang Ying's colleagues were situated. The police dog, Yang, was the first to dart through the legs of the crowd into the room. What happened? Xiao Yang inquired hastily. The male officer is turned. He bit the female officer, Lin Shishir explained. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying swiftly pushed through the group and entered the office. The scene inside was chaotic. With a substantial pool of blood on the floor, the transformed male officer lay motionless, his head punctured with a gaping hole. Meanwhile, the female officer, Xiao Jiang, had a bloody bite wound on her neck, and blood was oozing forth. Yang, the police dog, was whimpering softly, licking her face. Tang Ying immediately rushed to Xiao Jiang's side, cradling her and applying pressure to the wound in an attempt to staunch the flow of blood. We heard the commotion and came to investigate, only to find that the male officer had already bitten her neck. She had a knife in hand but couldn't bring herself to use it. It was I who ultimately dealt with the transformed officer. Mu Wanqing recounted the events that had just transpired, leaving Xiao Yang deeply moved. Tears welling in her eyes, Tang Ying held Xiao Jiang tightly, saying, "Did I not warn you? If Xiao Lu were to transform, you must not hesitate. You must protect yourself." With a faint voice, Xiao Jiang replied, Captain, Xiao Lu is my comrade. I couldn't bring myself to do it." Alas, the crowd listened, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "Silly girl." Tang Ying wept. "Captain, huh? Am I not destined to become like Xiao Lu? Captain, I do not wish to transform into such a monster. Please, grant me a swift end." Xiao Jiang, summoning her final reserves of strength, widened her eyes, filled with desperation as she gazed at Tang Ying. Woo! The ever-resilient Tang Ying, upon hearing her colleague's last plea, could no longer contain her tears. "I beg you." Xiao Jiang's gaze began to dull, slowly succumbing to the viral invasion of her brain, displaying early signs of grotesque transformation. Xiao Yang, witnessing this from the side, felt a surge of urgency. He implored Tang Ying not to follow her colleague's tragic path. "Captain Tang Yu, I understand, please leave." Tang Ying insisted, dismissing Xiao Yang's attempt to offer a warning. As they exited the room, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir's eyes brimmed with tears. Xiao Yang was rendered speechless. They were clearly inexperienced in the harsh realities of the world. Such scenes were familiar to him. In this apocalypse, human life held little value. While you harbor emotions, others remain indifferent, and the zombies are even more merciless. Thus, one must adopt a ruthless stance to survive longer. Bang! A gunshot echoed from within the room. Xiao Yang nodded. "Captain Tang, once you overcome this hurdle, you shall truly grow." After a significant passage of time, Tang Ying emerged with the police dog by her side. Her eyes were red, and she remained silent. Closing the office door behind her, she offered a salute to it. Subsequently, she produced 2 handguns, presenting one to Mu Wanqing and the other to Lin Shishir. "These belong to my colleague. Keep them for self-defense," she instructed. "The magazines are fully loaded, so remember to safeguard yourselves." With that, she ascended to the second floor, accompanied by the police dog. Both Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stood in shock, for they had never before handled a firearm, let alone discharged one. "But we don't know how to use them," Mu Wanqing protested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang suddenly took an interest in Tang Ying, thinking to himself that this woman had clearly lost her senses and was now attempting to demonstrate her newfound skills. "Put the guns away. Wait here while I accompany her upstairs," Xiao Yang advised before following her up the stairs. Tang Ying led the police dog, methodically searching each room, with Xiao Yang trailing closely behind. After completing the search of the second floor, they proceeded to the third. "What are you following me for? Are you here to mock me? To laugh at my inability to protect even my colleagues?" Tang Ying finally erupted, unable to contain her frustration as she noticed Xiao Yang closely tailing her. With reddened eyes, she unleashed her ire upon him. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated her outburst, leaving him bewildered. Captain Tang, I merely wish to assist you. There are no ulterior motives. Tang Ying retorted with a cold laugh. Do you believe yourself to be formidable? Huh. You may be capable, but I do not require your help. Xiao Yang was at a loss for words, feeling as though he were a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize the kindness being offered. If it weren't for your reputation as the apocalyptic sharpshooter goddess, would I be following you? Suddenly, from the innermost office, the unmistakable sounds of a zombie's moan echoed. Both Xiao Yang and Tang Ying froze momentarily, before instinctively moving toward the source of the noise. They arrived at the end of the corridor where the director's office was situated, and it was there that the trio, 2 individuals and a dog, came to a halt. The sounds emanated from within. With a swift kick, Xiao Yang flung the door open, revealing a uniformed zombie, likely a former police officer. On the floor lay another zombie, clad in ordinary attire. As Tang Ying noticed the uniformed zombie lunging towards the doorway, she raised her firearm to shoot, but Xiao Yang intervened. Just one? Don't waste a bullet, he exclaimed, advancing directly to deliver a decisive blow that severed the zombie's head, causing it to collapse with a thud. Upon inspecting the fallen zombie, Xiao Yang discerned it had been dead for quite some time. It appeared that a zombie had attacked this location, and the officer had managed to slay it, only to fall victim to a bite, ultimately succumbing to the undead transformation. The realization dawned upon him that this entire police station had no survivors. Just as Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing prepared to depart, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Is that the rescue team? Following the sound, they discovered a concealed door within the office. Xiao Yang forcefully kicked it open, startling the occupant inside, who shouted, I am Li Gang from the city police station. Who are you? To Xiao Yang's astonishment, the interior revealed a hidden sanctuary, complete with a bed and a sofa. At that moment, a man in uniform cowered in the corner, calling out to him. Upon seeing this man, Tang Ying exclaimed in surprise, Li Yang? How did you end up here? The individual, now identified as Li Yang, upon recognizing Tang Ying, burst forth with joy, exclaiming, Tang Ying, is it really you? Have you come to rescue me? I knew you still cared for me. Ying furrowed her brow upon hearing this, coldly stating, Comrade Li Yang, I am pleased that you are alive. However, please do not overthink things. Chapter 43. Your RV has been confiscated. Li Yang, unfazed by Tang Ying's indifferent demeanor, approached her with a smirk, saying, Tang Ying, I know you actually have feelings for me, don't you? Tang Ying took a step back, expressing her distaste. I'm sorry, but you've misunderstood. Xiao Yang, witnessing Li Yang's sycophantic behavior, felt a wave of disgust wash over him, as it was a disservice to the image of law enforcement. It was painfully obvious that the young lady harbored no interest in him. Was it not absurd for him to be so self-satisfied? Perhaps sensing Xiao Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Li Yang appraised him and realized that Xiao Yang was far more handsome than he. A pang of jealousy struck him, and he puffed out his chest, attempting to project an air of superiority as he regarded Xiao Yang. Comrade, you are part of the police system too, correct? Do you know who my father is? Xiao Yang scoffed. At this point, are you still playing the family card? I am not an officer, nor do I have any interest in knowing who your father is. My father is Li Gang, Li Yang proclaimed proudly, yet he was met with Xiao Yang's perplexed expression. What does your father being Li Gang have to do with me? If he were Wang Gang, then it would indeed be a different matter. Xiao Yang retorted dismissively and turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with such a person. Beside him, Tang Ying nearly burst into laughter at Xiao Yang's remark, but stifled it out of consideration for Li Yang's presence. Seeing that Xiao Yang was unyielding and confronting him in front of his goddess, Li Yang felt a surge of anger. His gaze fell upon the Tang Dao in Xiao Yang's hand, and his expression darkened. Wait, you claim you're not an officer, yet you wield a controlled weapon. Do you not realize this is against the law? Xiao Yang, who was about to leave, found the remark amusing. Even Tang Ying, standing nearby, regarded Li Yang as though he were a fool. Fool. Xiao Yang had no desire to squander time with such a person. He uttered 2 dismissive words and turned to depart. Li Yang, enraged and humiliated, shouted after him. Who are you calling a fool? I'll report you for insulting an officer, do you believe? Suddenly, his voice trailed off. Observing Li Yang's demeanor, Xiao Yang recognized him as a coward. Glancing at the 2 corpses of the zombies on the ground, Xiao Yang seemed to deduce the truth. What? Are you frightened now? If you hadn't been cowering in the shadows and had instead assisted your colleague, perhaps they wouldn't have perished. Xiao Yang boldly articulated his conjecture. And upon hearing it, Li Yang fell into despair, repeatedly apologizing as he stared at the lifeless body of the officer. Xiao Yang, witnessing Li Yang's reaction, was confident his assumptions were correct. With a disdainful glance, he turned to leave. Tang Ying, observing Li Yang's behavior, also grasped the situation. This Li Yang was truly a disgrace to the police department. The more she looked, the more irritated she became, prompting her to follow Xiao Yang out. Hey, Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me. Realizing what was happening, Li Yang hurriedly trailed behind in fear. As they descended to the entrance on the first floor, no one paid further attention to him, until Li Yang caught sight of the off-road vehicle at the entrance and the accompanying Mu Wanqing and her companions. He suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, 3 of them were strikingly beautiful, rivaling Tang Ying in allure. How is it possible that I was unaware of the newcomers at the police station? Could they be from Tang Ying's security team? Upon encountering such an array of beauties, Li Yang felt invigorated. He straightened his posture, striving to appear more refined. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Ahem, Captain Tang. Are those young ladies part of your security team?" "Not at all." "Then who are they?" "They are my associates." "What of it?" Xiao Yang replied coldly. Li Yang narrowed his eyes at Xiao Yang, realizing not only was he handsome, but he was also surrounded by such captivating women. A wave of envy washed over him. Glancing at the knives in their hands, Li Yang threatened, "Your associates are armed with prohibited weapons. Are you all part of a gang? Do you dare me to arrest you?" Everyone present was taken aback by Li Yang's words. Is this person out of his mind? Can he truly be oblivious to the events unfolding outside? Go ahead, give it a try. Xiao Yang's expression turned icy. He had encountered foolishness before, but nothing quite as absurd as this. Li Yang took a step back, intimidated by Xiao Yang's piercing gaze. He sensed an underlying ferocity. It was clear that Xiao Yang had blood on his hands, for such an aura would not emanate from one unaccustomed to violence. Very well, you may outnumber me now, but I shall not engage further. Once order is restored to society, I will ensure that this individual is brought to justice, thereby presenting an opportunity for me to distinguish myself. As for those enchanting ladies, they must have been ensnared by his intimidation and allure. Ultimately, it would fall upon him to extricate them from their plight. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across his face, and he thought, let us wait and see. He dared not gaze upon Xiao Yang's countenance any longer, instead circumventing him to approach the rugged RV. Whose vehicle is this? It belongs to me as well. Xiao Yang turned to face him, his expression devoid of emotion. Li Yang seethed with anger. How could this man possess everything? No wonder he was surrounded by so many beauties. This very RV could captivate a multitude. In this chaotic city, owning such a vehicle was akin to wielding a mobile fortress. I hereby inform you, in my capacity as an officer, that your RV has been requisitioned. Li Yang declared with great gravity, as though his mere words could transfer ownership of the vehicle to himself. Noticing the silence from the crowd, he smugly addressed Mu Wanqing and her companions. Moreover, these lovely ladies, my father is the chief of the Haicheng Municipal Police Department. Should you choose to accompany me, I will ensure your protection. Li Yang cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Yang, thinking to himself, you dare to compete with me? I can render you destitute in an instant. He turned to open the RV door, preparing to board, when suddenly he felt a blade pressed against his neck. Dare to try? The voice was chilling yet melodious. Li Yang, in disbelief, slowly turned his head, encountering the frosty visage of Mu Wanqing. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, she is my woman and has made remarkable progress. Stealing a glance at Tang Ying, he noted her merely observing the scene with a cold gaze, not intervening. It appeared that Tang Ying also disapproved of Li Yang's conduct. Miss, do not act impulsively. You must understand that such behavior constitutes an assault on an officer, which could lead to imprisonment. Li Yang stood there, paralyzed with fear, merely attempting to verbally caution Mu Wanqing. If it weren't for the uniform you wear, I would have cut you down long ago. Get lost, and keep your distance from our vehicle. Mu Wanqing retorted disdainfully. All right, I won't act rashly. I'm leaving. Chapter 44. If a dog can enter, why not you? Li Yang cautiously retreated to Tang Ying's side, feeling significantly safer, and suddenly pointed at Xiao Yang and the others, shouting, Captain Tang, did you see that? This group of ruffians intends to revolt. You are the captain of the municipal security team. Will you just stand by and watch them act with impunity? Tang Ying shifted slightly to the side, maintaining a distance from Li Yang. Li Yang, you are truly a disgrace to our precinct. Xiao Yang observed Li Yang with a gaze akin to that of a spectator watching a circus performance. If it weren't for Tang Ying's presence, he would have dealt with Li Yang decisively. However, since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had already condemned him in his heart. He would not allow Li Yang to leave alive. With his father's influence and his evident malice towards them, keeping him around would only pose a significant threat. Captain Tang, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yang directly ignored Li Yang and approached Tang Ying to inquire. I am still uncertain. My colleagues have either perished or been scattered, and I have yet to determine the next course of action, Tang Ying replied with a heavy heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang recognized an opportunity. The expanse of our territory is ample, and we have successfully eradicated the zombies, ensuring a safe environment. Let us first settle down and then deliberate on our plans at leisure. Xiao Yang harbored a desire to recruit Tang Ying into his team. However, he understood that individuals of her caliber would not easily submit to others. Nevertheless, if he could keep Tang Ying by his side, the opportunity for persuasion would arise, and he was resolute in his belief that he could win her over. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's invitation, Tang Ying felt a flicker of interest. She had witnessed the prowess of Xiao Yang and his companions firsthand. Joining forces with them would alleviate her burdens, making her existence far less taxing. Moreover, the presence of numerous young women who willingly followed Xiao Yang suggested that his character was indeed commendable. Most importantly, she harbored no aversion toward him. Her earlier outburst had stemmed from a wounded pride, feeling somewhat diminished in his presence. She concluded that if given the choice of teammates, she would unhesitatingly select Xiao Yang. There was no particular reason. Her intuition as a woman assured her of his reliability, far surpassing that of Li Yang. Captain Tang, come with us. I assure you will be pleasantly surprised upon your arrival. At that moment, Mu Wanqing stepped forward to extend her invitation, having formed a favorable impression of Tang Ying. This admiration was not solely due to Tang Ying's position as the captain of the security team, but also because of the emotional impact she felt when Tang Ying had gifted her a firearm. Indeed, with just a few of us, it would become quite lively if you joined us, Captain Tang. Lin Shishir also approached with a warm invitation. Lu Yu, too, stepped forward, hoping to entice Tang Ying with the promise of delectable food. Upon hearing the mention of delicious food, Tang Ying's stomach audibly protested with a rumble. Over the past few days, she had subsisted on merely 2 packets of instant noodles, nibbled at some snow, and engaged in a fierce battle against zombies, leaving her ravenously hungry. Casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Lu Yu, she was met with the sincere gazes of the others. In a soft voice, she acquiesced, very well. I shall not impose further. Wonderful. Come on, Captain Tang, let us board the vehicle. Xiao Yang felt a surge of delight. These women were truly becoming increasingly considerate. He awarded them full marks for their assistance. However, Li Yang, noticing that this group utterly disregarded him, treating him as if he were invisible, rushed forward to detain Tang Ying just as she was about to depart with them. Captain Tang, you cannot leave me behind. We are colleagues within the same system. Observing the desperate expression on Li Yang's face, Tang Ying felt a pang of reluctance. Abandoning a colleague was not in her nature. She disdainfully swatted away his hand and glanced at Xiao Yang, feeling somewhat conflicted. She recognized that the true leader among this group was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled knowingly. He understood Tang Ying's predicament. As he contemplated how to deal with this individual, he decided to grant Tang Ying a favor. After all, once Li Yang reached the villa area, Xiao Yang had no intention of allowing him to survive the night. Well then, since he is Captain Tang's colleague, let him join us. We certainly have ample accommodation. Xiao Yang's cheerful demeanor toward Tang Ying made her perceive him as an exceedingly magnanimous man. Despite Li Yang's earlier treatment of them, he bore no grudge and was willing to offer him shelter, showing concern for her feelings. At this moment, Xiao Yang's impression in Tang Ying's heart significantly improved. Li Yang, seeing that Xiao Yang had agreed, was the first to rush into the RV, fearful that Xiao Yang might go back on his word and abandon him. Everyone present felt a sense of revulsion at Li Yang's behavior. Such trash had never been witnessed before. Ugh. Along the journey, several women engaged in casual conversation, enhancing their mutual understanding. Noticing that Xiao Yang was solely focused on driving and ignoring him, Li Yang initiated a topic. This vehicle requires an A license to operate, doesn't it? Do you possess one? Let me tell you, driving without a proper license is illegal. Get lost. Xiao Yang thought that uttering even a single word to him was a waste of time. Frustrated, with nothing to do, Li Yang turned to tease Tang Ying's police dog, Yang. However, the police dog showed little interest in him and would sometimes even bare its teeth. Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Such trash. Even dogs don't want to acknowledge you. truly a failure in life. The journey continued until they arrived at the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, where the heavy-duty RV came to a halt. The female security guard had already opened the gate, awaiting their arrival. Su Tong exited the vehicle, carrying half a bag of rice and flour. Xiao Yang advised Su Tong to converse more with the other security guard to gain experience, suggesting that she should accompany him next time they went out. Su Tong nodded earnestly, and Xiao Yang, satisfied, drove on towards his villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of his villa, the electric gate slowly opened. Xiao Yang issued a dismissal to Li Yang. Li Yang was taken aback and puzzled, exclaiming, "On such a cold day, where do you expect me to go? There are plenty of villas here. You can go wherever you please." Xiao Yang replied impatiently, "No, I am with Captain Tang. Where she goes, I shall follow. If she does not descend, neither shall I." Li Yang suddenly resorted to childlike stubbornness, adamantly refusing to leave the vehicle. Tang Ying frowned, increasingly irritated by Li Yang's antics. Mu Wanqing, witnessing Li Yang's obstinate demeanor, promptly stepped forward, grasped him firmly, flung open the car door, and unceremoniously tossed him out. Li Yang landed ungracefully in the snow, his head spinning. Before he could gather his wits, Xiao Yang drove the car into the villa's courtyard, the gate closing slowly behind them. Inside the vehicle, Tang Ying was utterly astonished by Mu Wanqing's display of strength. Regardless of Li Yang's shortcomings, he was still a man weighing over 100 pounds, yet he had been so effortlessly lifted and discarded by Mu Wanqing. Was this young woman truly that formidable? Her prowess seemed to rival her own. As several individuals invited Tang Ying to exit the vehicle, she gradually recovered from her shock. At that moment, they heard Li Yang's frantic cries from outside the gate. "How unfair. Even that dog is allowed in, yet I am not?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at the police dog, Yang Yang, and burst into laughter. "Indeed, you're correct. The dog is permitted entry, but you are not." Chapter 45. A feast of delight. No one paid any heed to the rejected Li Yang outside the gate, as Tang Ying was warmly escorted into the villa by Mu Wanqing and her companions. Xiao Yang discreetly retrieved his walkie-talkie and called out to Su Tong. "Su Tong, keep an eye out. If that fellow Li Yang escapes the villa grounds, contact me immediately." "Understood." Inside the villa, Tang Ying remained in a state of disbelief, overwhelmed by the astonishing surroundings. Upon her arrival, as she beheld the electric gate and subsequently entered the villa, where warmth and light enveloped her, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. After so many days, this was the day she felt the most blissful and secure. Even her police dog, Yang Yang, rejoiced with exuberance. However, it wasn't long before it became fixated on the coal ball. The sudden presence of another dog seemed to threaten the coal ball, which became restless, defiantly spreading its wings and barking at Yang Yang. Yang Yang, too, exhibited great curiosity, circling beneath the coal ball's perch and occasionally barking up at it. Yet, each time, Tang Ying would chastise him, leaving him to sulk on the ground in dismay. Xiao Yang had initially worried that the oblivious Yang Yang might consume the coal ball, but upon witnessing Yang Yang's obedient demeanor, he felt reassured. After Mu Wanqing and the others had finished their baths and changed their clothes, they called for Tang Ying to wash up. Upon learning that there was a possibility of bathing here, she was overjoyed. Nearly 20 days had passed since the calamity struck, and she had not had a single bath, leaving her feeling most unpleasant. For a woman, this was an utterly intolerable situation. Xiao Yang, ever considerate, offered her a set of pajamas. Unsure of their fit, he noted that Wanqing and Shir were of similar height to Tang Ying, suggesting they might suit her well. Tang Ying accepted the pajamas with a hint of bashfulness, feeling shy at receiving such intimate clothing from a man. "Thank you," she said, lowering her gaze as she hurried into the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it amusing that the formidable captain of the security team, a valiant woman, could actually feel shy. "Xiao Yang, what do you wish to eat this evening? The refrigerator is nearly empty." Liu glanced into the fridge and, noticing its scarcity, turned her head to inquire of Xiao Yang. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yang realized that since Tang Ying was visiting for the first time, the meal ought to be sumptuous. After all, if she were a foodie, a well-prepared feast could very well win her heart. After pondering for a while, a thought struck him. It had been quite some time since he indulged in a seafood feast. His storage space was brimming with a variety of seafood. So why not enjoy a lavish seafood dinner today? Coupled with a fine red wine, it would be nothing short of exquisite. Seizing the opportunity to add coal to the boiler in the basement, Xiao Yang retrieved an impressive assortment of seafood from his space: king crab, Australian lobsters, abalone, sea urchins, and large conchs. And let us not forget a wild yellow croaker and some salmon slices, along with caviar. Perfect, he declared. Sister Yu, tonight we feast on seafood. When Xiao Yang brought the abundant array of seafood into the kitchen, everyone was taken aback. Brother, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? Lu Yu exclaimed, astonished at the luxurious ingredients. Are you really planning to eat all of this? However, Mu Wanqing remained silent. Knowing well that Xiao Yang's storage was plentiful enough to accommodate a seafood dinner, and a change of taste was certainly permissible, Li Shishir gazed curiously at Xiao Yang, unable to believe that he possessed such a plethora of ingredients. This man exuded an air of mystery, his physique remarkably robust. How absurd. What was I thinking? Lin Shishir swiftly interrupted her thoughts and assisted Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing began to tidy up the tableware, creating a scene of tranquil harmony. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Xiao Yang ascended to the master bedroom on the third floor and indulged in a hot shower. Upon finishing and donning his pajamas, he made his way to the dining room, only to discover that Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were already seated. The table was generously laden with seafood, its vibrant colors igniting the appetite. Just then, Li presented the final dish, braised wild yellow croaker, completing the meal. Noticing Xiao Yang's arrival, Tang Ying promptly rose, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she expressed, Xiao Yang, thank you for your hospitality. I am at a loss for words. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had yet to introduce himself, yet she already knew his name. It seemed that Wanqing and the others had informed her. Observing Tang Ying in her pajamas, he noted that they appeared somewhat snug. As a former police officer, her physique was undoubtedly more robust than that of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Additionally, her prominently curvaceous figure, which had been less apparent beneath her coat, was now strikingly evident. This form was comparable to Lu Yu's. However, Tang Ying stood taller than Lu Yu, and her medium-length hairstyle perfectly accentuated her poise. Particularly captivating was her hair, which she had swept behind her ears, enhancing her allure. The only slight discord was the sharpness of her eyes and brows, which seemed a touch too piercing. However, the more one indulges, the more it stirs the man's instinct for conquest. Ahem, dear brother, please take your seat. Without you, our dinner cannot commence. As Lu Yu observed Xiao Yang's captivated gaze, she offered a gentle reminder. Oh, Captain Tang, there is no need for formalities. We do not regard you as an outsider and are eager to present you with the most sumptuous feast. Come, do not hesitate, indulge. Xiao Yang took his seat and poured the red wine, which had long been prepared, into glasses for everyone. Let us extend a warm welcome to Captain Tang with a toast. Tang Ying raised her glass and stood once more, saying, I must express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. Allow me to drink first. With that, Tang Ying took a sip, and naturally, Xiao Yang and the others followed suit. Captain Tang, there is no need for such politeness. Consider this your home. Xiao Yang poured her another glass and cheerfully encouraged, Come now, let us not merely gaze at the feast. We must eat before it cools. He cracked open a substantial leg of the king crab and placed it in Tang Ying's hand. Without concern for decorum, she opened her luscious lips and began to savor the delicacy. Delicious, truly a culinary delight. She then tore into an Australian lobster, stuffing the succulent meat into her mouth, her cheeks bulging with the ample morsel. Such a manner of eating was utterly gratifying. The sea urchin, tender and juicy, melted smoothly upon her tongue. The abalone and conch, with their firm texture and delightful chew, elicited exclamations of delight. Every individual present was reveling in this opulent banquet, even succumbing to the illusion of living in a prelude to disaster. Such tranquility, such exquisite flavors, it seems utterly inconceivable to associate them with the apocalypse. Soon, the seafood on the dining table was devoured in its entirety, leaving every face adorned with a look of profound satisfaction. Even the police dog, Yang, nestled beneath the table, basked in the remnants of this feast. The shells of shrimp and crabs were truly delectable. Chapter 46. The Archer Within the Villa. A harmonious atmosphere prevailed, while outside, Li Yang found himself in a dire predicament. Realizing that entering Xiao Yang's villa was no longer an option, he sought refuge in a nearby residence. This place was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting the resplendent illumination of Xiao Yang's abode. Under the moonlight, he rummaged through the cabinets, yet found no sustenance to quell his hunger. Overcome by thirst, he resorted to gathering a handful of snow from the ground and placing it in his mouth. He gazed enviously at Xiao Yang's villa, his teeth clenched in frustration. You'd better wait, brat. Once I encounter my father, I shall ensure you are the first to be imprisoned. He seethed. And you? Tang Ying, you filthy wretch, how dare you align yourself with other men? Should you not strip and present yourself willingly, I shall hold no forgiveness for you. As for those other women, he thought with a sinister grin, prepare to endure my fierce onslaught. The mere contemplation of such scenarios brought Li Yang a sense of relief, a lascivious smile creeping across his face, as if he believed that his imagined desires were on the cusp of realization. Xiao Yang, having absorbed all the energy crystals he had yet to consume that day, felt his temporal energy surge, breaking through to an astounding 100 years. He stretched his limbs, and his entire body cracked and popped in response. The skin has become even more taut and resilient than before. Although the external appearance may not reveal significant changes, he knows that even a knife would struggle to pierce his skin now. Conventional cold weapons are mere trifles to him. Having reached this level, he is no longer fearful of the attacks from ordinary zombies. Should a zombie attempt to bite him, it would likely shatter its teeth upon contact. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as he does not encounter firearms, Xiao Yang is virtually invincible. At this moment, he exudes an aura of dominance and charisma. Tang Ying perceives the transformation in Xiao Yang and displays an expression of astonishment. Although she has just learned about the effects of the crystal from Xiao Yang, she had not anticipated that this temporal energy could lead to such a profound metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others have already grasped the underlying reasons and are no longer surprised. Nonetheless, they are still captivated by the masculine charm that Xiao Yang radiates. Mu Wanqing feels a sweet sensation in her heart, thinking, my boyfriend is such a perfect man. Lu Yu also feels a sense of pride. Yes, that's my brother. Lin Shishir feels quite pleased as well. Well, my best friend's boyfriend can be considered my half-boyfriend too. By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened any special powers? Xiao Yang asks Tang Ying, who is staring at him in a daze. Huh? What do you mean by special powers? Tang Ying snaps back to reality, somewhat puzzled. I mean, have you felt any sudden emergence of unique abilities, or noticed any changes in certain functions? Upon hearing this, Tang Ying's eyes brighten, if that's the case. I do feel somewhat different from before. What is different? Mu Wanqing and the others were filled with curiosity, while Xiao Yang understood the situation all too well. Nevertheless, he sought confirmation. How should he articulate this? He realized that his shooting accuracy had remarkably improved, elevating it several levels beyond his previous capabilities. Furthermore, he discovered that he could throw objects with exceptional precision. Look, Tang Ying exclaimed, as she picked up a crystal from the table and placed it in the farthest corner of the living room. With that, she lifted the crystal in her hand, took careful aim, and threw it. Crack! The crystal struck the corner of the wall perfectly. Mu Wanqing and the others were left in awe. What precision! In fact, I believe I could throw even further, as long as I possess the strength to reach it. I wonder, does this count as a supernatural ability? The women were equally uncertain about whether this constituted a supernatural power, directing their inquiries towards Xiao Yang. At that moment, Xiao Yang felt immense joy. He had confirmed Tang Ying's identity as a sharpshooter goddess. This shooting ability belonged to a unique type of martial prowess, enhancing one's perceptual accuracy. Individuals endowed with this ability are akin to snipers in the military. In his past life, Xiao Yang had heard tales of Tang Ying's remarkable skills. She could effortlessly kill a squirrel from a distance of 10 kilometers with just a bow. Isn't that impressive? With such a sharpshooter on the team, safety would be significantly bolstered. In the later stages, a sharpshooter could indeed eliminate foes without a trace. Before you even realized her presence, you might have already met your end. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Tang Ying grew increasingly fervent. This Tang Ying must be recruited. She would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. When the Great Flood arrives, nearly all firearms will become ineffective, and every team and faction will lose their long-range strike capabilities. At that moment, the importance of sharpshooters will be profoundly highlighted. Tang Ying felt somewhat uneasy under Xiao Yang's gaze, which seemed as if he intended to devour her. Clearing his throat, she inquired, Comrade Xiao Yang, does this count as a special ability? Xiao Yang, awakened by Tang Ying's voice, had a sudden realization. Captain Tang, this indeed qualifies as a form of extraordinary power. However, without a formidable team to assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength, this ability will be challenging to develop. Elevating one's powers is quite resource-intensive, and dealing with mutated creatures poses its own difficulties. Upon hearing Xiao Yang affirm her awakening of special abilities, Tang Ying felt elated. Yet the subsequent revelation of the arduous journey ahead cast a shadow of disappointment over her. Oh, understood. By the way, since you all seem so knowledgeable, have you awakened any abilities as well? Her curiosity about Xiao Yang and his companions piqued. "Come on, Yujia, show us what you've got." Xiao Yang smiled, recognizing the opportunity to showcase his team's strength. Without further ado, Lu Yu dashed into the kitchen, grasping a pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, and then unleashed her lightning powers. Crackling and sizzling, Lu Yu endeavored to control the intensity of the electricity to avoid damaging the frying pan. Tang Ying watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is utterly incredible. Yujia, you are astonishing." Turning to Wan Qing and Shi, she inquired, "What about you two? What special abilities do you possess?" Before Wan Qing and Lin Shi could respond, Xiao Yang interjected, "Their abilities are rather unique. You'll discover more about them in due time." Tang Ying observed Xiao Yang with a sense of intrigue, sensing that he was perhaps not at liberty to divulge certain matters, and thus refrained from pressing him further. "What about you? Do you possess any extraordinary abilities?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. My unique power is to ensure that all of you remain plump and well-fed," Xiao Yang replied with a subtle hint of humor. "In this apocalyptic world, you shall want for nothing. How about that? Impressive, isn't it?" He conveyed this in a rather indirect manner, yet received only an exasperated eye roll in return from Tang Ying. Let it be, Xiao Yang thought to himself, believing it prudent to withhold the entirety of his secrets, especially since Tang Ying had yet to fully commit to joining him. "Well then, it's getting late. Let us all rest," he declared, rising first and producing 2 crystal cores to feed to the coal ball. The police dog, Yang, sniffed the air, seemingly sensing the peculiarity of the crystal cores, wagging its tail eagerly and gazing up at Xiao Yang with longing. It too desired a taste. "Do you want some?" Xiao Yang teased the police dog, who watched intently as he pretended to offer the crystal core. The dog's mouth watered in anticipation. Not so fast. You shall receive it only when you have a new name." With that, he abruptly tucked the crystal cores away, leaving the dog bewildered. Disappointed, it trotted over to Tang Ying, nudging her leg with its head in search of solace. As Tang Ying petted the dog affectionately, she cast a glance at Xiao Yang. "You, a grown man, bullying a dog. Captain Tang, let us change this dog's name. Yang simply does not suit it," Xiao Yang suggested earnestly. "Why the need for a change? I have pondered over this for quite some time. Yang is simply delightful. Yang embodies." Tang Ying was baffled, unable to comprehend why one would suggest renaming a dog. Suddenly, she recalled the name Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang? A burst of laughter escaped her lips. "You see, it seems we have a namesake. That comrade Xiao Yang, my Yang's Yang represents the sun, which is distinctly different from your Yang." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and the others seated on the sofa appeared to grasp the underlying humor. They erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "All right, Yang up. Yang, lie down. Yang. You actually licked me. You women are truly incomprehensible." Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words, realizing they were intentionally teasing him with the dog. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he raised his right hand and gestured toward them. "How about I make your pajamas vanish before your very eyes, believe it or not?" At this, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Lu Yu immediately ceased their laughter. "Goodness, Xiao Yang is too mischievous. He can indeed make our clothes instantly disappear into his space." Xiao Yang took a step forward, causing the 3 to flee in disarray. Only Tang Ying remained, still chuckling to herself, observing her pajamas, which were snugly stretched over her figure. A thought crossed Xiao Yang's mind. If I were to store her pajamas in my space, would she retaliate? Tang Ying was taken aback by their sudden flight, finding it amusing that Xiao Yang's mere words could frighten them so profoundly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Xiao Yang sighed and ascended the stairs. This evening, Lin Shi indeed did not sleep on the 3rd floor, but rather shared a room on the 2nd floor with Tang Ying. The 2nd floor comprised 3 rooms, each occupied by one of them. Lin Shi marveled at the prospect of finally enjoying a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Ying lay in bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Since the night the cold wave struck, she had led a group of over 10 individuals on a mission, only to find themselves trapped in a garment factory. Fortunately, they were not lacking in clothing, and their physical resilience spared them from freezing to death. The group survived the frigid ordeal solely on a bag of potatoes. However, as the zombie outbreak ensued, nearly all the factory workers succumbed to the transformation. In their battle against the undead, they lost half of their team. Realizing that the place had long since fallen, watching her former colleagues metamorphose into monsters, attacking her team, filled her heart with anguish. After a harrowing escape, they were relentlessly pursued by roaming zombies until they encountered Xiao Yang and his group, who provided salvation. She found herself bewildered by the state of the world, perplexed as to why such an extraordinary calamity had occurred. For the first time in many days, she could lie in bed and ponder these matters with a semblance of ease. Though she served as the captain of the city's security team, she was still a woman. The colossal changes in the world had surpassed her capacity to comprehend. With none of her team members surviving, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Today, as she witnessed the camaraderie within Xiao Yang's team and the devotion of the other women towards him, she could not help but feel a deep sense of envy. If one's man possesses such strength, how could one possibly become a hardened woman? The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she felt. Tang Ying resolved to cease her reflections. All she desired now was a peaceful slumber. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Wan Qing inquired, "Did you use your ability to eavesdrop on Captain Tang today?" "Indeed," Xiao Yang replied with a smile, appreciating Wan Qing's cleverness. "What did you hear?" "I listened twice. The first instance was at the entrance of the mall. She thought to herself how formidable our team is and expressed admiration for us. The second time was during our recent meal. She contemplated how wonderful it would be to live such an exquisite life every day." Mu Wanqing rested her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Her hand traced circles on his chest, stirring a sense of yearning within him. "Do you wish for Captain Tang to stay?" Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's question, Xiao Yang's mind instantly conjured the image of Tang Ying, striking and poised. Indeed, she possesses beauty, an alluring figure, remarkable abilities, and an innate righteousness that radiates from her very being. When these qualities coalesce, they create a unique charm that evokes a profound desire for conquest. If I were to... A sudden pain surged through Xiao Yang's chest, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Mu Wanqing glared at him fiercely, applying pressure as she retorted, "In my presence, dare you entertain thoughts of other women?" "I knew men were all the same." Xiao Yang lamented internally, realizing his indiscretion. He had been discovered by this spirited girl. The lack of privacy was utterly unbearable. "It is truly outrageous. How dare they provoke me?" Xiao Yang forcefully brushed aside her delicate hand, acknowledging that even a man's chest could be a vulnerability. "Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions towards Shishir and Yojia. I have merely chosen not to expose you." Mu Wanqing ground her teeth and said fiercely, "The desire for beauty is a universal trait. I am a normal man." Xiao Yang replied with a grave demeanor, "It seems your energy is rather excessive. I must devise a solution." Upon finishing her words, Mu Wanqing leaped onto Xiao Yang. "Come on, Xiao Yang. Recharge me." Lin Shishir found herself once again plagued by insomnia. Oh heavens! How could I have been so blind as to choose a room directly beneath theirs? Chapter 48. I must wait to collect your remains. "Hey. The person who attempted to enter our guardhouse earlier, I refused him. Now he has gone to the property management office." In the stillness of the night, Xiao Yang, who had just finished his tasks, heard Su Tong's voice over the intercom. "All right, I understand." He had been contemplating going to find Li Yang, but to his surprise, Li Yang appeared on his own, thus saving him quite a bit of trouble. Glancing at the now limp and unconscious Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang smiled, donned his clothes, and quietly exited the bedroom. Li Yang awoke in the night, hunger gnawing at him. He dared not approach Xiao Yang's villa, so he ambled down to the guardhouse where Su Tong was stationed. Aware that there were guards present, he hoped to scrounge some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong paid him no mind at all. He attempted to smash the door, yet it was too thick, rendering his efforts futile. Frustrated, he stumbled into the property management office building. Finding a storage room, he temporarily sought refuge from the cold. "Damn it, you all will see. There will come a time when you need me." He fumed inwardly, his heart brimming with envy and resentment, especially towards that man. "I will make you kneel and beg for my mercy." He chuckled sinisterly to himself when, unexpectedly, the door to the storage room swung open. Bathed in moonlight, he beheld a tall figure standing outside. The sudden appearance of a person in the darkness startled him. "Were you referring to me?" the figure at the door coldly inquired, and the voice unmistakably belonged to Xiao Yang. Li Yang could hardly fathom that Xiao Yang would materialize at such a moment, having overheard his venomous words. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he stammered, I wasn't talking about you." As soon as he uttered those words, a brilliant light abruptly illuminated his face, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes from its glare. Xiao Yang advanced towards him, wielding a powerful flashlight, and with an impassive expression, commanded, "Transfer the time displayed on your arm to me." Li Yang was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yang's request. He was aware of the time indicated on his arm, yet he remained oblivious to its significance. "Why?" Xiao Yang chuckled darkly. Then, right before Li Yang, he produced a baseball bat from within his surroundings. In the astonished gaze of Li Yang, Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Because if you refuse, I shall shatter your skull. Do you believe me?" Although Li Yang could not discern the expression on Xiao Yang's face, the tone of his voice suggested he was not jesting. Nevertheless, unwilling to appear overly timid, he mustered his courage and pointed his right hand at Xiao Yang, exclaiming, You dare?" Just as he uttered those words, a cry of pain escaped his lips. Clutching his right arm with his left hand, his face contorted in agony, for Xiao Yang had unhesitatingly struck his right arm. He felt as though his bones had shattered. With a cold smirk, Xiao Yang observed Li Yang's realization that he was indeed capable of inflicting harm. Trembling, Li Yang stammered, I understand. Then hurry and extend your left hand to transfer the time to me." Xiao Yang stepped forward, extending his left hand. Upon hearing this, Li Yang, fearing delay, promptly extended his left hand. "How do I transfer it?" he stuttered, grasping Li Yang's left hand. Xiao Yang rolled up his sleeve and examined the time energy accumulated in less than a year on his arm. "See this? Retain 30 seconds for yourself. Transmit the remainder to me. Quickly." Taken aback, Li Yang realized that this time could indeed be transmitted in such a manner. Moreover, judging by Xiao Yang's demeanor, he sensed the urgency of the situation. He felt a twinge of resistance, yet the fear of receiving another blow from Xiao Yang loomed large. Ultimately, he resolved that a wise man does not suffer needless losses. With that thought, Li Yang steeled himself and transferred the time energy to Xiao Yang, leaving only 30 seconds on his own arm. As he gazed at the incessantly dwindling seconds, Li Yang inexplicably began to feel a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, having acquired the energy of time, nonchalantly retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the void. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply. Observing that Xiao Yang showed no intention of departing, Li Yang, in a state of agitation, inquired, "Now that you possess the time, why do you not leave?" In response, Xiao Yang chuckled softly and replied in a calm demeanor, "Well, I must wait to collect your remains." Upon hearing these words, Li Yang was momentarily stunned. Terrified, he questioned, "Do you intend to kill me?" To his surprise, Xiao Yang merely shook his head, stating, "You are merely courting death. I am simply here to gather your remains." Li Yang was perplexed by Xiao Yang's cryptic words and contemplated issuing a threat. However, before he could speak, the time energy in his arm was entirely depleted. He collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in a grimace of rage. Xiao Yang, observing this, discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot. He gazed at Li Yang's lifeless body and muttered, "You have no one to blame but yourself for your ignorance of the world's vastness. How could I allow such a potential threat to linger? You should be grateful for the few extra hours I granted you." With a cold laugh, he then stored Li Yang's corpse within the void. After several consecutive nights of strenuous work, particularly the previous night when he had overexerted himself, even with his robust physique and abundant energy, fatigue had inevitably set in. Especially after venturing out again that night, he found himself utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, with the break of dawn, he awoke. Casting a glance at the disheveled hair of Mu Wanqing, who still lay in slumber beside him, Xiao Yang sighed with a smile. "Ah, fool, why bother? Your body lacks the fortitude to withstand the might of thunder, yet you wish to drain my energy, truly a self-imposed torment. Who was it last night? Begging for mercy, I wonder? Heh." After gently smoothing Mu Wanqing's disheveled hair and placing a kiss upon her cheek, Xiao Yang rose from his bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. The snow continued to fall, obscuring the view. Alas, the weather is capricious, a veritable feast of chaos. This shall be the norm for the next 2 years. Storms will come unannounced, and one must simply adapt. Grasping the intercom, Xiao Yang descended the stairs. As he passed the second floor, he noticed that the doors to Lin Shishir and Tang Ying's rooms remained closed, indicating they were enjoying a sound slumber. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered Lu Yu seated on the living room sofa, laughing with abandon. Curious, Xiao Yang approached, only to find her entertained by the antics of the coal ball and the police dog. Upon observing, he too chuckled, rather than playful. It appeared the coal ball was tormenting the police dog. The coal ball, seizing an opportunity when the dog was distracted, leapt behind it and nipped at its tail. Despite the dog's rigorous training, it was powerless against the coal ball's mischief, howling in frustration. This delightful exchange continued, both creatures thoroughly enjoying themselves. Chapter 49. Territory Disputes. Lu Jie, up so early? Lu Yu glanced up at Xiao Yang, her eyes twinkling with a teasing light as she remarked, Some individuals seem to thrive on nocturnal revelry, only to create chaos once more. Just as things quieted down, these two little rascals have begun their antics again. I'm not up early. I simply can't sleep, Xiao Yang replied, running a hand through his hair, a sheepish smile on his face. Indeed. It is far better to share joy than to revel alone. Otherwise, someone might harbor resentment. If you're not resting properly, why rise so early? Liu inquired with a smile. Alas, there is nothing to be done. It has become a habit. Xiao Yang chuckled, considering that this might be related to his past experiences. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he lived in constant trepidation, his days fraught with uncertainty. Leaving no time for indulgent slumber, Liu nodded in understanding and then expressed her concern. Shall I prepare breakfast for you? After all, it's snowing outside. We need not venture out today, so I'll make you something delightful. Before Xiao Yang could respond, Liu hurried off to the kitchen. He could only silently admire her retreating figure for a long while, reflecting on what a virtuous woman she was. When Liu brought breakfast to the table, Xiao Yang was astonished once more. She had prepared stir-fried yam, goji berry and walnut black rice, and a pot of seafood soup made from the leftovers in the refrigerator. Come, young man, nourish yourself well. Indeed, Liu's intentions were clearly thoughtful. However, Xiao Yang could not refuse her kindness, for the meal was simply exquisite. He devoured it with great enthusiasm, finishing every morsel. After a hearty burp and a pat on his belly, he felt invigorated. At that moment, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing descended the stairs. Lin Shishir was taken aback to see Xiao Yang seated at the dining table, meticulously tending to his teeth. Is this person powered by nuclear energy? Isn't he fatigued? Tang Ying, however, displayed little reaction. She had been utterly exhausted the previous day and slept soundly, unaware of the happenings around her. Have you all risen? What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Liu asked kindly upon noticing them. Sister Yu, whatever you choose to make, we shall eat. There is no need to inquire. You are the one laboring, and we cannot bear to be picky. Mu Wanqing demonstrated considerable understanding towards Liu, recognizing that, as women, Liu had made far greater sacrifices than they had. Well, I shall act freely. As several women were enjoying their breakfast, the urgent voice of Su Tong suddenly echoed through the intercom. Hello. A few cargo trucks have arrived at the entrance of our villa community, and they insist on being let in. Upon hearing Su Tong's report, everyone became immediately alert. How many of them are there? Approximately over 50. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It appeared that the visitors had come well prepared. Whether their intentions were directed at him or the villa community remained unclear. Those who had conflicts with him were to be dealt with. Yet it seemed they were primarily targeting the villa community. Never mind, it was best to investigate further. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa community, they discovered a crowd gathered outside, shouting at Su Tong and the others. Since Su Tong had locked the gate, they could not enter for the time being. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, Su Tong and her companion rushed over. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on?" "I don't know." Several cargo trucks suddenly arrived, and a group of people disembarked, insisting we open the gate. However, there is someone among them who looks familiar, resembling one of those who were trapped in the property management building a few days ago. It was undoubtedly the group he had previously released. Some among them had brought acquaintances to seize his territory. How ironic. I showed them mercy, and now they seek to repay kindness with enmity. The crowd outside, upon spotting Xiao Yang and the others, erupted into loud cheers. Well, there are indeed quite a few women. These few are far superior to the last two. Greetings. Fair lady, are you not hungry? We have delectable treats here. Allow us entry, and we shall surely satisfy your appetites. Indeed, on such a frigid day, would you not desire us to warm your beds? I can see that you all appear quite heated. Outside, a group of individuals indulges in their banter. Some whistling and jeering, inciting the ire of the few women within. Yet, Xiao Yang remains oblivious, viewing those who dare to intrude upon his territory as nothing more than mere phantoms. He is merely observing the strength of this gathering. Most of these individuals appear to be in their 30s, wielding an array of weapons, steel rods, cleavers, axes, common implements of conflict. Such armaments do not concern Xiao Yang. After all, they pose no threat to him. He contemplates that since they have come to him, it would be unwise to squander the temporal energy they possess. 50 individuals equate to at least 50 years of temporal energy. As Xiao Yang scrutinizes the throng outside, one man raises a large package, exclaiming, "Hey, those inside. Do you know what this is?" Receiving no response, he places the parcel on the ground and continues, "Do you see? It is filled with delightful treats. You must have not encountered such fine goods in quite some time. Our leader, Old Master Qian, has declared that if you open the door, this shall merely be a token of our introduction. Should you choose to ally with us, we can offer you even more provisions. Upon concluding his statement, another man chimes in. Did you hear that? Observe how enthusiastic my cousin is. Hasten to unlock the door and permit us entry to seek refuge in a few villas. On this snowy day, we shan't fear the cold. Xiao Yang scrutinized the man who spoke, finding his visage somewhat familiar. He seemed to be one of the survivors he had previously liberated. At that moment, Tang Ying, positioned behind Xiao Yang, caught sight of the group outside and suddenly exclaimed, Qian Yuquan, how could it be you wretched lot? Upon hearing Tang Ying's outcry, a robust man at the forefront of the group turned his gaze towards her. He examined Tang Ying closely, and suddenly, astonishment crossed his features as he remarked, Captain Tang? Realizing she had been recognized, Tang Ying retorted with a cold smirk, Indeed. It is I? What a twist of fate. He then inquired of Tang Ying, Do you know them? Through gritted teeth, Tang Ying glared at the individuals outside, declaring, Of course I know them. They are employees of Tianqian Financial Company. The one leading them is Qian Yuquan, the company's CEO. Their establishment is notorious for providing predatory loans to university students, coercing female students to take nude photographs, and employing violent collection tactics. They even compel those unable to repay their debts to resort to selling their bodies. This company is infamously scandalous. Numerous victimized students have reported them to the authorities. Yet I remain powerless against them. I wonder who their benefactor is. Chapter 50. A single move to defeat the enemy after Tang Ying's revelation. Xiao Yang responded with an understanding "Oh." It appeared that this group was indeed nefarious. At that moment, the man named Qian Yuquan smiled pleasantly at Tang Ying and remarked, Captain Tang, it seems we are truly fated to cross paths. However, I must advise you, given the current circumstances, why do you still cling to past grievances? In my opinion, it would be far more prudent for you to open the door and join us. Let us put aside any previous unpleasantness. And I assure you that you will enjoy a life of luxury and abundance alongside me. What do you say? Ugh. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying immediately expressed her disdain. With such a group of miscreants, do you truly believe you are worthy? Qian Yuquan, witnessing Tang Ying's reaction, remained unfazed. Instead, he chuckled and said, Captain Tang, to be frank, have you noticed the 5 vans behind me? They are filled with an assortment of food and supplies. If you allow us entry, I can provide for you all. Get lost. Tang Ying couldn't help but curse. Upon hearing this, Qian Youquan's smile faded, and his expression darkened. Very well, Captain Tang. You might come to regret this decision. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yang and remarked, Young man, I hear you possess remarkable skills. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity. If you open the door, I will make you my second in command. What do you say? Not interested. Ha ha ha, bold choice. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. The burly man suddenly raised his right hand and made a slicing gesture towards the door. With a crash, the door swung open. The women inside were taken aback, astonished that the lock had been severed by the man's bare hands. Xiao Yang was equally stunned, realizing that the man had awakened an extraordinary ability, a rare metallic power that allowed him to transform his hand into a sharp metal weapon, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. No wonder Xiao Yang observed him unarmed. It turned out that his ultimate weapon was his own hands. As the door swung open, a throng of individuals surged in, calling out frantically, Do not move. The burly man abruptly halted his subordinates, then turned to Xiao Yang and his companions. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Lay down your weapons obediently, lest you suffer the consequences. At that moment, the previously released survivor stepped forward, grinning as he addressed Xiao Yang. Brother, I have witnessed your prowess. Indeed, you are a formidable man. However, I still advise you to recognize your situation. You are no match for us. No matter how sharp your blade, it pales in comparison to my cousin's hands. Young man, one must learn to assess the circumstances and act within one's capabilities. Qian Yuquan continued to counsel. Afterward, he glanced at the group of women behind Xiao Yang and, with a smirk, added, Ladies, cease your futile resistance. If you abandon your struggle, I assure you, you may choose any provisions from the cart outside. I, old Qian, may lack other talents, but I excel at indulging women. Indeed, our leader is a connoisseur of women. Surrender quickly, haha. The entourage of Qian Yuquan chimed in. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others, hearing the temptations of these individuals, remained impassive and unresponsive. This group truly resembled jesters. Have you finished speaking? Xiao Yang said coldly. We have. What is the matter? Are you so eager to surrender? The survivor chuckled. There is one type of person I despise above all else. Those who repay kindness with enmity. With that, he struck. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yang swiftly approached the man and struck him with a knife. The blade fell, severing the man's leg. By the time Qianzong and his entourage realized what had transpired, the man was already lying on the ground, wailing in agony. What the hell? How dare you harm my cousin? Everyone, attack. Kill him. As for the women, leave them alive. I shall unleash my wrath upon them. Upon hearing Qianzong's command, the crowd surged forward, frenzied, charging at Xiao Yang. Qianzong himself led the charge, directing his ire at Xiao Yang. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang reacted with remarkable speed, wielding his knife to sever Qian Youquan's right hand. He then pressed the blade against Qian Youquan's throat. This entire scene unfolded in an instant, leaving Qian Youquan's subordinates utterly bewildered. Order your men to stand down and lay down their weapons. Xiao Yang's gaze was icy as it bore into Qian Youquan. It was only then that Qian Youquan became acutely aware of the pain radiating from his severed arm, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His mind was in a haze. He could scarcely comprehend how his arm had been so brutally severed. He had once believed himself invincible, yet here he was, utterly helpless before this young man. Realizing the knife poised at his throat, he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he commanded his subordinates, surrender your weapons, quickly. The sight of their leader being so easily subdued left Qian Youquan's men in a state of shock. However, the demand to relinquish their weapons met with resistance. No one was willing to comply. In the back, 5 individuals, sensing the dire situation, turned and fled towards the vehicle. It seems you have no intention of caring for your leader's well-being, wishing only to flee in haste. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out. The 5 men, having barely escaped, fell to the ground, clutching their thighs and howling in agony. Your men appear rather unmanageable, remarked Xiao Yang, as he forcefully drew his blade across Qian Youquan's neck, instantly causing a gash from which blood began to flow. Oh please, spare me, brave sir. Qian Youquan, terrified, quickly pleaded for mercy, then bellowed at his subordinates. You wretched fools, do you long for my demise? Have I not treated you well? Hurry and surrender your weapons. Upon hearing this, the subordinates reluctantly complied with their leader's command. After all, Qian Youquan's authority still commanded respect. Now, let your men transfer the time from their arms into this crystal. You may retain 3 minutes for yourselves. However, I advise against any deceit, otherwise, your leader's life will be forfeit. As Xiao Yang spoke, a packet of crystals materialized in his left hand, which he then tossed to the ground. These were the empty crystals he had previously set aside, now proving most useful. Qian Youquan and his men instinctively glanced at their arms, aware of the time they possessed yet oblivious to the fact that it could be transferred. Nevertheless, with their leader held hostage, they had no choice but to comply. Moreover, the presence of a female officer brandishing a firearm further compelled their obedience. Each of them took a crystal in their left hand and, following Xiao Yang's instructions, began to channel the energy of time into the crystals. Then, one by one, they handed the crystals over to Mu Wanqing and her companions. Qian Youquan also transmitted his temporal energy to Xiao Yang through a handshake. Having completed these actions, Xiao Yang finally smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, the temporal energy of these individuals had not been squandered. Chapter 51. Yogo attire. As these individuals appeared on the brink of death, Xiao Yang turned to Tang Ying and inquired, Captain Tang, do you have any further questions for him? Upon hearing this, Qian Youquan, thinking that Xiao Yang was about to release him, became somewhat exhilarated and exclaimed, Yes, yes. Captain Tang, do you have anything you wish to ask me? I assure you, I shall speak without reservation. Tang Ying pondered for a moment, then approached Qian Youquan and coldly asked, There is indeed one question I wish to pose. I would like to know, who is the protective umbrella behind your company? Despite the world having descended into chaos, Tang Ying remained troubled by this matter, eager to clarify it. His son, Liang, is my sworn brother. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying immediately understood. No wonder she had always struggled to take down Tianqian Financial Company. Their protector was none other than her superior. Reflecting on her relentless efforts, she found it almost laughable. She had been tirelessly dedicated to eliminating harm for the people, yet the most insidious threat lurked within the precinct itself. While Tang Ying was lost in thought, Qian Youquan eagerly looked at Xiao Yang and said, Big brother, I have done what was necessary. May I now be released? Xiao Yang withdrew the knife and smiled. It is done. You may go. Just as Tang Ying regained her composure and was about to stop Xiao Yang from letting the tiger return to the mountain, she witnessed Qian Yuquan and his subordinates suddenly collapse to the ground, all at once. Tang Ying, perplexed, hurriedly approached to inspect each individual, only to discover that they had all perished. Could this be related to the time on her arm? Although she harbored doubts, she refrained from questioning Xiao Yang, for his attention was drawn to another matter. Have you seen Li Yang? I long to personally dispatch this scoundrel, Tang Ying inquired as she stepped closer to Xiao Yang. With a wry smile, Xiao Yang shrugged and replied, I haven't the slightest idea. This fellow might have fled upon sensing danger. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying, filled with indignation, retorted, wherever he may be, should I cross paths with him, I shall undoubtedly take his life with my own hands. Xiao Yang chuckled softly. Choosing not to engage further with Tang Ying, he proceeded to stow away the crystal and instructed his men to remove all the bodies outside. Glancing at the 5 cargo vans parked outside, Xiao Yang opened the doors to reveal an abundance of essential supplies. A smile spread across his face. Truly, this was a case of goods arriving at one's doorstep while one remained at home. Who among you can drive? He inquired. I can too. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands in response. Only the 3 of them, alongside Xiao Yang, were capable of driving, totaling 4 individuals. With a sigh, Xiao Yang realized he would need to make another trip. It seemed that in the future, he would have to ensure that Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir practiced their driving skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was high time for female drivers to showcase their prowess behind the wheel. All right, come help me drive these vehicles into my villa's courtyard, he commanded. Understood. Leaving Xiao Lu to guard the entrance alone, Xiao Yang enlisted Su Tong to assist with unloading. As Su Tong carried the supplies into Xiao Yang's villa, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that his abode would be so warm and illuminated, with everything appearing unchanged from the days before the calamity struck. Especially after the cargo was unloaded, Xiao Yang called her to wash her hands, and the water was warm. Su Tong immediately thought that if there was hot water, then surely she could take a bath. Ever since the calamity struck, she had not had a single wash. There was no other option, it was simply too cold. If she fell ill, lacking even medicine, it could very well lead to dire consequences. However, in this villa, all such concerns were alleviated. Su Tong felt an intense longing to enjoy a warm bath, yet she was acutely aware that, given her status, she was unworthy of such indulgences. What's the matter? Su Tong, why are you standing there in a daze? Mu Wanqing asked, noticing Su Tong lost in thought in front of the sink. Oh, it's nothing. Upon seeing the weight of worry on Su Tong's face, Mu Wanqing's curiosity piqued, leading her to eavesdrop on Su Tong's thoughts. I really want to take a bath, but unfortunately, I don't have the privilege. Mu Wanqing was taken aback upon hearing Su Tong's inner voice. While she enjoyed a hot shower daily, what was a simple pleasure for her had become a distant dream for Su Tong. Filled with sympathy, Mu Wanqing pretended to sniff Su Tong. Oh dear, Su Tong, you're sweating quite a bit. There's a bit of an odor. Why not take a bath here? Su Tong was momentarily stunned, her heart brimming with delight. Is it really possible? She glanced, somewhat hesitantly, toward Xiao Yang in the living room. Knowing that he held the final say in this matter, Mu Wanqing smiled, understanding her apprehension. Xiao Yang, Su Tong has been sweating a lot. May she take a bath here? Xiao Yang looked over in response to her voice, noticing the eager expression on Su Tong's face. Reflecting on her commendable performance over the past few days and the considerable effort she has exerted, it seems only reasonable to allow her a bath. Indeed, I shall fetch her a new set of clothes shortly. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's consent, Su Tong nearly leaped with joy. Splendid. At long last, she could indulge in a warm bath. Ah, and she realized she had not even known his name until now, Xiao Yang. What a melodious name it is. Su Tong relished her long-awaited first warm bath since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang seized the opportunity to procure a thick training outfit for her, along with a box of provisions. Here, take this and enjoy a meal with Xiao Lu, he said. Su Tong accepted the box, feeling its substantial weight, indicative of its plentiful contents. She gazed at Xiao Yang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Overcome with emotion, she found herself at a loss for words, offering him a deep bow before exiting the villa. As she distanced herself from the villa, tears streamed down her cheeks. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of residing in Xiao Yang's abode. Yet, he and his companions had treated her with considerable kindness. Initially, She had perceived Xiao Yang as aloof and somewhat unfeeling, but now it became evident that he was not so cold-hearted after all. These individuals were rather admirable. In her heart, Su Tong vowed to strengthen herself, aspiring to earn her place among them through her own merits. At this moment, she felt a renewed vigor regarding her future. Outside, the howling winds intensified, and the snowfall escalated into a blizzard. Although it was still midday, venturing outside had become impossible. Regardless of the considerable gains achieved today, Xiao Yang resolved to refrain from descending the mountain and instead opted to rest at home for the day. Lu Yu prepared a pot of braised pork and steamed a pot of rice, which constituted their lunch for the day. After satisfying their appetites, everyone settled on the sofa in the living room to relax. However, Tang Ying still appeared somewhat burdened with thoughts, seemingly unable to recover from the matter of killing Li Yang. At that moment, Mu Wanqing approached Xiao Yang and extended her hand. "Did you not promise to provide us with a set of yoga attire?" she inquired. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened, and with a smile, he responded, "Oh, are you all planning to start practicing yoga?" "Indeed. Since we have nothing planned for the afternoon, let's have you Jie guide us," she replied. Xiao Yang was more than willing, having long wished to see them adorned in yoga outfits. He hurried to his room and meticulously selected several pieces of yoga attire from his collection. The black ones are splendid. Black truly evokes a sense of allure. The skin-colored ones are also quite nice, almost as if one is not wearing anything at all. And the pink ones, how delightful and youthful they appear. Chapter 52. Can one truly control the sky, the earth, and my imagination? Xiao Yang retrieved several sets of yoga outfits and handed them to Mu Wanqing and the others. Noticing Tang Ying's gloomy demeanor, Mu Wanqing approached her, saying, "Come on, Captain Tang, don't just sit there. Let's engage in some exercise together." "But I am not proficient in yoga. I usually focus on fitness and combat," Tang Ying protested. "You Jie can teach us. And since you are skilled in combat, why not impart some of your knowledge to us? Apart from having a bit more physical strength, we lack other skills." Upon hearing this, Tang Ying quickly waved her hands, saying, "I wouldn't dare teach you. Each of you is far more capable than I. Oh, we merely rely on brute strength. If you had the same time and energy, you could excel as well. What we currently lack is technique. Let us proceed." Tang Ying was forcefully dragged upstairs by Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to change into her yoga attire. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang awaited eagerly in the living room, his heart brimming with anticipation. In the midst of his anxious wait, Liu was the first to emerge. Well, Xiao Yang was utterly captivated. Liu donned a vibrant green yoga outfit, which added a youthful allure to her otherwise mature demeanor. Her voluptuous figure filled the fitted attire to perfection, reminiscent of a ripe peach, ready to burst, exuding an enticing charm. Noticing Xiao Yang's infatuated gaze, Liu felt a flush of embarrassment, shyly tucking her hair behind her ears. With a sideways glance, she playfully admonished, "Dear brother, please refrain from staring at me like that. It makes me feel quite bashful." Observing Liu Yu's reaction, Xiao Yang's excitement intensified. Her gaze seemed to possess an enchanting allure, a sultriness that emanated from her very essence. Perhaps this was the irresistible charm of a mature woman, and indeed, an extraordinary one at that. Before Xiao Yang could fully appreciate the moment, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir descended the stairs, pulling Tang Ying along. Oh my! Xiao Yang nearly lost his composure. Mu Wanqing sported black yoga pants paired with a flesh-colored tank top, while Tang Ying contrasted her by wearing flesh-colored yoga pants with a black tank top. Remarkably, they understood the art of mixing styles. Lin Shishir, on the other hand, chose a delightful pink yoga ensemble, accentuating her youthful appearance. The three women, all of similar height around 170 centimeters, presented a striking sight. However, it was evident that Tang Ying's figure was the most voluptuous among them, particularly that top. It is almost bursting at the seams. It seems this is related to her frequent workouts. In contrast, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir appear somewhat slimmer. After all, they are still students, which may be attributed to their lack of regular exercise. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that Mu Wanqing's figure is slightly more pronounced than Lin Shishir's. Perhaps this is the distinction between having a boyfriend and not. Those in the know are aware. When it comes to beauty, these ladies are of goddess caliber. Coupled with such figures, they are truly perfect. Especially Tang Ying's medium short hair, which accentuates her wildness, igniting a desire in men to conquer her. It is simply indescribable. Ahem. Mu Wanqing coughed lightly towards Xiao Yang, rousing him from his reverie. Giving him a glare, she remarked to Liu Yu, "Sister Yu, this green suits you splendidly. It has taken years off your appearance. Lu Yu then playfully touched their waists, exclaiming, "Alas, I have aged. You all are so youthful. Just look at these slender waists. I can't help but want to embrace them. Ha ha. Ha ha, sister Yu. Yours is not lacking either. It's all soft and comfortable." The group playfully touched each other's waists, laughing merrily. Not far away, Xiao Yang watched this scene, unable to suppress a gulp. "Let us go, sister Yu, to the fitness area on the second basement level." Observing Xiao Yang's covetous gaze, Mu Wanqing quickly beckoned the others to head downstairs. They descended to the second basement level amidst their laughter, and the police dog Yang Yang, who had been playing with a coal ball, eagerly followed Tang Ying down. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. If even the dog was going, how could he not join? Hastily, he rummaged through the space to find a set of men's sportswear. With no one around, he nonchalantly shed his current attire and donned the fresh outfit. Eagerly, he descended to the second basement level. Upon encountering Xiao Yang, who had also changed into athletic gear, Mu Wanqing teased, "Why does a big man like you follow us women to do yoga?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. "Can't you see I'm in sportswear too? I want to exercise." "And what kind of exercise do you intend to do? Join us for yoga?" No. I have no intention of practicing yoga. I prefer boxing." With that declaration, Xiao Yang approached the punching bag, unleashing a flurry of punches, over a dozen strikes in quick succession. Mu Wanqing sighed, realizing that some men were simply incorrigible, inherently drawn to their baser instincts. Raising an eyebrow, she shot Xiao Yang a warning glare, gesturing towards her head as if to caution him against wandering thoughts. "Don't let your imagination run wild." The mere thought of Mu Wanqing's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts made Xiao Yang feel uneasy. "Seriously, you can control the heavens and the earth, but can you also reign in my imagination?" As Liu commenced a yoga lesson for the group, it seemed deliberate that everyone was turned away from Xiao Yang. He felt a surge of delight. Sister Yu truly understood him. While Lu Yu demonstrated the poses, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying followed suit. From Xiao Yang's vantage point, it was overwhelming. He felt his blood rush and his heart race. "I can't take it anymore." He quickly averted his gaze and began to throw punches. 1, 2, 500, 501, 1,000. It was only after unleashing 1,000 strikes that he finally quelled his restless spirit. It was exceedingly hot, and with the boiler on this floor, he was drenched in sweat, prompting him to remove his upper garment. Observing Ru Yu and the others, he noticed they had all ceased their yoga poses and were gazing at him in sheer disbelief. Xiao Yang felt somewhat bewildered. "What is the matter?" Ru Yu remarked. "Brother, I am truly impressed by your physical prowess." Tang Ying added, "Incredible, simply incredible." Lin Shishir cast a glance at Xiao Yang before turning to Mu Wanqing, saying, No wonder. Now I understand why Wanqing, you are called." Before Lin Shishir could finish her sentence, Mu Wanqing swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shishir protested, breaking free and exclaiming, "You know too much. Hence, I must." Suddenly, Mu Wanqing playfully lunged at Lin Shishir, and the two engaged in a joyful scuffle. Meanwhile, Ru Yu and Tang Ying found themselves momentarily entranced by Xiao Yang. His well-defined physique, with bronzed skin, radiated masculine allure. Coupled with his chiseled, handsome features, it was difficult for any woman to resist stealing a few extra glances. Tang Ying mused to herself, "If one were to seek a boyfriend, it ought to be someone like Xiao Yang." In Chapter 53, titled 4 Against 1, the group engaged in yoga for a couple of hours before Tang Ying instructed them in combat techniques. However, Xiao Yang found these techniques somewhat superfluous. In the face of formidable supernatural abilities, even the most impressive fighting skills would prove ineffectual unless one possessed an exceptionally robust physique capable of enduring such attacks. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, knowledge is never in vain. He considered it merely as a means of physical exercise. Indeed, Tang Ying's techniques were commendable, at least visually appealing. High kicks, downward splits, grappling techniques, throat locks, and strikes to the groin. Xiao Yang felt a tightening in his core. The latter was indeed rather intense. He found himself captivated by their graceful figures, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing proposed, "Now that you possess the energy of a millennium, do you think we could subdue you together?" She was eager to test the limits of Xiao Yang's strength. Xiao Yang responded, "Oh please, you've barely just learned those groin strikes. Let us not go there. I might end up incapacitated." The group erupted in laughter at his words. "Don't worry, we won T-kick. If we did, Wanqing would surely get upset." Lin Shishir teased, glancing at Xiao Yang's lower half, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. "Oh, Lin Shishir, You have such a sharp tongue, Mu Wanqing retorted, pulling Lin Shirshir into a playful embrace while tickling her underarm. I'm sorry. Lin Shirshir squealed, bending over in a fit of giggles. All right, you two, enough of that. Xiao Yang, I believe Wanqing's suggestion holds merit. It could be quite entertaining. Lu Yu interjected, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Xiao Yang with a teasing glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Ying remained silent, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing the eager expressions of the women around him, Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy, as long as they refrained from targeting the groin. He was more than willing to indulge in their playful challenge. Excited and surprised by this unexpected turn of events, he declared, All right, let us do this. However, let me make it clear first, no hitting below the belt. All right, let us commence. As long as I bring you down, that counts as your defeat. Lin Shirshir clapped her hands. Fine, if I fall, I admit my loss, but if all of you fall, that signifies your defeat. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he stepped into their midst. Come on, you may strike first. Feel free to showcase your abilities. Xiao Yang was unperturbed. Weapons could not harm him, especially not with your flowery punches and ornamental kicks. The ladies, witnessing Xiao Yang's stance, were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Today, we shall surely bring you down. They launched a flurry of small punches and long legs toward Xiao Yang. Tang Ying attempted to lock Xiao Yang's throat, but her efforts proved futile. With less than a year's worth of energy, she was still far too weak before him. In contrast, Mu Wanqing and the others exhibited significantly greater strength. Although they could not inflict any harm upon Xiao Yang, the impacts resonated loudly against his body. Wanqing and Shirshir attempted to seize his legs. Yojie grasped his waist, and I clutched his neck, all of us pulling back with all our might to topple him. Observing their futile attempts of punches and kicks, Tang Ying realized they could not budge Xiao Yang in the slightest. Thus, she began to direct them to alter their strategy. Good. Following Tang Ying's instructions, the others gritted their teeth and commenced clinging to his legs and waist, exerting every ounce of strength they could muster. Seeing that the ladies possessed only this level of skill, Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Is this truly all you can do? How utterly pathetic. Now, it is my turn to act. With that, he stretched out his arms behind him and seized Tang Ying's two arms. With a vigorous heave, he lifted Tang Ying overhead and gently tossed her onto the ground. Xiao Yang exerted a bit of effort to lift Lu Yu, swiftly withdrawing one hand to rotate her horizontally around his waist. Startled, Lu Yu cried out in alarm. He then effortlessly tossed Lu Yu aside and immediately bent down, wrapping his arms around Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir's slender waists. With a firm grip, he hoisted both of them up, resting them upon his shoulders. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir screamed in terror, yet their delicate waists were ensnared so tightly by Xiao Yang that escape was impossible. Carrying them both, Xiao Yang spun in place 3 times, and amidst their shrieks, he gently released them onto the ground. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Did they truly underestimate the might of an ancient spirit? The expressions of the women reflected sheer panic, recognizing the overwhelming strength he wielded, treating them as mere weights in his playful display. Observing Xiao Yang's smug demeanor, Tang Ying felt a surge of defiance. Suddenly, she leapt forward, enveloping Xiao Yang's head in her embrace as if she were an octopus, her long legs locking around his waist. Xiao Yang's head sank into Tang Ying's embrace, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, rendering him momentarily dazed. The softness of her form made it difficult for him to catch his breath. Wanqing, Shirshir, quickly restrain his arms, Tang Ying exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir sprang into action, each grasping one of Xiao Yang's arms. With his line of sight obstructed and no means of evasion, Xiao Yang had no choice but to exert his strength, lifting both women once again. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir clung on obstinately, resembling 2 monkeys, their legs entwined around Xiao Yang's, their hands gripping his arms tightly. Xiao Yang was on the verge of suffocation, desperate to speak, yet the constriction from Tang Ying rendered him voiceless. Observing this, Lu Yu squatted down by Xiao Yang's heels, grasping his ankles and exerting force to pull him backward. Yet, he remained immovable. At that moment, even the police dog, Yang, who had been spectating from the sidelines, could no longer contain itself. It advanced and bit onto Xiao Yang's pant leg, tugging vigorously backward. Ha, brother, even the dog finds you intolerable. If you resist any further, I might just have to unleash my thunderous powers. Lu Yu teased playfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang shuddered in fright, his body relaxing involuntarily, providing Lu Yu the opportunity to pull his legs back. With his center of gravity compromised, Xiao Yang toppled forward, resulting in the three women atop him hitting the ground first. Surprisingly, Xiao Yang found it rather comfortable, thanks to their cushioning. In that instant, Lu Yu executed a swift counter-grab, chuckling, "Brother, we have toppled you. This time, you have lost." Xiao Yang, feeling indignant, retorted, "I merely conceded to you. If I truly exerted myself, could you possibly prevail against me?" In response, Liu intensified his grip, declaring, "I care not. You lost, and there shall be no excuses." Chapter 54. Is Xiao Yang still human? Monkey, monkey, I seal the void. Xiao Yang's head remained tightly bound by Tang Ying, rendering his speech barely intelligible. Upon hearing his concession, the others finally released their hold. However, they were utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "All right, get up quickly. I can hardly breathe," Lin Shishir complained, nudging Xiao Yang's arm. "Xiao Yang, move aside. My back hurts from the fall," Mu Wanqing added, pushing at his other arm. Xiao Yang had intended to relish this human cushion a bit longer, but under the strong insistence of the two women, he had no choice but to rise. Standing up, he gazed at Tang Ying on the ground and remarked, "Captain Tang, you are rather hefty. I nearly suffocated." Tang Ying's face flushed as she recalled her recent actions, realizing they were somewhat inappropriate. However, she hadn't intended any harm. Her sole focus had been to bring Xiao Yang down, without considering the implications. She hurriedly covered her chest with one hand and propped herself up with the other to stand. My apologies," Tang Ying said, slightly embarrassed, addressing Xiao Yang. "It's perfectly all right. You all are simply too serious." Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Now then, don't act all innocent after taking advantage of the situation. Speak up. You've lost. What shall be your punishment?" Xiao Yang was taken aback. "Punishment? You didn't mention that earlier." "Humph. After putting us in such a predicament, it would be remiss not to impose a penalty for the effort we've exerted," Lin Shishir retorted stubbornly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang suddenly grinned. "How about I give you a massage as an apology? Sound good?" "Dream on." Lin Shishir shot him a disdainful glance. Having failed in his clever scheme, Xiao Yang quickly laughed it off. "Well then, how about this? Brother, aren't you quite adept at doing push-ups? How about we four take turns standing on your back while you perform 1,000 push-ups?" As Liu spoke, the other three individuals' eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, indeed. Let us see how we can exhaust him," Lin Shishir exclaimed, raising her hands in agreement. "I believe this notion is splendid. Let us see how long you can endure." Mu Wanqing concurred enthusiastically. "I'll follow the crowd." Tang Ying chimed in with a smile. Observing their gleeful expressions, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of apprehension. This was rather ruthless. However, a man's pride must not be compromised, regardless of the cost. "All right. Let us not do this one by one. All four of you can come up at once. I shall complete 4,000 push-ups." Upon hearing this, the four women were left utterly astonished. Xiao Yang is being quite boastful, they thought. "Fine, you said it. Don't claim we are bullying you. Let us go." Mu Wanqing was the first to ascend. Immediately, Xiao Yang felt a weight settle on his shoulders. Next, Lin Shishir climbed onto his back, followed by Tang Ying, and finally, Lu Yu. "Steady now, I'm about to begin." "Wait, the dog contributed earlier too. Let us have it join us." Lu Yu suddenly called for a halt. Tang Ying, with a knowing smile, beckoned Yang over, positioning it at Xiao Yang's calves. Xiao Yang, wearing a dark expression, thought, "You truly are merciless. Look at us. Don't we resemble Tang Seng and his three disciples riding on a great turtle across the river of heaven?" Lin Shishir's whimsical remark sent them into a fit of laughter. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Yang is that great turtle. They chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nearly deflated. Chuckling in irritation, "Who are you calling a big turtle? Be careful, or I might just toss you all away." "All right, enough with the banter. Let's commence, Xiao brother." With Lu Yu's command, Xiao Yang immediately began his push-ups. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 39.99 for 1,000. The four women counted from above, and as Xiao Yang gritted his teeth to complete the final push-up, he collapsed onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. Witnessing Xiao Yang's astonishing feat of completing 4,000 push-ups in one breath, they were all left in a state of disbelief. "Wow, Xiao Yang, you are truly incredible. I am utterly impressed," Lin Shishir exclaimed, her admiration palpable. "Indeed, you possess remarkable strength," Tang Ying added, giving a thumbs up. "Brother, today I've gained new insights. Truly, my Xiao brother deserves all the accolades." Liu patted Xiao Yang on the back, offering encouragement. You did wonderfully. Mu Wanqing gently ruffled Xiao Yang's hair, her face beaming with pride. Meanwhile, the police dog Xiao Yang seemed to express some unspoken sentiment. All right, it's done now. You may all descend. Haha, splendid. The four women and the dog dismounted from Xiao Yang's back, and he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Shishir gazed at Xiao Yang, who lay there like a puddle of fatigue, her heart brimming with joy. At last, I can enjoy a good night's rest. Meanwhile, Tang Ying was genuinely astonished. Collectively, they weighed over 400 pounds. Was Xiao Yang even human? Lu Yu observed Xiao Yang thoughtfully from the side, with a gaze filled with compassion. She turned to Mu Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, you have truly endured much. Upon feeling Lu Yu's gaze upon her, Mu Wanqing's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. However, a sense of worry soon engulfed her. How was she to confront Xiao Yang in the future? As time passed, Mu Wanqing and the others ascended the stairs to take a warm shower. By the time Xiao Yang arrived, the four of them were already seated on the living room sofa, engaged in lively conversation. Sister Yu, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Asked one. Little brother, what do you wish to eat? You've worked the hardest, we'll follow your lead. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang proposed, how about we have barbecue today? I have plenty of ingredients, and I assure you will enjoy them. The four ladies immediately lit up with excitement. Really? That sounds wonderful. I haven't had skewers in ages. Lin Shishir exclaimed joyfully, jumping up in delight. Tang Ying could scarcely contain her enthusiasm. She too relished the idea of grilled skewers. I agree. All right, I shall fetch the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing their eagerness, Xiao Yang dashed down to the basement. From his space, he retrieved charcoal, a barbecue grill, and a variety of grilling supplies. Half a lamb, meat skewers, chicken wings, chives, several large kidneys, along with shrimp, oysters, and vegetables. All set. He handed the bounty over to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, you take charge of the grilling while they assist you. I need to take a shower and rest for a bit. The sight of such a sumptuous spread brought immense joy to the group. All right, we'll call you when it's ready. Just wait in anticipation. As they busily prepared, Xiao Yang enjoyed his shower while imagining the ladies clad in yoga attire. It was a delightful thought. He relished this sensation immensely. However, upon the mere thought of Mu Wanqing, he swiftly curtailed his boundless reveries. No, he must remain composed. He cannot allow Wanqing to perceive his inner turmoil. Patience is key. There is no need for haste. One cannot savor hot tofu in a rush. Chapter 55. I am willing, Xiao Yang. Come down and enjoy the barbecue. The call of Mu Wanqing shattered Xiao Yang's daydreams, prompting him to rise and descend the stairs. The entire living room was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled skewers. The table was already adorned with a plethora of roasted meat skewers and oysters. Please, indulge yourselves. I must tend to this leg of lamb, Lu Yu announced from beside the barbecue grill in the kitchen, diligently flipping the lamb. Xiao Yang hurried downstairs, bringing up 2 crates of Qingdao Ao Gute beer. He popped open a bottle and handed it to Lu Yu, saying, Here you go, Sister Yu. Much appreciated. Let's enjoy some drinks while we grill. Seeing Xiao Yang's thoughtful gesture, Lu Yu remarked to the group, Do not compete with my little brother for those kidneys and chives. Let him replenish his strength. I have no intention of consuming such revolting items. I certainly won't compete. Lin Shishir pouted. Xiao Yang chuckled. Humph, you know nothing. Is there anything more delectable than kidneys? After distributing a bottle of beer to each person, Xiao Yang raised his bottle and proclaimed, Cheers. Enjoy the barbecue and beer. He twisted open another bottle, and the women indulged freely. Subsequently, the group enthusiastically savored the skewers, their mouths dripping with oil. Particularly, the young women, with their lips glistening, appeared irresistibly tempting. When Lu Yu presented the roasted leg of lamb at the table, the atmosphere of the barbecue reached its zenith. The guests exchanged toasts, feasting and frolicking, reveling in the moment. At that juncture, Xiao Yang picked up a bottle of wine and approached Tang Ying, gazing earnestly at her. Captain Tang, let us share a bottle. Tang Ying swiftly grasped the wine bottle and rose to her feet. Do not call me Captain Tang. With my solitary position, I hardly deserve such a title. Simply refer to me as Tang Ying. Xiao Yang clinked his bottle against Tang Ying's and then, in one swift motion, down the contents. Tang Ying, undeterred, raised her head and drank it all in one go. Bravo! Mu Wanqing and the others applauded enthusiastically. Tang Ying, what are your thoughts on our group? Xiao Yang directly broached the main topic. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ying sincerely replied, Very good, indeed strong. Moreover, I feel quite a connection with these sisters. As she spoke, she cast a warm smile at Mu Wanqing and the others. Sister Tang Ying, we feel a strong affinity for you as well. Lin Shishir addressed her as sister, given their similar ages. Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on you, I found you quite delightful. Lu Yu added with a grin. Sister Ying, I believe we can become true sisters. Mu Wanqing stood and took Tang Ying's hand. Thank you all. You were truly wonderful. Tang Ying felt a surge of emotion. Having lost so many colleagues and teammates, she realized how much these individuals alleviated her sorrow. Tang Ying, join us in this family. You see, the world has descended into chaos, and it will only worsen from here. While I cannot claim to possess all talents, I can assure you that I will ensure each of you thrives and flourishes. I have the means to shield you from the elements, to prevent you from suffering hunger or cold. I will strive to help you become even stronger. Furthermore, we are in dire need of capable individuals like yourself. Will you join us? Xiao Yang gazed intently into Tang Ying's eyes, extending a sincere invitation to her. Tang Ying's eyes glistened with moisture. She felt elated that Xiao Yang and his companions valued her so highly. Upon their first encounter yesterday, she had been struck by the formidable strength of Xiao Yang's group and had contemplated persuading them to join her. However, after witnessing the fierce battle that transpired this morning, she had come to realize the stark disparity in their combat abilities. She was acutely aware that she stood on a vastly different level from them, especially Xiao Yang, whose prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps 10 of her combined would scarcely match his might. Women have always revered the strong, and to Tang Ying, Xiao Yang epitomized the strongest individual she had ever encountered. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed a strikingly handsome visage that she found utterly captivating. Moreover, Xiao Yang's demeanor towards outsiders contrasted sharply with his warmth towards his own, revealing him to be a fiercely protective individual, someone worthy of trust and reliance. Additionally, with 3 other beautiful women present, remaining with them would not feel awkward. Thus, she had long desired to stay. Accept his invitation. Say yes. Lin Shishir exclaimed. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Mu Wanqing shot Lin Shishir a fierce glare, causing her to retract her neck in trepidation. Misunderstanding the situation, Lin Shishir chuckled nervously. Xiao Yang, visibly perturbed, felt that Lin Shishir's antics made it seem as if he were proposing to Tang Ying. Tang Ying, slightly embarrassed and blushing, took a deep breath and resolutely declared to Xiao Yang, Yes, I am willing. Hooray! This is wonderful. Sister Tang Ying, from now on we shall be one family. Lin Shishir exclaimed, jumping up in delight. Mu Wanqing also joyfully embraced Tang Ying. Welcoming you to our fold, Sister Ying. Lu Yu picked up a bottle of wine, standing up to declare, How wonderful! We should celebrate this momentous occasion, for we have gained another cherished sister. At this moment, no one was more elated than Xiao Yang. Though he appeared composed on the surface, inside he was quivering with excitement. He opened several bottles of beer, placing them on the table, and took one for himself. Indeed. We must celebrate. I shall down 3 bottles in a row. Splendid. Xiao Yang kept his word, downing 3 bottles amidst the cheers of the women, his demeanor unchanged. Inspired by Xiao Yang's fervor, Mu Wanqing and the others each finished a bottle as well. It must be said, since joining Xiao Yang, their capacity for alcohol had certainly improved. By the way, there is another ritual to observe, isn't there? Sister Tang Ying, please take an oath to Xiao Yang. Lin Shishir reminded. Tang Ying was taken aback. What? Do we really have to take an oath? To Xiao Yang? Are we really doing that here? She cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Yang, who chuckled nervously. No need. No need. It's merely a formality. It can be skipped. Lin Shishir, however, was not pleased with this response, pouting. What do you mean no need? You made us take an oath back then. Seeing Xiao Yang's awkwardness, Tang Ying seemed to grasp his concerns. In a team, what is paramount? It is, without a doubt, loyalty and unity. This much she understood. In order to spare Xiao Yang any discomfort, Tang Ying stood tall before him, speaking with utmost sincerity. Xiao Yang, I do not adhere to the notion of oaths. However, I, Tang Ying, assure you with my integrity that I will regard you all as my family. I will never betray you. Very well. I trust you. Xiao Yang solemnly nodded in agreement. Moreover, Lin Shishir interjected, there is one more stipulation, absolute obedience to Xiao Yang's commands. Before Tang Ying could respond, Xiao Yang promptly interjected. Let us consider this. Tang Ying has received professional training and has previously served as a captain, thus she possesses more experience than we do. Henceforth, in combat operations, Tang Ying shall lead and command. He paused for emphasis, casting a sharp glance at the others before continuing. However, the overall strategy and deployment must be determined by me. This is non-negotiable, for I possess a deeper understanding of the future's shifting dynamics than any of you. Chapter 56. The Rise of the Young Battle Team. Witnessing Xiao Yang's unwavering confidence, Tang Ying, although unsure of the reasons behind it, understood that his ability to galvanize the women into such formidable allies was a testament to his capabilities. Furthermore, recognizing Xiao Yang's regard for her, she resolved not to be ungrateful. All right, I shall comply. Stealing a glance at Mu Wanqing, she found that Mu Wanqing was also looking in her direction. Understanding Xiao Yang's unspoken inquiry, Mu Wanqing gently nodded. Xiao Yang exchanged a knowing smile, silently acknowledging their mutual understanding. Ah, then, we are in accord. Ah, by the way, we now have 5 members, which means we can form a small team. Shall we come up with a name for our little squad? Lin Shishir suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Yang realized that Lin Shishir had a quick wit, capable of conjuring up ideas effortlessly. This was quite contrary to her demeanor when playing the Xiao. Yet her suggestion was indeed excellent, and Xiao Yang thought it was time to establish their banner. As he pondered deeply, Lin Shishir clapped her hands and exclaimed, I've got it. I recall a popular little game called Y-Ing that many people played, all vying to join the flock. You see, Xiao Yang's name has Yang in it, which sounds like sheep. How about we name our team Y-Ing? This also symbolizes our squad's future strength. What do you think? As soon as Lin Shishir finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They truly admired her creativity. Indeed, that's quite clever. I concur. I agree as well. From now on, those who wish to join our team shall be part of the Yangchuan. Xiao Yang felt quite pleased. Wonderful, I like it. Just as he was reveling in the moment, Lin Shishir suddenly turned to Tang Ying and remarked, However, Tang Ying, your police dog is also named Yang. Doesn't that create a bit of conflict? Xiao Yang's smile abruptly froze on his face as he shot a glare at Lin Shishir, saying, Why bring that up? He glanced at the police dog, Yang, who was currently gnawing on a sheep bone beneath the table. Xiao Yang thought to himself, this dog should not linger here for long. The blizzard outside had already ceased, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. The 5 of them drank until the stroke of midnight. During this time, Xiao Yang recounted the impending calamities to Tang Ying, leaving her utterly astonished. Without reservation, Xiao Yang showcased his spatial abilities before the group, retrieving items from his space with the ease reminiscent of a certain whimsical cat. This demonstration allowed Tang Ying and Lin Shishir to fully appreciate the might of his powers. Tang Ying exclaimed, What a show-off! You truly excel at pretending. Meanwhile, Lin Shishir inadvertently discovered a pair of intricately designed black stockings among the items Xiao Yang produced. Xiao Yang, why do you have black stockings in your space? They're so sheer. Whose are they? Xiao Yang, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment for inadvertently revealing such an item. Observing the black stockings held aloft by Lin Shishir, Mu Wanqing cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Yang. In a flurry, he snatched the stockings back, sheepishly explaining, these were meant for Wanqing. I apologize for the spectacle. The ladies exchanged knowing glances, their mouths agape as they turned to Mu Wanqing. Oh, so you have a penchant for this. Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Xiao Yang a glare, insisting, Don't listen to his nonsense. I had no idea. Seeing that her friends remained skeptical, amused expressions painted on their faces, Mu Wanqing sprang to her feet and dashed upstairs. Realizing it would be inappropriate to linger any longer, Xiao Yang declared, I shall retire as well. Farewell. He then hurried after her, the stockings in hand. Left behind, Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying exchanged bewildered glances. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Mu Wanqing said, Try this on and let me see if it suits you. Xiao Yang tucked the black stockings into Mu Wanqing's embrace, gazing at her with an expression brimming with anticipation. No, they look so sheer, she exclaimed. Precisely because they are sheer, that's why you should wear them. Hurry up. Be good. Are you truly intending to gift me these stockings? She inquired. Of course. Who else would wear them? Then, all right, close your eyes. Open them only when I say so. Okay. A few minutes later. All right. Xiao Yang, open your eyes. Wow. This is too much. I can't handle it. It's utterly tempting. Especially with Mu Wanqing's bashful demeanor. It was simply exquisite. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Xiao Yang was about to make his move, but Mu Wanqing restrained him. Xiao Yang, not today. You need to rest. I'm fine. I can manage. Listen to me. I truly have your best interests at heart. Tomorrow, I promise I will wear them again. All right? Mu Wanqing coaxed Xiao Yang. Very well, but you mustn't refuse me tomorrow. Deal. The night passed in rare tranquility, with everyone sleeping soundly. By noon, they gradually awoke and refreshed themselves. Lu Yu diligently prepared a sumptuous 4-dish meal accompanied by soup, leaving Xiao Yang and the others thoroughly satisfied. Noticing the time was still early and the snow on the ground was not overly thick, Xiao Yang resolved to venture down the mountain once more to gather some crystals. Remembering the 50 or so crystals he had acquired the previous day, he promptly handed them to Tang Ying. Now is the perfect time to absorb the energy from these crystals. You should go first since your energy is the lowest right now. All right. Under the guidance of Mu Wanqing, Tang Ying swiftly absorbed the energy from over 50 crystals. Now, the temporal energy coursing through her arm has reached an impressive 60 years. Tang Ying could genuinely feel the transformative effects of this energy on her body. She felt invigorated, as if an inexhaustible strength surged within her, her physical prowess magnified manifold. She could not help but marvel at how wondrous this world had become. Reflecting on Xiao Yang's energy, which exceeded a millennium, she finally comprehended the source of his formidable constitution. It was clear that these crystals held immense significance. Yet, Xiao Yang had selflessly bestowed them upon her, fulfilling his promise to empower her. Xiao Yang was a man of his word, and this left a profound impression on Tang Ying. Equipped and ready, Xiao Yang produced his handgun along with a box of ammunition, only to discover a mismatch. Noticing this, Tang Ying promptly retrieved specialized bullets for the revolver from her bag and handed them to him. Here, if you prefer this gun, these bullets are for you. All right. Xiao Yang accepted the bullets without hesitation, loading them into the revolver. He then offered her another handgun along with additional ammunition. Tang Ying filled the revolver with bullets and passed it to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, take care of this. Wanqing and Sure. Make sure to handle the guns I've given you. Done. Xiao Yang surveyed his assembled team with satisfaction. Now, each member was armed with a handgun. Although their ammunition was limited, it would suffice for the time being. Moreover, typical zombies and survivors were hardly worthy of their firepower. Unless faced with unforeseen circumstances and peril, they would not squander ammunition. With everything in place, Xiao Yang fed 2 crystal cores into the coal ball and set off with his team, the Yang Battle Squad. Chapter 57. 4-star mutant. The mountain road was draped in a layer of snow, making it treacherous for ordinary vehicles. However, for Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle, it was as if traversing solid ground. After descending, they headed straight to the vicinity of the last cleared residential areas to continue their efforts in purging the surrounding new neighborhoods. Yet, within the gardens of these new complexes, a considerable number of wandering zombies could be found, presumably having chased survivors out from their homes. Lin Sure played a tune on her xiao, drawing the outdoor zombies towards her, allowing them to ambush the unsuspecting horde with ease. This method proved to be both time-efficient and labor-saving. As for the zombies confined within the houses, Xiao Yang and his team, being short-handed, lacked the energy to search each room individually. Those would be left for the survivors who came later. In the subsequent neighborhoods, they continued their methodical approach, swiftly clearing the outdoor zombies. Naturally, there were also several pet zombies among them. However, they no longer posed a threat to Xiao Yang and his companions. Once all nearby residential areas were cleared, they moved on towards the location of several universities. With time running short for the day, Xiao Yang decided to commence their cleansing operation in the university town the following day. As the cold front swept in, these universities had yet to close for the holidays, implying a significant number of zombies in the dormitory areas. Of course, there would also be many survivors. Xiao Yang felt it was time to incorporate some youthful members into his team, as relying solely on a handful of individuals was exhausting. As long as there are individuals possessing both capability and extraordinary abilities, along with commendable character, Xiao Yang will accept them. Moreover, one crucial point stands out. These university students have yet to truly step into society. They have not endured its harsh trials nor succumbed to its vices, rendering them highly malleable and more amenable to guidance. Youth, after all, is a virtue. If the team were composed solely of elderly individuals, burdened by ailments such as leg or neck pains, it would hardly serve its purpose. Regardless of the abundance of time and energy, illness persists. And one must wonder about the necessity of so many medications. A thorough search of the street-side shops within the community yielded little in terms of useful supplies. Many small supermarkets had already been stripped bare, indicating that the survivors had begun to mobilize en masse. Another aspect that caught Xiao Yang's keen attention was the presence of zombies within the shops that had been slain by survivors, their crystals having been extracted from their foreheads. This suggests that a significant number of individuals have already uncovered the secret of the crystals. Consequently, the competition will intensify, and the challenges will be formidable. Fortunately, his strength has outpaced that of others considerably. In this post-apocalyptic world, the strong only grow stronger. Those who falter at the starting line find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Resources are finite and continue to dwindle. When one person accumulates more, another must inevitably have less. It appears that starting tomorrow, he must hasten his pace. He drove towards the Zijin mountain villa area. Although the sun had not yet set, the mountains obscured its light, casting a shadow over the winding road. Xiao Yang turned on the headlights, proceeding cautiously as he observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a long black object lay across the snowy road ahead, its ends protruding beyond the pavement, rendering its identity unclear. The road, already narrow, was completely obstructed by this mysterious entity. Xiao Yang abruptly slammed the brakes. Attempting to drive past it could easily lead to losing control on such a confined path. He instructed the women to remain in the vehicle while he ventured out alone to investigate. If it turned out to be a fallen tree, he would call them for assistance. Utilizing the illumination from the car's headlights, Xiao Yang approached the object to discern what it was. Abruptly, he felt the object shift. He halted in his tracks, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, the end of the black mass nearest to the mountain suddenly reared up. A serpent's head, the size of a basin, emerged before him, its long tongue flickering in and out. Two bulbous, luminous eyes locked onto Xiao Yang with an unwavering gaze. At the center of the snake's head was a prominent bulge, glimmering with 4 green dots. Startled, Xiao Yang broke into a cold sweat upon noticing the 4 glowing points. To his astonishment, he had encountered a mutated python, and a 4-star one at that. Xiao Yang found himself pondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He was in dire need of a 4-star crystal core to elevate his spatial abilities to level 6, and serendipitously, he had stumbled upon it today. It appeared that the python was merely passing through, coincidentally crossing paths with him. However, the unfortunate truth was that, given his current strength, he might not stand a chance against it. The python was inherently stronger than humans, and being a 4-star mutant only amplified its prowess. Nevertheless, drawing upon his over 1,000 years of energy-based experience, Xiao Yang felt confident in his ability to flee. However, the off-road RV could no longer move. There was no space to turn around, and it would be unthinkable to reverse. Moreover, there were several women inside the vehicle who could not be abandoned. At this moment, Xiao Yang could only slowly retreat, increasing the distance between himself and the mutated python. He intended to back up to the side of the RV first. As he cautiously moved backward, the mutated python also stirred slightly. A chill ran down Xiao Yang's spine. It clearly did not wish to let him escape. He swiftly retrieved a revolver from his space and held it in his hand, prepared to use it if necessary. He thought about shouting for the women inside the vehicle to come down quickly. Suddenly, he noticed the python's eyes flashing ominously. In an instant, Xiao Yang felt paralyzed. As if ensnared by a nightmare, he could not move at all. Although his mind remained alert, his body was utterly unresponsive. Panic surged within him. He realized he had fallen victim to the python's extraordinary ability. He had been locked in a gaze with the creature, and it must have been the cause of his predicament. As the python inched closer, his heart raced with dread. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the python squarely. Tang Ying was the first to sense something was amiss. She exited the vehicle just in time to witness Xiao Yang confronting an enormous python, and without hesitation, she fired her weapon. The python recoiled in pain, twisting its body and retreating a few steps. As soon as the line of sight was broken, Xiao Yang found that his body could move once more. However, the now enraged python, with its gaping maw wide open, prepared to launch an attack. Xiao Yang swiftly aimed his firearm at the python, firing while retreating, and cautioned the others, "Be careful, this is a 4th-tier mutated creature. Do not gaze into its eyes. Shoot it." However, apart from Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing and the others had never wielded a handgun before. After fumbling with the weapon for an extended period, they realized they hadn't even disengaged the safety. Meanwhile, despite Xiao Yang and Tang Ying's bullets striking the python, they failed to deter the enraged creature's assault. The python suddenly lashed out with its tail, striking Tang Ying directly. She was caught off guard and sent flying 3 or 4 meters, landing in a snowdrift by the roadside. Chapter 58. In times of peril, Xiao Yang had exhausted his ammunition and, suddenly bereft of Tang Ying's firepower, The mutated python attacked with even greater ferocity. Xiao Yang quickly seized the gun from Mu Wanqing's hands, urging, "You go check on Tang Ying." He resumed firing at the python, temporarily forcing it back a few steps. "You, hand me the gun. If the python attacks again, unleash your lightning upon it." "Understood." With both hands gripping the firearm, Xiao Yang unleashed another barrage at the python. Yet, the creature's tough hide rendered the bullets ineffective in inflicting any mortal wounds. It counterattacked, this time targeting Xiao Yang directly. As the python's tail swept towards him, Liu seized the moment and directed a bolt of lightning at the python's tail. A plume of black smoke erupted as the python writhed in pain, its force diminishing considerably, allowing Xiao Yang to block the incoming strike with his hand. Despite his robust physique, he felt a tremor in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the gun. Observing this, Liu unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning at the python's body, fully inciting its wrath. With a sudden flick of its serpent head, the python sent Liu flying. The guard, Xiao Lu, hurried over to check on Liu. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir remained in the fray. Xiao Yang seized Lin Shishir's firearm and instructed her, "Step back. Your physique cannot withstand its assault." He then unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the python. The creature swayed from side to side, evading the shots until Xiao Yang had exhausted his ammunition. It seemed to have been hit multiple times. As the snow beneath it was already stained crimson with its blood. Yet, these wounds did not inflict any fatal damage. As Xiao Yang ceased firing, the python rose upright and lunged towards him. In a swift motion, Xiao Yang drew his tang knife and struck. The blade grazed the python's scales, leaving a deep gash. Yet it failed to penetrate completely. The python's assault was unimpeded, and its massive body crashed down upon Xiao Yang. A wave of rancid odor filled his nostrils as he found himself pinned beneath the serpent. Fortunately, his robust constitution spared him from being crushed. However, he struggled to breathe under the immense weight. Before Xiao Yang could regain his composure, the python twisted and coiled around him. He could feel the tremendous force enveloping him. Squeezing relentlessly, his face reddened as the pressure mounted, and the sound of cracking bones echoed within him. He felt as though his very skeleton might shatter. Were he an ordinary person, he would have likely been reduced to a mere pulp by now. With great effort, Xiao Yang persisted. But the python seemed to realize that this method would not suffice to eliminate him. It opened its gaping maw, targeting Xiao Yang's head, intent on swallowing him whole. Xiao Yang found himself completely immobilized, on the brink of meeting his demise at the jaws of the serpent. In this dire moment, a melodious sound of a flute suddenly resonated through the air. The great python, poised to devour him, abruptly halted its advance, turning its gaze towards the source of the enchanting music. At that moment, Lin Shishir stood with her hands firmly grasping the flute, her concentration unwavering as she played for the serpent. The python appeared to respond to the sound, its grip around Xiao Yang loosening gradually. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Yang drew his tang knife and thrust it into one of the python's eyes. A torrent of yellow fluid erupted forth, causing the serpent to convulse violently and hurl Xiao Yang away. He collided forcefully with the mountainside, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Struggling to sit up, he observed the python writhing on the ground, seemingly gravely injured. It became apparent that its eyes were the Achilles heel of this mutated beast. Noticing that Xiao Yang had freed himself from the serpent's clutches, Lin Shishir ceased her playing and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, with the assistance of Xiao Lu, had managed to carry Lu Yu and Tang Ying together. Both appeared to be in serious condition. With Lin Shishir's support, Xiao Yang rose to his feet, retrieving the tang knife from the ground, intent on slaying the serpent while it was vulnerable. However, the mutated python sensed Xiao Yang's murderous intent and suddenly reared up, its remaining eye wide with fury, baring its massive fangs as it lunged toward Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xiao Yang advanced, wielding the knife with all his might, aiming for the serpent's unscathed eye. As the strike was about to land, the python unexpectedly twisted its head, evading the blow, and the tang knife plunged deep into its neck. The force was tremendous, piercing through the python's skin. In agony, the python suddenly whipped its head, and before Xiao Yang could withdraw his blade, he was hurled away once more. The impact jolted his insides, making him feel as though his organs were on the verge of dislocation. Undeterred, the python continued its assault, seemingly fixated on Xiao Yang. Opening its gaping maw and lunging forward, Lin Shishir hastily resumed playing a melody on her flute, hoping to divert the python's attention. However, this time her efforts bore little fruit. The python merely hesitated momentarily before sweeping its tail, sending Lin Shirshir flying as well. Ignoring Lin Shirshir's plight, the python pressed onward toward Xiao Yang. With all his might, Xiao Yang retrieved another tang knife from the space around him, pointing the blade toward the python's gaping mouth. There was no escaping this fate. If death awaited him, he would at least strike the creature one last time. At that critical juncture, Mu Wanqing suddenly charged forward, her knife piercing the python's intact eye. In that instant, both of the python's eyes were rendered blind. In pain, the python swung its head violently, knocking Mu Wanqing to the ground, eliciting a cry of distress from her. Though blinded, the python, hearing her voice, lunged forward and coiled around her. The snake's body rolled on the ground, engulfing both itself and Mu Wanqing in a tumultuous struggle. Mu Wanqing intermittently emitted muffled groans of pain. Xiao Yang, filled with urgency, realized that if this continued, Mu Wanqing would surely be suffocated by the python. She did not possess the same robust constitution as he did. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yang forced himself to rise, brandishing his knife as he charged forward. He rushed towards the serpent's head, intent on thrusting his knife into the creature's brow, where the core of the mutated python resided. However, at that moment, the python was thrashing its body incessantly, leaving Xiao Yang with no opportunity to strike. Each time, the 4 green dots on the serpent's forehead flickered away as it rolled, evading his grasp. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was being choked, her face turning a deep shade of purplish red. On the brink of losing consciousness, Xiao Yang felt a surge of desperation. He loathed his own inadequacy, unable to deliver a fatal blow to the python. It was all his fault. His spatial abilities were utterly useless, serving only to hoard supplies without any practical application. If only he possessed powers of a more martial nature, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. In a fit of rage, his blood surged to his head, and his eyes turned crimson. No, Wanqing cannot die. I must save her. I must save her. Suddenly, a resounding hum echoed in his mind. It felt as though a ringing had settled in his ears, drowning out the surrounding sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the scene before him had shifted dramatically. The python on the ground seemed to still be rolling, yet its movements had slowed to a crawl, as if time itself had been stretched. Beside the off-road vehicle, Xiao Lu, who had been waiting by Tang Ying and Lu Yu, was shedding tears while looking towards him, but his expression appeared frozen in time. Chapter 59. The hospital. What is happening? The environment around him appeared to be in slow motion, yet his own actions remained unaffected. Xiao Yang was somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he recognized this as his final opportunity to slay the mutated python. He hastily picked up the gun from the ground and retrieved bullets from his spatial inventory to load it, aiming precisely at the prominent spot on the giant python's forehead. A rapid succession of shots rang out. With each shot, jets of green fluid erupted forth, the bullets embedding themselves deep into the serpent's brow. After several rounds struck true, Xiao Yang, exhausted, sank to the ground. At that moment, the surrounding scene returned to normal. The mutated python writhed violently for a brief period before falling silent, its body slackening. Mu Wanqing struggled to crawl out from beneath the serpent, gasping for breath. Seeing her escape from peril, Xiao Yang finally exhaled in relief. As the python lay utterly still, the guard, Xiao Lu, cautiously approached, helping Mu Wanqing to her feet. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang stood up and approached the deceased serpent, drawing his knife to extract the 4-star crystal core. The core, roughly the size of a walnut, was entirely black, shimmering with 4 green glimmers, and weighed considerably. Xiao Yang promptly stowed the crystal core away before rushing to assess the injuries of his companions. Upon examination, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. Lin Shirshir and Mu Wanqing appeared relatively unscathed, merely sporting some bruises. However, Tang Ying had sustained a severe injury to her back from colliding with a rock, leaving a long, deep gash that continued to bleed. As for Lu Yu, one of her arms seemed dislocated, rendering her unable to move. Yet, within their group, no one possessed any medical skills, and they could not afford to delay treatment for long. Xiao Yang quickly retrieved some bandages and iodine from his supplies, carefully cleansing Tang Ying's wound before wrapping it in gauze. Throughout the process, Tang Ying gritted her teeth, uttering not a word. How many hospitals are nearby? Xiao Yang inquired. Only one large hospital, located in the university town, came the response. Come on, lift them into the vehicle. We need to make our way to the hospital and hope for the best. After careful consideration, Xiao Yang resolved that to ensure their safety, It was imperative to seek the expertise of a skilled healer to stitch up Tang Ying's wounds. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to infection, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. Similarly, Lu Yu's dislocated arm required immediate attention. If left untreated for too long, it could become permanently impaired. As for whether any surviving doctors remained within the hospital, that would be left to chance. Should all else fail, Xiao Yang would have no choice but to resort to rudimentary methods to provide care, with uncertain outcomes. Once they boarded the vehicle, Xiao Yang retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication and instructed Mu Wanqing to administer it to both Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He then offered them ointment for injuries to apply upon each other. He made another trip to the serpent's carcass, securing it within his spatial realm. Afterward, he maneuvered the RV to find a suitable spot to turn around, redirecting their course toward the hospital located in the university town. The hospital, situated at the heart of the university town, occupied a considerable area. As Xiao Yang parked the vehicle in front of the outpatient building, the roar of the engine inevitably attracted a horde of zombies from within. This was a scenario Xiao Yang had anticipated. After all, what hospital would be devoid of the undead? He illuminated the surroundings of the RV by activating all its lights, then grasped his Tang knife. Stepping out with poise to engage in combat, dispatching the zombies one by one. Determined to expedite the process, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, despite their own pain, exited the vehicle to join the fray. In mere moments, the trio efficiently eradicated the horde of over 100 zombies, leaving no trace behind. The trio had no time to collect the crystals and hurried into the outpatient building. The interior was shrouded in darkness, prompting Xiao Yang to produce 3 powerful flashlights, one for each of them. As the beams illuminated the space, the atmosphere became significantly brighter. For the sake of safety, Xiao Yang called out as they ventured further inside, maximizing the chances of drawing out any zombies lurking within while also alerting potential survivors. However, after meticulously checking every floor of the outpatient building, they found only a handful of scattered zombies, with no sign of any survivors. Had everyone perished or managed to escape? Undeterred, Xiao Yang resolved to inspect the inpatient building next, refusing to believe that the entire hospital harbored no living doctors. Upon arriving at the entrance of the inpatient building, he discovered that the door was inexplicably locked from the inside. What could this mean? Had it been locked prior, or was it the work of survivors seeking refuge within? Dismissing his uncertainties, he instructed Mu Wanqing and Li Shishir to remain vigilant behind him and began to pound on the glass door with considerable force. After a prolonged effort, aside from drawing the attention of a few zombies outside, there was no other response. Strangely, not a single zombie appeared within the inpatient building. Just as Xiao Yang was about to concede defeat and consider searching another ward, 4 figures suddenly emerged behind the glass door, shining his flashlight towards them. He saw 4 men, each wielding a fire axe. A surge of hope filled Xiao Yang's heart. The presence of survivors indicated that there was still a glimmer of hope for the survival of doctors. "What are you doing?" One of the cautious voices from inside inquired. "Are there any surviving doctors in here? We have injured that require medical attention," Xiao Yang implored urgently. "Have you been bitten by a zombie?" Upon hearing this, the individuals inside immediately donned expressions of intense apprehension and vigilance. "No. Is there a doctor here or not?" Xiao Yang's impatience began to surface. "There is one, but not on our premises," replied the leader through a narrow gap in the door. "Where? Could you please tell us? I have a friend in urgent need of medical attention." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was filled with elation. The presence of a doctor meant safety for Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He felt his decision to come here had been fortuitous. In the pharmacy on the basement level of the office building, however, do not rejoice too soon. Due to the lack of electricity, they do not attend to patients at night. The leader, observing Xiao Yang's excitement, suddenly cautioned him. With a smile, Xiao Yang thought, "They may be without electricity, but I possess it. Thank you," he expressed gratefully before swiftly leading Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir towards the hospital's office building. Upon entering, they discovered that the staircase leading to the basement was obstructed by iron railings and securely locked. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang began to knock and call out, "Doctor, is there a doctor present?" After numerous knocks, a voice finally emerged from below, tinged with impatience. "Who is that foolish youth? Do you not know it is forbidden to disturb after dark? Begone." Though they could hear the voice, no one showed themselves. It seemed the other party was disinclined to come up and provide explanations. "We have injured individuals requiring treatment. Could you allow us entry?" Xiao Yang endeavored to maintain a polite tone as they were requesting assistance. "Do you not understand? How can one treat anyone in the dark? Return tomorrow, came the irate response. No, the situation is critical. Immediate medical attention is imperative. Fear not the encroaching darkness, for I possess a flashlight. Xiao Yang produced the flashlight and waved it downward. Chapter 60. The lion's unyielding demand. Upon noticing the beam of light from Xiao Yang's flashlight, the individuals below abruptly ceased their movements. After a brief moment, 3 men ascended the staircase. Clad in military overcoats and wielding axes, they approached the railing and scrutinized Xiao Yang and his companions. The leader, a tall man with a scruffy beard, inquired, "Which of you 3 is injured?" "It is none of us. The injured party is in the vehicle." "Is it a bite from a zombie?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's forthright response, the man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, cautioned, "Do not dare to lie. Should it be discovered that the injury is indeed a zombie bite, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." He raised his axe and gently tapped it against his own head, implying that if the truth were revealed, they would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow to the injured. "I am not lying," Xiao Yang asserted resolutely. The man continued, "Understand that we do not provide care free of charge. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Yang nodded. He grasped this reality and had no expectations of altruistic assistance. "I understand. Just let us know what is required." Seeing Xiao Yang's agreeable demeanor, the man nodded in satisfaction. "What is required will depend on the condition of your injured companion. However, you must relinquish all 3 of your flashlights to us. Is that agreeable?" Xiao Yang, unfazed by the request for the flashlights, of which he possessed an abundance in his space, responded affirmatively. "Very well, no problem." Seeing Xiao Yang's prompt agreement, the man was quite pleased. "Very well, go fetch your injured." The 3 men had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Xiao Yang's imposing off-road camper, their eyes gleamed with excitement. "Boss, what a massive vehicle. It appears to be a camper as well. Look, the lights inside are still on." One of them whispered. "Indeed, this vehicle is extraordinary. Boss, if we had such a vehicle, it would greatly facilitate our travels." Another chimed in quietly. The leader, upon hearing this, felt a surge of desire. A robust off-road camper of such stature would surely deter any zombies. It could even crush them outright. Possessing it would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Observing Xiao Yang and his companions disembarking from the camper, he began to formulate a plan. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to guard the vehicle, shouldering Tang Ying as he exited, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir assisted Lu Yu, following closely behind. As they reached the entrance, the man abruptly halted their progress. "No weapons are allowed inside. Please surrender your knives. They will be returned upon your departure." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir furrowed their brows. Surrendering their weapons? How absurd. Nevertheless, they nodded in agreement and handed their knives to Xiao Lu in the vehicle. The 3 men, noticing that Xiao Yang had not complied with their directive, felt a twinge of irritation. However, seeing that Xiao Yang and his group were effectively unarmed, they could not voice their grievances. They merely shot Xiao Yang a discontented glare and reluctantly led the group towards the underground pharmacy. "You stay here and keep watch." Upon reaching the staircase, the leading man signaled to one of his companions, who immediately understood and stood firmly at the base of the stairs. The remaining 2 individuals escorted Xiao Yang and his group directly down to the medicine storage room. This storage room was vast. The beam of a flashlight barely reached the far walls. In one corner, a fire blazed within a brazier, beside which stood a table adorned with several bottles of white liquor and a handful of glasses. Clearly, prior to Xiao Yang's arrival, these men had been indulging in drink. However, with so many glasses, how could there only be 3 men present? Xiao Yang and his companions were brought to the side of the brazier, where the leading man called out towards a row of shelves. "Come, Dr. Yi, it's time to attend to the guests." Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to a brothel's invitation. Yet, upon seeing Dr. Yi emerge from behind the shelves, his heart stirred. The one referred to as Dr. Yi was, in fact, a woman, a strikingly beautiful young lady. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a bun atop her head, accentuating her already delicate and refined features, rendering her even more enchanting. Dr. Yi surveyed Xiao Yang, then glanced at Tang Ying on his back and Lu Yu behind him, before inquiring with an impassive expression, "What injuries do you have?" "There is a wound on his back, and the arm of the one behind has dislocated." Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi furrowed her brow and instructed Xiao Yang, "First, carry the one on your back inside, so I can examine her." With that, she stepped into the makeshift medical room behind the shelves. Xiao Yang promptly followed. discovering that the interior was indeed a rudimentary medical facility, hastily constructed. Dr. Yi directed Xiao Yang to place Tang Ying face down on a makeshift bed. Then he took Xiao Yang's flashlight and unwrapped the bandage on Tang Ying's back, illuminating the wound. Suddenly, Dr. Yi furrowed her brow and remarked, "The wound is too deep, and given the limited medical resources, it may not be necessary to save her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a surge of anger and confusion. "What do you mean it may not be necessary to save her? You haven't even attempted to save her yet," he shouted angrily at Dr. Yi. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, hearing Xiao Yang's outburst, hurriedly supported Lu Yun to assess the situation. The two men swiftly followed suit. "Dr. Yi, if there is a chance to save her, we ought to make the attempt, right?" spoke the leading man. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of disdain crossed Dr. Ye's eyes. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. "It is worth a try." Seeing Dr. Ye's response, the man smiled broadly. "Exactly. It's worth a try. However, given the severity of the injury, the compensation must be substantial. Am I correct, Dr. Yi?" Xiao Yang glanced between Dr. Yi and the man, asserting compensation is not an issue. "I will pay whatever it takes to save my friend." Dr. Yi, taken aback by Xiao Yang's declaration, looked at him with surprise. The man clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Such loyalty and valor. Therefore, let Dr. Yi do her utmost to treat your friend. In return, aside from these 3 flashlights, you must also give us that heavy-duty off-road RV." At this proclamation, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and the others were momentarily stunned. Goodness, what an outrageous demand. This is nothing short of exploiting a crisis. You truly dare to demand such a price for treating a mere wound? A motorhome? Lin Shishir remarked with exasperation. Upon hearing this, the man sneered contemptuously and replied, "Ha, I thought you were loyal and righteous, yet it seems your friend is worth less than a vehicle to you. How absurd. You. Fine. As long as you can save my friend, the heavy-duty off-road motorhome shall be yours." Xiao Yang's expression remained calm, seemingly unaffected. In truth, he was internally mocking them. Playing such games with me? They are truly courting disaster. Chapter 61. The heartfelt words of Dr. Yi. The others were oblivious to Xiao Yang's thoughts. Lin Shishir and Lu Yu frowned tightly. They understood Xiao Yang's eagerness to rescue Tang Ying. Yet could he not see that these individuals were seizing the opportunity to extort? Dr. Yi regarded Xiao Yang with newfound respect. Who would have thought that amid such chaos, there still existed a fool so devoted to friendship? As soon as the two men heard Xiao Yang's agreement, their faces broke into broad smiles. Only Mu Wanqing, who had overheard Xiao Yang's true sentiments, feigned ignorance while secretly heightening her vigilance. "Very well, I shall commence the surgery on the injured. I need you all to leave." Dr. Yi began to usher them out. With no other choice, Xiao Yang and the others complied. The leading man, however, burst into laughter and called out to a shadowy corner, "Hey, those inside the small room, stop dawdling and quickly send some nurses to assist." Shortly after his call, the sound of a door opening echoed from that direction. Shortly thereafter, 4 disheveled women clad in nurse uniforms approached, fastening their buttons as they walked. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Xiao Yang and his companions, they remained silent and proceeded directly to the inner side of the shelves to assist Dr. Yi. At that moment, 4 men emerged from the direction where the nurses had come. Each was draped in military overcoats, fastening their belts as they approached. "Boss, it's already nighttime. Why are we still taking on jobs?" one of the men remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Yang. This friend is willing to offer a heavy-duty off-road vehicle as a reward to rescue his companion. I was moved by his loyalty and have made an exception, the leader of the group explained with a cheerful demeanor. The other 4 men, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang and his group. When their eyes landed on Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they were utterly astonished. How extraordinarily beautiful. Although Mu Wanqing and the others had just endured a life-and-death struggle, appearing somewhat disheveled, their radiant beauty could not be concealed. "Ah, so many lovely ladies have arrived." The leading man's eyes sparkled as he hurried over, grinning broadly as he greeted Mu Wanqing and her companions, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, he remained unfazed and called out to the 3 men behind him, "You lot, quickly bring out our delicious food and drinks. Hurry." Upon hearing this, the 3 men scurried off, and shortly after, they returned, each carrying an assortment of biscuits, bread, and beverages, setting up a bountiful table. "Come, lovely ladies. You must be famished. Please, gather around and indulge yourselves. There is more than enough to satisfy your appetites. The man plopped down onto a stool, waving his hand with a broad grin, beckoning Mu Wanqing and her companions to join him. His face radiated a sense of pride, as if he believed that they could not possibly resist the allure of such delectable offerings. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir merely cast him a disdainful glance, ignoring him entirely. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet surprisingly, he remained unperturbed. He understood. The more exquisite the woman, the more reserved and discerning she tends to be. Perhaps they simply did not find this appealing? No matter. You there, go fetch the finest delicacies we have, quickly. Upon hearing this, 3 other men eagerly scurried off. Xiao Yang observed the array of provisions laid out before him, an assortment of sausages, spicy snacks, packaged chicken legs, duck wings, and more. Furthermore, there was half a bottle of red wine. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a bountiful supply from this group. Come now, ladies. It has been ages since you savored meat, has it not? Enjoy these treats at your leisure, and afterward, indulge in a glass of red wine. What a delightful experience it shall be. We have been nursing this bottle for 7 days, reluctant to finish it. You are indeed fortunate. The man spoke with great enthusiasm, as if presenting these items was a grand gesture towards Mu Wanqing and her friends. However, Mu Wanqing and the others merely cast a cold glance at the items on the table, scoffing lightly before turning away without a second thought. At that moment, the man was genuinely anxious. Was it truly so unremarkable in your eyes? This was his most prized possession. These women were utterly ungrateful. Had they feasted on delicacies to the point of foolishness? How could they possibly overlook something so extraordinary? Angered and humiliated, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, I am extending my courtesy to you. Do not be ungrateful. The only reason I present these to you is out of respect for your charming appearances. Do not feign indifference in my territory. Silence outside. Friends of the injured may enter. Upon hearing Dr. Ye's command, the man snorted dismissively and fell silent. Xiao Yang smirked. If not for his hopes of Dr. Yi saving Tang Ying, that man would have long been dead. Yet, it was merely a matter of time. These individuals were destined to meet their end today. Xiao Yang entered the makeshift medical room behind the shelves, with Mu Wanqing trailing closely behind. Under the current circumstances, I can only disinfect and stitch your friend's wounds for now. Whether she can endure this depends on her fate. Dr. Yi indicated toward Tang Ying, who lay unconscious on the bed, her back freshly bandaged. At this moment, Tang Ying had succumbed to a state of coma, and Xiao Yang could not shake off his concern. According to Dr. Yi, the uncertainty of Tang Ying's survival loomed ominously. Just then, Mu Wanqing leaned closer to Xiao Yang, whispering softly in his ear, this Dr. Yu actually possesses the means to heal Tang Ying. However, it seems she harbors a secret burden. I can hear her thoughts. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. What did Dr. Yu mean by hiding the ability to heal? Was she wary of someone? What about your other injured companion? I wish to examine her arm. Dr. Ye's words interrupted Xiao Yang's train of thought. He momentarily set aside his doubts and led Dr. Yi to Lu Yu's side. Doctor. Yi examined Lu Yu's arm from top to bottom, then grasped her shoulder with one hand and her arm with the other. With a sudden, forceful motion, a distinct crack echoed as Lu Yu's dislocated arm was set back into place. There you go, your friend's arm is now healed, with a few days of rest. She will be fine, Dr. Yi stated nonchalantly, as if this were merely a trivial inconvenience. However, upon noticing the temporal energy radiating from Lu Yu's exposed arm, she was struck dumb. Over 119 years of temporal energy. How had these individuals managed such a feat? No wonder they valued this woman so highly. It appeared she might be the strongest among them. Yet, she was injured. Otherwise, with her prowess, she could perhaps have rescued me. Dr. Yi gazed at Lu Yu's arm, lost in thought, while her inner turmoil was quietly overheard by the perceptive Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing discreetly whispered to Xiao Yang, this Dr. Yi is being coerced by this group. She wishes to escape from here. Chapter 62. This is no big deal. Xiao Yang pondered intently over the information Mu Wanqing had shared with him. Clearly, Dr. Yi possessed the means to heal Tang Ying's injuries, but chose not to do so. Moreover, she wished to flee this place. If she was not part of their group, then that simplified matters considerably. At this moment, several other men also noticed the temporal energy emanating from Lu Yu's arm. Gathering around her with curiosity, you possess such an abundance of temporal energy? I must admit, I underestimated you. The leader of the group was compelled to regard Xiao Yang and his companions with newfound respect. The man who had previously slammed the table approached, exclaiming, indeed, over 100 years. This woman is quite formidable. You must all be allied with her, correct? After uttering this, he turned to Xiao Yang with a mocking smile. For he believed that Lu Yu's vast energy indicated her superiority, while Xiao Yang and his companions appeared rather unimpressive in comparison. After all, a single individual with over 100 years of energy was already a rarity. It was improbable that a group could all possess such formidable strength. Among them, aside from the leader who had nearly 90 years of energy, the others were around 50, which was still impressive. In this hospital, no one could rival their prowess. However, their energy was not acquired through the slaughter of zombies, but rather extorted from those they had treated. They charged exorbitant prices for a box of medicine or a single injection. They demanded either substantial supplies or the exchange of temporal energy. As for the patients on the brink of death, they would deceitfully coax them into transferring their temporal energy during moments of unconsciousness. Now, upon witnessing Lu Yu's considerable reserves, the nefarious intentions of these individuals resurfaced. Since our Dr. Yi has already provided treatment for all of you, it is time for you to settle your dues. The leader proclaimed. The one inside has agreed to a motorhome as payment, correct? Let us compensate her with her own temporal energy. After 119 years, we shall retain 1 year for ourselves and transfer the remainder to us. The man, who had initially slammed the table, spoke with an air of arrogance. Are you attempting to extort us? Xiao Yang, finally amused by the absurdity, chuckled. I have encountered avarice before, but never such insatiable greed. Extortion? You are indeed correct. It is extortion. What can you do about it? Allow me to be frank. We possess over 50 years of temporal energy each. My elder brother has amassed over 90 years, hardly inferior to your eldest sister. And you, your strongest member, is already injured. Will you not comply and obey us? As the man spoke, he gestured for others to encircle Xiao Yang and his companions. Xiao Yang, however, laughed even more heartily. A group of individuals with less than a century of energy attempting to extort someone who possesses over 1,000 years? Truly, they are oblivious to their own insignificance. And what if we refuse? Xiao Yang replied with poise. Seeing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, Dr. Yi was compelled to reassess him. Was he truly the strongest among them? If a conflict were to ensue, would he have an opportunity to escape? Refuse? Then none of you shall leave today. I will slay you first, and then allow these ladies to serve me well. The man, as if he had heard the greatest joke, brandished an axe and sneered. Very well. Since you are so audacious, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, a knife appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. The audacious man, taken aback, had yet to react when Xiao Yang swiftly severed his head from his body. The decapitated head tumbled to the ground, still wearing a defiant expression. The swiftness and suddenness of the strike left him no time to respond. Several nurses, alerted by the commotion, emerged and were instantly horrified by the scene, screaming in terror. The other men stood in shock, astonished by Xiao Yang's might. The slain individual had been the second strongest among them. Yet he had not even managed to withstand a single blow from Xiao Yang. Fear began to creep into their hearts. How brazen to commit murder before my very eyes. Brothers, let us unite and slay him. The leader of the group raised his axe, charging at Xiao Yang. Unperturbed, Xiao Yang merely swung his knife in response. With a swift motion, the man's right hand was severed, and the axe clattered to the ground. As the pain registered, the man knelt, howling in agony. Seizing the moment while the others were momentarily stunned, Xiao Yang unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, incapacitating several men in mere minutes, their cries echoing in despair. Approaching the writhing man, Xiao Yang leaned down and intoned, "Why not devote yourselves to healing others? Must you tread the path of wickedness? Transfer your temporal energy to me. You need only retain a year for yourselves. Do it swiftly, or I shall grant you a most untimely demise." The men, paralyzed by fear, complied without hesitation, each one transferring their temporal energy to Xiao Yang. Once his objective was achieved, a cold smirk played upon his lips. He swiftly dispatched them all. I do not deceive. Could you have followed my command so obediently? With the task completed, Xiao Yang turned and strode toward the rear of the shelf. The four nurses were utterly terrified upon seeing Xiao Yang enter with a knife, screaming in panic. However, Dr. Yi maintained her composure and quickly clarified. We are not in cahoots with them. We are also being coerced. Xiao Yang paid no heed to her words, sheathing the knife and stepping closer, asking, You possess a method to heal my friend, do you not? Dr. Yi was momentarily taken aback by his statement, her expression betraying a hint of fear. She could not fathom how this individual had uncovered her secret. I don't understand what you were saying. I have done all I can. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. Stop feigning ignorance. Do you think we are oblivious? Listen to me. If you can restore my friend to health, I can ensure your safe departure from here. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to reside in a much better place, far superior to this one. Although Dr. Yi was perplexed as to how they had learned of her secret, she realized that the matter had escalated to this point, rendering further concealment unnecessary. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. How could she be certain that this person was not akin to the beast in the pharmacy? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing approached. Dr. Yi, rest assured, as long as you can save our friend, we can guarantee the safety of you and the 4 nurses behind you. If you do not trust him, surely you can place your faith in his women. Mu Wanqing had already sensed Dr. Ye's inner turmoil and spoke directly to reassure her. Dr. Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Mu Wanqing. How could this girl discern her thoughts? These individuals were indeed extraordinary. Could it be that they, like herself, possessed some extraordinary abilities? Looking back at Xiao Yang, if he were indeed a beast, she would have been overwhelmed long ago. There was no need for such futile discourse. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, the chill here is unbearable. To treat your friend, we must find a warmer location and remove our outer garments. Moreover, it will require some time. Xiao Yang chuckled, deeming it a trivial matter. Chapter 63. Healing techniques eliminate the last individual outside. Xiao Yang handed the Tang knife to Mu Wanqing, and after witnessing their departure, he activated his spatial abilities to gather all available resources. He couldn't shake the feeling that, during the exercise of his spatial powers, the surrounding scene seemed to slow down. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as mere illusion, likely triggered by memories of defeating the mutated giant python. Yet, what could have caused that momentary sensation of slow motion? Xiao Yang was perplexed. Glancing at his right hand, he wondered if it truly had something to do with his spatial abilities. At this juncture, the RV was teeming with people. Including Dr. Yi and 4 nurses, there were a total of 11 individuals aboard. Upon entering, Xiao Yang distinctly sensed a shift in the demeanor of Dr. Yi and the nurses towards him. Was it reverence? Perhaps not. It was merely that their gazes seemed less resistant. Disregarding their stares, Xiao Yang drove directly to the outpatient building, extracting the crystals from nearly 100 zombie corpses. Such resources must not be squandered. Subsequently, he sped towards the Zijin Mountain Villa. As the RV arrived at the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa district, Su Tong, having received the news over the intercom, promptly opened the door. Are the 2 of them all right? Su Tong inquired with genuine concern. They are fine. We found a doctor. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon noticing several unexpected individuals emerging from the RV, she was taken aback. It seemed that Xiao Yang had quite a fruitful outing today. However, she refrained from asking too many questions, recognizing that it was not her place to pry into such matters. After disembarking, opening the door, and turning on the lights, they carefully carried Tang Ying to her room. The nurse will remain to assist. Everyone else, please step outside. I need to undress the patient. Dr. Yi commanded, casting a pointed glance at Xiao Yang. With no choice but to comply, Xiao Yang and the others retreated to wait at the doorway. The sight of 4 nurses bustling in and out for a while before Dr. Yi eventually sent them away was both reassuring and unsettling. Observing that they were left with nothing to do, Xiao Yang promptly suggested that they take turns showering, as their cleanliness was quite lacking. He even thoughtfully provided each of them with a fresh set of nurse uniforms. The 4 nurses stood in disbelief, gazing at the uniforms in their hands. You could at least have given us some undergarments. One of them thought. After all, it was hardly appropriate to wear only the uniforms without anything underneath. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, their thoughts were far removed from his intentions. He remained anxiously stationed at the doorway, awaiting news from within. Finally, after an hour had passed, the door creaked open. Dr. Yi emerged, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, visibly fatigued. How did it go, Dr. Yi? Xiao Yang asked, his voice laced with urgency. All is well. Your friend is fine. Just let her rest for the night. Dr. Yi's voice was somewhat feeble, likely due to fatigue. Let us go in and take a look. Mu Wanqing and her companions eagerly entered, with Xiao Yang following closely behind, equally curious. Upon entering, they found Tang Ying lying prone on the bed, covered by a blanket that left only her smooth shoulders exposed. Dr. Yi, will such a long incision leave a deep scar? If something were to happen to Sister Tang, Lin Shishir exclaimed, as she lifted the blanket from Tang Ying's back, only to be met with astonishment that caused her to cover her mouth in disbelief. The others, witnessing this, wore expressions of utter incredulity. What is going on? Let me see. Let me see. Xiao Yang, unable to glimpse the scene from the back, hurriedly craned his neck forward. To his astonishment, Tang Ying's back appeared flawless and unblemished, as if she had never been injured at all. This. Xiao Yang stood agape in disbelief. Enough. You must leave at once. A woman's back is not something that should be casually exposed to men. Mu Wanqing, noticing Xiao Yang's flustered demeanor, swiftly pushed him out of the room. Xiao Yang was speechless. Was he truly that kind of person? Nevertheless, his mind was filled with curiosity about why Tang Ying's back was perfectly unscathed. Dr. Yi, this is truly remarkable. Could you enlighten us on how you accomplished this? Lin Shishir inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also gazed at Dr. Yi with inquisitive expressions. Dr. Yi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to share her knowledge. She understood that, in the presence of such delightful individuals, there could be no secrets. Having witnessed their reactions in the pharmacy, she realized that it would be more beneficial to be candid and leave a favorable impression on them. In truth, I possess extraordinary abilities. Just a few days ago, I abruptly discovered that my hands have the power to heal wounds. Upon hearing this from Dr. Yi, the women were immediately astonished. Is there truly such an impressive ability? They glanced at Xiao Yang, who wore a visage of delight, albeit not of surprise. Life-healing technique, Xiao Yang exclaimed. Dr. Yi and the others looked at him with bewilderment upon hearing this name. Is that what it's called, life-healing technique? Dr. Yi sought clarification. She was aware of the ability's effects, but was unfamiliar with its designation. However, it seemed that Xiao Yang knew. Indeed, it is called life-healing technique. Dr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Yang praised, his heart brimming with joy. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Those who awaken the life-healing technique are affectionately referred to as nurturers by survivors in the post-apocalyptic world. If any team were to have such an individual, they would indeed be treated with utmost reverence. In a world ravaged by calamity, minor ailments are a common plight. Yet, with a nurturer present, these troubles become trivial, significantly enhancing the team's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Xiao Yang gazed at Dr. Yi as though she were a precious gem, his eyes ablaze with fervor, causing her to feel somewhat flustered. You seem to possess considerable knowledge about my ability? Dr. Yi tightened her collar and stepped closer to Mu Wanqing, noticing her subtle gesture. Xiao Yang awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had exhibited excessive enthusiasm. Ahem, I don't fully comprehend it. I merely know a bit more than you do. This life-healing technique is truly astonishing. It can completely mend wounds. Lin Shishir gazed at Dr. Yi with profound admiration. Upon noticing this, Xiao Yang thought, this will not do. Once this individual becomes proud, she may become uncontrollable. It is imperative to suppress her now. Although this life-saving technique is remarkably effective in treating injuries and ailments, there is a caveat. Xiao Yang paused deliberately, and upon hearing the word but, Dr. Yi and the accompanying women turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to hear his thoughts. Chapter 64. The joining of Yi Ling, however, it is not resilient against attacks. Possessing such extraordinary abilities necessitates remaining at a safe distance. Without a formidable team for protection, any assault would likely result in a dire outcome. The women nodded in agreement, acknowledging the weakness in this approach. Dr. Yi, who had initially exuded pride, now appeared somewhat disheartened. Indeed, if one cannot safeguard their own life, how can they hope to save others? Therefore, Dr. Yi, it is crucial for you to seek out a powerful team to join, enabling you to better protect yourself and maximize the efficacy of your life-saving techniques. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi thoughtfully nodded, recognizing the validity of Xiao Yang's words. However, where could she find such a formidable team? As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Xiao Yang, who wore a bright smile while observing her. Could it be that he was indirectly inviting me to join their ranks? Indeed, these individuals are quite strong, and with so many female members, it presents an excellent choice. At the very least, I would not have to contend with a throng of men eyeing me with predatory intent daily. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang realized that Dr. Yi had been successfully persuaded. Now, it was essential to seize the moment and secure her allegiance for his own purposes. He removed his outer garment and rolled up his sleeves, revealing the temporal energy of his left arm to Dr. Yi. 1400 years. Dr. Yi was astounded. No wonder he could effortlessly eliminate that group. He was, indeed, the strongest. The others possessed energies exceeding 100 years as well. Thus, should you consider joining us, we can ensure not only your safety but also your empowerment. Ponder this. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir harmoniously unveiled their left arms to showcase their own energies to Dr. Yi. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, by joining us, you will no longer have to worry about resources. We possess ample supplies to sustain everyone. Moreover, as you have observed, the villa is equipped with heating and running water, providing utmost comfort. Xiao Yang added. Dr. Yi was undeniably tempted. From any perspective, the conditions presented by Xiao Yang and his companions were impeccable. In these dire weather conditions and amidst calamity, this place appeared almost idyllic. However, Dr. Yi had one lingering concern. Given the formidable strength of this group, why were there still individuals suffering such severe injuries? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing approached and stood before her. Dr. Yi, the reason for the injuries today is due to an encounter with a mutated giant python. The power of this mutation transcends the realm of human understanding. It is no exaggeration to assert that the strength of this mutated giant python could effortlessly annihilate a team of 500. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was utterly astounded. Not only did she witness Mu Wanqing's uncanny ability to perceive her thoughts, but she was also astonished by their formidable prowess. At this moment, for nurses had completed their baths and donned fresh uniforms as they approached. Upon seeing them, Xiao Yang noted that their appearance was quite charming. However, he seemed to discern that none of the nurses were wearing undergarments beneath their uniforms. How intriguing. Dr. Yi, it's remarkable that one can enjoy a hot shower here. It is simply delightful. You should hurry and wash up as well. We four will keep watch. One of the nurses said cheerfully to Dr. Yi. Upon hearing that there was the opportunity for a hot shower, Dr. Ye's eyes lit up. It was splendid news. She had tea-bathed in quite some time. And just moments ago, she had expended considerable energy and effort treating Tang Ying's back injury, leaving her quite sweaty and uncomfortable. She looked at Xiao Yang for reassurance. Xiao Yang, with a knowing smile, suggested, Why don't you take a shower first, Dr. Yi? It will give you a chance to reflect. Provide me with your response once you're finished. After Dr. Yi departed, the four nurses settled into Tang Ying's room to stand by her side. Xiao Yang suddenly thought that if these four nurses were willing to stay, having them around as attentive aides would be quite pleasant. They were caring and skilled in nursing, and while they may not possess the same striking beauty as Mu Wanqing, they were still quite pleasant to behold. Noticing the time, he instructed Mu Wanqing to prepare a set of pajamas for Dr. Yi. Before long, Dr. Yi appeared before Xiao Yang, clad in her new pajamas. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in admiration. It must be said that Dr. Yi's appearance was truly impeccable. She exuded a sense of maturity and composure, likely a reflection of her professional demeanor. The figure is undeniably exquisite, perfectly embodying the aesthetic standards of Xiao Yang. Dr. Yi approached Xiao Yang earnestly and declared, I have made up my mind. I am willing to join you. Just moments ago, while bathing, she profoundly realized the significance of a sanctuary. The domestic life here bore little difference from that before the calamity struck. The temperature was agreeable, there was electricity and water, and she could indulge in hot showers. Crucially, the owner of this place appeared formidable and did not seem malevolent. What reason could she possibly have to decline? This is splendid. Welcome, Dr. Yi, to our fold. Henceforth, we shall be like family. Xiao Yang smiled as he extended his hand to clasp hers. You may call me Yiling. Yiling? What a lovely name. Very well. Yiling. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. I am Xiao Yang. This is Mu Wanqing. This is Lin Shishir, and this is Lu Yu. The one lounging on the bed is Tang Ying. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's introductions, the other women greeted Yiling warmly. Everyone was elated at Yiling's inclusion. With her healing abilities, they would no longer fear injuries in the future. Can we stay too? The four nurses implored Xiao Yang with hopeful expressions. Certainly. Xiao Yang nodded. The nurses erupted with joy. However, I must make one thing clear. Coming here is not an invitation to leisure. I do not harbor idlers. You will be responsible for some household chores and tidying up temporarily. Furthermore, you must take turns accompanying me on missions to hone your skills. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Xiao Yang earnestly advised them, and the four female nurses exchanged glances, harboring an innate fear of zombies. Nevertheless, they understood that if they did not strengthen themselves, they would inevitably be eliminated by this world. Even a formidable team like Xiao Yang's could suffer injuries. Without the necessary capabilities, no one would unconditionally support them. Having come to this realization, the four nodded in agreement. Very well, there are not many rooms left here. You four will temporarily stay in the nursery on the second basement level. Yiling will occupy the room next to ours on the third floor, Xiao Yang instructed. Understood. Naturally, they complied with their leader's arrangement. Once everything was settled, a wave of relaxation washed over Xiao Yang, and he suddenly felt a twinge of soreness throughout his body. Today had been exceedingly perilous. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the mutated giant python. Despite his body being fortified by over 1,000 years of energy, he was undoubtedly covered in bruises, and any movement brought discomfort. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yi Ling's hands, and his eyes brightened. Yi Ling, could you use your life-healing technique to give me a full-body massage and help alleviate these bruises? Chapter 65. What do you take me for? What? A massage using the life-healing technique. A powerful ability capable of completely healing wounds, and Xiao Yang actually requested for a massage? Yi Ling gazed at him incredulously, wondering if he was jesting. What's wrong, Dr. Yi? I truly ache all over. Just take a look. Sensing her bewilderment and fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, Xiao Yang hastily removed his upper clothing. With a bronze complexion and a well-proportioned physique, he exuded a wild, masculine charm that made Yi Ling's heart race. Although she was a doctor and had encountered numerous shirtless patients, she had never seen anyone with such a complexion and build as Xiao Yang. Coupled with his strikingly handsome and resolute face, Yi Ling felt he was the most perfect man she had ever laid eyes on. The 4 female nurses, upon seeing him, displayed expressions of infatuation. In their eyes, Xiao Yang was the embodiment of their ideal man. They even felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. At that moment, Mu Wanqing approached with a concerned expression, meticulously examining him. You've got quite a few bruises. Yi Ling, why don't you give Xiao Yang a massage? We all depend on him. Mu Wanqing pleaded for Xiao Yang, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Given Mu Wanqing's request, Yi Ling felt compelled to agree. After all, it was her first day, and she ought to contribute in some way. Xiao Yang was evidently the backbone of the team, and serving him seemed only fitting. All right then. I happen to have learned a bit about traditional Chinese therapeutic techniques. I can incorporate some healing methods into the massage. Upon hearing Yi Ling's consent, Xiao Yang's face lit up with joy. Perfect. I'll go wash up first, and then I'll call you to my room. He instructed Yi Ling. Before turning to Mu Wanqing, you all should wash up and change your clothes as well. After Yi Ling finishes my massage, let us all have a late-night snack together. Sounds good. With everything arranged, Xiao Yang hurriedly made his way to his bedroom. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he found a pair of shorts within his space and donned them. He called out to Yi Ling from downstairs before obediently lying down on the bed, awaiting her arrival. Before long, he heard the sound of the door opening. Oh, why are you only wearing so little? Yi Ling exclaimed, her face flushing slightly as she scolded him upon seeing that he was merely clad in shorts. When Xiao Yang looked up, he noticed that Yi Ling's gaze was evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Please refrain from shouting like that. One might mistakenly think I have done something to you. Seeing Yi Ling still somewhat embarrassed, he encouraged her. Hurry up. Just treat me as a patient and do not overly concern yourself with my attire. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling immediately retorted, Who is concerned about your clothing? Now hurry up. Realizing the absurdity of her shyness, she acknowledged that Xiao Yang was merely a patient. It was not typical for a doctor to feel bashful in the presence of a patient. With that thought, she relaxed. She approached the bedside, prompting Xiao Yang to scoot over slightly before adjusting her position to place her hand gently upon his shoulder. So cool. Was Yi Ling's first impression of Xiao Yang's skin. Yet, it felt quite comfortable. As for Xiao Yang, he found it warm and exceedingly pleasant. He could sense Yi Ling's hands were soft and delicate. Without a doubt, even without a massage, simply having her hand resting there was quite soothing. Gradually, employing the therapeutic technique she had learned, along with her extraordinary healing abilities, Yi Ling began to gently knead the areas of Xiao Yang's body where the bruises lingered. Wherever her hands traversed, the bruises gradually dissipated until they vanished entirely. Xiao Yang now felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation coursing through his body. Yi Ling's therapeutic methods were undeniably remarkable. However, it was somewhat embarrassing for Xiao Yang, as he exhibited an unusual reaction to Yi Ling's therapeutic techniques. Having addressed the bruises at the back, she instructed him to turn over so she could attend to the ones at the front. Coincidentally, Yi Ling asked him to flip over at that moment. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Lying down in such a state felt rather inappropriate. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Ling urged him, Oh, come on, do hurry. The healing technique I employ is quite draining, and I can only sustain it for a limited time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang steeled his resolve. All right, you asked me to turn. With a swift motion, he flipped over. Yi Ling was startled by his sudden movement and was about to resume her treatment when, to her astonishment, she caught sight of something unexpected. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her hand hovered in midair, uncertain of how to proceed. What should I do? A wave of panic washed over her, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Noticing that Yi Ling remained motionless for an extended period, Xiao Yang discreetly glanced at her and found her lost in thought, staring at a particular spot. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly interjected, "Dr. Yi, I am merely a patient. Please, continue with your procedure." What was happening to him? Had she not encountered countless patients before? Why was she so distracted today? Remain composed. She urged herself to stay calm. Thus, she feigned ignorance and resumed her treatment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang struggled to control his reaction intensity, yet he ultimately failed, resulting in an even more awkward situation. After what felt like an eternity, the therapy concluded, and Yiling breathed a sigh of relief. She had been exceedingly tense throughout the process. "All right, that's enough. You rest for a night, and tomorrow you'll be completely rejuvenated." After Yiling spoke, she immediately stood up, intending to make her escape. "Wait." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang called out to her. "Is there something else?" Yiling inquired, turning her back to him. Could you perhaps massage my head and feet again? I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. My feet ache, and my head throbs." Xiao Yang said somewhat shamelessly. Yiling tilted her head, gazing at him with indignation. "What do you take me for? I'm a doctor, not a technician." Noticing her irritation, Xiao Yang quickly responded with a smile. "All right then, just a head massage will suffice." Yiling shot him a glare, but with no alternatives. She fetched a small stool and sat before him. She placed her hands on his temples and began to gently knead. Sitting so closely, Xiao Yang could catch a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, which left him feeling utterly enchanted and relaxed. One must admit, Yiling's therapeutic technique was indeed quite delightful. Suddenly, Xiao Yang pondered whether Yiling's healing art could repair the brain cells he had burned away. Could it possibly transform a dull mind into a sharper one? Could she assist in treating prostatitis or psoriasis? Moreover, would the hair he had lost in recent days miraculously regrow? If his hair were to sprout anew, she could surely treat hair loss, and wouldn't that mean opening a clinic on his territory would be immensely profitable? Chapter 66. Temporal abilities unbeknownst to him. Xiao Yang had fallen asleep at some point. When he awoke, he discovered a blanket draped over him. Glancing around, Xiao Yang discovered that Yiling had departed at some point unbeknownst to him. Observing the blanket draped over him, he chuckled softly. "Ah, how considerate." Rising to his feet, Xiao Yang stretched his body. Splendid. Fully rejuvenated, he changed into his pajamas and descended the stairs. The living room on the first floor was already bustling with people. To Xiao Yang's delight, Tang Ying had awakened and was currently seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Yiling and the others. Upon noticing Xiao Yang's arrival, the women turned their gazes towards him. Yiling glanced at Xiao Yang before hastily averting her eyes, her demeanor distinctly uneasy. Xiao Yang smiled, choosing to disregard her reaction. Approaching Tang Ying, he expressed genuine concern. "Why are you up? You ought to rest more." Tang Ying, however, dismissed his concern with a wave. "I am not that fragile. Besides, it is all thanks to Yiling. Without her, I cannot say I would have made it through." As she spoke, Tang Ying gratefully grasped Yiling's hand. "Do not be so formal. From now on, we are family." "Yes, family." Xiao Yang felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing their harmonious interaction. "By the way, I presume you are all hungry. What would you like for a late-night snack? Just name it, and I shall fulfill your wishes." At this, Yiling's stomach growled audibly. She was indeed famished, having gone a considerable time without food, and her abilities had drained her of much energy and strength. She felt as though she might soon reach her limit. The others were similarly affected, particularly Mu Wanqing and the others, who felt utterly drained. "Since it is so late, let us eat something casual. Just a few hot dogs will suffice," Yiling ventured cautiously, as she felt that merely having a few hot dogs would be a luxurious treat. The four young nurses nodded in agreement, not daring to hope for a sumptuous late-night feast. Their sentiments were further echoed by Mu Wanqing and her companions, who resolutely declared that whatever Xiao Yang provided, they would gladly partake in. After all, there was nothing unpalatable in Xiao Yang's offerings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang shook his head, contemplating the impropriety of such complacency. "This simply will not do. We cannot settle for less. Since you are all too shy to voice your desires, I shall take charge." Without heeding their opinions, he strode over to an empty table in the dining area and conjured an exquisite spread from the Sea Corner restaurant from thin air. This unexpected display left Yiling and the four nurses utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were truly witnessing this miraculous event. Xiao Yang had conjured a banquet seemingly from nowhere, with some dishes still steaming. They thought they might be dreaming. But the delightful aroma wafting through the room confirmed the reality of the scene before them. Is this your supernatural ability? Yi Ling stammered in astonishment. Indeed. Xiao Yang had intentionally revealed this talent before them. As they were all allies, there was no need for subterfuge. All right, everyone, hurry over and eat. Afterward, make sure to get some rest. The group hurriedly gathered around the table, and upon beholding such a lavish feast, the four nurses could no longer contain their emotions and wept. I never imagined I would ever have the chance to savor such exquisite cuisine again in my lifetime. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yang. Me too, Brother Xiao Yang. From now on, I will do whatever you ask of me. Brother Xiao Yang, I am willing to toil tirelessly for you. Brother Xiao Yang, from this day forth, you shall be my idol. The four nurses exchanged heartfelt expressions of gratitude, urging one another to eat quickly lest the meal grow cold. Thus, the sumptuous late-night feast concluded amidst their ravenous consumption. The four diligent female nurses took it upon themselves to clear the dishes and tidy up the space. After shutting the door, Mu Wanqing freed herself from Xiao Yang's grasp, her face a mask of confusion as she inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Yang chuckled, revealing a pair of black stockings that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Upon catching sight of them, Mu Wanqing immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Pretending not to see? Xiao Yang waved the stockings teasingly before her. In response, Mu Wanqing swiftly covered her face. Are you trying to evade your promise? Put them on quickly. This was your agreement from yesterday. With a resigned huff, Mu Wanqing realized there was no escaping the situation. She stomped her foot, snatched the stockings from him, shot him an exasperated glance, and reluctantly retreated to the cloakroom. Moments later, her voice echoed from within. All right, you turn off the light first. Xiao Yang, taken aback, thought, how can I enjoy the view if the lights are off? He quickly took a few strides and entered the cloakroom. You rascal! Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yang was captivated by Mu Wanqing in that moment, perceiving her as a splendid work of art, one that could be admired from afar yet also playfully engaged with. He swept her into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he found himself holding a small leather whip. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Mu Wanqing fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang lay on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, unable to find rest. His mind was consumed by vivid memories of battling the mutated python. He had always been perplexed by the slow-motion imagery of his final confrontation with the serpent. Such a scene could not simply materialize without reason. If an explanation were to be sought, it must surely be related to his spatial abilities. At the most critical moment, his body instinctively awakened the latent potential of his spatial powers. Indeed, that must be the case. With this realization, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. He retrieved the 4-star crystal core of the mutated serpent from his spatial realm. The once dimly lit room was now illuminated by the 4 gleaming green points on the crystal core. Xiao Yang's spatial abilities had already reached the pinnacle of level 5. And with one more 4-star crystal core, he could ascend to level 6. Initially, he had harbored concerns that utilizing this 4-star crystal core would be a waste, as his previous upgrades had merely expanded his spatial dimensions without any significant changes. However, this latest battle with the mutated serpent had instilled in him a vague sense that his spatial abilities were far more complex than he had previously imagined. He felt a strong premonition that attaining level 6 would bring about unforeseen transformations. With this thought in mind, he resolved his inner turmoil and promptly placed the 4-star crystal core into his mouth. The green light was instantly engulfed. The crystal core was somewhat large, so Xiao Yang could only hold it in his mouth until it diminished in size, allowing him to gradually swallow it. A hum resonated suddenly in his mind, followed by a blinding flash of light. He felt as if time itself was slowing down. A revelation washed over him, as if he had grasped a fragment of the secret concerning the order of time. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation. An hour later, Xiao Yang abruptly opened his eyes. Upon closer observation, one would discern that Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness, akin to resplendent stars illuminating the night sky. He smiled, a radiant smile that conveyed his elation. At this moment, his spatial abilities had ascended to the 6th level, and astonishingly, he had begun to grasp the essence of time manipulation. Indeed, he possessed the power to slow down time within a certain radius, achieving a deceleration of up to 10-fold. Chapter 67. Sister forever believes in you. Giggling softly, Xiao Yang nearly burst into laughter. He turned to glance at the peacefully slumbering Mu Wanqing. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. If he were to employ this skill alongside Mu Wanqing, while hastening his own pace, Would she not soar to the heavens? The mere contemplation filled him with excitement. Nevertheless, he restrained his eager impulses, considering that Mu Wanqing was already quite fatigued and deserved tranquility. He resolved to wait until dawn, when Yiling could provide her with a massage to alleviate her bruises. Then, in the evening, he would certainly have to experiment. As the night stretched on, Xiao Yang found himself restless, unable to succumb to slumber until the early hours. He dreamt of all the members of his team, envisioning himself engaged in a friendly spar while wielding his time manipulation abilities. He showcased a myriad of martial arts skills, triumphing over each opponent in succession. Behind him stood 4 female nurses, united in support, cheering him on. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, terrified, darted about, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, please don't come any closer." Xiao Yang was abruptly roused by Mu Wanqing's movements, abruptly severing the dream. Though awakened, he wore a lingering mischievous smile. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the anxious visage of Mu Wanqing, who was gazing at him with a troubled expression, repeatedly calling his name. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang inquired. Still in a daze. "Xiao Yang, do you have a sanitary pad?" I've got my period," Mu Wanqing said, her voice trailing off as she lowered her head, clearly embarrassed. "What?" Xiao Yang exclaimed, suddenly sitting up straight in shock. I said I have my period. Do you have any sanitary pads?" Mu Wanqing's voice grew softer as she continued to avert her gaze. Instinctively, Xiao Yang glanced beneath her. She was still wearing the tattered remnants of black stockings, with a small spot of crimson staining the sheets. Oh dear. An unexpected wave of disappointment washed over Xiao Yang. "It's over. All my plans for tonight are utterly ruined, and the next few days are looking bleak as well." Xiao Yang's distress was not without reason. Ever since his temporal energy had surged to a millennium, his desires had intensified remarkably, and his stamina had increased significantly. Frankly, if it weren't for his affection for Mu Wanqing, her delicate frame would hardly suffice for his exuberance. Yet, having something was better than nothing. He could manage. However, the thought of enduring several days of longing was daunting. Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Wanqing's cherry-red lips. When one door closes, another opens. Enlightened, he promptly retrieved a package of sanitary pads from his space and handed it to Mu Wanqing. "Here, take this. When you've used them up, just ask me for more." Mu Wanqing accepted it, her face lighting up with joy. In a world ravaged by chaos, such once trivial sanitary items had taken on immense significance. She joyfully leaned over and planted a kiss on Xiao Yang's cheek. "Oh, thank you, Xiao Yang. I truly adore you." With that, she dashed off towards the bathroom. Watching Mu Wanqing's retreating figure, Xiao Yang let out a resigned sigh. Cursed that dreaded time of the month. He had lost all desire to continue sleeping and dreaming. Rising, he dressed and made his way downstairs. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that 4 little nurses were already up and bustling about. Liu had also commenced her activities in the kitchen. Her silhouette remained as enchanting as ever. "Why, Jia, you were injured quite a bit yesterday. There's no need for you to wake up so early to prepare breakfast." Xiao Yang approached Liu from behind, expressing his concern. Hearing his voice, Liu turned around, shook her arms playfully, and smiled. "See? I'm already fine. Yiling's medical skills are truly remarkable. Besides, your Yu Jia is not that delicate. My physique is quite resilient." Seeing Liu's arms flailing about, Xiao Yang worried she might be straining herself and quickly grasped her arm. "All right, don't move so vigorously. You still need to be cautious." "Understood, my dear little brother." Xiao Yang reluctantly released Liu's soft arm. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to share the good news regarding his newfound temporal abilities. "Yu Jia, I have some wonderful news for you." Just as Liu was about to turn back to her cooking, she pivoted again, her face lit with curiosity. "What good news?" Xiao Yang smiled and leaned closer, whispering gently into her ear, "Last night, my spatial ability reached level 6. Moreover, I have activated a skill that allows time to slow down within a certain radius around me." Liu felt a tingling sensation in her ears from Xiao Yang's breath, her cheeks flushing as she murmured in confusion, "To slow down time?" Suddenly, she recalled the scene from yesterday when Xiao Yang delivered the final blow to the mutated python. Could it be that in that critical moment, you were able to slay the python in one decisive strike because of this skill? Indeed. However, at that time, it was merely an instinctive reaction. Now, I have fully mastered it. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face radiated with confidence. "Oh," Liu exclaimed joyfully, suddenly throwing her arms around Xiao Yang, her body bouncing with excitement. "That's wonderful, brother. Congratulations. In the future, when we encounter such monsters, We need not fear them anymore. You are truly remarkable. Lu Yu was genuinely elated. She still felt a lingering dread from the mutated python. That kind of power was beyond her capability to withstand. Without Xiao Yang, they would likely have faced total annihilation. Although they ultimately managed to defeat it, the cost was significant. Now that Xiao Yang had mastered such a formidable skill, she was acutely aware of its weight. Hence, overwhelmed with joy, she instinctively embraced Xiao Yang. Caught off guard by her soft form in his embrace, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. Sister Yu was exceedingly enthusiastic, and the fact that she continued to bounce about made it even harder for him to respond. His arms remained outstretched, unsure where to place them. However, after a moment's consideration, he wrapped his arms around Lu Yu's slender waist. From now on, I will ensure you are never harmed again. Trust me. Xiao Yang tightly embraced Lu Yu, sincerely expressing his feelings. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt her heart stop and her body stiffen. She realized that being in such close proximity to Xiao Yang was somewhat inappropriate. If Wan Qing were to see this, she would undoubtedly misunderstand. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu hastily pushed Xiao Yang away and nervously glanced around. Fortunately, a few nurses were preoccupied with their tasks and did not witness the moment. Well, little brother, I got a bit too excited just now. However, I will always believe in you. Lu Yu's expression was awkward, yet her gaze towards Xiao Yang was resolute. Xiao Yang chuckled. It's nothing. We are not strangers. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, prompting Xiao Yang to excuse himself to attend to his little coal ball. Meanwhile, four nurses on the lower floor were gathered together, tidying up and whispering amongst themselves. What you all saw just now, please don't spread it around. Rest assured, we're not foolish. Oh, it's no big deal. For a man like him, having several women is quite normal. Sigh. How I wish it were me being embraced by him. Chapter 68. The two dogs. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, the four nurses were gossiping about him. At that moment, he was gently stroking the little coal ball with a tender expression. Perhaps little coal ball was no longer appropriate. As the coal ball had grown to the size of a hen, its feathers shone with a glossy black hue, and its small eyes sparkled with intelligence. At this moment, the coal ball stood on Xiao Yang's arm, tilting its head to gaze at him. Xiao Yang took out 4 crystal cores and waved them before its eyes. The coal ball's eyes lit up, and it excitedly flapped its wings. Call me Daddy. Daddy. Father. Oh, how obedient. Xiao Yang rewarded it with a crystal core. You say? Welcome. The coal ball's eyes twinkled as it tilted its head in contemplation. Welcome. The words of thanks emerged from the coal ball's mouth, surprisingly articulate. However, it bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yang's tone. Truly marvelous. Xiao Yang was utterly delighted. Ever since this coal ball consumed those ordinary crystal cores, it had indeed become more intelligent than before. Unlike those parrots that merely mimic human speech, it had begun to comprehend the meaning behind Xiao Yang's words. With further training, it could potentially engage in normal conversations with humans. This was merely the result of feeding its standard crystal cores. One could only imagine the possibilities if it were given starry crystal cores. Suddenly, Xiao Yang pondered, what if he fed the coal ball a 1-star crystal core? Would it mutate as well? If that were the case, having a mutated pet would be quite the spectacle. Yes. Should he acquire more 1-star crystal cores in the future? He must certainly feed one to it and see what happens. However, the immediate priority was to elevate the supernatural abilities of Mu Wanqing and the others, particularly Lu Yu's lightning abilities, which would become significantly more formidable once upgraded. After rewarding the coal ball with 2 more crystal cores, Xiao Yang glanced down and noticed the police dog, Yang Yang, sitting on the ground, gazing up at him with longing. Its eyes occasionally darted towards the remaining crystal core in his hand, drool escaping its mouth. Xiao Yang chuckled and said to it, Do you want to eat? If so, you'll need to change your name. You must understand the importance of avoiding taboos. If it weren't for the sake of your mistress, I would have thrown you out long ago. Xiao Yang paid no heed to whether the creature understood him, muttering to himself. The dog's name sounded identical to his own. What an absurdity. Was this a jest? What name could he bestow upon it instead? Perhaps Big Yellow? Fortunate? No. Far too cliché. Xiao Yang dismissed the notion. Heavenly Wolf? Sky Howler? Neither would suffice. Such grand titles were beyond its grasp and might lead to its demise. Xiao Yang found himself in a quandary. Alas, naming was the most vexing task. Why bestow a human name upon a perfectly fine dog? Henceforth, let us simply call you Erguzi, second dog. How does that sound? Yang Ang, perplexed, could only gaze at the crystal core. Xiao Yang shook the crystal core in his hand, holding it aloft. Come, Erguzi, stand up. Yang hesitated. I am not named Erguzi. Yet, upon seeing the crystal core, it obediently rose to its feet. Erguzi, lie down. Although Yang did not comprehend why Xiao Yang insisted on calling it Erguzi, it complied for the sake of the crystal core. Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, no matter how a dog gnaws on bones, it cannot cultivate a backbone. At this rate, it won't be long before the dog considers Erguzi its true name. Xiao Yang rewarded Yang with the crystal core. From this moment forth, you shall embark on a new life. Your existence as Erguzi begins. Erguzi, thrilled, gulped down the crystal core in one bite. Meanwhile, Meichio, observing Erguzi consume the crystal core, was instantly displeased. How dare you snatch my food? Just wait until I have my turn. Meichio squawked twice, flying behind Erguzi and began to nip at its tail with its elongated beak. Erguzi, no match for Meichio, was soon overwhelmed and yelped in distress. At that moment, Mu Wanqing and several others descended from the upper floor. Once Liu had prepared breakfast, they all gathered around the table, filling it to capacity. Noticing that everyone had eaten sufficiently, Xiao Yang spoke up. Let us convene a meeting. The women collectively set aside their bowls and chopsticks, obediently taking their seats and turning their attention towards him. Xiao Yang first gestured towards the 4 nurses, stating, from now on, you 4 will be divided into 2 groups to alternate accompanying us for training. Those who remain behind will be tasked with household duties and miscellaneous chores. The 4 nurses promptly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Yang was akin to their deity, and they were eager to comply with his directives. Observing their attitudes, Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He then glanced at the others and declared, our most pressing mission now is to secure supplies, eliminate zombies, and seize crystals. As you have seen, word of the crystal secrets has already spread outside, and the competition is bound to intensify. Thus, we must act swiftly. Moreover, the number of individuals awakening their abilities will continue to rise, necessitating our constant enhancement of strength. Only then can we ensure our safety. The women nodded in agreement. Xiao Yang retrieved all the crystals he had acquired the previous day from his storage and placed them on the table. You 4 nurses have yet to awaken your abilities. So each of you shall receive 10 crystals to elevate your energy levels to a decade or more. The rest will be initially allocated to Tang Ying and Yi Ling. Once their energy surpasses a century, you may share the remainder. Having organized this, Xiao Yang proceeded to the living room, where he extracted several sets of equipment from his storage, preparing to distribute them to Yi Ling and the nurses. Additionally, he produced a composite bow along with a quiver of arrows. Once they had all absorbed the crystals, Xiao Yang summoned Tang Ying. He handed her the compound bow and remarked, your strength lies in marksmanship, specializing in ranged attacks. In future emergencies, refrain from positioning yourself too far forward. You must learn to conceal yourself. We will cooperate effectively. Although the power of the compound bow does not rival that of a pistol, it is sufficient for both human and zombie elimination. Tang Ying accepted the compound bow, examining it with satisfaction. Yi Ling, come here. Xiao Yang called for Yi Ling and instructed, from now on, you will accompany 2 nurses and form a team with Tang Ying. Practice closely with her. Your combat prowess will be formidable as long as you can ensure your own safety. Understood. Yi Ling nodded. I also have a Brabus off-road vehicle in my storage space. In the future, you shall drive that and follow closely behind my vehicle, ready to adapt to any situation that arises. All right. After conveying these instructions, Xiao Yang distributed the equipment to the group, ensuring they were all properly outfitted. He loaded the handguns with ammunition and returned them to their owners, leaving 2 of the nurses behind to guard the home while the others prepared for departure. Xiao Yang proceeded to the courtyard to retrieve the Brabus off-road vehicle. Subsequently, the group was divided into 2 teams and set off. Upon reaching the guardhouse, they picked up Su Tong. Let us go. We are heading towards the university town. Chapter 69. The pickup truck team Xiao Yang drove at a leisurely pace, while Tang Ying trailed behind, maintaining a distance of 200 meters. After conferring with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, Xiao Yang resolved to head to Haiqing Art Academy, the institution attended by both women. This decision was rooted in their familiarity with the academy and its layout, which would facilitate their movements. Additionally, the presence of a large student body suggested a higher likelihood of encountering zombies. Conversely, it also indicated the potential for a greater number of survivors. Should there be more survivors, they would likely recognize Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, 2 renowned beauties whose popularity would surely precede them. In such circumstances, should they encounter students with awakened abilities, it would be considerably easier to recruit them. Thus, they unanimously agreed to make Haiqing Art Academy their initial destination. The off-road vehicle cruised steadily along a narrow road leading to the academy when suddenly, a few pickup trucks appeared in the distance, approaching from several hundred meters ahead. The women in the vehicle immediately became alert. Xiao Yang, there are vehicles. Lin Shirsher pointed ahead. I'm aware there are vehicles. I'm not blind. Just hold on tight and don't panic, he replied, maintaining his composure. At this juncture, encountering survivors on the road was a commonplace occurrence. As long as everyone respected each other's space, there was little reason for concern. Moreover, given Xiao Yang's current strength, he hardly regarded anyone as a threat. Tang Ying, there is another convoy passing ahead. Exercise caution. He reminded them over the walkie-talkie. Received, came the response. At this moment, the occupants of the opposing vehicle caught sight of Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road motorhome. In the lead pickup truck, 4 men were seated. Brother Zhang, there's a truck approaching. Should we intercept it? The driver inquired of the man in the passenger seat. The individual referred to as Brother Zhang leaned forward, scrutinizing the situation. Let us not rush. Let us see if there are any more vehicles behind them. If they're also a convoy and outnumber us, we would be courting disaster, he replied wisely. Indeed. That makes sense. No wonder Sister Hong holds you in such high regard. The driver flattered. Brother Zhang smiled at the compliment, clearly pleased by the praise. Within mere seconds, the two convoys converged. Xiao Yang observed that the opposing convoy comprised 5 pickup trucks. It was quite remarkable to find so many operable vehicles after such a severe cold snap. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, countless vehicles had succumbed to the cold. This was precisely why Xiao Yang had stored his heavy-duty off-road motorhome and the Brabus off-road vehicle within the confines of his space. Leaving them outside would have posed a considerable risk should any mechanical issues arise. As Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road motorhome passed the 5 pickup trucks, neither party halted. Subsequently, Tang Ying's Brabus off-road vehicle encountered the 5 pickups as well, yet both sides continued on their respective paths without incident. Just as Tang Ying's vehicle had passed, a voice emerged from the rear of the lead pickup truck. Brother Zhang, I just saw that the driver of the off-road vehicle is a woman. I too have noticed that the passenger seat appears to be occupied by a woman. Furthermore, the imposing truck that just passed seems to be a recreational vehicle. How exhilarating. A man ought to drive such a commanding off-road vehicle. The one trailing behind is not to be underestimated either. It's a Brabus. I suspect that woman is either a wealthy heiress or a mistress. These individuals have barely survived, and yet they flaunt themselves ostentatiously in public. The two behind exchanged words, their faces etched with envy and indignation. Brother Zhang, what do you think? The driver turned to Brother Zhang, gesturing as if to catch a ball. Upon seeing this, Brother Zhang appeared somewhat tempted. However, he remained cautious, suggesting they drive a little further to ascertain if any other vehicles were lurking behind. After driving for a short while, they noticed that there were indeed no other cars in sight, and the group began to grow anxious. Brother Zhang, there are no more cars. It's just the two of us. Let us do it. Yet, the decrepit academy was swarming with zombies. They had already lost 2 brothers without managing to breach its defenses. I believe that Hong Jie will not only refrain from blaming us, but will likely regard you, Brother Zhang, with newfound respect. Indeed, Brother Zhang, you know full well what Hong Jie does. She has a pressing need for numerous young women. Brother Zhang was evidently torn. He was inherently a cautious individual. Yet, urged by the others in the vehicle, he found himself swayed. As Brother Zhang hesitated to make a decision, the driver grew increasingly anxious. Brother Zhang, please make up your mind swiftly. Otherwise, they might escape, and we will be unable to catch up. Indeed, Brother Zhang, shortly. Bind those 2 women and take them to the motorhome ahead for your enjoyment. Once you have indulged, we, your companions, shall assist in tidying up. Damn. Let us proceed. Upon hearing of the prospect of amusement in the motorhome, particularly with 2 women, Zhang was instantly exhilarated. The ladies under Hong Jie's employ were exceedingly costly, always demanding food, drink, or time spent on their arms. Although he considered himself somewhat favored by Hong Jie and could obtain a discount, the current circumstances rendered resources exceedingly precious. In the days leading up to the calamity, survival had been a daily struggle. With the world in such disarray, could one truly toil their entire life merely for survival? To pass up an opportunity without cost would be sheer folly. As soon as Zhang spoke, the occupants of the vehicle erupted in excitement. The prospect of assisting was a remarkable boon. Suddenly, the lead vehicle executed a sharp turn in the road, signaling the 4 following pickup trucks. They promptly reversed course and followed suit. Ensure the last 2 vehicles do not halt at that Brabus. Let our 3 vehicles intercept the heavy-duty off-road motorhome ahead. Understood. Upon Zhang's command, one individual in the rear promptly opened the window and signaled to the others. The 5 vehicles, each with a clear role, commenced their pursuit of Xiao Yang and his group. Tang Ying, observing the situation through the rearview mirror, noted the sudden turn of the pickups in pursuit. She immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to alert Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, those pickup trucks have turned around and are coming after us. What should we do? Xiao Yang let out a cold smile, remarking that when heaven offers a path, one often chooses to stray, while hell presents no door, and yet one insists on lingering. Humanity, in the face of temptation, tends to lose its rationality. Whatever comes our way, we shall show no mercy. Chapter 70. Why are you so swift? Received. Tang Ying, upon receiving the order, instructed Yuling, Su Tong, and the 2 nurses in the vehicle, fasten your seatbelts. The 4 hastily complied, their hearts racing with anxiety. At that moment, 3 pickup trucks surged past them, pursuing Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle ahead. 2 of the pickup trucks maneuvered, one darting in front and the other aligning beside them, effectively blocking their escape route. The window of the left pickup rolled down, revealing a ferocious-looking man wielding a knife, demanding that Tang Ying and her companions stop the vehicle. Fool, Tang Ying muttered, sharply turning the steering wheel to the left. The unsuspecting pickup was caught off guard, veering off the road and colliding with a tree. A smirk of disdain crossed Tang Ying's face. As the captain of the public security team in Haicheng, how dare anyone challenge her driving skills? They ought to weigh their own capabilities before engaging with her. Seeing their comrade forced off the road, the pickup in front hastily swerved towards Tang Ying and her team. Without hesitation, Tang Ying aimed for the left rear of the rival vehicle and pressed the accelerator. The pickup was sent spinning, drifting toward the curb. Bang! The pickup flipped over, landing on its roof, wheels skyward. The 2 remaining trucks lay in wait. Should we assist the front? Tang Ying inquired over the intercom. Well done. Do not worry about me. Just finish them off. Upon receiving the command, Tang Ying alighted from the vehicle with her compound bow in hand. The other 4 women followed suit, armed with knives. Stay behind me. If you see anyone still alive, finish them off. Tang Ying instructed her agile companions, drawing her bow and aiming at a man who had just crawled out of a pickup truck. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang found himself sandwiched between 3 pickup trucks, one in front, one behind, and one to the left. He was puzzled. Did they not understand the futility of challenging a behemoth like his 23-ton heavy-duty off-road vehicle with mere pickups? He was determined to enlighten them on the stark contrast between a golden needle mushroom and a cucumber. With a swift left turn, he pressed the accelerator, sending the pickup ahead of him flying. Then, with a deft maneuver of the steering wheel, he propelled the left pickup onto the curb. Following this, he slammed on the brakes, causing the rear pickup to collide forcefully with the back of his truck. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang shifted into reverse, driving the rear pickup all the way to a tree on the roadside. The tree, as thick as a man's arm, was shattered upon impact, while the pickup was twisted into an almost unrecognizable shape. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. The 3 pickups stood utterly defeated. The occupants of the first 2 vehicles were left dazed and disoriented, while the occupants of the last one likely met a grim fate. Xiao Yang halted the vehicle and stepped out with his knife in hand. Mu Wanqing and the others followed closely, their expressions cold as ice. Goodness, this driver is fierce. Without uttering a word, he just charged in. Look, they've stopped. People are getting out. Wow, so many women. This is a jackpot for you, Brother Zhang. Hurry, grab your weapons and get out. This fool actually dares to step out. Such foolishness deserves the fortune that has befallen us brothers. 10 individuals emerged from 2 vehicles, brandishing machetes and hurling curses as they charged toward Xiao Yang. You dare to ignore my command to halt? You must be tired of living. The beautiful women in the back, swiftly take cover. Once we dispatch this brat, we shall lavish our attention upon you. This gang regarded Xiao Yang merely as a surviving scion of wealth, believing that such privileged offspring possessed little more than carnal prowess. Thus, they felt no trepidation at the sight of his weapon. Afraid of a blade? Preposterous. Those who guard the Royal No. 1, the largest nightclub in Haicheng, are all forged from the crucible of violence. Slay him, commanded Brother Zhang, prompting the other 9 to eagerly charge forth with their knives raised. Swish, swish, swish. Before Xiao Yang could make a move, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Liu directly advanced, each wielding a blade with a swift flourish. Thud, thud, thud. The assailants trailing behind were caught unawares as they witnessed the heads and hands of their comrades soar through the air. Blood gushed from severed necks, splattering the faces of those behind. Even seasoned in the brutality of violence, they were momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle before them, especially given that the assailants were women. Yet, before they could regain their composure, they suddenly perceived Xiao Yang in motion. The foremost individuals felt a piercing sensation through their bodies. And before they could glance down in confusion, they sensed something being drawn from within them. In mere moments, the four in the center found their abdomens and chests erupting with blood. Xiao Yang executed a series of actions that left the four individuals utterly chilled to the bone. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief as they collapsed. The remaining two, witnessing this, were seized by terror and hastily retreated towards the pickup truck at the front. Confronted with a formidable adversary, fleeing was the only sensible option. Whoosh! 2 arrows sliced through the air, striking the back of the heads of the 2 fleeing men. After 2 muffled groans, they crumpled into the snowy ground. Xiao Yang glanced in the direction from which the arrows had come and saw that Tang Ying had dealt with the situation behind them, freeing her hands to shoot 2 arrows. Xiao Yang nodded in approval. Turning his gaze, he spotted the last remaining escapee nearing the pickup truck. Thinking of fleeing? Huh. Xiao Yang suddenly activated his time-slowing skill, enveloping the man within its range. Estimating the skill's coverage, he determined it spanned roughly 30 to 100 meters. At this moment, the fleeing man was merely 30 meters away, his movements appearing as if played in slow motion. In stark contrast, Tang Ying, situated over 100 meters away, moved with apparent ease, unaffected by the skill. This observation provided Xiao Yang with a clearer understanding of his ability for future use. He drew his knife and slowly approached the last man. Though he took only 20 seconds to reach him, to the man, it felt as if merely 2 seconds had passed. The moment the man caught sight of Xiao Yang, a transformation of emotions unfolded in his eyes: confusion, panic, and fear, all unfolding in slow motion. Xiao Yang leveled his knife, its tip aimed at the man's chest. With a sudden thrust, the man's forward momentum continued unabated, and he impaled himself upon the blade. Then, the blade pierced through his chest. The man incredulously looked down at the hilt embedded in his chest, then lifted his gaze to the smiling Xiao Yang. Why? He mustered the strength to utter his final words. Because you sought your own demise. Xiao Yang shrugged nonchalantly. It was unclear whether the man heard him, but as soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, he collapsed, lifeless, his eyes wide open in death. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stared in astonishment at Xiao Yang, their expressions exaggerated. How did you suddenly end up over there? I didn't even see it happen. Mu Wanqing asked incredulously. Indeed, how could you be so fast? Lin Shishir inquired further. Only Ryu looked at Xiao Yang with a faint smile. Her eyes filled with pride. Chapter 71. A photograph of Mu Guang'o. I forgot to mention, my spatial abilities have reached level 6, and I have acquired the skill to slow down time. Don't idolize me too much, Xiao Yang said with a playful grin. Wow, that is impressive. Lin Shishir exclaimed with delight, playfully punching Xiao Yang's chest with her small, delicate fists. Xiao Yang gently swatted her hands away, saying, keep your little paws to yourself, and stop being so hands-on with me. Lin Shishir pouted, tugging at Mu Wanqing's hand as she complained, look at your man. A little praise makes him so arrogant. Mu Wanqing chuckled and replied to Xiao Yang with mock annoyance, I see you have indeed become quite full of yourself. My Shishir is known as the goddess of Chui Xiao at school. I can't imagine how many boys beg her to hit them every day. And yet you seem dissatisfied. What a fool you are, right, Shishir? Precisely. Lin Shishir declared with pride, casting a glance at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, unfazed, teased, I've seen people play the flute, and they are always composed and demure. Why are you so lively and animated? I enjoy it, Lin Shishir retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. At that moment, Tang Ying drove up in her car. She alighted and approached Mu Wanqing, pulling a photograph from her pocket. Guess what I discovered? What is it? A photograph? Mu Wanqing inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yang leaned in as well, eager to see what treasure Tang Ying had unearthed. Slowly, Tang Ying turned the photograph around, revealing its front to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing the image, Mu Wanqing was suddenly overwhelmed and snatched the photograph into her hands. She could hardly believe that the picture Tang Ying had found was a cherished photograph of herself with her brother, Mu Guang. Tears welled in her eyes as she tenderly caressed Mu Guang's face in the photograph, weeping, brother. Xiao Yang was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He gently extracted the photograph from Mu Wanqing's grasp to examine it closely. Nearby, Lin Shishir and Lu Yu leaned in, their heads craned in curiosity. The photograph depicted the smiling siblings, Mu Wanqing and Mu Guang, captured in a moment of joy. Lin Shirshir gasped in astonishment. Wan Qing. How could they possibly have a photograph of you and your brother? I have no idea. This photograph has always been in his wallet. Mu Wanqing choked out. Where did you find this photograph? Xiao Yang inquired, his brow furrowing as he turned his gaze toward Tang Ying. Tang Ying pointed towards the rear, indicating that one of the individuals found there was significant. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with concern. Xiao Yang felt speechless. Could it be that the occupants of the two pickup trucks behind were none other than Mu Guang? After all, Tang Ying was unfamiliar with Mu Guang, and what if? The thought alone made Xiao Yang's head throb. He hurriedly dashed towards the two pickup trucks, with Mu Wanqing anxiously trailing behind him. At that moment, Xiao Yang's mind was in turmoil, inundated with a myriad of images. What if Mu Guang was among them and had fallen victim to Tang Ying? That would be catastrophic. Although Mu Guang did not strike him as the type to engage in such behavior, human nature is unpredictable. Perhaps Mu Guang was merely being coerced or lacked the agency to act independently. One could only hope otherwise. The two of them reached the overturned pickup truck that Tang Ying had collided with, meticulously examining the scene. Surrounding the first vehicle were several lifeless bodies, each bearing a fatal wound to the forehead, evidently struck by a single arrow. Mu Wanqing's heart raced as she scrutinized each figure, relieved to find that her brother Mu Guang was not among them. They then proceeded to the second truck, and after a thorough inspection, again found no sign of Mu Guang. A slight sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, there was still the vehicle that had been crushed by Xiao Yang's car that required inspection. Though the bodies within had been severely contorted, the heads remained discernible. At this point, they had transformed into zombies, unable to escape due to being trapped. Fortunately, after careful examination, Mu Guang was not among them. Xiao Yang then proceeded to inspect the last two pickup trucks, seeking any potential clues. Regrettably, the vehicle contained nothing of value aside from some miscellaneous items. Mu Wanqing gazed at the photograph of herself and her brother, overwhelmed with despair. The other women quickly approached to offer comfort. What should we do? Is something wrong with my brother? He never shares his photographs with anyone. Lin Shirshir embraced her, reassuringly saying, Don't let your imagination run wild. Your brother is among these people. He will be fine. Yes, do not indulge in baseless fears. As long as we haven't seen a body, there remains hope. Tang Ying added encouragingly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang pondered the situation he had uncovered. He then approached Mu Wanqing and earnestly stated, Wanqing, please do not be disheartened. Allow me to analyze the circumstances for you. Although your brother is not among these individuals, nor is his vehicle present, we have discovered a photograph of you both. One must question, in this apocalyptic world, who would carry someone else's photograph without reason? Therefore, I surmise that these individuals either know your brother and have been sent by him to inquire about your well-being at the Haicheng Art Academy, or your brother is currently in their custody for reasons unknown, prompting them to bring your photograph in search of you. Given how close we are to your academy, my conjecture seems plausible. The group listened attentively to Xiao Yang's analysis, nodding in agreement. Particularly, Mu Wanqing wiped away her tears and, with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that my brother is still alive? Xiao Yang solemnly nodded, though he too was uncertain of Mu Guang's fate. It was essential to instill hope in Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's resolute gaze, felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. What he said was undoubtedly correct. Let us meticulously inspect all the vehicles and corpses once more, to ascertain if we have overlooked any crucial clues, Xiao Yang commanded. His intuition suggested that these individuals were undoubtedly linked to Mu Guang. Subsequently, the group thoroughly searched every pickup truck and corpse again, yet they found no useful leads. Sigh. Xiao Yang regretted not sparing a life earlier. However, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? At this moment, Mu Wanqing found herself enveloped in a melancholic mood. She had learned that her brother was still alive, yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. Her heart ached with urgency. Since the onset of the apocalyptic calamity, she had been incessantly yearning for her brother. Nevertheless, she understood that it was unreasonable to expect Xiao Yang to abandon his duties and scour the city in search of her sibling. The sprawling metropolis of Haicheng, renowned as the magic city of Longhua, was teeming with countless establishments. How could one possibly locate a single individual amidst such vastness? Moreover, who could ascertain that her brother, Mu Guang, was indeed in one of those establishments? Thus, she buried her worries and longing for her brother deep within her heart. Yet today, upon unexpectedly encountering a photograph of her and her brother, the long-suppressed yearning erupted violently. Chapter 72. The survivor of the security room, observing the sorrowful and despondent expression on Mu Wanqing's face, Xiao Yang approached her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace as he gently stroked her hair. Do not fret, your brother possesses such admirable character. A good person is bound to have divine protection. He will be safe. Mu Wanqing murmured softly, burying her head deeply into Xiao Yang's embrace. Indeed, let us first proceed to the Haiqing Art Academy. Observing the direction from which these individuals are arriving, it appears to be in the vicinity of your institution. It is quite possible that there may be some clues to uncover there. Perhaps your brother has even visited that place in search of you? At this, Mu Wanqing straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with determination. Yes, let us hasten our journey, she urged eagerly. All right, everyone, get in the vehicle. We shall continue our expedition towards the Haiqing Art Academy. As Xiao Yang and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Haiqing Art Academy, they were met with the unsettling sight of numerous zombies wandering about. The iron gates had been forcefully breached. Observing the attire and appearance of the zombies, Xiao Yang discerned that these were undoubtedly the undead remnants of university students, some adorned in long skirts, others in short dresses, shorts, and short-sleeved t-shirts, with one unfortunate soul merely clad in undergarments. Even more shocking were those completely devoid of clothing, clearly accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Alas, what a tragedy! All of them deceased. It was evident that the female zombies outnumbered their male counterparts. From Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, he learned that the female dormitories were conveniently located near the entrance. It seemed that these female zombies had all fled from their residence. A rough estimate suggested there were about 200 of them. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang and his group disembarked, methodically eliminating the threat. In a short span of time, the gathering of zombies at the entrance was successfully dispatched. However, two particular zombies caught Xiao Yang's attention. These were older male figures, clearly not students, and it appeared they had only recently succumbed to infection, their garments still stained with fresh blood. On the ground, Xiao Yang also noticed two machetes, identical to those wielded by the individuals they had encountered earlier. He immediately recalled that these two individuals might be affiliated with the group he had just encountered. They simply had not managed to flee. The more he pondered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. Xiao Yang scrutinized his surroundings once again and discovered numerous overlapping tire tracks, evidence that many vehicles had traversed this area. However, after being besieged by a horde of zombies, two individuals had perished, prompting the others to escape. With this realization, Xiao Yang promptly summoned Mu Wanqing and shared his conjecture with her. Upon hearing his thoughts, Mu Wanqing's spirits lifted considerably. Are you suggesting that these individuals came to the academy in search of me? Moreover, they are likely acting on my brother's instructions? Indeed. That is highly probable. This is wonderful news, as long as my brother is alive. The shadow of despair that had clouded Mu Wanqing's face dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Very well, let us venture inside shortly. If there are any surviving students, we shall inquire. Yes, certainly. After concluding their conversation, Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling and the nurse to collect the crystals, encouraging them to acclimate to the task. To his surprise, the three of them executed their duties with remarkable efficiency, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Suddenly, it dawned on him, what kind of injuries had they not encountered? Would they really be squeamish about blood? After successfully gathering the crystals, they dutifully presented them to Xiao Yang, just as they were preparing to board the vehicle and proceed deeper into the academy. Xiao Yang inadvertently spotted a figure in the security room peering through the window at them. Is there a survivor in the security room? Could it be that one of the group failed to escape and is hiding inside? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang abruptly slammed on the brakes and brought the vehicle to a halt. He then exited the car and made his way directly to the security room. Upon witnessing the scene, the others, perplexed, could only disembark their vehicles and hastily follow. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yang forcefully kicked open the door to the security room. He then charged inside, delivering another swift kick to the door of the lounge. There, in the corner, stood a man wrapped in a security coat, clutching a rubber roller. His eyes wide with panic as he regarded Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang unsheathed his knife and advanced towards the man. The sight of the blade made the individual tremble in fear. Hey, brother, let us talk this out. I haven't wronged you, have I? The man shouted nervously. Realizing he had nowhere to retreat, Xiao Yang halted, his intention not to take a life at that moment. If this man belonged to the pickup truck crew, he needed to extract some crucial information regarding Mu Guang from him. Are you affiliated with the individuals who just arrived in the pickup trucks? Xiao Yang inquired coldly. The man, bewildered, echoed, pickup trucks? You mean the group that just fled? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was assured that the pickup truck crew had indeed been there. Yes. Yet, the man quickly waved his hands, declaring, "Brother, I am not with them. I've been stationed in this security room the entire time." Xiao Yang scrutinized the man's expression, sensing no deceit. He then observed the man's attire and asked, "Are you a security guard at this academy?" The man hesitated before responding. "Well, not exactly." Xiao Yang's expression darkened. "Then what is your purpose here?" I am here to find my newlywed wife," the man suddenly exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Xiao Yang was perplexed by the grimace on the man's face. "Newlywed wife? Your spouse is a teacher at this institution?" he inquired. "No. She is a student here," the man retorted with a cold snort. "A university student? A newlywed wife? How could one marry so early?" Xiao Yang found it hard to believe. He gestured for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to step closer, then posed a question to the man. "What is your wife's name? Which department and class is she in?" Xiao Yang aimed to ascertain whether the man was lying. With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir present, if he failed to provide a coherent explanation, his deceit would be laid bare. To Xiao Yang's surprise, the man promptly revealed his newlywed wife's name. Her name is Wang Jiejia, from the second class of the Performing Arts Department. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir gasped in astonishment. "What? Wang Jiejia? You are her husband?" Lin Shishir exclaimed incredulously. Xiao Yang was puzzled by the strong reaction of Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing upon hearing Wang Jiejia's name. "Do you both know her?" "Indeed. Not only do we know her, but she lives in the dormitory next to ours. She is certainly in the Performing Arts Department." "What?" Both Xiao Yang and the man turned to Lin Shishir in unison. "However, we have never heard that she is married. She has dated several boyfriends in our college." Upon hearing this, the man became frantic. "Several? What the hell, that wretched woman!" He immediately sank to the ground, clutching his head and vigorously raking his fingers through his hair. Xiao Yang remarked coldly, "You are lying. My friend says that Wang Jiejia is not married. Pray tell, who exactly are you?" The man, seemingly deeply affected, appeared unperturbed by Xiao Yang's reprimand. He steadied his emotions and sank onto the ground. "I am Chen Bo. Wang Jiejia is indeed my newlywed wife. We have been married for nearly 10 months. Chapter 73. The warriors charging for love. Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Wanqing, who immediately comprehended the situation and utilized her ability to eavesdrop on thoughts directed at Chen Bo. Subsequently, she nodded at Xiao Yang, indicating that Chen Bo was not lying. "Since you came in search of Wang Jiejia, how did you end up in the security room?" Xiao Yang inquired. However, upon hearing this question, Chen Bo became agitated once more. "Damn it, just thinking about it infuriates me. I stumbled upon a video posted by Jiejia's friend on social media, revealing her in an intimate display with another man. To confront her face to face, I pedaled my bicycle for 3 days and nights to reach this place." Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were taken aback. Chen Bo was indeed relentless, cycling for 3 days and nights just to confront Wang Jiejia? Such obsession was remarkable. Yet, upon my arrival, the guard at the entrance denied me entry. With no other option, I had to scale the wall to find her. To my dismay, I caught sight of that wretched woman passionately kissing a man beneath the dormitory. Instant betrayal. Brother, do you understand? As Chen Bo recalled the scene, his emotions surged once again. Speaking to Xiao Yang, he perhaps believed that men ought to understand one another better. "Well, brother, how should I put this? To lead a life worth living, one must inevitably carry a hint of green." Xiao Yang was at a loss for words on how to advise him. After all, in the world before the apocalypse, he had been a victim of betrayal himself. However, upon hearing this, Chen Bo was utterly devastated. "Brother, is that merely a hint of betrayal? I have transformed into a veritable green giant. I toil away, earning money, and each month I only keep 300 yuan for my living expenses, while the rest goes towards her education and daily needs. Yet, my sacrifices have led to this treatment from her." As Chen Bo spoke with fervor, he could not contain his rage, erupting in a furious outburst. The most despicable part was that when I caught her in the act, instead of showing remorse, she incited that man to gather 4 or 5 others to gang up on me. That wretched woman, if she hadn't fled, I truly would have wanted to end her life. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The unfolding narrative was exceedingly melodramatic. They had not anticipated that Wang Jiejia could be such a person. And what happened next? Lin Shishir, now transformed into an inquisitive bystander, could not help but ask, what happened next? Those 5 men were nothing more than a bunch of useless drunks. I single-handedly knocked them down," leaving them scrambling for their teeth. Especially the man who had kissed her. I delivered several forceful stomps to his groin. Damn, that felt exhilarating. Shinbo chuckled, as if this was the sole source of joy amidst his turmoil. And then what? Lin Shirsher pressed on, unable to resist the unfolding drama. Then, the school security and the teachers arrived. They attempted to apprehend me, but I ran as fast as I could. Yet, they simply could not catch up to me. At last, I traversed half of the academy, only to be encircled by them, emboldened by their numbers. Subsequently, I was escorted to the security room. It was precisely midnight when the temperature suddenly plummeted. The campus was in disarray, with all the security personnel engaged in restoring order, thereby locking me within the confines of the security room. I remained hidden there, reluctant to leave. Had I not discovered 2 boxes of instant noodles beneath the bed, I would have perished from hunger. Upon hearing Shinbo's account, Xiao Yang couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He was indeed a man of action, stepping forward when the moment called for it. Xiao Yang could vividly envision Shinbo pedaling furiously to the academy day and night, then fearlessly charging at the 5 men intent on assaulting him. Ultimately, he dashed forward with all his might, pursued by a throng of people. This lad was truly a valiant warrior, charging forth in the name of love. Wang Jiejie was indeed a shameless hussy to commit such despicable acts. She truly concealed her true nature. Lin Shirsher was incensed by the tale, unable to bear it even as a woman. Did you encounter Wang Jiejie again afterward? Mu Wanqing inquired. No, but I know she is still alive. A few days ago, a surviving student emerged, and from him, I learned that Wang Jiejie is still among the living. She is hiding in the academy's supermarket along with those men and a group of other survivors. That is why I have remained here. I must confront her and those men, and personally exact my revenge to quell the hatred that festers within me. Thus it was elucidated. Shinbo recounted the entirety of his circumstances in the security room with clarity. Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shirsher understood the situation quite well. By the way, did the individuals in that pickup truck not notice you? Xiao Yang felt compelled to inquire, hoping Shinbo could provide some clues about those people. Of course they noticed me. They mistook me for a surviving security guard of the academy. They asked me where the girls' dormitory was and inquired about a female student named. What was it again? Shinbo hesitated as he struggled to remember the name. Could it be Mu Wanqing? Xiao Yang interjected. Yes. That seems to be it. Shinbo exclaimed, suddenly realizing. How do you know? Shinbo was momentarily taken aback. Because I am Mu Wanqing, she responded, frowning. She understood that the people in the pickup truck were indeed searching for her. A mix of joy and concern filled her heart. She was delighted that everything aligned with Xiao Yang's predictions, suggesting that her brother was likely still alive. Yet, she was troubled by the question of why her brother had not come to find her personally. Had something happened to him? Noticing the worry etched on Mu Wanqing's face, Shinbo cautioned, in that case, you must be careful. Those people are clearly not of good character. They previously tried to recruit me, and when I refused, they even attempted to kill me. Fortunately, I can run faster now than I could before. Otherwise, I would have met my end without avenging myself. Upon hearing Shinbo's claim of increased speed, Xiao Yang couldn't help but think of his determination fueled by love, and he chuckled. You can run faster now? How much faster could that possibly be? Seeing Xiao Yang laugh at his expense, Shinbo immediately rose to his feet. Brother, don't doubt me. I can show you just how fast I truly am. Xiao Yang chuckled. Can you outrun Bolt? Unless Shinbo has awakened some extraordinary speed ability. Suddenly, Xiao Yang scrutinized Shinbo once more and pondered. Perhaps this lad might indeed possess a latent speed talent. Then run for me to see. All right, brother. Let us head outside. With that, Shinbo made his way out of the security room. Brother, watch closely now. I'm about to run. Shinbo assumed a starting position, and upon receiving a nod from Xiao Yang, he shot forth with a whoosh. Wow. Xiao Yang and the others were taken aback. He truly was remarkably fast. His speed rivaled that of Bolt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Xiao Yang sensed something amiss. Shinbo had covered quite a distance. Yet, he continued to sprint. Farewell. Shinbo, having dashed over 60 meters, suddenly halted, turned around, and waved at Xiao Yang, calling out. Chapter 74. The clue mentioned by Shinbo. In truth, Shinbo had acted on a whim. Although he perceived Xiao Yang and his companions as not overtly malicious, they were certainly individuals he could not afford to provoke. If he couldn't confront them, could he not evade them? He had great confidence in his speed, envisioning himself as a man like the wind, uncatchable. However, Xiao Yang was incensed. Damn, that kid is trying to escape. Just as Chun Bo was about to turn and flee once more, Xiao Yang swiftly activated his time-slowing ability. Observing Chun Bo, his movements now resembled that of a tortoise. It appeared that the distance remained within the realm of his powers. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yang dashed forward, swiftly positioning himself before Chun Bo, where he awaited his arrival. At this moment, Xiao Yang could discern the gleeful expression etched upon Chun Bo's face. However, as Chun Bo beheld him, his countenance gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Unperturbed, Xiao Yang seized Chun Bo by the collar and halted his skills. With over 1,000 years of energy coursing through him, gripping Chun Bo felt akin to clutching a mere chick. Had it been anyone else, they would have been propelled away effortlessly. Now, Chun Bo's expression was entirely eclipsed by fear. Brother, are you even human?" he stammered, trembling. He believed he had been swift enough, yet Xiao Yang had somehow arrived before him in the blink of an eye, leaving him utterly astonished. Xiao Yang, annoyed, inquired, "Why are you running?" "Brother, I was merely frightened of you all and sought to distance myself. I harbor no ill intentions," Chun Bo hastily explained, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to clarify. "If you dare run again, you shall be met with this." Xiao Yang brandished a firearm before Chun Bo, waving it slightly. Upon sighting the pistol, Chun Bo's expression hardened, and his body froze in place. "Brother, I promise I will not run again. If I do, I am a fool." Seeing him genuinely comply, Xiao Yang proceeded, "I have one final question for you. Please ask away." Chun Bo responded eagerly. "You mentioned that the group driving pickup trucks sought to recruit you. Did they reveal their identities or origins?" The reason Xiao Yang had prevented him from fleeing was to pose this very question. Little did he anticipate, a minor interruption almost allowed Chun Bo to escape. "Oh, I remember now. They seem to have mentioned it was from some nightclub. What was it called?" "Oh, right, Royal One. They said it was from the Royal One nightclub." Upon hearing Chun Bo's words, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. "The Royal One nightclub? Why does it sound so familiar? It seems I have been there before. But the time has blurred my memory. Royal One? I know." At that moment, Tang Ying spoke up. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled as he turned to her. "Indeed. In the entire city of Hai, what entertainment venue could Tang Ying possibly be unaware of?" Mu Wanqing also glanced at Tang Ying with urgency, knowing that her brother, Mu Guang, was likely there. "Where?" "In the city center, a bit of a distance from here." "Can we rush there now?" Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang, her anxiety palpable. Xiao Yang did not respond immediately. He pondered carefully for a moment. Then, he made a decision. "Wanqing, we have now ascertained the potential location of your brother. However, the situation there remains uncertain. How about this? Since we have come to your academy today, let us first clear out the zombies within the premises and gather more crystals to enhance our strength. This would be a more prudent approach." After Xiao Yang spoke, Tang Ying nodded in agreement and added, "Wanqing, Xiao Yang is right. The Royal One is no ordinary establishment in Hai City. Just the employees at its headquarters number in the thousands. And it has a notorious reputation. We have received numerous reports to investigate, yet we have been thwarted by the forces behind it at every turn. Moreover, they can dispatch 5 vehicles filled with personnel to gather intelligence in one go. Imagine the magnitude of their influence. We must deliberate thoroughly before taking any action." Hearing Tang Ying express this sentiment, Mu Wanqing also became cautious. Given Tang Ying's understanding of Haiqing, the situation must surely be serious. Although she yearned to reunite with her brother, it would be imprudent to proceed without a clear grasp of the circumstances. She could not allow her personal desires to jeopardize everyone else. Xiao Yang was correct. The immediate priority was to enhance their own strength. Only then could they face any unforeseen challenges with composure. "All right, I will heed your counsel. As long as I know my brother is alive, I shall find solace in that. At the very least, he is safe for now." Xiao Yang felt a sense of relief at Mu Wanqing's perspective. "Indeed. It is reassuring that you think this way. Let us proceed. Since we have arrived, we should cleanse the area of zombies. We cannot let this trip be in vain." "Yes, let us go." With Xiao Yang's call, the group of women immediately sprang into action. "Hey, brother, can I join you? I want to see how that wretched Wang Jia is faring now." Chun Bo quickly rose as he saw Xiao Yang and the others preparing to leave. Xiao Yang appraised him and asked, "Apart from your speed, do you possess any other skills?" Chun Bo pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, it seems my only talent is running fast. But rest assured, I won't be a burden. If the situation turns dire, I will flee, ensuring I do not impede your efforts." Xiao Yang understood that Chun Bo had likely awakened a speed-related ability. While this talent primarily offered swiftness, it lacked other advantages. However, If his level increased, his speed would also improve, making him capable of executing a surprise attack. Then do as you wish. Xiao Yang paid him no mind. If he wanted to follow, he could, but Xiao Yang had no intention of concerning himself with his fate. He and his companions boarded the vehicle and continued their journey toward the female dormitory area. Meanwhile, Shinbo picked up a machete that had been discarded by someone from the pickup truck and quickened his pace to catch up. The female dormitory complex consisted of approximately a dozen six-story buildings. Clearing each one individually would be too cumbersome. Therefore, Xiao Yang resorted to his previous strategy, instructing Lin Shishir to play a haunting melody on her flute to lure the zombies towards them. They would then seize the opportunity to eliminate them. The group had long since developed a harmonious synergy. Xiao Yang also encouraged Yi Ling and the two young nurses to engage in the fray for training purposes. By the time they had dispatched all the zombies that could be drawn out from the female dormitory, 3 hours had elapsed. Upon counting their spoils, Xiao Yang discovered an impressive bounty, a total of 2,000 crystals. However, Lin Shishir was severely fatigued, nearly at the brink of exhaustion, struggling to muster the strength to continue playing. Yet, the hour was still early, and Xiao Yang was reluctant to conclude their endeavor prematurely. The male dormitory surely harbored a considerable number of zombies as well, and he wished to avoid making another trip. Nevertheless, creating noise to attract the zombies would pose significant risks. This approach was entirely incomparable to Lin Shishir's melodic abilities. One method would invite a horde of zombies rushing ferociously towards them, while the other would draw them in a dazed manner, allowing for easy extermination. Chapter 75. Shinbo's assistant Shinbo, who had been trailing Xiao Yang and his group from a short distance, watched in astonishment as they harvested the zombies as if they were mere chives, reaping one batch after another. He was utterly speechless, marveling at the formidable talents of this group. Fortuitously, he had remained relatively unassuming and had not offended them. Otherwise, one might not even realize how death approaches. At this moment, seeing Xiao Yang and the others had paused, he seized the opportunity to approach them. "Big brother, you are truly impressive. I am in awe," Shinbo exclaimed with a broad grin. Xiao Yang glanced at him, but chose to remain silent. Undeterred, Shinbo continued cheerfully, "Big brother, have you encountered any difficulties? Why have you stopped?" "My friend is fatigued and unable to attract the zombies," Xiao Yang indicated towards Lin Shishir, who was resting nearby. Shinbo looked at Lin Shishir with admiration, having witnessed her remarkable abilities just moments before. It was precisely due to her that Xiao Yang and the others had worked with such efficiency. Without her, attracting so many zombies would have been impossible. Unable to attract zombies? Shinbo's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Brother, I believe I can help draw the zombies towards you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang regarded him with skepticism. "You?" "Yes, brother. I run swiftly, and those zombies cannot catch me. I can lead a horde your way. No need for many. Just a few trips will suffice." Shinbo articulated his plan, and Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this method seemed feasible. It appeared that this speed ability still had its merits in the early stages. Then, why not give it a try? Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. "All right, get ready. I'm off." With Xiao Yang's consent, Shinbo immediately brandished his knife and dashed out. He ran straight to the entrance of a dormitory building, picked up a discarded basin from the ground, and began to strike it repeatedly with his knife in an effort to attract the zombies. Before long, a horde of zombies, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing this, Shinbo immediately began to flee towards Xiao Yang and the others, while being pursued by an estimated 100 zombies. The varying speeds of the zombies resulted in a lengthy procession. Xiao Yang nodded in approval. This arrangement was advantageous, as it prevented the zombies from overwhelming them all at once, thus ensuring a safer clearing process. As the zombies approached, Xiao Yang and his companions swiftly brandished their blades and commenced their harvest. Within merely a few minutes, this wave of zombies was eradicated. During this time, Shinbo emulated Xiao Yang and the others, leveraging his speed to maneuver behind the zombies and strike at their heads. Although initially clumsy, with practice, he gradually became more adept. To Xiao Yang's astonishment, Sutan's performance today surpassed her previous efforts by an immeasurable margin. Could it be that she had awakened her own abilities? After a final tally, the group amassed over 2,500 crystals, and when combined with the 2,000 obtained from the female dormitory, their total reached an impressive 4,500 crystals. Today could certainly be deemed a bountiful harvest. Naturally, Shinbo's contributions were indispensable. Xiao Yang resolved that once they had cleared all the zombies from the academy, he would allocate a portion of the crystals to Qinbo. It would be unjust to let him toil in vain. After a brief respite, the group set off towards the large supermarket situated not far from their dormitory. From a distance, the supermarket appeared quite substantial, undoubtedly necessary given the multitude of students and faculty within the academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xiao Yang noted a considerable number of slain zombies scattered about, yet curiously, the crystals embedded in their foreheads remained unharvested. It appears that the individuals here remain oblivious to the utility of crystals. At this moment, Qinbo gritted his teeth, gazing intently at the supermarket. He was acutely aware that his wife, Wang Jiejia, was likely inside the supermarket. All the grievances that lingered between them were destined to reach a resolution today. Within an office in the academy's supermarket, a metal basin lay on the floor, containing burning wood. Although the room was not particularly warm, it maintained a tolerable temperature. At this moment, Wang Jiejia reclined on the sofa, panting heavily. Surrounding the sofa were 5 men, their faces adorned with expressions of indulgence as they smoked. Should Qinbo catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly recognize these individuals, students who had once received a sound thrashing from him. Among them, the man with whom Wang Jiejia had an affair chuckled and addressed the others. See, I treat you all well, don't I? I share everything with you. Qinggu, you are truly formidable. This is simply delightful. The others flattered him, causing Qinggu to bask in their praise. Qinggu, there are still many female students in this supermarket. When will you gather them all? One inquired with eager anticipation. Why the rush? Let us take our time. We must ensure they willingly come to us. Qinggu replied with a nonchalant smirk. You are utterly shameless, Wang Qing, to treat me this way. At that moment, Wang Jiejia, disheveled upon the sofa, interjected, her tone laced with indignation. Wang Qing glanced at her, snorting derisively, don't act like you're innocent after taking advantage. So many people serve you, yet you remain unsatisfied. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are something extraordinary? Just because of you, I am now in discomfort. Whenever Wang Qing recalls the night he was beaten by Qinbo, anger wells up within him. Wang Jiejia, that woman, never informed him of her marriage. When her husband confronted him, she deceitfully claimed he was merely her ex-boyfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned his 4 brothers to confront him. You still dare to play both sides. I shall ensure you tread on 5 boats now. Wang Qing has decided to take risks. The world has descended into chaos, and women have become as worthless as clothing. It is far more reliable to win the hearts of brothers. Without strength, survival is impossible. In this supermarket alone, there are no fewer than 100 students gathered, along with several teachers. Currently, no one respects anyone else, and everyone is engaged in endless intrigue. Thus, to stand firm here, one must rely on numbers. Wang Jiejia was left speechless by the confrontation. She straightened her clothes and sat up. Now, she deeply regrets her infidelity. Realizing she had strayed with such a scoundrel, she remembers the kindness Qinbo showed her, yet she still betrayed him. But what can regret accomplish? In this harsh reality, she still needs these men. Without them, her fate is bound to be even more dire. Furthermore, it seems Wang Qing possesses some extraordinary abilities. Without him, she would not find herself in this office within the supermarket. This room has become the finest in the entire establishment. Alas, women are destined to endure hardship. As long as one survives, it is preferable to all else. As for her husband, Qinbo, perhaps he has long since passed away. Chapter 76. Why did you betray me? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the door. Wang Qing and the others hastily adjusted their trousers and opened it. Brother Qing, a crowd has gathered outside the supermarket. Guess who I saw? The speaker was a male student, a recent recruit of Wang Qing. Who? Wang Qing. Intrigued by his mysterious tone, leaned in closer. The campus beauty Mu Wanqing from our college, and the muse of the music department, the enchanting Lin Shir. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing and the others were taken aback. Is that true? 2 of the 3 most beautiful women in our college are still alive. Wang Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. They're right at the door. And guess whom else I spotted? The male student glanced at Wang Jiejia, who was seated on the sofa. Who? Stop teasing. Just tell us. Wang Jiejia's husband, the man who fought with you that night. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Jiejia sprang to her feet from the sofa. What did you say? Qinbo is still alive? Her voice trembled as she struggled to comprehend that her husband could still be living. The thought of him arriving at the supermarket was overwhelming. Deep down, she wished to avoid facing Qinbo, perhaps out of guilt or perhaps because she had never truly valued him. In any case, She did not wish to see him again. If he were to perish, it would be for the best. Damn it, that rascal is still alive. Come, I shall make it my mission to end his life. Last time, I was careless, allowing him to deliver a severe beating upon us. Wang Qing's face contorted with rage, and then he cast a glance at Wang Jiajia, saying, No, I shall not kill him just yet. I intend to capture him and, before his very eyes, toy with his wife. I wish to make his existence a living hell. Ha! The thought alone sends a thrill through me. Wang Qing chuckled lewdly, while Wang Jiajia frowned upon hearing this. Let us proceed to confront them. Wang Qing was indifferent to Wang Jiajia's feelings. To him, she was merely an object of amusement. After Wang Qing and his companions departed, Wang Jiajia hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed suit. As Xiao Yang and his group approached the supermarket entrance, they were already spotted by some survivors inside. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, someone opened the door from within. My heavens! Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, you both are still alive, exclaimed a student in astonishment. Well, 2 of the 3 goddesses of the academy have appeared at once. If Teacher Jiang were still alive, the trio would be complete. Look behind, there are more beauties. Goodness! Those 3 are just as stunning as our academy's goddesses. This is exhilarating. Who is that handsome man in front? He is quite striking. I'm smitten. A large crowd of students gathered inside, both male and female, whispering among themselves. Clear the way. At that moment, Wang Qing, accompanied by several others, forcefully pushed through the throng. He first greeted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir with a smile, then turned to Chen Bo with a fierce glare. Ever come out? Humph. Your wife is now ours. Let's see how I deal with you today. Wang Qing emphasized the word ours, clearly insulting Chen Bo. Chen Bo's expression darkened as he stepped forward, retorting, Deal with me? I could easily beat you lot before, and I can do so again today. Wang Qing sneered, Heh. Then today you shall experience the might of my wind blade. Wait. Just as Wang Qing was about to make his move, the voice of Wang Jiajia rang out. The crowd parted, and Wang Jiajia squeezed her way through from behind. She had decided to confront Chen Bo, but not to apologize. You are no longer their match. You will suffer greatly, Wang Jiajia said coldly, gazing at Chen Bo. Upon seeing Wang Jiajia, Chen Bo's fury reached its peak. His eyes turned red as he shouted, Wang Jiajia, you finally dare to show your face. I just want to ask you, what have I done wrong to you that made you choose to betray me? This was the question Chen Bo had longed to ask her, as he could not comprehend why she would betray him despite his unwavering kindness. As Wang Jiajia's words hung in the air, the surrounding students began to murmur, astonished by her audacity. Xiao Yang glanced at Wang Jiajia, noting that she was quite attractive. Yet he wondered why she possessed such thick skin. Chen Bo spoke to Wang Jiajia with immense anger, roaring at her. I toil day and night solely to earn a bit more money to support your education and help you realize your dreams, to improve your living conditions. I juggle 3 part-time jobs, dedicating my entire salary to you. I simply cannot comprehend why you would betray me. Witnessing Chen Bo's furious outburst, Wang Jiajia took a step back, yet her face remained devoid of any expression. She coldly replied, Since you wish to know the reason, allow me to enlighten you. So that you may understand, it is because you are not as handsome as others. It is because you lack their capabilities. It is because your education is inferior. It is because you cower before me, rendering me disinterested in you. Is that sufficient? Each of Wang Jiajia's words struck Chen Bo's heart like thunder, leaving him in a state of shock. Only now did he realize the extent of his wife's dissatisfaction with him. Then why did you choose to marry me? Chen Bo suddenly felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, realizing how utterly inadequate he appeared in his wife's eyes. Why? Because your family offered a substantial bride price. Because you are willing to be a fool, earning money for me to spend. With someone to support me, I can pursue my dreams and indulge in leisure. Isn't that wonderful? As she spoke, Wang Jiajia's demeanor was unflinching, her gaze filled with disdain for Chen Bo, as if all of this were merely his due. In a fit of rage, Chen Bo suddenly struck Wang Jiajia across the face with considerable force, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. You wretched creature, I truly regret having laid my eyes upon you. Chen Bo seethed, glaring at Wang Jiajia. I must inform you that your wife is now one of us. How dare you strike her? Just watch how I will bring you to your demise. Wang Qing, witnessing Wang Jiajia being assaulted, was suddenly consumed by rage. This was an affront to his dignity. Wang Jiajia sat on the ground, propping herself up with one hand while shielding her bruised face with the other. At this moment, her gaze was filled with venom as she looked at Chen Bo, uttering, I no longer wish to see him. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 77. Windblade. As Chunbo observed the malice in Wang Jiejia's expression, he finally comprehended the saying. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Wang Qing and his companions had already encircled him. You insolent brat. I will make your life a living hell, Wang Qing declared, raising his right hand and gesturing towards Chunbo. A visible crescent-shaped gust of energy shot forth from Wang Qing's hand, rapidly hurtling towards Chunbo, realizing the impending danger as the arc of air approached his face. Chunbo instinctively lifted his right hand to defend himself. With a sharp sound, his sleeve was effortlessly torn open by the force. Ah! A bone-chilling pain surged through him as the machete slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He staggered back, glancing at his arm, only to find the struck area drenched in blood, with the wound deep enough to expose bone. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. He had not anticipated that Wang Qing had awakened special powers, particularly a spell-based ability known as Windblade. The Windblade ability allows one to condense air currents into the shape of a blade, enabling remote attacks on desired targets. The higher the level, the greater the attacking distance, speed, and sharpness. It appears that Wang Qing's Windblade ability is merely at level 1. Otherwise, his arm would have been severed by now. Observing the crowd, their expressions shifted to one of apprehension as they witnessed Wang Qing injuring Chunbo with a single strike. Some among them had previously seen Wang Qing wield his powers, as the corpses of zombies outside bore testament to his lethal prowess. It is evident that Wang Qing has become increasingly adept at controlling his abilities. In this supermarket, he has already established dominance. If he continues to grow in strength, it is likely that no one will be able to rival him, and the entire supermarket could very well become his territory. Sitting on the ground, Wang Jieji fixed her gaze on Chunbo and, upon witnessing his injury, burst into laughter. Ha! I told you that you would meet a gruesome end, yet you refused to believe it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Her words drew disdainful looks from many in the vicinity. This woman truly has no shame. Not only does she refuse to acknowledge her own wrongdoing, but she also wishes to see her husband perish. It is quite enlightening indeed. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, reveling in Chunbo's injury, taunted, "You should surrender obediently, or I may grant you a swift demise. Moreover, before you perish, I can ensure you witness some truly exhilarating scenes." Ha! The thought of toying with Wang Jieji in front of Chunbo filled him with exhilaration. This is far from over. The outcome remains uncertain. Ha! How brazen you are even when death looms. I shall sever your legs and see what prowess you possess then. Wang Qing let out a hearty laugh, his face revealing a fierce countenance. He raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind aimed at Chunbo's thigh. However, Chunbo was already prepared. He immediately accelerated and evaded the attack. The wind blade, losing its target, drifted forward and struck a small tree, which was swiftly severed in half. Upon realizing his strike had missed, Wang Qing hastily pursued Chunbo, relentlessly launching more wind blades. Yet, he underestimated Chunbo's speed. Each blade narrowly missed its mark, as Chunbo adeptly avoided them. Observing this, Wang Qing's team rallied to encircle Chunbo, hoping to capitalize on their numerical advantage to subdue him. Thus, they enacted a dramatic performance of cat and mouse before the onlookers. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, they could not capture Chunbo, who, due to excessive blood loss and prolonged exertion, was rapidly losing strength. Kill him. Hurry and kill him. Why have you stopped? Wang Jieji, growing anxious at Wang Qing's hesitation, stood up and shouted at them. Wang Jieji, I cannot believe you are so malicious. He is your husband. At that moment, Lin Shishir could no longer contain herself and rebuked. Upon hearing this, Wang Jieji glared at Lin Shishir and retorted, What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? You had best stay out of this, or once we deal with Chunbo, I shall let Wang Qing and the others deal with you. Unable to endure Wang Jieji's demeanor any longer, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and suggested, Xiao Yang, why don't we assist Chunbo? Wang Jieji and her group are utterly despicable. Besides, Chunbo helped us fend off the zombies this afternoon. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Xiao Yang nodded. Although he held little interest in the grievances of others, he found himself instinctively siding with Chunbo, especially when he witnessed Wang Qing and his companions mercilessly pursuing and attacking Chunbo. His anger flared. Such a band of worthless individuals. None possessed an ounce of Chunbo's courage. With this thought, he approached Chunbo and placed 20 crystals before him. Observing Chunbo's astonished expression, Xiao Yang calmly stated, Here, these are what you deserve. Take note of the numbers on these crystals and remember them. He then clenched the crystals in his left hand. silently reciting the sequence of numbers. Hurry up. Though Chen Bo was uncertain of the purpose behind Xiao Yang's actions, he understood that Xiao Yang was offering him assistance. Without overthinking, he took a crystal and followed Xiao Yang's instructions. A surge of energy coursed through him, and he sensed a subtle transformation within his body. Eagerly, he absorbed another crystal, and the changes became increasingly pronounced. He felt his physical prowess intensifying. Casting a surprised glance at Xiao Yang, he noticed his expression remained impassive, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. Instead, he hastened to absorb the remaining crystals. Yiling, come here. Noticing the injury on Chen Bo's right hand, Xiao Yang called for Yiling to tend to his wound. Upon her arrival, he instructed. Understood. Yiling pulled back Chen Bo's sleeve, exposing his arm, and placed her hand over his injury. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and his associates, witnessing the alliance between Xiao Yang and Chen Bo, were instantly filled with fury. It is astonishing that someone would audaciously align themselves with Chen Bo, as it is tantamount to a provocation against oneself. Yet, at this moment, they are far too fatigued to express their indignation. He resolved that once he dealt with Chen Bo, he would turn his attention to this unfamiliar man. It had become evident to him that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were allies. Among that group, he was the sole male, once he subdued him. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir would undoubtedly submit to his authority. They were all school beauties, far superior to Wang Jejia. With this thought, Wang Qing's anger began to dissipate. If Xiao Yang refrained from intervening, he had no justification to confront him openly. And now, it seemed the justification had presented itself. Before long, the group finished their brief respite and approached Chen Bo. Meanwhile, Chen Bo had absorbed the last crystal, leaving him utterly speechless. The crystal had remarkably enhanced his physical prowess. He felt as though he could effortlessly crush the necks of those around him with a single hand. Even more astonishing was the fact that the wound on his right arm had miraculously healed. Chapter 78. The traitor deserves condemnation. Chen Bo's mind was momentarily clouded. He could not comprehend the reason behind this transformation. Suddenly, he perceived Xiao Yang and his companions as formidable adversaries. Thankfully, he had left them with a favorable impression. As Wang Qing and his group strode towards him with renewed fervor, Chen Bo hastily collected his thoughts. He was now brimming with strength and exuded newfound confidence. Those uninvolved in this matter should swiftly vacate the vicinity. Otherwise, they would have no one to blame but themselves for the indiscriminate wrath of my wind blades. Wang Qing shouted angrily at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang paid him no heed, instead handing the tang knife to Chen Bo. Brother, your grievances must be resolved by you alone. I can assist you only to this extent. Chen Bo, grasping the hefty tang knife, was filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and his cohorts, witnessing Xiao Yang's act of bestowing a tang knife upon Chen Bo, were instantly consumed by fury. Was this not a blatant show of support for Chen Bo? Very well. Once we deal with Chen Bo, he shall be next. Chen Bo, prepare to meet your demise. Wang Qing resolved to leave no survivors. He aimed for a swift resolution. A gust of wind sliced through the air, targeting Chen Bo's face. With a cold smirk, Chen Bo swiftly evaded the attack. Wang Qing and his companions were astonished. Why did it seem as though Chen Bo had grown stronger in such a short span? It is time to conclude this. With a chilling laugh, Chen Bo suddenly accelerated. He maximized his speed, darting behind one of Wang Qing's companions before they could react. Raising the tang knife, he struck down without hesitation. Splat! The head fell to the ground, startling Wang Qing and his companions. Such swiftness, such sharpness. An inexplicable tension enveloped the group as they huddled together to counter Chen Bo's onslaught. This scene left the onlooking students in utter shock. The previously disadvantaged Chen Bo had inexplicably become formidable after Xiao Yang's intervention. What was the meaning of this? Who was that man? Their gazes instinctively turned towards Xiao Yang. Sensing the curious stares directed at him, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, his focus solely on Chen Bo. At this moment, Chen Bo, capitalizing on his speed advantage, darted left and right with relentless agility. In no time, for more of Wang Qing's companions lay sprawled on the ground. Now, only Chen Bo and Wang Qing remained standing. Fear gripped Wang Qing as he realized the toll of using his wind blade too frequently had drained him significantly, rendering him incapable of conjuring another. Moreover, stripped of the support from his team members, he understood that defeat loomed ominously close. He cast a furious glance towards Xiao Yang, blaming him for this predicament. Without that man, Chen Bo would never have grown so formidable. Desperation overtook him as he shouted into the crowd, "Fellow alumni, will you stand idly by while outsiders bully our academy? We are all in this together. Why do you hesitate to lend your aid? His only hope lay with the surviving alumni. If they were willing to assist, he might yet grasp a glimmer of survival. However, much to his dismay, the students responded with cold indifference to his plea. Even the two surviving teachers amidst the throng remained silent, offering no support. No one bothered to acknowledge him. In their eyes, Wang Qing's demise would be preferable, as it would eliminate a formidable adversary. Besides, Xiao Yang's group was anything but ordinary. No one wished to make enemies for the sake of another. Look around. Do you not see how poor your character is? Not a soul is willing to aid you. You are worthless. Perish. Chun Bo suddenly launched a fierce assault, leaving Wang Qing flustered and struggling to defend himself. Ultimately, Chun Bo seized the opportunity, his figure materializing behind Wang Qing before plunging a blade into his back. The tip of the knife pierced through his chest. Wang Qing incredulously glanced down at the blade protruding from his chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. He attempted to turn around, but after a mere movement, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes forever closed. Chun Bo cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qing's lifeless body, withdrew the tang knife from within him, and wiped the blood off on his clothing. Then, he advanced toward Wang Zhejia with the weapon in hand. At that moment, Wang Zhejia, having witnessed the preceding scene, was paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground. As she beheld Chun Bo approaching with the knife, her body trembled uncontrollably. She could scarcely fathom the extent of Chun Bo's transformation into such a formidable figure. Regret consumed her. She lamented the absolute measures she had taken. Now, there was no path of retreat. Chun Bo, my husband, I was wrong. I was wrong, please forgive me. As Chun Bo stood before her, Wang Zhejia suddenly pleaded for mercy. The sight of her pitiful demeanor filled Chun Bo with revulsion. Just moments ago, she had urged others to end her life. And now she was begging for clemency. Truly, her changes were swifter than the changing of the seasons. Did you not wish for my demise just a short while ago? Chun Bo remarked coldly, towering over her. I was wrong, my husband. It was Wang Qing and the others who forced my hand. They sullied me. And I had no choice but to act as I did. My husband, I implore you to forgive me. I know you have always treated me the best, and I promise to cherish you in return. I am willing to be your devoted servant, Wang Zhejia beseeched, clasping her hands around Chun Bo's legs. Chun Bo let out a cold laugh, disdainfully responding, I lack the ability to amass great wealth, and I am not handsome enough to pique your interest. Why must you debase yourself in such a manner to plead for my favor? Upon hearing Chun Bo's words, Wang Zhejia urgently pleaded with tears streaming down her face. I was wrong, my husband. Those were merely words born of anger, not my true intentions. Please, do not take them to heart. Let the past be bygones. From now on, I vow to wholeheartedly share my life with you, if you would allow it. Wang Zhejia lifted her face, gazing at Chun Bo with a pitiful expression. Yet, one might ponder, had she foreseen this outcome, why did she act so recklessly initially? Alas, it is a lamentable truth that it is now too late. In times past, she might have escaped such a fate, but now, the reality is stark. Betrayers must meet their end. Without further ado, Chun Bo plunged the knife mercilessly into Wang Zhejia's body. She suddenly felt a piercing sensation, as if her very essence was seeping away. Her face was a canvas of disbelief, regret, and resentment. Gradually, she released her grip from Chun Bo's thigh, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Chun Bo withdrew the dagger, casting one last glance before turning to face Xiao Yang. He returned the blade and expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother, thank you. Xiao Yang accepted the knife with a nod, remaining silent. Brother, I have a request, and I hope you might consider it. Chun Bo continued. May I join your ranks? I am aware of your formidable strength, and my abilities may seem trivial in comparison. However, I am willing to assist you in any way I can. I am ready to serve you faithfully, handling any laborious tasks you may require. Would you accept me? Upon witnessing Chun Bo's hopeful gaze and recalling his previous act of attracting the zombies, he concluded that taking Chun Bo under his wing would prove to be quite beneficial. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. The arrival of Chun Bo and Su Tong. Upon seeing Xiao Yang acquiesce to his request, Chun Bo was overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others exchanged knowing smiles with him. The sight of the enchanting smiles from the lovely ladies dispelled any shadows lingering in Chun Bo's heart. As the onlookers observed the conclusion of the battle, some familiar with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir began to approach them. Wanqing, Shishir, where did you come from? Was it from the cafeteria? Wanqing, would you and Shishir like to join us for a meal? Shishir, come over here. We have plenty of food to share. Who are those beautiful ladies behind you? Invite them to join us. Many were extending invitations to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, indicating their popularity and charm. However, not a single person ventured to invite Xiao Yang and Chun Bo, seemingly regarding them with caution and aversion. We have come from outside. We also possess our own sanctuary. We appreciate everyone's kindness. Mu Wanqing politely declined. Upon hearing that Mu Wanqing had a sanctuary outside, interest sparked among the crowd. Where is your sanctuary? Is it safe? Can we go there? Yet, she sought Xiao Yang's opinion, as he was the leader. Noticing Mu Wanqing turning to him for guidance, Xiao Yang smiled. He stepped forward to stand beside Mu Wanqing and address the students. Our sanctuary is located on Mount Zijin, where numerous villas reside, and it is quite secure. You are welcome to visit, however. Upon hearing the possibility of going, many students were immediately elated. Yet, when they caught the word however from Xiao Yang's lips, they sensed that conditions were attached. Noticing the eager anticipation in the crowd for him to continue, Xiao Yang proceeded, however. Only those who have awakened their extraordinary abilities and are willing to join us will be eligible to go. As soon as Xiao Yang's words fell, the audience exchanged glances. Realizing that the extraordinary abilities he referred to were akin to the wind blade technique that Wang Qing had demonstrated. This was a considerable threshold among this group of students. Only a handful had awakened such powers. Furthermore, for those like Wang Qing who had indeed awakened, who would willingly submit to another's command, a stir rippled through the crowd. But it swiftly subsided. Xiao Yang noted that no one stepped forward to join, a reaction he had anticipated. He did not expect others to readily pledge their allegiance so soon. From now on, the gates of the villas on Mount Zijin will remain forever open to those who have awakened their abilities. Xiao Yang wished to avoid further lengthy discourse with them. After concluding his remarks, he turned to Mu Wanqing and the others and stated, "Let us depart. Time is of the essence. And there are still many wandering zombies within the academy that I wish to eliminate swiftly." As Xiao Yang left, the surviving university students within the supermarket began to murmur among themselves. Who is this man? Why do Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir seem so obedient to him? Uncertain. Could it be that both of them have fallen under the sway of that man? Enough of their affairs. Now that Wang Qing and his group have perished, we must devise a strategy to seize the small territory he occupied. It seems that everyone has converged on the same thought as they began to surge into the supermarket. Before long, the sounds of conflict echoed from within. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and his companions had arrived at the academy's playground, where university student zombies roamed in abundance, at least 3,000 of them. Now, with Lin Shishir having recuperated and with Chun Bo's assistance, they employed their previous tactics once more, clearing the playground of zombies before darkness fell. After collecting all the crystals, Xiao Yang tallied the results. They had amassed 500 crystals this time. Added to the previous 620 crystals, their total for the day reached 150. He allocated 20 crystals to Chun Bo, leaving him with 100 in his possession. This marked the most substantial haul since the onset of the apocalypse. However, everyone, including Xiao Yang, was utterly exhausted. With nightfall approaching, it was ill-advised to continue the cleanup. After all, the zombies here could not escape. They could return another time. He instructed Chun Bo to accompany Tang Ying in the babos, while he called Su Tong to the off-road vehicle. On the way, Xiao Yang inquired about Su Tong's condition, having noticed her commendable performance today. "Su Tong, have you awakened your special abilities?" Su Tong, upon hearing this, looked bewildered. She hesitantly remarked, "I am not entirely certain, but this morning I awoke feeling as though my strength has suddenly multiplied exponentially. I initially thought it might be due to an increase in my temporal energy." Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Xiao Yang deduced the truth with considerable confidence. It was implausible that her temporal energy, which had only been cultivated for less than 4 years, could have suddenly grown so formidable. It was highly likely that she had awakened a power-type ability within the martial force category. Possessing such an ability would allow one, even with low or beginner-level temporal energy, to wield strength equivalent to that of others who had trained for a century. Moreover, as her level progressed, she could potentially defeat foes with her bare hands, without the need for any weaponry. This indicated she was suited for close combat fighting. However, such abilities were relatively common in the post-apocalyptic world, not particularly rare. Yet, with a stroke of good fortune and swift advancement, she could certainly distinguish herself among the masses. "Su Tong, you have awakened a power ability." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's affirmation, Su Tong was overjoyed. Had she truly awakened her own powers? Did this mean she could officially become a member of Xiao Yang's team? She eagerly inquired. So, do I have the qualifications to officially join you? Xiao Yang smiled warmly. Of course, you are most welcome to join. Overcome with emotion at Xiao Yang's response, Su Tong burst into tears of joy. Xiao Yang then retrieved 100 crystals from her spatial storage and handed them to Su Tong. Take these and absorb all of them. From now on, you will be in charge of guarding the entrance of the villa district. Additionally, I will arrange for Chunbo to join you. This way, you'll have more hands on deck. Su Tong accepted the crystal, tears of emotion streaming down her face, and she quickly nodded in agreement. She did not aspire to reside in Xiao Yang's villa. She simply yearned for his recognition and was willing to protect his domain. Su Tong, congratulations on awakening your special ability. Indeed, this power of yours sounds truly impressive. The girls took turns congratulating Su Tong, filling her heart with joy. 2 cars made their way toward the Zijin Mountain Villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa community, everyone disembarked. Xiao Yang retrieved a down sleeping bag, solar panels, and a portable battery that he had prepared during the journey. He also brought out a stove, a bag of charcoal, provisions, and weapons, placing everything into the security guard's lodge. Chunbo, from now on, you and Su Tong shall be responsible for guarding the gate. If there is anything, call me on the intercom. Chunbo, of course, complied unconditionally with Xiao Yang's arrangement, nodding eagerly in agreement. Back in the villa, everyone changed into comfortable attire and sank into the sofa, reluctant to move. The 2 nurses, tasked with keeping watch, promptly served tea and tidied up the clothes that had been changed. Xiao Yang instructed them to retrieve a substantial amount of food from the storage room to share with everyone, ensuring they had something to fill their stomachs. Subsequently, Xiao Yang laid out all the crystals acquired that day, filling the floor with approximately 8,000 crystals. 1 Qing, Shi, Yujie, Tang Ying, Yiling. Each of you shall take 400 to absorb. Witnessing Xiao Yang's generosity, not only Tang Ying and Yiling, but even Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Lu Yu were somewhat taken aback. This is not merely a few dozen or even hundreds. We are speaking of several thousand. Is Xiao Yang truly so indifferent? Even if he is willing to share, it would be quite awkward for them to accept such a substantial amount. It was Lu Yu who spoke first, addressing Xiao Yang. Dear Xiao, I believe that a distribution of 100 each would suffice. There is no need for such abundance. It would be wiser for you to retain this for the enhancement of your own abilities. After Lu Yu finished, Lin Shi eagerly chimed in. Indeed, keep it for yourself. We are in no rush. Tang Ying, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, You just provided us with some this morning. I truly feel uncomfortable requesting more. Since I have just arrived, I certainly wouldn't dare to ask for further assistance. Huh? Yiling swiftly waved her hand towards Xiao Yang, echoing their sentiments. Seeing their modesty, Xiao Yang felt a sense of admiration for their ungreediness. However, he urged them, Listen to me, let us divide it quickly. There is a purpose behind my actions. Upon hearing this, the women cast him curious glances. Xiao Yang cleared his throat and solemnly explained, Today, we learned of Wanqing's brother's whereabouts. Therefore, I have decided to investigate the Royal No. 1 nightclub tomorrow. At the mention of her brother, Mu Wanqing's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Xiao Yang glanced at her and continued, However, we currently lack clarity on the situation there. Judging by the truck convoy we encountered today, it seems there will be a considerable number of individuals present. Thus, for the sake of safety, it would be prudent for you all to elevate your energy levels to over 500. Thus, your physical condition will ascend to an elevated realm, enabling you to safeguard yourselves in the face of danger. My intentions stem from a place of genuine concern for your well-being. Do you understand? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the women fell into a contemplative silence. It became evident that Xiao Yang harbored such profound care for them, sparing no effort for their safety. They felt deeply touched and grateful for having encountered him, taking pride in belonging to such a remarkable team. Moreover, upon learning that Xiao Yang had orchestrated these arrangements to aid her in locating her brother, Mu Wanqing was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. She realized her affection for Xiao Yang was blossoming evermore. Xiao Yang, thank you, Mu Wanqing exclaimed as she nestled beside him, burying her head in his embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. We are family. There are no divides between us. We are a collective, and your brother is our brother. We are inseparable. Xiao Yang gently caressed her head, responding softly. All right, everyone, let us not delay. With so many crystals, it will take quite some time to absorb them all. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's directive, the others ceased their hesitance and eagerly claimed their share. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang settled in the living room, methodically absorbing the remaining 6,000 crystals. This indeed proved to be a mental endeavor. Halfway through, he began to feel a throbbing headache. Noticing the two nurses left at home gazing at him in a daze from a distance, Xiao Yang beckoned them over. "Do you two know how to give massages?" The nurses nodded eagerly in response. "One of you, please massage my feet, and the other my head. I wish to assess your techniques." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's request, the two nurses could hardly contain their excitement. To personally attend to Xiao Yang was a desire they could hardly fulfill. Thus, Xiao Yang reclined on the sofa, being catered to by two young nurses while absorbing the crystals, reveling in the experience. It must be said, their techniques were quite commendable. Though not entirely professional, they sufficed. Indeed, once one is comfortable, their efficiency in tasks accelerates remarkably. As Mu Wanqing and the others gradually absorbed their respective 400 crystals, Xiao Yang had already ingested a staggering 6,000 crystals. When Mu Wanqing descended the stairs and beheld Xiao Yang being attended to by the two nurses, she felt no discontent. Rather, she believed he deserved such treatment. It was akin to ancient times, where every household had its own maidservant. With these two nurses to knead his feet and massage his legs, it spared her considerable effort. Apart from the few nurses, everyone's physical attributes experienced a remarkable enhancement. Particularly, Mu Wanqing and her four companions felt an unprecedented transformation. This was a qualitative leap. Their physical strength was now sufficient to withstand blades and axes. They no longer feared the grasp and bite of ordinary zombies. Moreover, they faintly discerned that their figures had undergone subtle changes. How to articulate it? They had become more curvaceous. Their skin had also transformed, becoming fairer and more delicate. This brought immense joy to the women. Was this not vastly superior to practicing yoga? Achieving a perfect physique and flawless skin is nearly every woman's lifelong aspiration. Such changes instilled in them a greater sense of confidence and pride. With over 500 years' worth of energy, the spirits of the women soared, each radiating vitality and glow. Ruyu was particularly elated and hurried back to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Observing the graceful figures swaying in the living room, accompanied by the occasional sound of laughter from the women, Xiao Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After sending away the two young nurses, he produced 4 crystal cores, his last 4. Upon seeing the shimmering cores in his hand, the previously listless coal ball, hanging from the rod, suddenly brightened with excitement. "Daddy, daddy!" it exclaimed, fluttering joyfully to Xiao Yang's arm. Xiao Yang chuckled, stroking its feathers, saying, "I see. You're merely a creature who believes having a crystal core makes one a father." He offered a crystal core to the coal ball, and at that moment, Erguzi noticed and scampered eagerly to Xiao Yang's feet. When Xiao Yang ignored it, Erguzi barked twice in protest. It wished to imitate the coal ball and call him daddy, but lacked the ability. Seeing that Xiao Yang still paid no attention, it stood up, stretched out its front paws, and began to scratch at him. "Hey, Yang, that is quite rude." Tang Ying, witnessing the scene, quickly admonished. Upon hearing his owner's reprimand, Erguzi immediately lay down, whimpering in protest. The situation became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yang took out a crystal core, waved it in the air, and addressed Erguzi. "From now on, you shall be called Erguzi. If anyone calls you Yang, you must not heed them. If you understand, give a bark." Erguzi glanced at its astonished owner, Tang Ying, then at the enticing crystal core in Xiao Yang's hand. Finally, it wagged its tail in a pleading manner and barked softly, "Woof." Chapter 81. Hoarse voice observing the subservience of Erguzi for a mere crystal core. Xiao Yang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "Haha, truly, Erguzi, here. Indulge yourself." With grandiosity, Xiao Yang generously rewarded it with a crystal core. Erguzi, lacking dignity, swallowed it whole, then drooled as it tilted its head, gazing at Xiao Yang. At that moment, Tang Ying could no longer bear to watch. She approached and pinched Erguzi's ear, exuding an air of disappointment. Yang, do you possess no pride? Is a single crystal core worth sacrificing your name? Cough. It shall no longer be called Yang. From now on, it shall be known as Erguzi. Xiao Yang coughed lightly, seeking to remind Tang Ying. However, she paid him no mind and continued to tease Erguzi. "Come here, Yang. Let us embrace." The dog remained unresponsive. "Come here, Yang. Give a kiss." Still, the dog ignored her. "Come here, Yang. Give a lick." Not only did the dog disregard her, but its head also spun in every direction. Following Erguzi's gaze, Tang Ying looked up to find Xiao Yang brandishing a crystal core, waving it to capture Erguzi's attention. Infuriated, she delivered a slap to the dog's head. "I'm done with you." Ignoring the dog's bewildered expression, she stood up in a huff and departed. As she brushed past Xiao Yang, she clenched her teeth and muttered, "Humph, detestable Yang." Xiao Yang was taken aback, turning in confusion to call after her, "Hey, who are you scolding?" Stunned into silence, he could only watch. The other young women nearby burst into laughter at Xiao Yang's predicament. "Well done, keep it up, Erguzi." "Erguzi, woof." Upon witnessing Erguzi devour 2 crystal cores today, Meichio immediately felt discontented. "Trying to vie for my affection? Nonsense." Meichio began to nip at Erguzi's tail, while Erguzi, utterly unfazed, anxiously circled around in distress. Xiao Yang observed the amusing spectacle of a bird and a dog engaged in their little contest, while Lu Yu had already prepared the meal. The others, unreserved, filled their bowls with rice and began to eat. After the meal, the 4 young nurses tidied up, while the rest settled onto the living room sofa to listen to Xiao Yang outline the plans for the following day. Thus, it was decided that tomorrow, I, Wanqing, and Sister Yu would take Chenbo, driving a heavy-duty off-road RV at the forefront. Meanwhile, Tang Ying, Shi, and Yi Ling, you 3 will follow behind in the Barbaros off-road vehicle. Upon our arrival, we will take the lead while you maintain a safe distance, ensuring you stay within Tang Ying's shooting range. Should any unusual circumstances arise, Tang Ying, you may choose to shoot as you see fit. If any among us were to sustain injuries, Shi and Yi Ling will be responsible for the rescue. The young women listened attentively to Xiao Yang's instructions, nodding in agreement. After discussing the route, they gradually dispersed. The 4 nurses had already cleaned the area and stood in a row, awaiting Xiao Yang's orders. "You 4 need not accompany us tomorrow. Instead, please assist at the front gate." Xiao Yang deemed it prudent to have more individuals monitoring the entrance, given the distance we would cover. Naturally, they complied with his directive without hesitation. After a few moments, as the others ascended the stairs, Xiao Yang closely followed, arriving at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, he discovered the lighting within the room to be somewhat dim. As Mu Wanqing donned a set of yoga attire, she knelt gracefully upon the bed, her figure illuminated by the dim light, exuding an enchanting allure. Xiao Yang hastily closed the door, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed, "Wanqing, what is this?" Mu Wanqing offered a shy smile, choosing silence as she reclined on her side, one hand propping her up while the other rested on her yoga pants. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she spoke softly, "I have no stockings left. You do enjoy seeing us in yoga wear, don't you? Today, I shall indulge your gaze to the fullest." Xiao Yang was taken aback, utterly astonished. Had Mu Wanqing truly come to some self-realization? A wave of impatience surged within him, an urge to act upon his desires. However, with Mu Wanqing's relatives visiting, he found himself compelled to restrain his impulses. But wait, this was intolerable. Approaching the bedside, he seized Mu Wanqing with fervor. The following morning, everyone awoke early. The tranquility of the past 2 nights had afforded them restful slumber. But where was Wanqing? Why had she not yet come downstairs? Lin Shi, noticing Xiao Yang alone, inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yang chuckled. "Oh, she is brushing her teeth." Lin Shi refrained from further questioning until Liu had laid out breakfast on the table. Observing that Mu Wanqing still had not appeared, noticing her discomfort, Lin Shi expressed concern. "Wanqing, are you all right?" Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed, her voice hoarse as she replied, It's nothing. Perhaps it's an inflammation. Should we get you some medicine?" Yi Ling asked anxiously. No, it's fine. Xiao Yang has already given me some." Mu Wanqing insisted. "Let us eat quickly." Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, the others did not dwell on the matter further and continued to partake in their meal. Only Lu Yu, with a meaningful smile, cast a glance at Xiao Yang. Noticing Lu Yu's gaze, Xiao Yang awkwardly smiled and hastily lowered his head to eat, secretly reflecting, "This woman seems to understand everything." After breakfast, Xiao Yang and his companions donned their gear and set off in their vehicle. They dropped off the 4 young nurses at the guardhouse, where Xiao Yang handed each of them a knife. Subsequently, he produced his revolver and entrusted it to Su Tong. "Take good care of the place. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, keep this for self-defense." Su Tong accepted the firearm, nodding solemnly at Xiao Yang. With unwavering determination, she declared, "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to step through this threshold." "Excellent." Xiao Yang patted her shoulder before joining Shinbo as they drove down the mountain, following the route they had agreed upon the previous night. The The two vehicles traveled along the ring road, thereby maximizing their chances of avoiding the city streets. Although the journey was slightly longer, it would undoubtedly save them considerable time. And comparatively, this route was safer. Their singular objective for the day was to gather intelligence on Mu Guang. The two vehicles proceeded along the ring road without hesitation. Indeed, along the journey, apart from the scattered remnants of abandoned vehicles, they encountered virtually no obstacles. After exiting the ring road, only 10 kilometers remained to the location marked on the map, Royal 1. The road was littered with debris and damaged cars, while the storefronts on either side had long been smashed and looted. Occasionally, they stumbled upon groups of zombies. However, Xiao Yang and his companions were disinclined to engage with them. He simply pressed the accelerator, pushing aside the obstructing vehicles to clear a path for Tang Ying and the others, heading resolutely towards their destination. Chapter 82. First Order Zombie King Royal 1. Once one of the premier entertainment venues in Haicheng before the catastrophe, boasted an array of services including bars, dance halls, dining, karaoke, spas, and foot massages. The architecture was quite grand, and from a distance, Xiao Yang spotted the golden sign atop the building. Peering across the road, he noticed that the entrance to Royal 1 was ajar. More accurately, it appeared to have been forcibly opened, as the glass doors lay shattered. However, the circumstances within remained unknown. Tang Ying, find a suitable spot to halt. We shall venture inside, Xiao Yang communicated via the walkie-talkie. Received. Stay safe. This location offered unobstructed visibility for Tang Ying, and should any unusual situation arise, they could swiftly retreat by car. Xiao Yang led the way out of the vehicle and into the lobby. The scene was chaotic, with bloodstains splattered across the floor and several disheveled corpses strewn about. It seemed that a fierce battle had transpired here. Mu Wanqing, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Could this place have already fallen victim to a zombie invasion? What if something had happened to her brother? She anxiously glanced at Xiao Yang, who, at that moment, was instructing Chun Bo. Do you see those bloodstains? You move quickly. Follow the trail and ascertain the situation inside. Understood. Chun Bo responded promptly, adjusting his attire and brandishing his knife as he dashed along the blood trail. Xiao Yang, meanwhile, carefully guided Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, following closely behind. Gradually, Xiao Yang realized that he was somewhat familiar with this place, though the passage of time had dulled his memories. Brother, we have a situation, Chun Bo exclaimed, slightly breathless. What have you discovered? Xiao Yang inquired. But before he could finish, Mu Wanqing interjected. There is a passage ahead. It appears to lead to a bathing area. Remarkably, the lights are still on, and there are numerous corpses. It seems that the battle is still raging. Chun Bo relayed the information in one breath. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances, then declared, Let us proceed and assess the situation. If your brother is inside, we shall intervene and rescue him. Mu Wanqing nodded fervently and swiftly followed Xiao Yang into the depths of the facility. As they reached the corridor, the scene before them was indeed harrowing. The narrow passage was littered with bodies, some with shattered skulls, others disemboweled, their entrails strewn across the floor. The sounds of conflict and anguished cries echoed continuously from within. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang and his companions pressed on, stepping over the corpses and dispatching a few zombies that crawled among the fallen. As they traversed the corridor and approached the door at the end, the illumination within was indeed much brighter than the exterior. However, the scene inside was nothing short of horrifying. In the changing area just beyond the threshold, numerous remnants of bodies lay strewn about, and a row of lockers had toppled over. Proceeding further, they entered the hall where the bathing pools were situated, and here too, the floor was littered with corpses. It was evident that the recent skirmish had been exceedingly fierce. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle continued to echo from the upper floors. Xiao Yang and his companions dared not linger and hastened their ascent to the second floor. Upon reaching the second level, which housed a foot massage area, the devastation was less severe than on the first floor. However, Xiao Yang noted a higher number of deceased women in this vicinity. Moreover, several women had just transformed into zombies right before their eyes, indicating their demise had occurred not long ago. Chun Bo and Lu Yu stepped forward decisively to eliminate the threats. After confirming the absence of zombies and survivors, they followed the sounds of combat to the third floor. The third floor featured a long corridor flanked by numerous small rooms. The sounds of struggle emanated from the far end of the corridor. Along the way, they encountered many female corpses, some of which were not yet fully lifeless. Ignoring these grim sights, They swiftly advanced to the corridor's terminus, where they discovered a grand hall. In the center of the hall, several men were engaged in combat with two larger zombies. Not far behind them, in a corner, stood a woman clad in red, vigilantly observing the fray. Behind her, a group of women huddled together, trembling in fear. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze from the women to the ongoing battle. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the scene was not solely occupied by humans. Rather, 6 survivors were engaged in a confrontation with 2 zombies. These particular zombies were notably larger in stature, with a distinct red hue to their skin, and exhibited movements that were more agile than those of ordinary zombies. What astonished Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu was the revelation that one of the zombies possessed extraordinary abilities. They witnessed it raise its hand and cleave a man in half with a single strike. In the wake of this gruesome display, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "The Zombie King." While the others remained oblivious, Xiao Yang was well aware of the implications. The so-called Zombie King is a survivor who, after awakening supernatural powers and accumulating over a century's worth of energy, transforms upon death. The higher the level of the supernatural ability, the greater the energy amassed, resulting in a more formidable Zombie King. There exist even more advanced Zombie Kings, capable of retaining a semblance of intellect. These creatures are agile and pose a significant challenge in combat. Consequently, when confronted by an adversary, Xiao Yang consistently aimed for decapitation or headshots, determined to prevent any chance of transformation into a Zombie King. When 2 combatants possess comparable strength, the demise of one, leading to their resurrection as a Zombie King, spells trouble for the survivor. Xiao Yang had encountered a maximum of a 5th-tier Zombie King, whose power could effortlessly crush him, akin to squashing an ant. The classification of Zombie Kings is discerned by their size and skin color: 1st-tier red, 2nd-tier orange, 3rd-tier yellow, 4th-tier green, 5th-tier cyan, 6th-tier blue, and 7th-tier purple. The 2 before him were unmistakably 1st-tier Zombie Kings. Xiao Yang exclaimed, "My brother! My brother is still alive." Xiao Yang quickly glanced over, only to witness one among the group suddenly grow in size, the hat he wore no longer able to contain his head, falling to the ground. It was precisely this transformation that allowed them to discern the man's visage. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed strikingly similar to Mu Guang's face. However, his features and physique had doubled in size, resembling a diminutive giant. A giant's ability? Xiao Yang was taken aback, surprised to discover that Mu Guang had awakened such powers. Impressive, big brother-in-law. Once Mu Guang unleashed his giant ability, the 2 first-tier Corpse Kings, who had previously held the advantage, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, it appeared that a definitive victor would not emerge anytime soon. "Xiao Yang, what has happened to my brother? We must assist him," Mu Wanqing exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and concern in her voice. Chapter 83. Sibling Reunion. As Mu Wanqing spoke, another Corpse King activated its abilities, launching a powerful punch towards a man. The unfortunate individual was sent flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Xiao Yang recognized this as a manifestation of strength abilities, capable of delivering devastating blows with bare hands. Su Tong possessed a similar power. With one less ally on Mu Guang's side, the pressure intensified significantly. Just as the other Corpse King was about to unleash its powers against Mu Guang, Xiao Yang sprang into action. If he hesitated any longer, his brother-in-law could suffer severe consequences. Time seemed to slow as he activated his skills, transforming the hall's atmosphere into a languid scene. Gripping his blade, Xiao Yang advanced, bringing it down upon the neck of the Corpse King that threatened Mu Guang. The blade glided directly across the neck, and Xiao Yang could see the head of the Corpse King gradually separating from its body. There was no time for further observation, as he swiftly swung his hand again, severing the neck of another Corpse King. After executing these actions, Xiao Yang stepped back, leaning on his tang knife, standing still as he ceased his skills. The severed heads of the 2 Corpse Kings were propelled into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This sequence of events felt like 10 seconds to Xiao Yang, yet to those on the opposite side, it transpired in merely a second. As the 2 Corpse Kings collapsed, the onlookers finally beheld Xiao Yang, who stood resolutely with his weapon. It seemed to them as if a shadow had flashed before their eyes, only for the 2 Corpse Kings to meet their grim fate. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, they were rendered speechless by their astonishment. This man, his speed in drawing his blade was astonishing. Meanwhile, Mu Guang had ceased his giant ability, reverting to his original form. Upon catching sight of the smiling Xiao Yang, he was momentarily taken aback. "Brother." Before Mu Guang could fully process this, Mu Wanqing suddenly rushed over in tears. The moment he heard Wanqing's voice, his entire body trembled. No one knew that voice better than he. He could unmistakably identify its owner. As Mu Wanqing approached him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon clearly seeing her face, this robust man was suddenly overwhelmed with tears. He stepped forward and embraced Mu Wanqing, weeping with joy. "Sister, you are alive. How wonderful." Mu Wanqing tightly embraced Mu Guang. Weeping, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Upon hearing this, Mu Guang was immediately overcome with tears of guilt, exclaiming, "It is all my fault for not finding you sooner. I am despicable." With that, the siblings once again fell into each other's arms, sobbing profusely. Xiao Yang observed the long-separated siblings' reunion, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. They were indeed fortunate. In the wake of calamity, countless souls around the world endured the heart-wrenching agony of separation and loss daily. For many, once parted, reunion would never again be possible. At that moment, Lu Yu and Chenbo approached. Habitually, they drew their blades and extracted the crystals from the foreheads of the two corpse kings, handing them to Xiao Yang. They then stood quietly to the side, watching the reunion unfold. Lu Yu, deeply moved by the emotional scene, discreetly wiped away a tear. The remaining 3 individuals by Mu Guang's side, upon noticing that Xiao Yang was with Mu Guang's sister, relaxed their vigilance and hurried to check on a companion who had been struck away by the corpse king. Meanwhile, the woman in red behind them began to comfort a group of women huddled in a corner, now that the danger had passed. Once Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing had managed to calm their emotions, Mu Guang turned to Xiao Yang and quickly approached him, extending his hand to grasp Xiao Yang's. "Mr. Xiao, I am truly delighted to see you again. I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for the supplies you provided me that night, I fear I would have perished long ago." Xiao Yang recalled that indeed, he had given each of the siblings a package containing a down jacket, stab-proof clothing, and a military knife. However, it seemed Mu Wanqing had not made use of hers, while Mu Guang had, rendering Xiao Yang's efforts worthwhile. "Brother," she began, "the reason I have managed to survive is because Xiao Yang took me in. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago." Mu Wanqing remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Little did they know, Mu Guang was even more astonished upon hearing this. The two siblings had encountered Xiao Yang by chance, yet both had their lives saved by him. This was indeed a tremendous act of kindness. Mu Guang was overwhelmed with gratitude and, without a moment's hesitation, bent his knees, preparing to kneel in thanks to Xiao Yang. Noticing this, Xiao Yang was alarmed and swiftly lifted Mu Guang back up. No, you mustn't kneel. That would be quite awkward in the future." Xiao Yang smiled warmly. However, Mu Guang, upon hearing this, was unwilling to concede. "But you are our savior. I ought to address you as brother." Xiao Yang found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Mu Wanqing gently tugged at Mu Guang's hand and shyly said, "Brother, well, actually, it's not incorrect for Xiao Yang to call you brother." Yet, Mu Guang disagreed with his sister's words, saying, "Wanqing, we must not be impolite to our benefactor." Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel amused at her brother's serious demeanor. How could he not grasp the underlying meaning? Perhaps actions would speak louder than words. With this thought in mind, Mu Wanqing boldly linked her arm with Xiao Yang's and rested her head on his shoulder. Then, feeling a bit bashful, she said to Mu Guang, "Brother, Xiao Yang is now my boyfriend." Upon seeing his sister's expression and actions, Mu Guang instantly understood. He glanced back and forth between Mu Wanqing and Xiao Yang, utterly resigned. "So this renovation project has inadvertently led to my sister's romance. However, upon reflection, if it weren't for Xiao Yang, he and his sister might not have survived. Moreover, Xiao Yang is quite pleasing to the eye. In terms of appearance, he is indeed worthy of his sister. Not to mention, Xiao Yang is not merely handsome. Just moments ago, he effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies that even several of them struggled to confront. In this light, his sister is fortunate." As Mu Guang came to this realization, a radiant smile adorned his face. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "Indeed, I have always said that President Xiao is exceptionally talented and distinguished. Your union is undoubtedly a match made in heaven. I wholeheartedly approve." "Thank you, brother," Mu Wanqing replied sweetly. "Thank you, brother," Xiao Yang echoed. Upon hearing Xiao Yang address him as brother, Mu Guang felt a twinge of awkwardness and shyly responded, "Well, President Xiao, I suppose I shall accept that." Of course, both Xiao Yang and Mu Guang exchanged smiles, sensing that their bond had grown closer in that moment. Just then, the woman in red, who had been calming the group of women behind Mu Guang, approached them. She first glanced at Xiao Yang and his companions before finally resting her gaze on Mu Wanqing, her eyes brimming with admiration. Guang, is this your sister? She truly resembles a fairy. The woman complimented with a smile. Xiao Yang regarded the woman in red, who was undeniably a stunning beauty, comparable to Lu Yu. However, she exuded a slightly superior aura. The woman's presence radiated a strong sense of the martial world, unmistakably embodying the role of a formidable leader. Chapter 84. Perfect for staying warm. The most striking detail was that on such a frigid day, she wore merely a red robe. Was she not cold? Furthermore, what had she just called Mu Guang? A Guang? Their relationship seemed rather intriguing. Mu Wanqing gazed at the woman in red and curiously inquired of Mu Guang, "Brother, who is this?" Mu Guang, snapping back to reality, promptly introduced her. "Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is the CEO of Royal Number 1, Liang Hong. You can simply call her Sister Hong. She is, in a way, my benefactor." As Mu Guang introduced Liang Hong to Mu Wanqing, upon learning that she was her brother's savior, Mu Wanqing immediately responded with politeness, "Sister Hong, thank you." Liang Hong warmly stepped forward, grasping Mu Wanqing's hand with a friendly demeanor. "Oh, there is no need for such formality. Your brother has also lent me considerable assistance." After speaking, Liang Hong turned her gaze toward Xiao Yang, Lu Yu, and Chen Bo, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement as a greeting. "Sister Hong, Xiao Lu cannot hold on any longer. He is about to turn." At that moment, from not far away, a man shouted toward Liang Hong by the wall, which was the very spot where the previously thrown man had fallen. Liang Hong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and she offered an apologetic smile to Xiao Yang and the others before turning to investigate. Since the distance was short, Xiao Yang could clearly see Liang Hong approach the fallen man and examine him. Then, observing the body beginning to writhe, she shook her head. Subsequently, she extended her right hand and firmly grasped the man's neck. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted from Liang Hong's hand, and the man's head was instantly scorched. A wisp of blue smoke ascended as the recently transformed corpse met its final demise. Both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu gazed in astonishment, while Xiao Yang began to comprehend the reason behind Liang Hong's scant attire, seemingly unfazed by the chill. It was because she had awakened a fire-based supernatural ability within the realm of sorcery. Those endowed with such powers possess heightened warmth within their bodies, rendering them impervious to the cold. Contemplating this, Xiao Yang cast a reflective glance at Mu Guang. To his surprise, he recalled having jested with Mu Wanqing about the possibility of someone warming Mu Guang's bed, urging her not to fret. Could it be that this was indeed coming to pass? Individuals like Liang Hong, with their extraordinary abilities, were undoubtedly suited for such warmth. Moreover, reflecting on Mu Guang's giant-like powers, Xiao Yang mused, what if Mu Guang were to enlarge himself and share a bed with Liang Hong? It would be a quintessential tale of Beauty and the Beast. The thought of such a scenario thrilled him. "By the way, how did you find your way here?" Mu Guang inquired as Xiao Yang was lost in his imaginative reverie. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. How could she respond? Surely, she could not disclose the truth. Fearing that Mu Wanqing might inadvertently reveal too much, Xiao Yang interjected swiftly. "Oh, it's quite simple. Chen Bo is in the security office of the Haiqing Art Academy, and we heard about it from the crew of the pickup truck. We figured it was likely you're doing, so we came to investigate. And indeed, here you are." As he spoke, Xiao Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Bo. Though Chen Bo was unaware of their confrontation with the pickup truck crew, he was astute enough to sense that something was amiss. He promptly nodded with a smile, affirming, "Yes, those individuals inquired about Mu Wanqing's name." Mu Guang nodded, understanding dawned upon him. At that moment, Liang Hong approached and, upon overhearing their conversation, inquired, "Have you encountered those individuals since then?" "They were sent by me to assist a Guang in locating Wanqing." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Mu Wanqing listened intently, while Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. Those sent were my loyal subordinates, who have accompanied me for many years. Although their strength may not be formidable, their loyalty is unwavering. The sudden silence concerning them has caused me some concern. By the way, Mr. Xiao, what about your villa?" Mu Guang was suddenly reminded of the apocalyptic refuge he had transformed for Xiao Yang. His curiosity regarding Xiao Yang intensified. Who exactly was this individual, seemingly forewarned of impending calamities? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. "Oh, we are currently residing in that villa. The entire villa area has been cleared and has become our territory." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Mu Guang glanced at his sister. She appeared to be in splendid spirits, clearly untouched by hardship, unlike the group of women behind them, each looking quite haggard. It seemed that Wan Qing and Xiao Yang together was indeed the optimal choice. At the very least, his sister had not endured any distress. His gaze then shifted to Lu Yu, the strikingly beautiful matron he had noticed earlier. Her complexion glowed with health and her demeanor radiated grace, suggesting a close relationship with Xiao Yang. They were likely part of the same team, residing in the same villa. With such a woman by his side, could Xiao Yang maintain his composure? After all, he understood that men are not impervious to temptation. However, if it pertains to one's own brother-in-law, the matter must be considered differently. That villa estate, as you are aware, is quite expansive. Presently, apart from our team of over a dozen individuals, there is no one else in sight. From now on, we shall remain together forever. Hearing Mu Wanqing express such sentiments, Mu Guang glanced at Xiao Yang. Noticing Xiao Yang nodding at him with a smile, he felt a flicker of longing. Yet, he hesitated, burdened by unspoken concerns, and replied, Wanqing, knowing that you are alive and thriving brings me immense satisfaction. However, as you can see, the situation here is dire. We have suffered significant losses. There were over 200 of us, and now only a handful remain. At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Liang Hong and added, Moreover, your elder sister has rescued me before, and I cannot abandon her here. She still needs my support. After saying this, he turned back to Xiao Yang, stating, with President Xiao looking after you, I feel reassured. Once I have resolved matters on my end, I shall seek you out. After all, I am familiar with the location. Xiao Yang discerned that Mu Guang was troubled by Liang Hong's well-being. Having received her aid, he did not wish to be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing could not conceal her disappointment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hehe Guang, perhaps we could all relocate to that villa estate instead. This way, you would not be put in a difficult position. Mu Guang, taken aback by Liang Hong's suggestion, responded incredulously, Liang Hong, what are you saying? Look at the state of this place. Everything that could be destroyed has been, and only we few remain. As the threat of zombies looms ever closer, we find ourselves at our wits' end. Perhaps it would be best for us to relocate to Wanqing's place. Liang Hong remarked, casting a deliberate glance at Xiao Yang. Indeed, I wonder if this handsome gentleman would be amenable to our presence. Chapter 85. Collaboration. Seeing Liang Hong's beaming face as she sought his opinion, Xiao Yang gazed deeply at her. This woman possesses quite a perceptive nature. Given her suggestion, he felt compelled to acquiesce for Mu Guang's sake. I can accept you. However, we shall only be responsible for providing for Mu Guang. Your group will be on your own. Xiao Yang surveyed the 20 or so men and women behind Liang Hong. Realizing it was prudent to clarify these terms beforehand, he had no obligation to sustain so many individuals. Liang Hong, undeterred by Xiao Yang's forthrightness, smiled and replied, I am simply delighted that you can accept us. How could we possibly impose on you? In truth, we still have some supplies left. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded. It is the self-aware individuals who do not elicit disdain. Furthermore, once we arrive, I hope everyone will adhere to the rules. We shall not interfere in your lives, but we do expect you to consider the greater good of the villa community in your actions. Xiao Yang had contemplated the matter and realized it was impractical to fully integrate these individuals into his team. Moreover, his team was not one that could be joined at will. A collaborative relationship, however, seemed the most favorable option. As for safety concerns, he felt reassured. With Mu Guang present, he would not stand idly by while anyone posed a threat to his sister. Secondly, the capabilities of these individuals were hardly worthy of Xiao Yang's consideration. They seemed to be on par with Su Tong and Qin Bo, and even Mu Wanqing might not be able to surpass them. Thus, he harbored no concerns. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's request, Liang Hong smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, I understand this rule. Seeing that she had readily agreed to all his demands, Xiao Yang felt there was no need for further discussion. It was evident that Liang Hong was a shrewd woman, and there was no need for superfluous conversation. By the way, to express our sincerity, I must share some news with you, Liang Hong declared, suddenly adopting a mysterious tone. Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued. What news could be so significant to this formidable woman? Oh, what is it? He asked, his expression remaining calm. Liang Hong, straightforward and without hesitation, continued, Before the disaster struck, our royal one received a shipment of supplies, approximately 5 large trucks worth. However, after the disaster occurred, those vehicles and the supplies were halted at a transit station. I sent someone to inspect yesterday, and all 5 trucks are still there. Additionally, there are 5 more trucks parked at the same location. Presumably, they also contain goods, though I am unsure of their contents. As Liang Hong spoke, her face was adorned with a smile as she observed Xiao Yang's reaction. However, witnessing his unperturbed demeanor sparked her intrigue. This man appeared youthful yet exhibited such composure. Was he truly unmoved by such a substantial amount of supplies? Meanwhile, Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement within, though he chose to keep it concealed. He was aware that Liang Hong had yet to reveal the entirety of her information. Moreover, there exists some peculiar creatures within. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Strange creatures? Could there be mutated animals present? This notion intrigued Xiao Yang greatly. As long as they were not 5-star mutations, he believed he could manage them with ease. The 4-star mutated giant python he had previously slain posed merely a slight challenge to his current capabilities. As for the 5-star mutations, while he was not incapable of defeating them, his weaponry left much to be desired. Engaging such formidable adversaries with ordinary knives and firearms proved utterly futile. Only weapons forged by the dwarves would suffice. Alternatively, employing attack abilities of level 5 or above would be necessary. Although Xiao Yang's spatial ability was at level 6, he had yet to activate any offensive skills, which was rather disheartening. Nonetheless, he harbored a sense of optimism, believing that once his spatial ability reached level 7, additional skills would surely be unlocked. Thus, he eagerly anticipated this advancement. However, attaining level 7 required either 1 7-star crystal core, 10 6-star crystal cores, or 100 5-star crystal cores. Alas, the prospect of acquiring 5-star cores seemed bleak. In a vast metropolis like Haicheng, it was improbable to encounter such a multitude of 5-star mutated beings. Presently, his primary objective was to continuously eliminate zombies to obtain crystals, thereby enabling his temporal energy to surpass the million-year mark. At that juncture, his physical prowess would be sufficient to contend with 7-star mutations. As for the feasibility of vanquishing them, that would hinge upon the quality of his weaponry. Regrettably, the mere thought of weapons made Xiao Yang's head ache. Special weaponry necessitated the craftsmanship of dwarves, who were, in this apocalyptic era, manifestations of the Earth's spiritual energy transformed into crystalline entities. This item is truly rare. In a coastal metropolis like this, it is likely to be quite elusive. Never mind, I shall take it one step at a time. Liang Hong, noticing Xiao Yang's newfound interest, smiled and said, I believe your capabilities are quite formidable. If we were to collaborate, we should be able to procure those supplies. In return, how about a division of resources where you take 70 and I take 30, as a gesture of goodwill for our first meeting? What do you think? Very well. Xiao Yang readily acquiesced, which took Liang Hong by surprise. At that moment, Xiao Yang's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Xiao Yang, what is the situation inside? Tang Ying's voice emanated from the device, revealing her concern over the prolonged silence since their arrival. All is well. We shall be out shortly. Liang Hong was astonished to see the walkie-talkie in Xiao Yang's possession, realizing he not only had communication equipment, but also that there were individuals outside awaiting their return. This individual was indeed quite cautious. Originally, Liang Hong and her group had their own walkie-talkies, but after a fierce battle, they had long since lost track of them. All right. We still have some supplies to gather. Let us meet at the entrance. Understood. Xiao Yang ceased further discussion with them and led Mu Wanqing and the others toward the exit, while Mu Guang remained behind to assist Liang Hong in transporting the supplies. As they made their way out, Xiao Yang and his group busily extracted the crystals from all the zombies they encountered. Such resources could not be squandered. By the time Xiao Yang and the others emerged, half an hour had elapsed. After counting the crystals, they found that there were not many, less than 300. Additionally, from the previous 2 corpse kings, Xiao Yang noted that each crystal contained over 150 years of energy. The combined energy from these 2 surpasses that of the 300 crystals. Indeed, it is far more efficient to eliminate the corpse king. However, it is still the early days of the apocalypse, and such encounters are rather uncommon. Xiao Yang handed 100 crystals to Qin Bo, urging him to absorb them while the opportunity presented itself. This would enable Qin Bo's energy to exceed 100 years, ensuring his safety significantly. Qin Bo cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yang, who had offered no resistance and promptly complied. At that moment, Mu Guang and Liang Hong had also finished organizing their supplies and drove out 2 large cargo vehicles through the side door of Royal No. 1. One vehicle was loaded with supplies, while the other transported people. Just as Xiao Yang and the others were preparing to depart, the intercom crackled to life. Xiao Yang. A bus is approaching. Chapter 86. The national football team. Upon hearing Tang Ying's alert, Xiao Yang glanced towards the roadside. A bus made a turn and came to a halt at the entrance of Royal Number 1. Sensing the arrival of newcomers, Xiao Yang and the others fell into a state of vigilance. He noticed that the bus bore the inscription, "Exclusive for the national football team." The Dragon Country football team? The bus doors swung open, and over 20 robust men descended. The leader, upon spotting Liang Hong, broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Oh, Sister Hong, did you know we were coming? How could you trouble yourself to wait outside?" After speaking, he noticed Liang Hong's somewhat displeased expression and glanced toward the entrance, his brow furrowing in concern. Had they been robbed, or had they encountered a zombie attack? As he spoke, he cast a look in Xiao Yang's direction. Hearing his inquiry, Liang Hong replied coolly, "We were attacked by zombies." Upon hearing this, the man sighed deeply, expressing his sorrow. "Alas, you are indeed quite unfortunate. Are the young ladies unharmed?" His final words carried a heavy tone, revealing his genuine concern for the women in Hong Jia's care. Liang Hong remained silent, merely shaking her head. The man suddenly grew anxious. "And what of Xiao Yu? Is she still alive?" Liang Hong coldly replied, "She is dead." At this, the man stamped his foot in dismay, exclaiming, "What a pity! How many young ladies do you have left? Are there enough for my brothers to enjoy?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang cast a contemplative glance at Liang Hong. The man's words suggested that even in this apocalyptic world, Liang Hong and her companions were still managing to direct those girls in their trade. Truly, their dedication is commendable. My apologies, Coach Li, but we shall not engage in business today. Upon hearing Liang Hong's declaration, Coach Li immediately expressed his displeasure. "My brothers have been tirelessly battling zombies these past few days. We came here to unwind. The usual fare, 2 loaves of bread and 4 sausages per person. And do not fret over our supplies." However, Liang Hong shook her head, saying, "I am truly sorry. The young ladies are quite shaken, and we must leave this place." "My apologies, Coach Li. We are departing." Seeing Liang Hong prepared to leave, Coach Li promptly obstructed her path. "You cannot leave. Today, our national football team must have some fun. No one has ever dared to refuse us. If the young ladies are unavailable, then you shall do," Coach Li exclaimed, exasperated. His gaze then fell upon Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, and his eyes brightened. "And these two, we shall take them as well. I can provide each of them with 2 packs of ham sausages." "How absurd!" Mu Guang exclaimed vehemently, charging forward to seize Coach Li by his collar. The 20 or so players behind Coach Li, witnessing Mu Guang's aggression, swiftly surrounded him. "Release your filthy hands. With your current pathetic numbers, do you dare to challenge our national football team? Indeed, do you truly believe our legs have been trained in vain? With individuals like you, I could dispatch each of you with a single kick. My head is formidable too. My hands are formidable. I." With a sudden, sickening thud, the last player was silenced before he could finish his boast, his head rolling to the ground. Following this, Lu Yu, Mu Wanqing, and Chun Bo each struck down an opponent effortlessly. Mu Guang and Liang Hong, taken aback by Xiao Yang's immediate action without uttering a word, soon regained their composure and joined the fray. In mere moments, only 5 individuals remained standing on the national team's side, huddled together, trembling in fear. "Oh, I was mistaken, Red Sister. I failed to recognize your greatness, and my foolishness led me to offend you. Please spare us." Coach Li, shedding his earlier arrogance, pleaded with lowered eyes. He had observed the heavy losses on Liang Hong's side, realizing that their numbers were dwindling. Hence, he had summoned the audacity to provoke them. Little did he know how formidable these few were. Liang Hong remained silent, directing her gaze towards Xiao Yang, since he had been the one to initiate the assault. It was only fitting that the decisions rest with him. At that moment, Xiao Yang regarded the remaining opponents with palpable disdain. "I observe your national football team, excelling in various endeavors, yet faltering in the art of football. Moreover, your feet possess an unpleasant odor that I find quite nauseating." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yang seized the walkie-talkie and called out, "Tang Ying." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp twang echoed through the air. Coach Li's head was pierced through by an arrow. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, for more arrows swiftly followed, claiming the lives of the remaining 4 team members. Each one struck through the forehead. Liang Hong and Mu Guang, regaining their composure, began to scan their surroundings. Where could this assailant be, possessing such remarkable archery skills? Their gaze eventually settled upon a vehicle parked across the street, where a young woman wielding a bow stood. Remarkably, from such a distance, Her arrows found their mark with deadly precision. At that moment, they gained a renewed appreciation for the prowess of Xiao Yang's team. This individual could only be a friend, never a foe. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang maintained an innocuous demeanor, smiling at Liang Hong and Mu Guang as he remarked, "Well, this is splendid. Someone has graciously provided us with a bus. Your young ladies are fortunate indeed. Please prepare for the journey and lead the way." With that, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Mu Wanqing and others, boarded the heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Mu Guang was also drawn into the vehicle by Mu Wanqing, eager to converse more with her brother. Liang Hong, witnessing the sight of Xiao Yang's off-road vehicle, felt no surprise. She mused that nothing, not even a cannon, would astonish her anymore. After transferring all the young women onto the bus, the remaining 3 men took the wheel of their respective vehicles, advancing toward the transfer station, while Xiao Yang and his entourage closely followed in their 2 vehicles. Setting out from this point, it took approximately an hour for the convoy to come to a halt at the entrance of a sprawling freight station. The group disembarked, and Liang Hong soon spotted Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Yu Ling stepping out of the Barbos SUV. Her eyes brightened with surprise, although she was a woman herself. She could not help but be captivated by the stunning beauty of the 3. Each one of them rivaled Mu Wanqing in allure. Such exquisite looks, had they been gracing her royal number 1 before the apocalypse, would undoubtedly have made them the most sought-after courtesans. Indeed, they could be considered top tier in the entirety of Haicheng. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the archer, Tang Ying, looked strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Mu Guang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Ying and her companions. He scrutinized Xiao Yang thoughtfully for a moment, pondering the predominance of women in the team, all strikingly beautiful. He couldn't help but worry about his sister's standing. Wait, was that not Lin Shishir, his sister's close friend? At that moment, Lin Shishir spotted Mu Guang and hurried over, beaming as she greeted him. "Brother Mu Guang, I am truly delighted to see you again." Xiao Yang, however, refrained from joining their exchange. Instead, he suddenly found a pair of binoculars in his hands. He elevated the 2nd level of the heavy-duty off-road vehicle and ascended to the top, meticulously observing the situation within the freight station. Chapter 87. The Mutants in the Freight Station. This freight transfer station spanned an area roughly equivalent to 10 football fields. Essentially, it was merely an expansive open space with a colossal warehouse constructed at its center. The warehouse doors stood ajar, revealing numerous trucks parked just inside. However, as one ventures deeper, visibility diminishes, obscured by the looming trucks. Surrounding the warehouse, a scattering of zombies meanders aimlessly, numbering not more than 1,000. For Xiao Yang, this presents no substantial threat, as it is hardly enough to warrant concern. With binoculars in hand, he scrutinizes the area, searching for the peculiar creatures mentioned by Liang Hong's subordinates. Yet, after a thorough examination, he finds no trace of any animals. It appears they have all taken refuge within the warehouse. It seems the only course of action is to enter and assess the situation inside. Just as Xiao Yang lowers his binoculars, preparing to exit the vehicle, a sudden roar emanates from within the warehouse. Moments later, a dozen creatures burst forth. Hastily, he raises the binoculars once more and is met with the sight of several sizable monkeys, baring their teeth and vociferously calling towards the warehouse. Some of the monkeys clutch packaged snacks in their hands. Have they ventured inside to pilfer food? Adjusting the magnification of his binoculars, Xiao Yang studies the monkeys intently. To his astonishment, he discovers that 2 of the monkeys are 1-star mutated beings, while 10 others boast 2-star mutations. The largest among them, presumably the alpha of the group, is a remarkable 3-star. How extraordinary! He has stumbled upon a troop of mutated monkeys. Elated, he perceives them as crystal cores, a means to elevate the abilities of his team members. Yet, a lingering concern arises regarding the creature hidden within the warehouse, which, judging by the sound, is likely a tiger. He is left pondering how such a multitude of animals could possibly converge in this location. He gazed through the telescope, scanning the distant surroundings. And suddenly, upon spotting the Ocean City Zoo, enlightenment struck him. How remarkable! This freight station is in such close proximity to the zoo. No wonder there are so many monkeys around, they must have escaped from there. With this realization, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The zoo? Surely, it must harbor a plethora of mutated creatures. This is splendid news. As long as the mutations are rated below 5 stars, Xiao Yang could effortlessly handle them. The acquisition of more crystal cores would undoubtedly enhance the strength of his team. Determined, he resolved to clear out the mutated beings within the freight station before making his way to the zoo for an exploration. In high spirits, Xiao Yang put away his telescope and addressed Chenbo. Please gather those monkeys from the warehouse and bring them to me. Xiao Yang wished to draw these mutated monkeys closer, concerned that the mutation within the warehouse might be formidable. With so many monkeys in fear, it was certain that the creature inside would be even stronger. Upon receiving the command, Chenbo wasted no time and dashed into the freight station. To him, Xiao Yang was akin to an elder brother. He would comply with any request without question. Furthermore, with his physique empowered by a century's worth of energy, not only was he swift, but his stamina was exceptional. This minor task posed no challenge for him. He sprinted toward the interior, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the warehouse. There, he halted near the group of monkeys, picked up a chunk of ice from the ground, and hurled it at the leading Monkey King. This tactic proved effective, instantly raising the group's ire to its peak. The troop of monkeys abruptly shifted their focus entirely onto Chenbo, baring their teeth and recklessly snatching objects from the ground to hurl at him. Chenbo, unwilling to engage in a protracted confrontation, promptly turned and fled. Observing his retreat, the Monkey King swiftly commanded the horde to pursue him. As Chenbo dashed towards the entrance, Xiao Yang and the others suddenly revealed themselves. Upon seeing the multitude of people, the monkeys became wary and attempted to scatter in all directions. However, Xiao Yang was not inclined to grant them this opportunity. He activated a time-slowing skill, causing the movements of all the monkeys to decelerate. Without hesitation, he advanced with his blade, unleashing a massacre upon them. To the onlookers, it seemed merely a matter of moments before Xiao Yang had eradicated the entire group of mutated monkeys. He unceremoniously extracted the crystal cores from all the monkeys' heads and stowed them away. Amid the astonished gazes of his companions, Xiao Yang instructed Chenbo to lure the zombies from the open area outside the warehouse. Subsequently, they all engaged in eliminating the zombies. Afterward, they excavated the crystals, handing them all over to Xiao Yang. Even Liang Hong's group refrained from hoarding any crystals, surrendering them all as well. Xiao Yang, somewhat surprised, remarked, "You could have kept some of these for yourselves." To which Liang Hong replied with a smile, "As agreed, we only require 30% of the resources. The rest belong to you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yang accepted the crystals without further ado. He then directed everyone to disperse as they approached the central warehouse. Upon reaching a distance of 30 meters from the warehouse entrance, Xiao Yang signaled for everyone to halt. He called out to Lin Shishir, "Play your flute and see if you can lure out the mutated creatures inside." "All right." Lin Shishir obediently withdrew her flute and placed it to her lips. The enchanting melody resonated, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 2 tigers. Indeed, after a brief moment of playing, a cacophony of roars echoed from within the warehouse. Shortly thereafter, 2 massive tigers emerged at the entrance. With keen eyes, Xiao Yang noticed the twinkling starlight on their foreheads, 2 3-star mutated tigers. However, these mutated tigers appeared undeterred by Lin Shishir's melodious notes. Upon seeing the throng of people outside, their eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, and they lunged forward. It seemed they had not feasted on flesh for quite some time, and the sight of so many lively humans exhilarated them. Yet, they underestimated the strength of this group of humans. Just as one of the tigers leapt, poised to pounce on the crowd, a flash of steel glinted. The massive heads of the tigers were severed and fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Yang joyfully approached to extract 2 3-star crystal cores, gleefully stashing them away. "Play again," he urged Lin Shishir, eager to see if any more mutated creatures remained inside. The ethereal notes flowed once more, but it seemed that the interior was now devoid of life. "Chenbo, go in and check." "All right." Without hesitation, Chenbo dashed inside. However, it was not long before he emerged, his entire body cloaked in darkness, fleeing in haste. "My goodness, brother, there is a fire-breathing peacock inside. It nearly scorched me." Chapter 88. Acquiring supplies. Observing Chenbo, whose hair was still smoldering, the others were taken aback. Only Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that if the century-old energy-imbued Chenbo was nearly singed to the core, the peacock within must possess a considerable level of mutation, at least a 3-star variant. And it breathes fire. Had Liang Hong's team ventured inside, they likely would have been roasted alive. "Are there any other mutated entities inside?" Xiao Yang inquired. "No. Just this one, nestled deep within the warehouse." "Did you see how many stars it had on its head?" "No. It attacked me the moment I laid eyes on it." Chenbo replied, shaking his head despondently. Xiao Yang nodded, glancing at Chenbo's exposed skin, now a vivid crimson from the flames. He summoned Yiling, instructing, "Administer treatment to him." Then, turning to Tang Ying, He added, "Tang Ying, accompany me inside for a closer look. The rest of you remain on guard outside." Tang Ying was adept at ranged attacks, and should the peacock take flight, she would be their best defense. Xiao Yang estimated that the mutated peacock was likely a 3 to 4 star variant. If it had been 5 stars, Qinbo would have perished. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's orders, even Liang Hong complied without hesitation. At present, Xiao Yang has undeniably assumed the role of their leader. It is an inescapable truth that humanity is inherently inclined to revere the strong. Only those endowed with strength possess the authority and the power to command. Furthermore, they sensed that Xiao Yang's understanding surpassed theirs significantly. Following his lead was undoubtedly the right choice. Xiao Yang, accompanied by Tang Ying, stealthily entered the warehouse. Navigating around the large truck stationed at the entrance, the duo beheld the scene within the vast storage space. The warehouse was expansive, its periphery cluttered with an array of goods, the nature of which remained indiscernible. However, the ground in the center was a chaotic tableau, strewn with the remnants of various animals and human corpses, some of which were reduced to mere skeletons. These mutants not only preyed upon humanity but also engaged in mutual slaughter. The elevated ranking of certain mutants was often attributed to their consumption of crystal cores, rendering such occurrences unsurprising. As they ventured further, they caught sight of an imposing peacock, roughly the size of a sedan, perched upon a beam at the far end of the warehouse. At that moment, the peacock fixed its sharp gaze upon Xiao Yang. Upon noticing the 4 glimmering stars on its head, a wave of relief washed over him. A mere 4-star mutant posed no significant threat. However, its lofty position rendered it inconvenient for him to eliminate it. "Tang Ying, shoot its eye." "Understood." Tang Ying swiftly drew her bow and released an arrow aimed at the peacock. With a flash of cold light, the arrow struck one of its eyes. Yet it failed to penetrate deep into its skull. The peacock let out a piercing shriek, subsequently flapping its wings and soaring towards Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The airborne peacock was indeed a breathtaking sight, resplendent in its vibrant hues. However, Xiao Yang and Tang Ying were not in the mood to indulge in such aesthetic appreciation. As the peacock was about to soar closer, Tang Ying swiftly drew her bow, seizing the opportunity to shoot an arrow into one of the peacock's eyes. Another arrow struck true. With both eyes rendered useless, the peacock erupted into a frenzy, spewing forth a torrent of flames. Wherever the flames swept through, everything was left charred and blackened. Some wooden crates were reduced to mere ashes. Fortunately, due to its blindness, the peacock lost its aim and did not incinerate Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The peacock flailed about wildly, crashing into his central iron pillar and collapsing to the ground. The moment had arrived. Xiao Yang suddenly activated his time-slowing skill. He drew his knife and rushed forward, delivering a fierce strike to the head of the mutated peacock. The blade sank into the creature's neck, yet it did not sever it completely. The formidable strength of this 4-star mutation was astonishing. With a determined effort, Xiao Yang yanked the knife free and aimed another powerful blow at the wound on its neck. This time, the peacock's head was cleanly severed. With the threat of the mutated peacock eliminated, the dangers within the cargo station dissipated. After extracting the crystal core from the peacock's head, Xiao Yang proceeded to pluck all of its feathers, stowing them away in his spatial inventory. Having completed these tasks, he instructed Tang Ying to summon the people outside to assist in transporting the supplies. Before long, a throng of individuals poured into the warehouse, including the young women from the bus. Everyone began to survey the materials. Upon final tallying, it was found that the 5 trucks containing Royal No. 1 supplies were unscathed, while among the other 5 trucks, 2 had been breached, their cargo ravaged beyond recognition, likely devoured by these mutated creatures. Among the other 3 vehicles, 2 were laden with flour, while the remaining 1 contained a number of express parcels. The goods piled in the warehouse were predominantly useless odds and ends. Xiao Yang and his companions meticulously sifted through the items, ensuring that nothing of utility was overlooked. Before loading the vehicles, Xiao Yang instructed them to start each one sequentially to ascertain their functionality. Fortunately, only 1 truck, which had sustained damage, failed to start. Despite trying various methods to revive it, the truck remained unresponsive. Xiao Yang resolved to abandon this vehicle and opted instead for the smaller cargo truck owned by Liang Hong and her team. Although it was somewhat smaller, it would suffice for their needs. They managed to load all usable supplies into the truck and the cargo vehicle, ultimately filling both to capacity. With the addition of 9 vehicles, Lu Yu, Yiling, and Qinbo also assumed the role of drivers, alongside Liang Hong, Mu Guang, and 4 capable young women selected from the group. They barely met the required number of personnel. although none had prior experience operating such large vehicles. The apocalyptic circumstances rendered their inexperience a minor concern. As long as they steered clear of ditches, they could navigate the roads freely. They maneuvered all the vehicles to an open area, forming a convoy. Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road motorhome led the way, while Tang Ying brought up the rear in her Brabus off-roader. A substantial convoy was poised to embark on its journey. At that moment, Xiao Yang suddenly recalled the zoo. It seemed implausible for such a vast establishment to house merely a few monkeys, tigers, and peacocks. Surely, there must be other mutated creatures within its confines. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang turned his vehicle around and drove directly to the wall adjacent to the cargo station and the zoo. The wall had long since collapsed, presumably due to the force of mutated beings that had broken through. Xiao Yang once again elevated the roof of the RV, ascending to the second level where he retrieved a high-powered telescope for closer inspection. Suddenly, a roar akin to rolling thunder erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. The cacophony startled flocks of birds within the zoo. Hastily, Xiao Yang directed the telescope towards the source of the sound. Deep within the confines of the zoo, he beheld a colossal elephant, the size of a truck, attacking several lions that resembled small delivery vans. A surge of astonishment coursed through Xiao Yang. He had not anticipated the presence of such numerous mutants. Moreover, judging by their size, their star rating was undoubtedly significant. He adjusted the telescope to its highest magnification, scrutinizing the elephant closely. Counting the stars atop its protruding crown, he murmured, 1, 2, 3, 7. Goodness, a 7-star mutant. How could a 7-star mutant possibly emerge here? Nevertheless, this was not a territory he could venture into at present. Chapter 89. Kindness begets reward. As many individuals were novices at maneuvering large trucks, their journey unfolded at a leisurely pace. It was not until dusk that they finally arrived at the gates of the Zijing Mountain Villa district, having received word early that morning via intercom. Su Tong and the others had opened the gates in anticipation. However, upon witnessing the multitude of vehicles, they were taken aback. They had never imagined that Xiao Yang's expedition would yield such an abundance of resources. To their astonishment, there was even a bus filled with young women. Su Tong, come here, Xiao Yang called as he disembarked, beckoning Su Tong to his side. He then produced 100 crystals and handed them to her. Take these and absorb them. From now on, you shall possess the energy of 200 years. Su Tong took the crystal from Xiao Yang's hand, and suddenly felt a wave of emotion wash over her, tears streaming down her face. She reflected on her limited contributions, primarily restricted to guarding duties. Yet Xiao Yang still held her in such high regard, leaving her both surprised and touched. Thank you, boss, she said gratefully, hesitating momentarily before addressing him as boss. Indeed, from now on, Xiao Yang would be her eternal leader in her heart. Xiao Yang smiled, patting her shoulder, and was about to turn away when Su Tong called out to him again. Boss, don't leave just yet. I almost forgot to tell you. Xiao Lu seems to have awakened her powers as well. Xiao Yang turned back, a hint of surprise in his expression. Oh, bring her over so I can take a look. Su Tong hurriedly called Xiao Lu, who was standing at the entrance of the guardhouse, her face filled with anticipation. Xiao Yang regarded the petite Xiao Lu with curiosity. Do you feel any changes in your body? Xiao Lu looked a bit confused as she replied, well, today I accidentally tripped and hit my head against the door quite hard. However, strangely enough, I didn't feel any pain. So, I decided to test it with a stick. With that, Xiao Lu produced a wooden stick from behind her. Boss, look. Without hesitation, she struck her head forcefully with the stick, startling Xiao Yang. Crack. The stick, as thick as an arm, snapped upon impact, yet Xiao Lu seemed unfazed, brushing the wood shavings from her head. Boss, is this a sign of powers? Xiao Yang gently patted Xiao Lu's head, affirming, you're perfectly fine. Remarkable. Indeed, you have awakened an extraordinary ability, one that possesses remarkable resilience. In simpler terms, your physical form is far more formidable than that of others, endowed with exceptional defense. Only those with a physique exceeding a millennium of energy can withstand cold weaponry. You, it seems, possess an energy level of at least a century. Congratulations, Xiao Lu. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xiao Lu couldn't contain her joy and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Does this mean I can officially join you, just like Sister Su Tong? She gazed at Xiao Yang with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Certainly. From now on, you will be a formal member of our team. Xiao Yang replied with a smile, producing a pack of crystals from thin air. He handed the crystals to Xiao Lu, saying here, this contains 110 crystals. Absorb them first. Xiao Lu accepted the crystals, nearly leaping with delight. Thank you, boss. Oh, by the way, what is your name? I haven't asked yet. Xiao Yang inquired, slightly embarrassed. My name is Lu Xinyan, but you can just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Xinyan. What a beautiful name. Xiao Lu sounds rather unappealing. From now on, I shall call you Xinyan. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan responded joyfully, you can call me whatever you like, boss. I am happy with any name. Xiao Yang chuckled. Great. You all must keep a vigilant watch. If food or supplies run low, do not hesitate to ask me. Understood. He then instructed the 4 young nurses to board the vehicle, leading the convoy directly to the road in front of his villa. Once parked, everyone disembarked. Xiao Yang approached Liang Hong, gesturing towards the villa below. The villas down there are all unoccupied. Choose whichever room you desire, he stated, gesturing towards the villa behind him. We will reside here, so feel free to come to me if you need anything. Liang Hong glanced at Xiao Yang's villa, noting the towering walls and barbed wire. At that moment, the grand entrance had swung open, and 4 young nurses had already entered, illuminating the interior with light. Liang Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was evident that he had made thorough preparations. It seemed that, in the wake of disaster, he had remained largely unaffected. Moreover, this location was a considerable distance from the bustling city, offering a tranquil refuge from daily anxieties. Living here must indeed be quite delightful. She then turned her gaze to the young women accompanying Xiao Yang, a smile gracing her lips. With such a multitude of beautiful companions, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could be regarded as one of the happiest men in the world. Very well, we shall not impose. Let us choose this villa before us. It will allow us to look out for one another. Xiao Yang, discerning her intent, remarked, with so many of you, there's no need to crowd into a single villa. There are plenty of villas available here. However, Liang Hong replied, I understand. We only have 1 generator, so we shall make do for now. We can sort it out later. She beamed at Xiao Yang, her expression radiating gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Her infectious smile evoked a warm, spring-like feeling in those around her. Indeed, she was a woman of sophistication and social grace. Ah, this brother-in-law is truly fortunate. After securing all the trucks, Liang Hong proceeded to lead her group of young women to tidy up their new abode. Mu Guang originally intended to offer assistance, but was dissuaded by Liang Hong, who reasoned that the siblings had finally reunited and surely had much to discuss, thus they should remain together. It must be said that Liang Hong possesses a keen sense of observation and is remarkably considerate in her actions. She drove the heavy-duty off-road vehicle and the Brabus into the courtyard before shutting the gate. Upon seeing the villa transformed by his company, Mu Guang was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia. Reflecting on past moments, he recalled how he and his sister had secretly mocked Xiao Yang for his wealth. In hindsight, it was clear that he had been foolish. Xiao Yang was evidently foresight, having anticipated everything well in advance. Otherwise, how could all this be explained? As he basked in the warmth and comfort of the villa, illuminated by lights, Mu Guang could not help but express gratitude for being a conscientious owner of a renovation company, never compromising on quality. Otherwise, had Xiao Yang seen him, he might have been met with a dire fate. Coincidentally, his sister resided here as well. It seems that kindness is indeed rewarded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang had instructed 4 nurses to assist Lu Yu in preparing a meal, as it was only fitting to extend a warm welcome to his brother-in-law. Although there were several tables laden with dishes from the Hai Jiao restaurant within his spatial realm, Xiao Yang refrained from revealing them. He believed it prudent to keep his spatial abilities hidden from Mu Guang, not out of distrust for him, but rather for Liang Hong's sake. In Chapter 90, due to Mu Guang's presence, all the women in the villa remarkably chose not to don their sleepwear. Xiao Yang paid no heed to them and glanced at Mu Guang's tattered attire. Stealthily, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a large piece of clothing for Mu Guang. Change into this first, brother. Mu Guang accepted the garment and, with a sense of urgency, scurried to the restroom. After changing into the clothing, he emerged, and Xiao Yang observed that it fit quite well. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs, while Xiao Yang, Mu Guang, and Mu Wanqing settled onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in conversation about their respective experiences. From Mu Guang's narration, it became apparent that on the night calamity struck, he had accompanied a new client to the Royal No. 1 bathhouse. After indulging in a full range of services, he had drifted off to sleep in his room. Not long after, he was jolted awake by the commotion outside. It turned out that some customers were complaining about the chill within, while the staff remained perplexed about the cause. As the temperature plummeted further, even he, confined within the room, could no longer endure it. Yet, it was the height of summer, and the bathhouse lacked even a decent blanket. Outside, chaos reigned, and he could not locate his client. Resolutely, he dashed out of the royal number 1 bathhouse, only to be taken aback by the sudden drop in temperature. What had once been a stifling heat had transformed into a cold that rivaled winter's grasp. Despite his robust physique, he found it nearly impossible to withstand such frigid conditions. Outside, many others were scrambling to take refuge inside the royal number 1. At that moment, he recalled the down jacket and supplies Xiao Yang had gifted him. He hurried to his vehicle, retrieved the down jacket, and put it on. Comparatively, the warmth within the jacket provided a welcome reprieve from the icy air outside. He resolved to wait until the temperature normalized before making his next move. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his sister, Mu Wanqing, and wondered how she was faring. He intended to make a phone call, only to discover, much to his dismay, that his mobile device had been lost without him realizing when. The ensuing days were bleak. The temperature plummeted, and the cries of the freezing populace echoed in the air. Tragically, over the next few days, numerous souls perished from the biting cold. Meanwhile, he managed to persevere, clad in his down jacket, roaming in search of sustenance. As the temperatures began to moderate, the remaining survivors became frantic, desperately scavenging and seizing resources. In their desperation, some resorted to murder. He too found himself targeted by other survivors, although he wielded a knife and had slain a few who attempted to rob him. This only incited further animosity against him. Ultimately, the survivors banded together to confront him, and just as he was on the verge of succumbing to their aggression, Liang Hong appeared. Accompanied by a group of 200 men and women, she stormed into the bathing area, ruthlessly eliminating the resisting survivors. Yet, upon encountering Mu Guang, she refrained from striking him down. Instead, she inquired, "Where did you acquire that down jacket?" Mu Guang recounted the tale in full, and Liang Hong merely regarded him with a penetrating gaze before deciding to spare him. Subsequently, as the zombie virus erupted, he and Liang Hong engaged in a fierce battle. In a surprising turn of events, Mu Guang awakened his giant abilities, earning Liang Hong's newfound respect. Once the situation stabilized somewhat, Mu Guang was resolute in his desire to seek news of Mu Wanqing at the Haiqing Art Academy. However, they soon found themselves in the sights of another group of survivors. In order to ensure that Mu Guang would remain and assist him, Liang Hong sent his subordinates to gather intelligence on Mu Wanqing. However, the following morning, that group of survivors inadvertently led a horde of zombies towards them. The adversaries underestimated the strength of Mu Guang and his companions, and amidst the ensuing chaos, 2 formidable foes were injured and subsequently bitten by the zombies, transforming into zombie kings. This unforeseen turn of events left Mu Guang and his allies in a precarious position, ultimately retreating to the 3rd floor, where they encountered Xiao Yang and his group. Listening to Mu Guang's account, Mu Wanqing was filled with trepidation. She had not anticipated the harrowing experiences her brother had endured. In stark contrast, her own life seemed remarkably comfortable. Subsequently, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing shared their own experiences, albeit omitting certain details, such as Xiao Yang's spatial abilities, which Mu Wanqing chose not to disclose. Meanwhile, as the three conversed, Liu had prepared a lavish spread of 9 dishes and a soup. Upon witnessing such a sumptuous feast, Mu Guang was left utterly astonished. He could surmise that Xiao Yang had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, yet he was unprepared for the sheer abundance laid before him. The fare on this day alone could sustain him for half a month. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he remarked, Xiao, President Xiao, this seems rather extravagant. It wouldn't be wise to waste so many resources just for my sake." Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily and urged Mu Guang to take a seat. "You are Wanqing's brother. Therefore, you are my brother as well. What do these dishes matter? Today, we celebrate the reunion of you 2 siblings. Let us enjoy a drink together." After speaking, he sat beside Mu Guang, but suddenly recalled something and addressed one of the young nurses, saying, "You, go to the villa ahead and invite someone named Liang Hong to join us for dinner." After issuing the command, Xiao Yang watched as the nurse nodded obediently and departed. After all, Liang Hong shared a connection with Mu Guang, and it was only fitting to show him some respect. Mu Guang, however, did not voice any objections. Perhaps he believed that this action would help foster a relationship between the 2 teams. The nurse soon returned, stating that Liang Hong would not be attending. She placed 2 packages on the table and explained, "These are from her. She said they are for you and this gentleman." Xiao Yang was taken aback, surprised by Liang Hong's absence. Upon opening the parcels, he discovered one contained 4 bottles of XO brandy, while the other held 2 packs of cigarettes. Goodness, he thought. This woman certainly knows how to make an impression. No wonder she holds such a prominent position at Royal One. At that moment, Mu Guang inquired, frowning slightly. Why isn't she coming? The nurse replied, Oh, she mentioned that since you all are having a family gathering, she wouldn't intrude. She still has to settle matters with her people. Once everything is in order, she plans to host a banquet tomorrow, specifically inviting Brother Xiao and all the sisters. Upon hearing this, Mu Guang's expression relaxed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, listening to the nurse's words and gazing at the liquor and cigarettes on the table, fell into contemplation. This woman is quite formidable. I wonder whether bringing her into the villa area is a blessing or a curse. To put it plainly, her presence here is solely due to the reputations of Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing. Though Liang Hong is undoubtedly remarkable, she is by no means a woman who can be easily conquered. One cannot help but wonder what it is about Mu Guang that has captured her interest. Is it perhaps his exceptional skills? A glance at Mu Guang suddenly reminds me of his extraordinary abilities, Xiao Yang's epiphany. With a beastly physique complemented by a stunning beauty. Can Liang Hong truly handle such a presence? Chapter 91. The enlightened brother-in-law. The celebratory banquet unfolded in a serene atmosphere. The 4 young nurses refrained from joining the table, instead taking on the roles of attentive servers, pouring wine and serving tea with great enthusiasm. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, delicate snowflakes began to drift outside. The ladies present, either unable to hold their liquor or feeling shy, hastily excused themselves. At that moment, only Xiao Yang and Mu Guang remained at the dining table, with the 4 young nurses standing nearby to attend to them. Mu Guang was filled with unparalleled excitement today. The reunion with his sister brought him immense joy, prompting him to indulge in a few extra drinks. With a tipsy grin, he threw his arm around Xiao Yang's shoulder and exclaimed, Xiao, you are truly the benefactor of both my sister and me. This gratitude will remain with me for a lifetime. Now let us drink to that. With that, Mu Guang downed his glass in one swift motion. Xiao Yang, equally unreserved, followed suit and emptied his cup. The 2 perceptive nurses promptly refilled their glasses. With a hazy gaze, Mu Guang looked at the obedient nurses before beaming at Xiao Yang. In a meaningful tone, he remarked, Xiao, you certainly have a way with women. In this villa, aside from you, it's all ladies. Xiao Yang chuckled softly, touching his nose, yet chose to remain silent. Observing his demeanor, Mu Guang suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, Come on. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Men, I understand. After saying so, disregarding Xiao Yang's astonished expression, he poured himself another drink and muttered to himself, This world has become chaotic. Merely surviving is a feat in itself. Who still cares about such trivialities? Having concluded his thoughts, he turned to gaze intently at Xiao Yang and said, Xiao, I am aware of your formidable strength and the many secrets you hold. I, Mu Guang, do not seek anything extravagant. I only ask that you treat my sister with kindness in the future. At this juncture, Mu Guang's eyes unexpectedly glistened with tears. Alas, in today's world, women endure such hardships. He had witnessed firsthand how the women under Liang Hong's command persevered. For sausages and 2 loaves of bread for each meal, and they were still required to surrender half. Before the calamity, they were mere tools for Liang Hong's profit. And even after, they remained instruments for her to amass resources. If one were to argue that Liang Hong treated them poorly, she would protect these girls in times of danger, for no one would dare harm them. Conversely, if one were to claim she treated them well, any infraction of her rules would be met with no mercy. Thus, those girls held both fear and respect for her, willingly laboring under her command without ever contemplating escape. In stark contrast, the girls surrounding Xiao Yang were in an entirely different realm. Compared to those girls, Wanqing was fortunate and blessed. Yet Xiao Yang remained oblivious to his brother-in-law's thoughts, utterly bewildered by Mu Guang's words. This brother-in-law was remarkably open-minded, regardless of whether he spoke in drunkenness or sincerity. Xiao Yang raised his glass and smiled at Mu Guang, assuring him, I will treat Wanqing well, rest assured. With that, he downed his drink in one go. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Shishir to the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the busy young women entering and exiting Liang Hong's villa. Outside, snow blanketed the ground, while their villa had only just been connected to electricity. It was likely that at this hour, they had yet to enjoy a warm meal. Sure, look at them, dressed so lightly. They have no heating in that villa. They must be suffering immensely, Mu Wanqing remarked, gazing ahead with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, it is rather tragic. Lin Shirshir echoed, her eyes fixed on the scene before them. Moreover, did you know? When I encountered the people on that bus at the entrance of Royal One, I learned that these girls, in such dire circumstances, still have to entertain guests. According to those individuals, they are provided with merely 4 sausages and 2 loaves of bread at a time. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Lin Shirshir's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Are these girls involved in such activities? Mu Wanqing nodded solemnly. Though we are both women, our fates differ so drastically. Shirshir, what would our destiny have been had we not crossed paths with Xiao Yang? If we had fallen into Liang Hong's clutches, well, can you imagine what would become of us? With deep emotion, Mu Wanqing turned to Lin Shirshir, posing the question. Lin Shirshir shook her head, unable to fathom the thought. With a cold smile, Mu Wanqing continued, let me tell you, we would undoubtedly fare worse than them, for there are those willing to offer me 2 packages of sausages. Lin Shirshir shivered at Mu Wanqing's words. Indeed, a girl of Wanqing's beauty would surely be in high demand. Thus, the course of fate became all too apparent. As for oneself, surely one must be worth at least 1.5 bags. That would be rather unfortunate. Fortunately, I have encountered Wanqing and Xiao Yang, and I consider myself quite lucky. Observing the shift in Lin Shirshir's expression from concern to quiet delight, Mu Wanqing surmised what her dear friend was pondering. Suddenly, she grasped Lin Shirshir's hand and inquired, Shirshir, do you still intend to seek a boyfriend? To her surprise, Lin Shirshir shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, what as with the question? Mu Wanqing teased, even with the apocalypse upon us, you remain a single dog. Don't you find that rather regrettable? Upon hearing this, Lin Shirshir proudly lifted her chin and declared, how could those mere mortals ever capture my attention? Seeing Lin Shirshir's demeanor, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Lin Shirshir and whispered, Shirshir, have you perhaps taken a liking to Xiao Yang? At this, Lin Shirshir was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of panic, she exclaimed, Wanqing, I have no intention of stealing your man. Noticing the seriousness on Lin Shirshir's face, Mu Wanqing laughed. Oh, you're quite the fright. I know you mean no harm. I was merely inquiring. Why are you so flustered? Lin Shirshir glared and replied, your question is rather alarming. With a smile, Mu Wanqing continued. So what are your thoughts on Xiao Yang? Seeing the earnestness in Mu Wanqing's inquiry, Lin Shirshir pondered for a moment, cleared her throat, and replied, well, Xiao Yang is quite remarkable. He is handsome, exceptionally talented, and most importantly, being with him guarantees a life without want. He can truly be considered the epitome of a perfect man. Indeed, such an exceptional man can only be matched with our exquisite Wanqing. Lin Shirshir exclaimed with a laugh, wrapping her arms around Mu Wanqing. Upon hearing Lin Shirshir's high praise for Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing playfully replied, it seems you are quite eager to join our team. Aren't you? Of course. From now on, you two shall support me. With food and drink provided, who needs a boyfriend? Mu Wanqing chuckled. Lin Shirshir's words resonated deeply with her, prompting her to embrace Lin Shirshir tightly. Shirshir, we must remain together forever. As long as Xiao Yang and I are here, no one shall dare to bully you. Chapter 92. I saw nothing. Hearing Mu Wanqing's heartfelt declaration, Lin Shirshir felt a wave of emotion. Ever since she joined Xiao Yang's team, she had come to regard this place as her home. In her eyes, Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang, and Lu Yu were all family. She found happiness here, free from the biting cold and the pangs of hunger. Her strength had grown to a level that even intimidated her at times. Aside from the occasional disturbances at night that disrupted her sleep, everything was quite pleasant. She cherished this place and everyone in it. Even if offered 100 boyfriends, she would not leave. Lin Shirshir had come to terms with the notion that Wanqing's boyfriend was also somewhat her own, thus she didn't consider herself single. With a smile, she declared to Mu Wanqing, Wanqing, I intend to stay by your side for life. No one can tear us apart. As she spoke, Mu Wanqing gazed at her in quiet contemplation. Her inner thoughts were vividly portrayed within Mu Wanqing's mind. At that moment, she spotted Xiao Yang and Mu Guang in the courtyard below. Lin Shirshir was the first to notice the 2 men, exclaiming, Wanqing, look quickly. Your brother is leaving. Mu Wanqing turned her head to glance down, and, indeed, the 2 men were in the courtyard, casually linking arms and engaged in a lively discussion. Observing Mu Wanqing's apparent indifference towards stopping Mu Guang, Lin Shirshir curiously inquired, aren't you going to keep your brother here? Mu Wanqing continued to watch the 2 men in the courtyard, and with a profound expression, replied, what is there to hold on to? He has already found his place in the world. And I, too, am in the same situation. She then glanced at the villa a few dozen meters away and added, besides, it's so close. We can see each other anytime. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa below, Xiao Yang was graciously urging Mu Guang to stay the night. But Mu Guang politely declined. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. However, this is truly not where I should be staying. I've noticed that with me here. The ladies seem rather restrained. Please tell my sister I'll see her tomorrow. As he wobbled away towards Liang Hong's villa, Xiao Yang chuckled to himself, thinking, a man cannot do without women. Otherwise, there is no motivation. In the dead of night, it was hardly appropriate to linger in their bedrooms. Mu Wanqing, observing the fleeing Lin Shishir, chuckled to herself. Heh, the little girl is clearly hiding something. She seems quite flustered. Just then, as Xiao Yang reached the second floor, he collided unexpectedly with Lin Shishir, who was hurriedly descending from the third floor. Lin Shishir was unexpectedly blocked by Xiao Yang's robust physique and was on the verge of falling backwards. Fortunately, Xiao Yang reacted swiftly and caught her by the waist, stabilizing her form. His fingers instinctively squeezed, revealing a softness and delicacy that could easily be embraced by a single arm. Inhaling a fragrance distinct from Mu Wanqing's, Xiao Yang took a deep breath and remarked to the blushing Lin Shishir, what nefarious deeds are you up to, sneaking down from upstairs at this late hour? Lin Shishir, regaining her composure, retorted, what business is it of yours? She attempted to wriggle free from his grip, but found herself unable to escape. Just then, Tang Ying, hearing the commotion, opened the door. Upon witnessing the two entangled together, her eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Had she misinterpreted the scene? No. She must act as if she had seen nothing. I just wanted to use the restroom. Heh, I didn't see anything. Tang Ying leaned against the door, placing a hand on her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I am quite perceptive. Lin Shishir felt a pang of guilt as this awkward moment was discovered. Xiao Yang, at a loss for words, pondered why she was suddenly trying to move away when it was she who had collided into his embrace. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but notice how soft she felt. Returning to the bedroom, he found Mu Wanqing standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. He approached her gently and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. What are you thinking about? He inquired, exhaling softly near her ear. Mu Wanqing felt a slight tickle from his breath, her body growing weak, and her ears flushed crimson. I wasn't thinking about anything. Mu Wanqing, feeling a bit breathless, remarked. Then let us hasten to sleep. I shall also examine your throat. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing the word throat, Mu Wanqing shuddered. She was genuinely frightened, having experienced it just yesterday. In a flustered tone, she said, Xiao Yang, let us postpone it for tonight. Can we do it another day? Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, frowned disapprovingly and replied sternly, how can we delay such an important matter? It must not be postponed. Hurry up, come here. With that, he swiftly lifted Mu Wanqing and placed her on the bed. As Xiao Yang prepared to take action, Mu Wanqing waved her hands anxiously and exclaimed, Xiao Yang, wait. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, whatever it is can wait until after the examination. Xiao Yang responded, his impatience growing. Just as Xiao Yang was about to proceed, Mu Wanqing, in a moment of urgency, blurted out, Xiao Yang, what if someone in the team develops feelings for someone else? Xiao Yang was taken aback by her question, momentarily halting his actions. He was puzzled, unable to grasp the intent behind Mu Wanqing's inquiry. What do you mean, Wanqing? He asked cautiously. It's nothing specific. I'm simply curious about your thoughts on the matter, Mu Wanqing replied with a playful grin. Seeing her mischievous expression, Xiao Yang sensed trouble brewing. Yet, he knew better than to deceive her. She was not easily fooled. Well, as a member of the team, any such matters must be approved by me first. The interests of the team must always take precedence, especially in these tumultuous times, when human nature can be perilous. They may not necessarily find someone who truly cares for them. In any case, it is my responsibility to oversee this matter. Although Xiao Yang was unclear as to why Mu Wanqing suddenly inquired about this, the question nonetheless piqued his interest. The members he had meticulously nurtured could not be allowed to serve as mere garments for others, especially not a group of exquisite beauties. It was even less acceptable for them to be so easily obtained by others. Clearly, this matter required further contemplation on his part. Just as Xiao Yang was mired in his thoughts, Mu Wanqing suddenly spoke up. All right, I understand. Time to sleep. After saying this, she lay down on the bed. She had just eavesdropped on Xiao Yang's inner musings and had come to a realization. Indeed, no man is without fault. Chapter 93. Upgrading abilities. Lin Shishir lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Her mind was plagued by indescribable images, leaving her somewhat agitated. Oh, I cannot endure this any longer. Xiao Yang, you are truly incorrigible. The following morning, the snow continued to fall outside, yet everyone rose early of their own accord. Today, they needed to allocate supplies. Naturally, some individuals had not slept at all. Lin Shishir's eyes were bloodshot, and upon seeing Xiao Yang, her gaze darted about evasively. Lu Yu prepared breakfast, and after everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Yang produced the crystal cores collected the previous day. 2 1-star cores, 10 2-star cores, 2 3-star cores, and 1 4-star core. Now, each of you take a 2-star core and consume it quickly. This will elevate your ability level to level 2. Xiao Yang pointed to the 2-star crystal cores and addressed the group of women. Lu Yu was the first to pick up a 2-star crystal core. Holding it before her eyes and remarking, "It's quite large. It won't be easy to swallow." Indeed, the 2-star crystal core was about the size of a walnut, making it impossible to consume in one gulp. Upon hearing Lu Yu's uncertainty, Xiao Yang chuckled and replied, "You won't just pop it in your mouth like candy and wait for it to dissolve before swallowing, will you?" With this, the women suddenly understood. They had only heard Xiao Yang mention that the crystal cores were edible, but he had never specified how to consume them. "Have you washed them? Let us eat." Lin Shishir inquired as she examined a crystal core with care. Xiao Yang smiled at Lin Shishir, thinking to himself how her words often led to misunderstandings. "They've been cleaned already. Hurry and eat. We have work to do afterward," urged by Xiao Yang. The 5 women reluctantly opened their mouths and placed the crystal cores inside. Due to the size of the cores, their cheeks bulged adorably. However, the crystals melted rather quickly, and soon their cheeks returned to normal. One by one, they swallowed the melted cores, and shortly thereafter, they felt a warm flow coursing through their bodies, bringing immense comfort. They instinctively closed their eyes, savoring the transformation of their extraordinary abilities. After a short while, Lu Yu was the first to open her eyes. Her face lit up with delight as she extended her right hand and attempted to unleash a bolt of lightning. Zing! A current, as thick as a rolling pin and approximately 5 meters long, surged forth, significantly more powerful than before. "Xiao Yang, look at this current. Is it not mightier than it was previously?" Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, observing the chaotic current Lu Yu had just released. He estimated that it could easily electrocute anyone with energy levels below a century. Moreover, at a distance of 5 meters, she could deliver a lethal blow to enemies caught off guard. At that moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes, brimming with joy. "My abilities have upgraded. I feel that within a radius of 500 meters, I can hit every target with precision." Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. After all, Tang Ying was the goddess of archery, and this was merely the beginning. As her abilities ascended, her range would extend further and become more accurate. More crucially, in the later stages, she would be able to infuse her arrows with spiritual energy, allowing them to pursue their targets with the tenacity of homing missiles. Who would not tremble in fear at such a sight? This is precisely why Xiao Yang was determined to recruit Tang Ying. In the future, any who dared to challenge Xiao Yang would meet their end, regardless of distance. Next, Yiling also opened her eyes. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "There may not be significant changes, but my ability to heal wounds will be much quicker. Time is indeed of the essence. A small increase in efficiency translates to a substantial enhancement in the safety of our team members." Hearing Xiao Yang's praises, Yiling felt an immense joy in her heart. In recent days, as she observed Xiao Yang and his companions valiantly combating zombies and mutated beings ahead, she felt somewhat helpless, believing herself to be of little use. However, upon hearing Xiao Yang's generous praise, a sense of being valued enveloped her. It appeared that she held a significant place in his heart. Just as Yiling was reveling in her newfound sense of importance, Mu Wanqing also opened her eyes. Xiao Yang immediately inquired with concern, "How do you feel, Wanqing?" Yet, Mu Wanqing's expression bore no signs of joy. She merely replied with a calm demeanor, "There hasn't been much change. It feels as though I can only hear a few more voices than before." Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled and reassured her, "Isn't that a change? Previously, you felt exhausted after just a few attempts, and now you can hear more. Doesn't that seem impressive?" In truth, Xiao Yang was not well versed in the nuances of this ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, commonly referred to as telepathy. In his previous life during the apocalypse, those who awaken such powers rarely reveal them. Thus, the outside world was largely oblivious to this extraordinary ability. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang sensed that this power was far from simple. And as one's level increased, unexpected transformations were likely to occur. Mu Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from further comments. At that moment, the group collectively turned their attention to Lin Shi, who had yet to open her eyes. Was her ability still unenhanced? After such a lengthy interval, why was there no sign of progress? Could it be that her power was undergoing a profound transformation? Everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb her, choosing instead to sit quietly and await her awakening. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, yet Lin Shi remained with her eyes closed. Xiao Yang felt that something was amiss. It was unusual for a supernatural ability to require such an extensive duration for advancement. Could it be that she was becoming obsessed? Moreover, there was drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sure. Xiao Yang called out, yet she remained unresponsive. In light of this, Mu Wanqing, filled with concern, promptly nudged her. Sure, wake up. After being shaken a few times by Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi finally opened her eyes a mere slit. She appeared dazed for a moment before wiping the drool from her mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang replied with a hint of irritation. "What do you mean what's wrong? Everyone has been waiting for you to see what changes occur after your ability levels up. Why are you so silent?" Hiki. My apologies. I must have dozed off. Lin Shi sheepishly responded to Xiao Yang's remark. Good grief, Xiao Yang exclaimed, her irritation mounting upon realizing that they had all been waiting in vain for her. Mu Wanqing chuckled in disbelief. You truly have a talent for sleeping while sitting. Lin Shi, feeling bashful, lowered her head and murmured, I was simply too tired. Well, have you noticed any changes in your abilities? Mu Wanqing continued to inquire. Oh, let me check. With that, Lin Shi closed her eyes once more. This time, it did not take long for her to open them again. However, her expression lacked any signs of excitement. She simply stated, there isn't much of a change. I just feel that I can play the flute better than before. Previously, I would tire after a short while, but now I believe I could play for 2 hours without any difficulty. It appears that Lin Shi's extraordinary abilities have not undergone any significant changes. They have merely been enhanced compared to before. Xiao Yang observed that their power levels had both risen to the second tier. At this juncture, he picked up 2 3-star crystal cores, contemplating his decision carefully. To whom should he bestow them first? After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to allocate the 2 3-star crystal cores to Lu Yu and Tang Ying respectively. It was essential to elevate her abilities by yet another tier. As for Tang Ying, her prowess in long-range attacks was beyond question. He had heard of her formidable strength from his previous life, and it could not be mistaken. The others had no objections to Xiao Yang's decision. They recognized that he must have his reasons, and they would support him unconditionally. Lu Yu and Tang Ying did not hesitate, promptly placing the egg-sized 3-star crystal cores into their mouths. Consequently, their mouths widened even further. After a brief moment, they managed to swallow the cores. Then, they closed their eyes, much like before. Before long, it was Lu Yu who first opened her eyes, her excitement palpable. It seemed that the transformation was considerable. Zzz. A thick, elongated stream of electricity erupted from her right hand, robust as an arm and extending several meters in length. Tier 3 lightning was indeed impressive. Should anyone be struck by it, they would likely be reduced to ash. Furthermore, this was no longer merely a single target strike. It was likely that any adversaries along its path would meet their demise. Impressive, Sister Yu. From now on, we shall respectfully refer to you as the Mother of Lightning. Xiao Yang exclaimed with a smile. What Mother of Lightning? It should be Goddess of Thunder. Lin Shi retorted. Indeed, Goddess of Thunder, splendid. This title suits you well. Mu Wanqing smiled as she gazed at Lu Yu, who felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She humbly replied, What age am I? The Thunder Goddess, haha. Do not be modest, Yujia. With your perfect figure and striking beauty, countless men must be yearning for you. You undoubtedly deserve the title of Thunder Goddess. As Mu Wanqing spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Yang, who coughed twice but remained silent. At that moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes. How is it, Yingjie? Lin Shi inquired eagerly. Tang Ying smiled slightly and replied, Well, within 1,000 meters, I can hit my target every time. It appeared that, like Lu Yu, Tang Ying's abilities had only experienced a quantitative change upon reaching level 3, without any qualitative transformation. Xiao Yang's spatial abilities were similar, prior to level 6. Each upgrade merely expanded his space slightly, with no other changes. It seemed that this was the case for all abilities. Only after reaching level 5 would a qualitative change occur. However, the fact that Tang Ying could now accurately eliminate enemies within 1,000 meters was already impressive. Unfortunately, the composite bow and pistol could not shoot at such distances, which limited Tang Ying's potential. Perhaps the next step would be to find a sniper rifle for her? Considering Tang Ying's background, Xiao Yang felt that this was a matter best left for her to address, as she would know where to find one. Seeing that both of their abilities had already reached level 3, Xiao Yang picked up the only 4-star crystal core on the table. After a moment of thought, he handed the 4-star crystal core to Lu Yu. Jia, you are the most suitable to elevate your abilities to level 4 right now. Hurry and consume it. Lu Yu took the crystal core, a flutter of excitement coursing through her. She never anticipated that Xiao Yang would bestow upon her the soul crystal core. And this stroke of fortune was utterly unexpected. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Lu Yu was at a loss for words, gazing deeply at Xiao Yang before expressing her gratitude. However, upon examining the crystal core in her hand, which was the size of a peach, she felt troubled. It was far too large to fit in her mouth at once. She couldn't cut it, nor could she bite into it. What to do? She turned to Xiao Yang for assistance, who discerned her predicament. Sister Yu, if you can't fit it in your mouth, you can eat it like an ice cream, Xiao Yang cheerfully suggested. This. Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With so many people around, the thought of eating the crystal core like ice cream was rather unbecoming. Yet, when she met Xiao Yang's encouraging gaze, she resolved to give it a try. He had given her the only 4-star crystal core, and in light of this gesture, she felt compelled to partake. If she hesitated any longer, how could she honor Xiao Yang's kindness? With that thought in mind, she parted her rosy lips and began to consume the crystal core as if it were ice cream. Initially, she found it a bit awkward, but gradually, she relaxed. It must be said that she was quite experienced. Before long, the once peach-sized crystal core had diminished to little more than the size of an egg. Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixated on Lu Yu, never wavering. Watching her savor the crystal core was an absolute delight. The other girls, too, were transfixed by Lu Yu's actions, unable to suppress their own salivation. However, Lin Shishir was even more outrageous, to the point of drooling. With so many eyes upon her, Lu Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. She noticed the moment was right and forcefully opened her mouth, shoving the crystal core inside with great effort. Her mouth bulged like that of a pufferfish, eliciting laughter from Xiao Yang. Finally, after a full 5 minutes, Lu Yu managed to swallow the 4-star crystal core. She quickly shut her eyes, and after a brief pause, opened them again. Raising her right hand, she seemed to wish to test her newfound power. However, after a moment's contemplation, she lowered it again. Perhaps it would be best not to attempt it here. The confines of this first floor would not accommodate such a display. She jested, let us save the demonstration for when we venture out to confront the zombies. Upon hearing this, the group understood that Lu Yu's lightning abilities had indeed grown stronger. This was anticipated by Xiao Yang. It seemed that without reaching level 6, one wouldn't experience any remarkable surprises. Nevertheless, from this point onward, their team's strength had genuinely surged. Xiao Yang possessed a level 6 ability. Lu Yu had reached level 4. While Tang Ying was at level 3, and Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Yi Ling were all at level 2. In this current age, they could undoubtedly be hailed as humanity's strongest team. All right, prepare yourselves. Soon we shall rendezvous with Liang Hong and the others to distribute the supplies. Nurse trainees, please change your attire and relieve those 3 in the guard tower. Have them come and assist us. After issuing these instructions, Xiao Yang glanced at the remaining 5 2-star crystal cores and 2 1-star crystal cores. Suddenly, he thought of Mei Qiu and Air Guzi. Xiao Yang had previously contemplated giving a 1-star crystal core to Mei Qiu to see if it would transform into a mutated entity. Now that he possesses the crystal core, he is eager to experiment with it. Thus, he rises and approaches the coal ball. Father! Father! The coal ball exclaims excitedly upon seeing Xiao Yang. Air Guzi, noticing this, scurries over eagerly and sits at Xiao Yang's feet, gazing up at him with anticipation. Xiao Yang extends his arm, and the coal ball obediently flies up. He produces a 1-star crystal core and bestows it upon the coal ball. This 1-star crystal core is about the size of a lychee, and the coal ball, in its impatience, swallows it whole, only to have it lodged in its throat. At this moment, it stands there, rolling its eyes in distress. Oh no! Xiao Yang exclaims. Alarmed, fearing it might choke, he hastily presses down on the coal ball's throat to help it dislodge the crystal core. The coal ball cries out twice. Xiao Yang is unsure whether it is expressing gratitude or discomfort. Chapter 95. Distribution of resources. Seeing that the coal ball is not in serious trouble, Xiao Yang rewards Guzi with another 1-star crystal core. From now on, as long as you obey my commands, more crystal cores will be forthcoming, understood? Guzi seems to comprehend, nodding its head. Observing as Guzi swiftly swallows the crystal core, Xiao Yang wonders, is its throat really that wide? Just as he scrutinizes the changes in the two, Qinbo and Su Tong arrive at the villa. Big brother, we are here, Qinbo calls out as he enters. Noticing that the coal ball and Guzi will take some time to digest the crystal cores, Xiao Yang decides to divert his attention, planning to address it later. He strides over to Qinbo and the others, producing 3 2-star crystal cores, and instructs, quickly, put these in your mouths. We must head out to distribute the resources. Qinbo took the crystal core without hesitation and placed it directly into his mouth. He was indifferent to its purpose. After all, whatever the boss instructed him to consume, he would. Su Tong and Lu Xinyan, of course, did not inquire further. It was a gift from the boss, and it would be foolish not to partake. Before the trio could fully digest their unexpected treat, Mu Guang called for Xiao Yang and the others to tally the supplies outside. Xiao Yang beckoned everyone towards the trucks waiting by the villa, where Liang Hong and her team were already assembled. Upon seeing Xiao Yang approach, Liang Hong greeted him warmly. Mr. Xiao, let us begin the inventory. Hearing Liang Hong refer to him as Mr. Xiao, he realized she had picked up the formality from Mu Guang. Certainly, Hongjie. Let us commence, he replied, addressing her with a respectful title that delighted Liang Hong, making her even more exuberant. There were a total of 9 trucks and 1 box truck filled with supplies. Liang Hong initially focused on counting the 5 trucks of goods that were originally designated for their royal number 1. She remarked that she had a rough recollection of what these supplies included, which would expedite the inventory process, as the goods were unloaded truck by truck. Xiao Yang noticed that most of the items were packaged and labeled, making them easily identifiable. In truth, these supplies consisted mainly of common consumables typically found in Royal No. 1, such as imported wines, cigars, snacks, and beverages, all specifically imported to elevate the establishment's prestige. Additionally, there were various everyday items such as barware, work uniforms, small umbrellas, jelly, popping candy, and essential oils. However, what particularly caught Xiao Yang's attention were the flamboyant work uniforms, including flight attendant outfits, pink nurse costumes, police uniforms, blazers, hanfu, qipao, lingerie, and anime-inspired costumes. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang smiled, bemused by the plethora of antics. Liang Hong's Royal One was indeed quite professional. The remaining vehicles were laden with flour, express deliveries, and various foodstuffs. Despite the multitude of personnel on Liang Hong's side, their supplies were scant. However, by the time Xiao Yang's team finished transporting their goods, her contingent had only completed half of their task. Were it not for Mu Guang and the other 3 men, their efficiency would likely have been even more sluggish. Qinbo, Su Tong, Lu Xinyan, how do you feel after consuming the crystal cores? Xiao Yang inquired of the trio. I'm becoming increasingly swift, boss. You didn't see how I handled the supplies earlier. While others made 1 trip, I completed 2. Qinbo exclaimed. Before he could finish, Su Tong interjected. I feel more vigorous than before, boss. Didn't you notice? I can carry several 100 pounds of supplies in one go. Xiao Yang nodded. Having indeed observed that Su Tong managed to transport more than her counterparts, she resembled a veritable strongman. Turning to Lu Xinyan, he asked, And you, Xinyan? Lu Xinyan scratched her head, somewhat at a loss for words. It's hard to express, boss. Do you have a thicker stick here? Perhaps I could demonstrate. Xiao Yang chuckled at her suggestion, realizing she was eager to showcase her iron head technique once again. No need for a demonstration. It's evident that you've become more resilient. Your defenses have certainly improved, quite commendable. Noticing that the group had gathered and that mealtime was approaching, Xiao Yang instructed Lu Yu to prepare a large pot of stew, ensuring that Qinbo, Su Tong, and Lu Xinyan could enjoy a hearty lunch together. In the wake of the apocalypse, these 3 individuals were savoring a warm meal for the very first time, their hearts brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang descended to the basement, where he stored the recently acquired supplies into his spatial inventory, leaving only the delivery behind. The 9 women were joyously unwrapping the packages, while Xiao Yang reclined on the sofa in the living room, legs crossed, observing any transformations in the coal ball and Guzi. However, after an extended period of scrutiny, he noticed no apparent changes in the two, nor did he perceive any green light flickering at their foreheads. Puzzled, Xiao Yang wondered whether a one-star crystal core was insufficient to induce mutation. After all, how could the coal ball have undergone such a substantial transformation after consuming a regular crystal core? Typically, in this post-apocalyptic world, mutated creatures arose from the genetic alterations in wild animals. Their primal bloodlines awakened. Consequently, most mutants would instinctively attack humans upon encountering them. In contrast, domesticated pets, such as cats and dogs, seldom evolved into mutants. Xiao Yang was eager to test the potential of the two, especially since they were familiar with him, particularly the coal ball, which regarded him as its closest companion. If they could indeed become mutants, they would undoubtedly assist Xiao Yang in the future. The coal ball, capable of speech and with proper training, could serve as a reconnaissance agent. Wherever he went, he would have a vigilant pair of eyes in the sky, ensuring he remained aware of his surroundings. In the event of an unexpected situation, he would be prepared in advance. Although Xiao Yang was initially filled with anticipation, the absence of any changes in the two left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as he was mulling over his disappointment, Mu Wanqing ascended the stairs to summon him. Xiao Yang, the packages have all been unpacked. Come down and see which items should be kept and which should be discarded. Xiao Yang temporarily set aside his contemplation of the coal balls and air guzi, following Mu Wanqing down to the basement level. Upon arrival, he was greeted by an array of assorted items strewn across the floor. The variety was astonishing, yet what surprised Xiao Yang most was the presence of a silicone doll. Remarkably lifelike and in true-to-life proportions. How amusing, he mused. Which single individual had purchased this? Alas, he would never receive his order. Take whatever you find useful. The rest should be piled into the storage room. Move this realistic model to my room. Aside from Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the others gazed at Xiao Yang with peculiar expressions. What did he mean by realistic model? He could easily deceive the naive Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, but not the rest. After tidying up, evening had arrived. Mu Guang and Liang Hong visited the Yang villa, inviting them to dinner at their residence as a gesture of gratitude toward Xiao Yang. Unable to decline their warm hospitality, Xiao Yang accepted. After Mu Guang and Liang Hong departed, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before retrieving some fruits from his space. Leaving the nurse to guard the house, he took the group of women to Liang Hong's villa. Chapter 96. Continuing the cleanup of the university town zombies, Liang Hong's villa was already tidied up. The interior was relatively clean and power had been restored. Although they had burned charcoal for warmth, the house remained rather chilly, a stark contrast to Xiao Yang's lavish villa. The dining table was laden with an assortment of food, cigarettes, and alcohol, creating an impression of abundance. However, the offerings comprised solely of cold dishes and snacks, lacking any hot meals. Xiao Yang and his companions took their seats, while on Liang Hong's side, only she and Mu Guang were seated, with the others standing nearby. Xiao Yang placed the fruits he had brought onto the table, saying, "There's nothing much, just some fruits for you." Upon hearing the mention of fruit, Liang Hong opened the basket and was immediately taken aback. Inside were watermelon, bananas, oranges, and cantaloupe, all remarkably fresh. The astonished gazes from everyone on Liang Hong's side reflected their surprise at these fruits, which, once commonplace before the apocalypse, had now become luxuries. It was a mystery how Xiao Yang managed to keep them so fresh, as if they had just been picked. "Mr. Xiao, you truly have gone to great lengths. Your generosity has outshone our entire table. I feel quite humbled," Liang Hong remarked with a smile. "You're too modest, Liang Hong. This spread would be considered top-tier hospitality in these times." Xiao Yang responded courteously, returning the smile. "Haha, how could I compare to you? Please, do not take offense," Liang Hong said, then turned to the young women behind her, calling out, "Come, ladies, quickly serve tea and pour wine for our esteemed guests." At her invitation, the young girls stepped forward, diligently pouring tea for Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing while others poured wine, creating a grand atmosphere. Afterward, the gathering devolved into a series of toasts and polite exchanges. To be honest, the food on the table held little appeal for Xiao Yang and his companions, who hardly touched it. Thus, Xiao Yang lingered a while longer, discussing the next steps in their plans. "Brother Magong, Sister Hong, we will continue to venture out tomorrow to exterminate the zombies and gather supplies. What about you?" Xiao Yang inquired. Liang Hong replied with a smile, "Over here. Guang will lead the other 3 brothers out. I and these ladies will temporarily remain in the villa." Upon hearing Liang Hong's words, Xiao Yang turned to Magong and suggested, "Brother Magong, why not join us tomorrow?" Magong quickly waved his hand, saying, "Xiao, we shall not accompany you. We lack your strength and cannot handle areas swarming with zombies. We would only burden you. We will stick to smaller locations, eliminating a few zombies and collecting some usable supplies." Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Mu Gang's words. They understood their capabilities well. However, considering that Ma Gong and his 3 companions were responsible for supporting so many women, Xiao Yang felt a certain weight of sympathy for Ma Gong. He wondered what those women thought, remaining idle in the villa. Of course, Xiao Yang was not foolish enough to pry into others' thoughts, so after a brief conversation, he took his leave. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Yang changed his clothes. It felt so much better in his own villa, warm and cozy. He glanced at Meiqiu and Guzi, who were still motionless. As he passed by Yiling's door, perhaps sensing his presence, she opened her room door. Noticing Yiling's hesitant demeanor, Xiao Yang curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Yiling fidgeted slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she replied, "Do you still have any sanitary pads? Wanqing mentioned that you have it." "So I." Upon seeing Yiling's bashful demeanor, Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. He retrieved a sanitary pad from his space and handed it to Yiling. Noticing that he had only given her one, she blushed and continued, "Could you possibly give me a few more?" "I." Before Yiling could finish her sentence, Xiao Yang interrupted her, stating, "No, I can only give one at a time. If you need more, come back to me." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's response, Yiling felt a surge of indignation. This man was quite shameless. Making her ask for it daily was profoundly embarrassing. However, since the items were in his possession, he had the final say, leaving her with no recourse. That night was tranquil. Mu Wanqing had a strong aversion to throat examinations, prompting Xiao Yang to delve into the study of silicone dolls. They were rather realistic. The following morning, the snow had ceased. The group rose early for breakfast, preparing to set off to the university town to continue clearing out zombies and gathering supplies. "You 4 stay back, leave 2 at home, and take 2 to the guardhouse. Remember, no one is to open the door of this villa except us. Do you understand?" Xiao Yang instructed the nurses. The 4 nodded obediently. They set off with 2 vehicles and, at the entrance, encountered Mu Guang, who was driving out with a cargo truck. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yang handed over a set of tang knives and training uniforms that he had prepared in advance. Mu Wanqing stepped forward with concern, saying, "Brother, be safe and don't wander too far." Donning the training uniform and taking the tang knife, Mu Guang smiled with satisfaction, replying, "Don't worry. We have faced zombies before, so there's no need for concern." After finishing their conversation, he and the other 3 descended the mountain in a cargo van. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang retained Su Tong, appointing her as the guardian at the gate. Su Tong's prowess had significantly increased, and with her presence, Xiao Yang felt assured. Once everything was arranged, they headed towards the university town. Previously, they had cleared a substantial portion of the Haiqing Art Academy, leaving only the cafeteria area unaddressed. They resolved to first tackle that section, eradicating the remaining zombies before proceeding to the next institution. Xiao Yang drove the vehicle close to the cafeteria of the Haiqing Art Academy. A few zombies still roamed the vicinity, but employing their established strategy. They swiftly eliminated the remaining threats. Upon final tallying, they had amassed over 3,000 crystals. At that moment, some surviving university students in the cafeteria, upon noticing them, mustered the courage to open the door and step outside. When they spotted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they joyfully gathered around. "Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, are you still accepting people? We have run out of food, and those in the supermarket refuse to help. We wish to join you." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged glances, seeking Xiao Yang's response. He regarded the students and inquired, "Have any of you awakened special abilities?" The students exchanged silent looks, none daring to speak. Xiao Yang shook his head at their reticence. He had no interest in the inept. However, he offered them a glimmer of hope. Holding up a crystal and addressing the students, "Do you see this? It was extracted from a zombie's brain. Whoever can acquire 100 of these crystals may directly seek me out in the Zijin Mountain Villa area. I may consider accepting you as temporary members. However, if you cannot even achieve this, then there is no discussion. Of course, if any of you awaken your abilities and do not require these crystals, you are welcome to find me directly." Chapter 97. Divided into 2 groups, Xiao Yang established a threshold for the surviving college students, leaving their success to fate. Although everyone will eventually awaken their powers, lacking any ability before awakening could lead to dire consequences. Continuing their journey to the next destination, Xiao Yang and the group chose Haiqing Medical College, the alma mater of Yiling, as it afforded her a familiarity with the campus layout. Given the university's expansive grounds, Xiao Yang decided to split the members into two groups. The minimum energy level among them was over a century, while Mu Wanqing and others possessed over 500 years. Thus, he had no concerns regarding their safety. As they matured, he would eventually allow them to act independently. It was impractical for him to manage every task himself, lest he exhaust himself. You four, Sister Yu, Tang Ying, Chenbo, and Lu Xinyan, will form one group under the command of Tang Ying. We will adhere to the original strategy. Chenbo will attract the zombies while you gradually eliminate them. Xiao Yang's decision to group them was primarily based on the synergy of their abilities. Tang Ying specializes in long-range attacks, Lu Yu in mid-range. Lu Xinyan excels in close combat, and Chenbo possesses speed and agility. Wanqing, Shi, Yiling, and I formed a group. These three individuals possessed rather unique abilities, which did not fall under the category of combat prowess. Xiao Yang believed that their safety was better ensured in his company, particularly with Yiling, who served as a healer. In the future, as our numbers increased, it would be prudent to establish a dedicated medical support team for her. This arrangement would not only enhance treatment efficiency, but also safeguard their well-being. Yiling, please describe the layout of the medical school to help everyone familiarize themselves, Xiao Yang instructed. After a moment's contemplation, Yiling picked up a small stick from the ground and sketched a rough map in the snow. She meticulously detailed the distribution of the dormitories, supermarket, and cafeteria. Once everyone grasped the layout, Xiao Yang directed Tang Ying and her group to the girls' dormitory, instructing them to clear a path to the cafeteria, while his own group would head to the boys' dormitory and proceed to the supermarket. Eventually, both groups were to reconvene at the main entrance. Without further ado, the two teams immediately commenced their separate operations. With combat experience under their belts, the clearing process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Xiao Yang's group was the first to finish clearing the boys' dormitory area before advancing towards the supermarket. As they passed the playground, they took the opportunity to eliminate the wandering zombies that roamed there. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Xiao Yang observed that this campus market was not as expansive as that of Haiqing Art Academy. Moreover, the open space in front of the supermarket was strewn with numerous remnants of zombies. It appeared that there were indeed survivors inside the supermarket, possessing a certain degree of strength. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched so many zombies. However, the crystals embedded in the foreheads of the slain zombies remained intact, indicating that these individuals were unaware of the crystal significance. Xiao Yang was unceremonious. After eliminating the remaining zombies, he proceeded to excavate the crystals associated with them. Who would refuse such a windfall? Just as they were engrossed in their task, the doors of the supermarket swung open, revealing approximately 50 survivors emerging one by one. At the forefront, a middle-aged woman's gaze fell upon Yiling, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Yiling?" Upon hearing her name, Yiling turned to see her, her face lighting up with delight. Professor Lu. This Professor Lu was Yiling's mentor from years past, and recognition dawned upon her instantly. Professor Lu, filled with excitement, grasped Yiling's hands and said, "Yiling, you are alive. I am so pleased. By the way, what brings you to the school?" Yiling replied, "I am here to eliminate zombies." Professor Lu appeared puzzled. While others steered clear of the undead, Yiling and her companions sought them out for extermination. She glanced at the crystal in Yiling's hand and the corpses that had been excavated, questioning, "Is it merely for this? What purpose does it serve?" Aware that some information might be too sensitive to share with outsiders, she decided to await Xiao Yang's explanation. Understanding her unspoken concern, Xiao Yang smiled and addressed Professor Lu. "Well, it is quite valuable. If you collect these items in the future, you can exchange them for supplies at the Zijin Mountain Villa area," he added cryptically. "As for other matters, I cannot divulge." Xiao Yang refrained from revealing everything. These individuals were merely acquaintances of Yiling, and he was not inclined to share such crucial information freely. His current advantage lay in the disparity of knowledge. Although many outside are already aware of the secrets of crystals and temporal energy, the survivors within these schools remain isolated and uninformed. Presently, it is preferable for the number of those in the know to be as few as possible, as this would prolong one's own advantage. By the time everyone becomes aware of the secrets of the crystals, he will have already seized the initiative, acquiring a substantial quantity of crystals. At that point, in this coastal city, who could possibly surpass him? The crystals are finite. The more he gathers, the less there is for others. For others to catch up with him would be an impossibility. Professor Lu, upon hearing Xiao Yang's tone, realized he was reluctant to divulge the truth. This was certainly understandable. They shared no connection, and he bore no obligation to share. As for her former student, Yiling, it was evident she lacked the authority to make decisions. And Lu would not hold that against her. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Xiao Yang glanced at the young students behind Professor Lu. Most were boys, with very few girls. Indeed, in the post-apocalyptic world, the surviving women are significantly outnumbered by men. This explains why women became so sought after in the later stages. Reflecting on it now, Liang Hong's deep appreciation for the young women under her command reveals her foresight. This, too, is somewhat related to her former profession. Professor Lu nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed." Xiao Yang continued, "Among you, has anyone awakened supernatural abilities?" Upon hearing the term supernatural abilities, Professor Lu's eyes lit up. She glanced at Xiao Yang, realizing that his inquiry indicated this was no longer a secret. "Are you referring to this supernatural ability?" Professor Lu spoke, then raised his right hand, making a slicing gesture towards a zombie's corpse lying on the ground. A rush of air surged forth, instantly carving a deep gash into the body, exposing the bone underneath. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang realized it was indeed the wind blade ability, akin to what Chen Bo had employed to dispatch a certain Wang Qing. Nodding, Xiao Yang affirmed yes. With Xiao Yang's confirmation, Professor Lu smiled and remarked, "Ah, several of our students have awakened their abilities." Chapter 98, Water Elemental Powers. We have a few who have experienced a sudden increase in strength, some whose physical bodies have become exceptionally resilient, and one who can manipulate snowflakes to launch attacks, Professor Lu elaborated. Hearing about the student who could control snowflakes, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't that a manifestation of the water elemental powers within the realm of magic? Which one is capable of this? Could we possibly witness a demonstration? He inquired eagerly. Zhang Xinyu, come and show them. Professor Lu was generous, directly summoning the student. From the group of students, a rather delicate-looking young girl stepped forward. Xiao Yang noticed that her hair appeared much cleaner than that of her peers, presenting an aesthetically pleasing sight. It was evident she took great care in her grooming. However, given the frigid weather, most individuals would hesitate to wash their hair, as the risk of catching a cold loomed large. Without proper medication, such a condition could indeed prove fatal. Yet, this student named Zhang Xinyu had the audacity to wash her hair. It seemed that her ability was likely intertwined with this decision. Zhang Xinyu approached Professor Lu without uttering a word. She merely extended her right hand and made a grasping gesture towards the snow blanketing the ground. Miraculously, the snow within her immediate vicinity began to levitate under her command. She then propelled the floating snowflakes towards a nearby towering tree. In an instant, the snow transformed into sharp, icy blades, soaring towards the trunk. The tree shuddered slightly, shedding its snow cover, while some of its slender branches were severed, cascading to the ground. With an air of calmness, she stepped back behind Professor Lu, silently observing Xiao Yang and the others. Wow, this young lady's extraordinary ability is truly dazzling. It's simply stunning, Lin Shishir remarked, her voice tinged with envy. Not only is it visually captivating, but its lethality is also considerable, Xiao Yang added. In truth, Zhang Xinyu was not manipulating mere snowflakes. She was controlling water. Similarly, she possessed the capability to command ice. This was indeed formidable. As long as there was water present, she could launch an attack. However, her current ability level was relatively low, and once she ascended in power, her potential would be extraordinary. Particularly during the forthcoming era of cataclysmic floods, her talents would be invaluable. He regarded Zhang Xinyu with keen interest, realizing that such a prodigious individual should not be overlooked. Classmate Xinyu, your awakened powers are impressive. However, it may prove too challenging to grow stronger solely on your own. If you were to join us, I could facilitate your ascent to greater strength in the shortest possible time. I encourage you to contemplate this. Glancing at the taciturn Zhang Xinyu, Xiao Yang continued with a smile. Moreover, joining us would ensure your needs are abundantly met. Xiao Yang believed that tempting with food and drink might work. However, Zhang Xinyu merely replied nonchalantly, I follow Professor Lu. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. Oh, how does this girl possess such a lack of ambition? Noticing Xiao Yang's intent to win over his student, Professor Lu was not displeased. Instead, she smiled and inquired of Yiling, Yiling, where are you currently residing? Yiling responded, in the Zijin Mountain Villa area. Oh, that place is quite remarkable. Professor Lu's eyes lit up, for she was familiar with it. Zijin Mountain stands as the highest elevation not only in Haicheng but also within hundreds of kilometers around. Moreover, apart from the villa area, there are no other constructions. The area is sparsely populated, with an exquisite environment, making it an ideal refuge. Our location is very secure. Currently, The entire Zijin Mountain Villa area is under our control. Since you have awakened your abilities, why not join us? I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. Yiling understood that Xiao Yang sought to recruit Zhang Xinyu, but Zhang Xinyu was loyal to Professor Liu. Therefore, the only avenue for persuasion lay with Professor Liu herself. Upon hearing Yiling's invitation, Professor Liu hesitated. The supplies in the supermarket had been depleted, and given the small size of the store, coupled with the presence of so many people, mostly boys, she and the few female students found themselves in a rather inconvenient situation. Although the students referred to her as Professor Liu, she had long discerned that few truly respected her authority. Disputes arose frequently over the distribution of resources. Had it not been for her apprehension towards the formidable wind blade ability of the young lady, she would have likely severed ties with her long ago. Zhang Xinyu was the only student who regarded her with such respect, treating her as a teacher. Thus, in recent days, they had seized every opportunity to eradicate a few zombies, hoping to facilitate their escape to a safer haven. However, the sheer number of zombies on campus was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Now that the zombies outside had been thoroughly dispatched by Yiling and her companions, she recognized that the opportunity had finally arrived. It was her intention to leave, but upon hearing Yiling's invitation, she felt a flicker of temptation. Earlier in the supermarket, she had witnessed the prowess of Yiling and her team, particularly the striking young man before her, who dispatched zombies with the ease of slicing vegetables, his skills far surpassing her own by countless degrees. Joining them would undoubtedly ensure her safety. She glanced at Xiao Yang, noting the warm smile he directed towards her, and Professor Liu understood that he was indeed willing to accept her. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. Very well, I shall join you. Yiling was quite impressive. Professor Liu then turned to Zhang Xinyu and inquired, Xinyu, what is your stance? Without hesitation, Zhang Xinyu replied, if you join, then I shall join as well. Excellent. Professor Liu grasped Zhang Xinyu's hand and then looked towards the other female students behind them. Observing their silence, he chose not to press further. These students were proud and ambitious, unwilling to be subordinate to anyone. Each had their own aspirations. He would leave their choices to them. Satisfied with Zhang Xinyu's willingness to join, Xiao Yang felt content. He had no interest in the opinions of the other students. Let us proceed to meet our other team. Xiao Yang took the lead towards the building housing the equipment room. A male student affectionately wrapped his arm around a female student, eliciting jealousy from the other boys present. There are only 5 girls in total, aside from Zhang Xinyu. The others are already taken. Ultimately, even Zhang Xinyu was taken away by Professor Liu. Flaunting their affection will only lead to their downfall. As Xiao Yang and his companions reached the entrance, Tang Ying and her group were already waiting for them. Moreover, there were 3 additional individuals accompanying them, 2 males and 1 female, who appeared quite youthful, presumably fellow survivors from the university. Xiao Yang approached, scrutinizing the trio before inquiring of Tang Ying. Who are they? Oh, these 3 are university survivors from the cafeteria. Upon seeing us, they insisted on joining our ranks. I have inquired, and all 3 have awakened their abilities, Tang Ying explained to Xiao Yang, then turned to the trio, saying, this is our leader. Please introduce yourselves. Whether we accept you depends on his decision. Upon hearing this, the 3 students promptly stood at attention before Xiao Yang. One male student spoke up, hello, leader. My name is Li Shua. My strength has significantly increased. I am uncertain if this qualifies as the ability you speak of. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. A power-type ability within the martial system is not particularly rare, yet early awakening affords an advantage, and with development, their combat prowess could prove formidable. Another male student then introduced himself. Hello, leader. My name is Wang Yuan, and like him, I have also gained strength. Xiao Yang nodded, remarking that being strong was nothing extraordinary. Finally, he turned his gaze towards a girl. Noticing Xiao Yang's attention, the girl introduced herself. Hello, boss. My name is Chen Chen, and my ability is... As she spoke, she raised a metal piece she held in front of her, declaring, I can control it. The metal piece did not fall to the ground. Instead, it hovered in the air. Then, with a swift motion of her right hand, the metal piece shot forth in the direction she indicated, ultimately embedding itself into the stone pillar of the grand entrance. Zhang Xinyu, standing behind Xiao Yang, was taken aback by Chen Chen's ability, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wasn't this quite similar to her own power? The only difference being that she controlled water while Chen Chen commanded metal. Xiao Yang glanced at the metal piece lodged in the pillar and nodded in satisfaction. The ability to manipulate metal belonged to the category of spell-based powers, and such abilities were indeed rare. Furthermore, There was a significant advantage to this power as her level increased. She would not only be able to control ordinary metals, but also special ones like those found in earth elementals. Moreover, any metallic objects within her range, including bullets and shells, would be subject to her influence or control. This was undeniably impressive, certainly, provided that the level of their abilities reaches the requisite standard. Indeed, Xiao Yang was quite pleased with Qinshen. All right, you three are accepted. Let us proceed to our next destination, where we shall observe your performance. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement to their inclusion, the trio was filled with elation, particularly the enchanting sister with the power to generate electricity. A surge from her could effortlessly incapacitate a horde of zombies. That scene truly opened their eyes. Youth invariably reveres the strong, especially when they are as captivating as she. Moreover, the cafeteria was devoid of food, and they had long desired to depart. Thus, they resolved to join Tang Ying's team. However, the beautiful sister was unable to make the decision herself, stating that they must wait for their leader's verdict. The three pondered, if these alluring sisters were so formidable, their leader must be exceedingly terrifying. Consequently, upon meeting Xiao Yang, they all exhibited great respect. Qinshen, in particular, noticed that everyone in Xiao Yang's team possessed remarkable looks. The presence of the leader and the few beautiful sisters was indeed a pleasant sight. She felt a profound sense of pride in being part of such a team. Xiao Yang led everyone into the vehicle, and they set off towards the next university. During the journey, Lin Shishir briefed the newly joined members on the team's regulations. Meanwhile, Mu Wanxing quietly observed them, fully aware of each individual's thoughts. After confirming there were no issues, Mu Wanxing patted Xiao Yang's shoulder, signaling that these individuals had passed the mental assessment. Upon arriving at the nearest university, Xiao Yang and the others disembarked and continued their zombie-clearing efforts as per their established method. In order to train the newly joined members, Xiao Yang assigned Wang Yuan, Li Shuo, and Professor Lu to Tang Ying's group, while Zhang Xinyu and Chun Chun were placed in his own team. This arrangement allowed the experienced members to guide the newcomers, facilitating their swift acclimatization. Although the addition of new members slightly slowed the progress of their cleaning efforts, it provided an excellent opportunity for the newcomers to hone their skills. Xiao Yang believed that in just 2 days, they would be capable of executing tasks independently. By the time evening fell, both teams had successfully cleared the school of zombies. In total, they had collected 13,400 crystals that day, which brought Xiao Yang immense satisfaction. It marked the highest yield of crystals since the onset of the apocalypse. If this pace continued, once they had eradicated the zombies in the university town and surrounding areas, it was likely that Xiao Yang would surpass 100,000 units of time energy. What does 100,000 units of time energy signify? It could be equated to a physical strength comparable to that of a 6th-level mutated being. Conventional weaponry, such as firearms and grenades, would no longer pose a threat to him. At that point, who could possibly threaten him? Of course, if someone were to deploy cruise missiles or nuclear weapons against him, that would be an entirely different matter. The two vehicles made their way toward the Zijin mountain villa area. As they ascended the mountainside, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, Mu Wanxing, who had been gazing out the window, exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao Yang, look quickly. What is that over there? Why is there a red light?" Focused on driving, Xiao Yang pulled the car over upon hearing her words and turned to follow the direction of her pointed finger. Indeed, there was a patch of land on the mountainside emitting a radiant red glow. Xiao Yang felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Upon further contemplation, he realized that it was indeed the very tree where he had rescued the little crow. The same large tree under which he had hidden in a hollow and narrowly escaped with his life in his past life. At this moment, in the darkness, the flickering red light was conspicuous. Observing the glow, it did not appear to be a fire. Could it be? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's eyes brightened with realization, and he promptly exited the vehicle. Taking out his flashlight, he hurriedly made his way towards the source of the red light. The others in the car, noticing Xiao Yang's sudden departure without uttering a word, exchanged puzzled glances. What could this phenomenon be that compelled Xiao Yang to rush forward with such urgency? Driven by curiosity, the group followed suit, eager to uncover the mystery. As Xiao Yang sprinted toward the location of the red light, he soon discovered that it emanated from the hollow at the base of the large tree. Moreover, he observed that the ground within a certain radius around the tree was devoid of snow. This recalled memories from his previous life, when he had also noticed the absence of snow surrounding this very tree. Though he had found it perplexing at the time, his urgency to escape had left him little room for contemplation. Now, it was evident that something peculiar lay beneath the tree.